clear up coming through. This is going to be hitting for super effective versus this one champ. You can hear the movement going wild. Doesn't know what's happening. He's going to go ahead and scoop the game. And there's the choice bell. And the echoing horn.
Against fire complete.
And there it is. Boom!
Super effective. What you did previously, Dondozo is now eliminated.
Welcome everybody to the 2024 Barcelona Special Event. Hola a todos. To all of our lovely viewers at home. We are here, of course, for day 2 of the action here in Spain, Barcelona. And what a day it is today. I mean, we had a lot of action yesterday, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna have to break it down a bit further later on as well. The weather has been hot, the action has been even hotter, but I myself am Costadai Dimos, and I am joined by the ever so lovely Mr. David Partington. So, David, how has it been for you so far, sir?
It's been an incredible weekend so far, Costa. I mean, coming off the back of the World Championships, where we had the first major event for Regulation Set D, and now we're here for the first major European event as well. Having seen like how much high play there was at the World Championships, it just seems to be just exactly the same here. So many great players and so many like great teams as well. And we've even seen the kind of meta game evolve as well. And now we've seen a lot of kind of this Dondozo that seems to be just stomping everyone.
Yeah, I know, and I think Dondozo is something that we hadn't expected to actually pop up now for the last Regulation Set D European event. So being able to sort of see the resurgence of it, per se, has been quite exhilarating because there aren't those counters that commonly would exist. Sure, there's a lot of Amundius, which we know is sort of a really good sponge against that sort of strategy, but they don't carry clear smog anymore because, you know, they haven't been able to see a Dondozo in the site. So do you think that factor alone could be a big contributor to why we've been seeing such a good success coming out from Dondozos?
Yeah, I think it's a really good call. There's no obvious Pokemon in the current metagame, or at least what we've seen from Worlds, that just sets up a lot of stats. So there's been no reason to run something that eliminates them, like Haze or that Clear Smog, as you say. So it makes sense. Dondozo has its perfect storm here in Barcelona to be able to just conquer every team.
Yeah, exactly that. But, of course, Dondozo's not the only Pokemon that has pretty much stormed this event so far. We do have a lot of others as well. But before then, we will be going through a bit of a breakdown later on with Jamie and Ben on the caster desk. But for now, we want to go ahead and see the event schedule, see what the rest of this season so far looks like in terms of the various events here in the European region. We know that, for example, Lille is coming up very shortly in October. It is going to have a new Regulation Set E format to it, so I know there's going to be a lot of interest with that, with the new DLC Pokemon as well moves becoming viable.
Yeah, Barcelona is just the first special event of our 2024 calendar season here. As you can see, LAIC is the first big international event. EUIC a similar time each year, over by April, sort of May time. But as you can see, lots of special events and regionals still to go. So if you haven't been able to attend Barcelona, there's plenty of other opportunities to be able to get those championship points or even get the win, and therefore that Worlds invite.
Just win. That's the name of the game, right?
Win.
Just do it. Just win. But I think we also saw a bit of Latin America International Championships that will be coming up. So if you do not, let's say, win any of these 2 European events, try to still keep it going because you can get an even a good amount of championship points in order to give you those coveted travel awards that could potentially assist you going into maybe flying into the LAIC that will be coming up shortly in a couple of months. But let's talk a bit now. We're talking a bit about championship points. Let's segue straight through into the breakdown of them.
Okay, so yeah, it's 200 for the win here, but on top of that, that Worlds invite as well, so which is pretty incredible. But as Costa, you said, if you are wanting to chase that kind of an extra level where you get a bye into that round 1 at the World Championships, then you need to be in that kind of top bracket of your rating zone, as it were. But as you can see, second is nothing to shake a stick at all with 160, and with the international qualifiers on the right-hand side, there's even more championship points to be had there.
Yeah, exactly that. There's a lot of opportunities for a lot of players, especially with the new kickers as well that are available at regionals. I think it allows for more players to be that are attending to be able to actually run away from the weekend having earned some of those very valuable championship points to allow them further progression within their season of VGC. So what I did want to also mention, I may have forgotten to, is the event schedule, generally speaking, of this current special event. Yesterday, we saw a lot of rounds. I believe it was a total of 9 Swiss rounds. A lot of action. We were able to feature quite a few of those matches on stream as well. However, we're in day 2 right now, David. We've got a whole different schedule to go through.
Exactly, and it's all but ramped up right now as well. Rounds 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're going to bring all of those to you as well as the top 8, a semi-final, and the finals, of course. So at the moment, we've got top 32 players that have made it in. They've all guaranteed 60 CP already. So they're all probably feeling pretty good, but suddenly the competition has really gone sky high. Costa.
Yeah, it's stacked up right now, especially when you've got some of the very best in the European region going ahead and butting heads in order to try to get out on top. So a lot of action we will be featuring today, which we are super excited to be displaying on show. A lot of very interesting teams as well. A lot of the standard teams, but there are a couple of the variations. I think we already mentioned on Dozo. There are different sort of item choices and move slots to take into consideration. So don't worry, everybody. We will have a lot to catch up on today. But with that being the case, talking about catch-ups, we want to go ahead and roll a recap of our day 1 action yesterday, which will soon be followed immediately after by Jamie as well as Ben on the caster desk, but they're going to go ahead and give a bit of a more analytical breakdown of the day. So don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you very shortly.
Buenos dias, Pokemon trainers. We are here at the Barcelona Special Event, and thank you, Costa and David, for kicking us off this morning. We have got so much action to cover today, and as we just saw, 5 more Swiss rounds. Couldn't quite count there, almost said 4, but 5 more Swiss rounds to go before we cut to our top 8 players. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by Jamie Boy. And Jamie, we've got a lot to go through today.
Absolutely. We had a great day into the first day of the special event. Really looking forward to the second one as well. All the games that we featured on the streams were absolutely fantastic to watch, and I'm sure that is going to be a trend that absolutely continues.
Oh, it certainly will. Where we're going down to now our top 32 players from day 1. We're going to be able to show you those in just a moment, but you know, these are the trainers that have gone really well. We have a 9-0 player, Sam Vito. We have several 8 players that went 8-1 in day 1, 7-2 players, but also those 6-3 players that had a really good record, and just squeaking in there, Victor Medina in at 32nd place. Really happy to see that Victor made it to our top 32.
Yeah, absolutely. It's either 7-2 or top 32, whichever one makes more sense to the tournament. In this case, there were 5 players with a 6-3 record that did manage to squeak into that top 32 and advance into the second day. Like you mentioned there, Victor Medina being the final one of the 5, just about making it through. But on the other side, we did mention Sam Vito was the undefeated player, currently 9-0 going into this day 2, putting himself at a massive advantage. That means that you need only 3 wins to absolutely guarantee it, and probably only 2 to most likely guarantee it as well.
That's it. The Swiss record does carry over from day 1 to day 2, and it is all about that final record. Most 11-3 players will make it into the top 8 knockout stages. We have seen in some tournaments some 11-4 players manage to, 10-4 players, excuse me, make it through into the top cut, but it's not something that you want to hedge your bets on. So Simone coming in with a massive advantage. Other players coming in with a bit of an advantage. Oliver Eskelin is a name that sticks out as one of the top performing players from Sweden that we've been able to feature both on the regional stage and the international stage over the years. Eduardo Cunha, our 2022 world champion, also coming in at X1.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of other names that I can recognize there at 8-1. Aurélien Sula from France, putting on a fantastic showing yesterday, coming back from quite a heavy game 1 loss and being able to adapt very well. Alex Otto as well was someone who lost on stream, so it seems like their loss of the day was featured on the stream and then was able to win everything else as well with that signature hard trick room team.
Oh, very much a signature. Getting finals at 2 regional championships in last year's season using, that same strategy that Alex has been so well known for and pilots so well. Going a little bit further down the list, Alex Gomez is a fantastic player from Spain, North American international champion from last year. Salvatore, who we managed to feature on stream, winning their match. Marcus Stadter, a German player that's been playing a very long time and is almost a household name in the video game community, coming in at 7-2.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got Nicola Zerden there that we did feature on stream, managed to win in spectacular fashion. I'm very interested to see how he is going to progress through the day as well. We've got Giuseppe Musicco, previous regional champion, back in the 2018 format.
Oh, yes,
was when he won his regional championship, so I'm sure he is hungry for another one as well.
Alejandro going a little bit further down the list, another player that we saw featured on stream yesterday, winning in commanding fashion in one of the later rounds yesterday. A really good game to go back and have a look at, because he was piloting that Dondozo team with the Oblivious and Rocky helmet item, which is something that the guys, Costa and David, were talking about a little bit earlier, the rise of Dondozo in Spain that has been featured quite a lot more than we were really expecting coming in. If you kind of asked us beforehand, and we did ask each other beforehand what we were expecting to see, Dondozo was nowhere on that list.
Yeah, we saw it very commonly through Regulation A, B, and C, and then Regulation D, for some reason, it just wasn't as prevalent. It's still a very viable strategy, as we've seen this weekend. Absolutely. It's been very dominant in the matches that we've been able to at least feature on stream, and I'm sure elsewhere in the tournament also. But yeah, Regulation D, I think we were just playing with all the new toys that we were given. Like Urshifu Rapid Strike, such a strong water type, and yet you got to choose probably Urshifu Rapid Strike or Dondozo. Most players are leaning towards that Urshifu Rapid Strike, therefore there's no space for the Dondozo.
And that's one of the things, when you've got so many toys to play with, you can always sort of think, well, okay, you know, Dondozo's the tried and tested thing. We know how to use it. We know that it's a big threat if you get to build your team properly around it. But I think that's the point, is that you have to build your team properly around it. And, you know, especially wanting to pair it with that Tatsukiri, that's 2 slots already that you're giving up, that you don't have to, or don't have the ability to use some of those new Pokemon that are really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that there are already 2 water types as well means that you're probably not going to put a third on your team, because you do want to try and balance as much as you can, unless you're running something like a hard rain team. And like we saw that Dondozo team pop up with a Pelipper as well to really help out with the rain. And then you just go for massive Terra Water Surfs. But that tends to be leaning towards that is just the strategy I'm going for, rather than I'm trying to build this team around all these multiple different types to give myself a bit of a balance.
And that is, balance is really the name of the game that we've seen in the other teams that we got to feature yesterday. A lot of these sort of teams that are no surprise to see. We saw teams that were pretty similar to those that the players ran at the World Championships. Sam Vito using pretty much the same archetype that he was using at World Championships, taking that experience and bringing it into Barcelona is clearly working very well for him. But many other players that we featured were doing had a similar sort of strategy. Marcus using Riley Factura's winning team from last weekend at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships is just testament to these tried and tested strategies being very, very effective.
Yeah, we saw in Marcus's game, it was just actually a repeat team-wise of the final of the Pittsburgh Regional. Because Giovanni Piscitelli, his opponent, was ending up using Wolf Glick's team that he brought to the Pittsburgh Regional as well. So yeah, players do tend to either go for, I'm going to make my own thing, play my own game, or I'm going to take what is tried and tested and be able to just go off the fact that these are just proven Pokemon. I'm going to use them because they are proven to be strong.
Exactly, and I think, especially since there was only 1 week between Pittsburgh and Lille, there's not a lot of opportunities for trainers to really adapt unless they commit. You know, they really go for it and really try to figure out exactly what made all of the winning teams tick in last weekend's event, and then try to tailor something to suit that. And if you don't go up against the teams that you are trying to tailor your team towards, you can have an uphill battle right from round one. Yeah,
absolutely. I think like looking back at Wolf Glick's team that he brought, it was very similar to the World Championship winning team. But instead of the Ruin Pokemon of the Chien-Pao, adapted it to have the Chi-Yu instead. So leaning more towards the reducing the special defense of the opposing Pokemon rather than the defense, to allow something like the Fluttermane to be able to do much more damage rather than the Urshifu to be able to do much more damage if it was paired with the Chien-Pao.
And so many different strategies there. Speaking of strategies, we'll have a look at the usage stats from day one, just to have a little bit of a recap, if you didn't catch it yesterday, of what trainers were opting for. So we have the top 10 Pokemon here on your screen now that we used day one. Fluttermane again leading the way.
Yeah, no surprise there. 71% is a very, very high number. Like, one Pokemon ever has really matched that in previous generations. Fluttermane just absolutely dominant here. It's been around the 60% for most tournaments, and then suddenly in day two of the World Championships, it broke 70% as well, and apparently has done so here too.
And the only other Pokemon that gives it any contest, of course, is your favourite Pokemon, Jamie Incineroar, from previous formats. But looking a bit further down, no surprises to see Urshifu and Iron Hands there. Pokemon that kind of tend to switch a little bit, whether they get second or third place here. And Chien-Pao kind of backing up those two strong physical attackers. Kind of makes sense if you kind of look at the top 6 Pokemon here. Almost makes a team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the top 6 Pokemon are actually the 6 Pokemon that won the World Championships. Yes. So that is no surprise in the slightest, especially because that was the first tournament of the Regulation D format. This is our first tournament in the European circuit of the Regulation D format, also ends up being the final one. But then there's only really the World Championships and Pittsburgh to draw your inspiration from, so it's no surprise to see the team that has won the entire tournament of the World Championships be in the 6 top used Pokemon.
There it is, trainers. If you were looking for a team to compete with, maybe in some of your locals, maybe for the last Regulation Set D tournaments in other regions, there's a good starting point for you all. Going a little bit further down the list, we've got that Tornadus that we see, one of the main speed control options for most trainers. Getting that Prankster priority Tailwind is a very valuable thing, and some new toys with Bleakwind Storm to play with.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can combo it with things like Rain Dance to be able to make yourself 100% accurate while also boosting up whatever water type Pokemon you do have on your team. For like mostly the Urshifus, that's going to be able to do absolutely massive damage with the Surging Strikes. Surging Strikes in the rain, Terra Water, maybe a Mystic Water as well on top of that. You're going to be able to pick up a lot of KOs.
Kind of a little bit of damage going on there.
Just a little bit.
And of course, if you don't want to use Rain Dance, you can boost yourself up with Sunny Day with Heatran and Chi-Yu being the Pokemon that just managed to squeak their way into top 10 usage there. And something we talked about a little bit yesterday, where it's been different fire types. And it seems like the fire-type Pokemon that trainers are opting for is really variable in this format, depending on how they want to play the game. Chi-Yu being that offensive one, you mentioned about the combination with Fluttermane earlier, Jamie, and if you don't want to play super offensive, maybe you play Heatran, maybe you play Hisuian Arcanine, maybe you play regular Arcanine. We haven't seen that too often, but I've got my fingers crossed, JB.
Yeah, it does seem like Hisuian Arcanine has overtaken just Cantonian Arcanine. Do play completely differently. The Cantonian Arcanine, back in the previous regulations, and was still very strong in those regulations as well, was run way more supportive. You'd probably see Will-O-Wisp and Snarl as well to be able to control the damage, whereas the Hisuian Arcanine, it's not got as good a defensive typing. Rock does help in some situations, like for extreme speeds or anything that's coming out like that, but more likely you're going to be running your Hisuian Arcanine more offensively, so then you'll be able to get the extra coverage because you've got this Rock as well. You'll be able to go for Rock Slide, you'll be able to go for Head Smash for very good damage as well on top of that. So you don't tend to lean towards the supportive side, therefore you're just going for the damage instead.
And we saw that quite a bit. I mean, most of the Hisuian Arcanines that we featured on stream were carrying that choice band. A combination of being able to still go for the extreme speed. So, in fact, if I remember rightly, there was a normal Terra Hisuian Arcanine that was kind of taking up the mantle from Dragonite paired with Chen Pao, which is really, really nice to see, but also featuring that Head Smash. And you mentioned Rock Slide as well. I mean, you know, we don't see too much Rock Slide in these formats currently since the introduction of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but it's still one of the best moves in VGC for a good reason, both because of the damage that it does, especially with Pokemon like Chen Pao and Tornadus really being high in usage. They're super effective. That's pretty good. But also, you know, cheeky little flinch along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say that the most common Pokemon to run Rock Slide in previous generations when it's been allowed has been Landorus.
Yes.
And now that it's got Terra Blast with Terra Flying to go for, be able to make use of its flying type, it may not always have that Rock Slide coverage that it wants, because you've got at least your ground type coverage, Earthquake or Stomping Tantrum, maybe both. You got your Terra Blast and most likely U-Turn as well, because being able to pivot out and reset your Intimidate is also very good. So just finding space for that Rock Slide may not be as good on the Landorus instead. So it's kind of like Hisuian Arcanine is probably the main Pokemon to be going for the Rock Slides as well. We also saw a very cool Loaded Dice Rock Blast that was featured on stream as well.
Yeah.
That was a very, very cool innovation.
And it used it too. It was against the Tornadus, and you know, you're watching it go and you're thinking, hey, 3 hits, not quite enough to KO that Tornadus. But 4 was, and that Loaded Dice guaranteeing that knockout was a great moment in yesterday's stream. Really interesting, actually, you pick up on the Landorus not carrying Rock Slide at the moment and just going for those more offensive options, because there's a lot of options that Landorus has in terms of its item choice, which are making a big difference. We saw Wolf Glick and his Landorus in Pittsburgh last weekend go for that clear amulet, which we featured on stream yesterday as well, which stops all of that Intimidate. You know, if a Landorus is on the field, and your opponent has a Landorus, it's likely that the Landorus is coming in, and so that item was really great to be able to mitigate that Intimidate and still carry on dishing out damage. But we also saw Safety Goggles as well, which is another item. You know, make sure that Amoonguss is not so much of a problem. So, you know, you can really tailor your Landorus to great effect depending on exactly what your team needs.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen other items as well. Troy Scarf was one that was used back in 2015. I know that was definitely the most popular one, and I know that because I flinched a lot of times to Rock Slide. But yeah, Choice Scarf, Choice Band as well. Those sets tend to have space for Rock Slide because you don't carry Protect, because you're obviously going to be choiced into some kind of move. You don't want to be choiced into Protect. That allows you the extra coverage to potentially run that Rock move.
Absolutely, and if you want to talk a little bit more about all of the teams and all of the things that have been going on this weekend, you can get on X and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Get involved, tell us what you think, talk about the matches that are going on, support the players that you are really rooting for this weekend. You can also catch the action on the YouTube channel /Pokemon, Facebook /Pokemon, as well as Instagram. And anything that you can get involved with, please do let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. We asked yesterday what your favorite moments were. I would be curious to see what they were. Mine yesterday, of course, being that Dondozo getting the double Protect to be able to stall out the Psychic Terrain, and then suddenly the Expanding Force with the Helping Hand was not quite a KO. A survival of 9 HP with the Dondozo into a double KO with Earthquake. That was a fantastic moment.
It really, really was. And for me, it was that round 4 where we started yesterday's broadcast, and a Brambleghast on stream, one of my favorite Pokemon from the new generation, launching out a Power Whip, and it turned into a Hisuian Goodra. which was carrying Sap Sipper, and that's not something that we see commonly. So not only are we seeing like, hey, this Goodra is a great Pokemon to still use in this format, we're also seeing it switch in and use the thing that makes it even more niche than it was before to great effect. And yeah, for me, that was the moment.
Yeah, it was even a strength sap went into it as well, and that just prevented the healing. So it was a really neat interaction of just being immune to all the grass types, and just the Brambleghast became useless and ended up being an adaptation that Aurelian went for afterwards, left the Brambleghast on the bench because the Hisuian's Goodra was shutting it down so much.
Absolutely. We got a few tweets as well from all of you at home that we can have a little look at now, see who's getting involved with what's been going on. Niall Ego from the UK getting prepared for the tournament with the dance mat, actually something that Niall is well known for. At my hotel early, ready to fly to Barcelona Special, thought he'd get some practice in, wondering if Luna Dance might actually be more appropriate here.
Luna Blessing tends to be the Luna move of choice at this point on Cresselia, but absolutely great to see that getting involved with your dance moves while being able to have some fun by battling.
For me, it's the Sableye in the background. That's,
yes.
That's my favorite Pokemon personally, so yeah, props to Niall for being able to showcase a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I just need to wait a couple more months, but soon my favorite Pokemon's back. Absolutely. You can see here coming from Lee Osiris. Can't believe my first shiny hunting stream in the Teal Mask, and I got Artisan's shiny Poltergeist. Wow, not just getting the shiny Pokemon, but getting the Artisan form as well. That is absolutely fantastic luck right there.
I'm looking forward to getting into the Teal Mask myself, and yeah, seeing if I can match that, because that's a really good find and a great new Pokemon that we'll be getting to feature hopefully very soon indeed. And it'll be great to actually see a little bit more of these new Pokemon and what they can actually do in VGC, whether you know, all of these tried and tested Pokemon are going to be the ones that carry on finding success, or if some new contenders are going to knock them off their perch.
Oh yeah, I'm eyeing up a couple of new contenders already. I'm looking forward to it a lot. So yeah, whenever any new Pokemon are introduced, it is always interesting to see which Pokemon rise to the top of these become the new good stuff, the new meta. These Pokemon are definitely the strong ones, and then which ones maybe fall to the wayside, but definitely still have their niches.
I'm sure we'll find out exactly which ones are going to fall into which category there.
And you know which one I'm going to go for first.
Yeah, do you know what, Jamie? I think I've probably got a sneaking suspicion. We're going to go to a quick video now about the new DLC, the Teal Mask. So have a look at this. Hello trainers, and welcome for some exciting discussion about the new DLC, the Teal Mask, and all of the new Pokemon that it brings to the table. My name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here by David Partington. And David, there's a lot to digest here.
There is, and a lot of excitement. If you've not already started playing it, then there's a lot that we can unpack here. So there is, as well as the whole new story, a load of new Pokemon have been brought in from previous generations. But not only that, we've got some new Pokemon that we can talk about too, and a lot of those can especially be interesting for the video game competition.
Definitely. And I think the biggest one that we've been talking about is Ogerpon, who is the real mascot of the Teal Mask DLC, and it's just got so many new tools, but also new forms that it can take on which change its type. So I can see there being so much flexibility, whether it's just a plain old grass type, but also if you wanted to add in maybe a little bit of fire to your team, you can add that, a little bit of rock type coverage as well, always useful in VGC, as well as being able to change into a water type, and that really changes the way that trainers will be able to use this Pokemon in their teams.
So yeah, it's a really good point. Like, when we're talking about these new Pokemon, we really need to think about what has previously been used and where these new Pokemon can maybe fit in. So looking at Ogerpon itself, it's a Pokemon that gets Follow Me, and that is big business in the VGC era, because whenever Follow Me has been present, it's been used and been completely relevant. Like Pachirisu winning the 2014 World Championships has Follow Me. Togekiss was so big during the Sword and Shield era, that also had Follow Me. And now we've got this Ogerpon, which has amazing stats, incredible abilities, and a lot of flexibility too as to what it's going to do. So it's almost like it's 4 Pokemon in one, also with Follow Me. So you can't even prep hard for it either and go, oh, okay, I can counter this Follow Me grass-type Pokemon with my ice moves. But what if they're using the grass and fire variant? You know, like suddenly it flips everything on its head, and I think this is going to be a very crucial piece to this game.
It certainly will be, and any time that a Pokemon with Follow Me has been in the game, it's always been in some way relevant, but it's definitely a Pokemon that's going to do a lot of different things, depending on how trainers decide to utilize it. Of course, there are various Pokemon that are going to be joining, but one of the things that I wanted to mention was the new Pokemon, or the old Pokemon, should I say, that are returning to the scene. And one that I'm particularly excited is Komodo, because with its ability Bulletproof, it's going to be able to be immune to both Moonblast and Shadow Ball. And so with Fluttermane at the top of the usage charts, and probably with one of the biggest targets on its back, it's a really cool Pokemon to be introducing.
That's a really good point, Ben, actually. Like, I hadn't really thought about it now. Maybe I'll bring that to my next event, Ben, actually. That's a good shout, because it also resists Rapid Strike Urge through Surging Strikes, and it's got decent defense to kind of take on the close combats as well. So I think a really good pick. But I think the 3 other new Pokemon that we've seen, Pheasantipity, Monkey Dory, and Okidogi as well, all really interesting poison types, which is not a very common legendary type Pokemon that we end up seeing. So, and with their new ability in Toxic Chain, this could make some really interesting strategies where the badly poisoned effect, which we don't often see, could really start coming into play.
And it does add up, and certainly if Pokemon like Cresselia keep on making their appearance in VGC, having something that's able to apply that badly poisoned effect to something like Cresselia will really pay dividends over time.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because it was so big. So what I hope we're going to see is a lot of new spicy stuff coming October for the Regulation Set E. So if you haven't tried out the DLC just quite yet, give it a go. Plenty of story, plenty of new Pokemon moves, and some old favorites coming back in there. So back to the studio for more of the Barcelona action.
And which of the brand new Pokemon introduced in the Teal Mask are you most looking forward to? For me personally, I think it is Monkey Dory. I am very partial to a fast fake-out user, and that is exactly what Monkey Dory is going to be doing. I think it's going to be fantastic to click fake-out, they flinch, and also get toxic poisons. That's going to be fantastic.
I can see in the future you going for that fake-out into Cresselia like every single time, and you know what? I think the odds will be in your favor, JB. I've got a sneaking suspicion.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's obviously a load new Pokemon as well to be getting into when we get introduced into the Regulation E formats. But yeah, there's just too many to talk about at this point. Of course, we're still in the Regulation D format. We are still featuring some fantastic matches in this format, and we have a brilliant pairing to start off this stream.
We do, and some brilliant pairings overall in this tournament. We have the round 10 getting started. The players are getting set up, and here's some of the pairings that we've got. Our stream match, which I am incredibly excited for. Sam Vito versus Eduardo Cunha. That's going to be a fantastic match, but we'll get to that a little bit later. Diego versus Oliver as well, going to be a great match. Carlos versus Marcus Stadter, and Anielio versus Alex Gomez.
Yeah, you can see there, those would be the 8-1 pairings, as well as Simone being the 9-0, but mostly the 8-1s that have given themselves just that extra win, that extra little advantage going into this day 2, because they've got one more win than the 7-2s already have. They are that one step closer to being able to get into that top 8.
And it's that top 8 that all of these trainers are going to be vying for. Everything is on the line for them. These final 5 Swiss rounds, it's not like when you've got 9 rounds, you think, okay, you know, you've got a little bit of a day to go through, but the early rounds tend to be, you know, a little bit easier. You can sort of, some of the time, doesn't quite work out all the time, but some of the time you can kind of get yourself into the tournament, get yourself into your flow, and then to the later stages of the tournament, when you're having, you're having a bit of a better day, you're feeling good, you're feeling confident, you can carry that momentum all the way to the ends. These players in day 2 are going to have to kick off 100% right from turn one.
Absolutely. We said that previously that Simone was the undefeated player and going to have to start off his day 2 run against a former world champion. Of course, Simone being an international champion himself, he's used to the toughest opponents that you can face. Being able to rise to the top and win an international championship is no small feat in itself. So Eduardo, of course, also an international champion, on top of being a world champion, of course. I don't think that Eduardo's actually got a regional championship yet under his belt. He's got 2 bigger ones, which is also very impressive, but I'm sure he wants the trifecta.
Certainly both of these players on paper are very capable of taking...
With 5 more berries on top of that.
5 more berries on top, yeah, absolutely. They are definitely capable of taking this, and really nice. You know, if you looked at this pairing that we've got on the stream right now, this could be the finals. Like,
absolutely.
You could look at the name of players that are playing. It's like, hey, Simone's there, right? Okay, Eduardo. Yeah, okay, yeah, that could be a final. Like, let's have it in round 10 instead.
Yeah, who knows? We could have it in both round 10 and then the final. Of course, you could be facing the same opponent that you do face in day 2. If both of you do qualify for the top 8, at some point you could be facing each other again. They may have faced in day 1 as well. That is entirely possible. You can get a day 1 and then a day 2 and then a top cut battle. And that has happened a couple of times.
Trust Jamie, because it happened to me back in the Oceania International Championships back in 2017, where I played Zoe Liu in day 1, day 2, and day 3. And, you know, while Zoe won the tournament and very deserving to, I won in day 1, I won in day 2, in day 3, it didn't go my way, and you know, Zoe was able to win when it really, really mattered.
Yeah, I can remember another pairing. There was Melvin Kerr versus Graham Amity back in the 2019 North American International, and the same thing happened. Melvin won in day 1, Melvin won in day 2, and then Graham won in the top 8 to advance. So yeah, even though you are maybe not able to defeat the opponent if you face them the first time and end up facing them in the second time, then it is entirely possible that you are able to take it over. We saw that in the Pittsburgh Regional as well. Wolf Glick faced Riley Vactura in day 2. Wolf won the Swiss round, and then Riley won the final. So even if you do take a loss here and then end up facing your opponent, it's entirely possible you can overtake them.
You get that feeling, don't you, from what your opponent's going to be using, how they're going to be playing, the team that they're bringing, and you can kind of strategize a little bit, especially with the larger tournaments, with the internationals, where you get like the whole day to kind of think about what you're going to be going for in the later stages. The regional championships is a little bit more tight in terms of the time that you have to kind of evaluate those things when you're going into the second time that you're playing them, but certainly you're going to be going in with a little bit more information than you did the first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with the open team sheets that we do now have, the information is a lot more freely available to be able to prepare for your opponents in the future as well. Back in the previous generations, we didn't have the open team sheets. It was much harder to be able to work out what information your opponent would be having, but now that it is freely available, it is much easier to prepare.
And that's something that's really increasing, I think, the quality of the play here, where previous formats, previous generations, where you kind of had to play a little bit of a guessing game as to what moves that you had to cover on an opposing Pokemon. I mean, Pokemon like Cresselia actually would be really difficult to navigate, while there's the standard options that it has. You don't know if it's running Ice Beam or Icy Wind, for example, and the two of them make a dramatic contrast in how you actually deal with that Pokemon.
Even a move like Ally Switch, I would argue, is probably one of the biggest ones on Cresselia. So, if you don't know there's Ally Switch, you can absolutely be caught out by it. But then if you do know there's Ally Switch, suddenly there's a mind game involved where it's do they or don't they click Ally Switch, and then you can just get it wrong and still just attack into the wrong slot regardless. And we saw that to great effect in Federico Camporesi's top 4 run, had Ally Switch on his Cresselia. We saw it on the top 8 match where Abdullah Mahayedin just targeted into not the Cresselia that didn't go for an Ally Switch, and just was able, just the fact that Ally Switch was there was very crucial. So yeah, like you mentioned, the move slot choices, just having that information or not having that information could be very crucial.
And it allows players to make a more objective decision about how they're going to approach a game. You can't kind of cover the information up. You can't sort of like hey, I'm just not going to use this move for a little while until the later rounds. Maybe you come up against an opponent that, you've been training up against, or maybe like a little bit of a rivalry within the community, and you're thinking, hey, I'm just going to make sure that I've got that last little bit of information there. That doesn't exist anymore. So you can kind of use everything at your disposal right from the get-go, and just make sure that you're using the most consistent moves that you know are right for your team.
Yeah, I think that's one of the keys in the team building now. Maybe back in when we didn't have the open team sheet, you'd be putting almost a surprise on your team to try and catch your opponents off guard. We also see that in it when it's a best of one environment as well. That tends itself towards trying to surprise your opponent and to be able to steal a game because of the surprise factor that you give them. Whereas with the open team sheets, there are almost no surprises. Just how your Pokemon are trained that is kept secret, but everything else is out in the open.
Exactly, and that's definitely a good thing, I think, for the competitive scene. Hopefully that sticks around for many years to come, because I do think it's a really nice way. You mentioned about team building before, to be able to be thinking about going into a tournament, because it's not just the team building, it's not just the decisions that you make during the game, but it's the mindset of how you're going into it, knowing that your opponent knows what you have, changes the way that you have to then play the team when you get into the match, because there's a little bit of this mind game between what you were mentioning earlier, like, hey, the alloy switch is on the Cresselia, does it go for it, does it not? Do you know that your opponent can change the coverage move when you've got a Pokemon with a little bit lower HP, use something that's not very effective to cover a switch, and therefore do you not switch in that situation? Then lots of different ways that you can use that information to your advantage coming into these events.
Yeah, and you have to keep in mind that your opponent knows that as well, so they're doing exactly the same thing. So both players do have access to all the information. It does somewhat become more of a mind game in certain situations because of the level of, well, I know that you know, and you know that I know that you know. So then where do you stop? Do you sometimes go for the bait? Like, I think a great example was back in Marks versus Giovanni.
Yeah.
Again, in the game 2, the just straightforward play of, I go for the super effective Aqua Jet into your Chi-Yu, and it didn't terrestrialize, it didn't switch, that's a KO, and suddenly the game is over. Whereas then in the game 3, instead, that is a water type Amoonguss, wild charges, the super effective hit, that's the straightforward play. But instead, the correct play was the Drain Punch instead, where that covers the switch into the Chi-Yu, but also does not KO the Amoonguss to give us free switch into the Chi-Yu. So sometimes the straightforward play is the best, but sometimes the layer on top is best, and then maybe the layer on top of the layer on top. Who knows where you stop?
Well, Pokemon that enable those sort of things are the Treasures of Ruin, and we've got a little video for you about these relatively new Pokemon. Take a look at this.
Welcome, trainers. My name is Aaron Zhang, and today I'm here to talk about the Treasures of Ruin: Wo Qian, Qian Pao, Ting Lu, and Chi Yu. These 4 Pokemon were introduced to competitive play in the Regulation C rule set, and they've had a huge impact on how trainers approach team building and battling. The Treasures of Ruin stand out for a couple of reasons. First of all, they all have great stat distributions, with some being strong offensively and others being strong defensively. In addition, they each have a unique signature ability that drops a specific stat of all other Pokemon on the field other than themselves. These abilities are unlike anything we've ever seen before in competitive Pokemon, and they're very powerful. As a result, you should expect most top teams in Regulation C to have at least one of the Treasures of Ruin. Let's now dive into each one a little bit more. Qian Pao is the fastest Pokemon among the Treasures of Ruin. It has a dual typing of Dark and Ice, and is a relatively frail Pokemon. As a result, trainers often opt to maximize its attack and speed stats and give it a Focus Sash. It gets access to a wide variety of strong offensive attacks such as Icicle Crash, Ice Spinner, Throat Chop, Sucker Punch, and Sacred Sword. Qian Pao's ability, Sword of Ruin, decreases the defense stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Qian Pao. As a result, it is often paired with strong physical attackers such as Dragonite and Palafin. The next Treasures of Ruin is Chi-Yu, a Dark and Fire type Pokemon. Chi-Yu is quite fast and has an incredible base special attack and special defense stat. It gets access to a wide variety of moves such as Heat Wave, Overheat, Dark Pulse, Psychic, Snarl, Will-O-Wisp, and Substitute. Common items for Chi-Yu include Focus Sash, Choice Scarf, Choice Specs, Life Orb, and Safety Goggles. Chi-Yu's ability, Beads of Ruin, decreases the special defense stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Chi-Yu. As a result, it's often paired with strong special attackers such as Fluttermane, Iron Bundle, Glimmora, Torkoal, and Goldengo. The combination of Chi-Yu and Fluttermane in particular is strong, utilizing two of the strongest special attackers in the game to quickly overwhelm opposing teams before they get a chance to respond. Following Chi-Yu, we've got Ting-Lu, a dark and ground-type Pokemon. Ting-Lu is one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the entire Regulation C rule set, and is difficult to knock out due to its incredible base HP and defense stats. Ting-Lu gets access to strong moves such as Heavy Slam, Stomping Tantrum, Body Press, Runation, Rock Slide, Snarl, and Fissure. Since Ting-Lu does not get access to any moves that allow it to heal itself, trainers often use recovery items such as Leftovers or Citrus Berry to help it survive for a longer period of time. Assault Vest is also one of the most common items on this Pokemon. Ting-Lu's ability, Vessel of Ruin, decreases the special attack stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Ting-Lu. As a result, it can be used to protect Pokemon that have lower base special defense stats. It's also valuable in helping bulky Pokemon like Iron Hands, Annihilate, and Amoonguss survive for longer periods of time. Finally, we've got Wo-Chien, a dark and grass type Pokemon. Similar to Ting-Lu, Wo-Chien is also difficult to knock out as it has great base HP and defense stats, and an incredible base special defense stat. Wo-Chien generally focuses less on offense, which is reflected by its most common moves such as Foul Play, Pollen Puff, Leech Seed, Snarl, Giga Drain, Knockoff, Runation, and Protect. This is also reflected by its most common items such as Leftovers, Citrus Berry, and Assault Vest. Wo-Chien's ability, Tablets of Ruin, decreases the attack stat of all Pokemon on the field other than Wo-Chien. As a result, common partners for it include naturally bulky Pokemon and Pokemon that like to increase their own stats, such as Annihilate. All 4 Rune Pokemon have unique abilities that make them valuable to any team. However, it's also important to remember that these abilities also have drawbacks. They also lower your own Pokemon stats. Trainers have to be cautious in making sure they do not suffer from their own abilities when they use these Pokemon. Overall, all 4 of the Rune Pokemon have great competitive potential and strength. Keep watching to see how they'll impact this tournament and which one ends up on top.
Those Ruin Pokemon have been a staple, I think is the right word to use, on pretty much every team in Regulation Set B, C, and D where we are right now. And it's been fascinating to see the development of those Ruin Pokemon as we've had new Pokemon introduced to the format, from Ting-Lu being almost the top used Ruin Pokemon to Chen Pao taking over that mantle.
Yeah, it does seem like the 2 offensive varieties of the Ruin Pokemon, being the Chen Pao and the Chi-Yu, have definitely taken the top spot here. Ting-Lu was incredibly common back in Regulation C, and has, I would say, completely dropped off in Regulation D. I've seen very few Ting-Lus. I would argue that I've seen maybe as many Ting-Lus as Wo-Chien, and Wo-Chien was the niche pick. So yeah, the Ting-Lu has somewhat fallen from grace in this Regulation D.
It has, and I think Single Strike and Rapid Strike Urshifu have been the main culprits for Ting-Lu's decline in usage, where Chen Pao has a couple new friends to play with, so to speak, not just relying on the Dragonite as a combination for it, which was probably the biggest combination that we saw in Regulation Set D as a fast, offensive, powerful threat for trainers to navigate. Wo-Chien, though, did manage to make its way into the World Championships with Joseph Ugate's team there, and Joseph had a pretty good tournament run with it as well, so a niche pick that still can find its place in Regulation Set D.
Yeah, did still manage to top cut the World Championships, which is absolutely no small feat in the slightest. Chen Pao was the Ruin Pokemon that did end up winning the whole World Championship, so that does have the title at this point. Maybe as the top Ruin Pokemon, but it is incredibly close between Chi-Yu and Chen Pao. Just being able to drop the special defense or the defense, respectively, of the Chi-Yu or the Chen Pao really just enables the rest of your Pokemon. Obviously, the Chen Pao gets the benefit of its Sword of Ruin, the Chi-Yu gets benefit of its own Beads of Ruin, but the other the partner Pokemon that you pair with them still get that benefit as well, and that just enables you to do so much more damage than you'd have been able to do otherwise.
And really use them in combination with your team to enable those one-hit knockouts that maybe you weren't able to do. And speaking of one-hit knockouts, I think Chen Pao doesn't get quite so many, where Chi-Yu, especially with that overheat that it tends to be running in Regulation Set D quite commonly, it's a little bit of damage.
A little bit being probably the strongest attack that we have available in the format. So
Yeah, a
just
little bit.
a little bit of
A little
damage.
bit.
Maybe being able to KO a Pokemon twice over is just a little bit of damage.
Yeah,
Just a
yeah.
little bit.
I mean, you know, that and those sort of strengths that these Pokemon bring to the fore, where you know, if I think that would be a little bit less common if Pokemon like Ting-Lu and Wo-Shen were more common in usage, because having those on the field would mitigate those attack boosts and special attack boosts that Chien-Pao and Chi-Yu afford their team members. And so, yeah, we're seeing a little bit more of an aggressive use of the Treasures of Ruin, but still quite balanced teams overall.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the similar Pokemon popping up to be paired with the Chien-Pao and the Chi-Yu. For like Chi-Yu, Fluttermane is the most used Pokemon. Of course, it's going to be popping up. So, yes, but it's also an incredibly strong special attacker. It's like as strong as Chi-Yu, so both do a very, very similar damage. Chien-Pao obviously paired with Urshifu and Iron Hands a lot as well to be able to get extra damage on top of that. Urshifu, maybe on its own, misses a couple of KOs, and then all it needs is just that tiny little bit of damage extra to be able to push that KO over the edge.
And I think that's the great thing about how these trainers use these Treasures of Ruin in combination with those Pokemon. But it's really important to notice that, like, in a lot of the teams that we've been showcasing, certainly some of the more standard compositions that we've seen throughout the day, those Pokemon are acting on their own most of the time. And when Chien-Pao or Chi-Yu are on the field, it's just augmenting them a little bit, sort of pushing those things over the edge, rather than enabling them to do what they're doing in the first place. You know, Iron Hands is such a great Pokemon for its ability to fake out, for its ability to get a little bit of HP back with that Drain Punch, for being able to knock out Fluttermane in one with a heavy slam, or maybe Volt Switch to pivot out and, you know, re-enable that fake out a little bit later, get yourself into a little bit of a better position.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can always just even have the Ruin Pokemon in the back and switch in an attack and be able to still benefit from the boost. The Ruin Pokemon doesn't have to be on the field immediately for you to be able to get that effect. There's always a potential for that to be the case. You can also go for, I have this Chien-Pao on the field. My opponent's physical attacker can just about KO me. I will switch out my Chien-Pao to get rid of that sort of Ruin boost. I think that was seen as well when the Aquajet KO'd the Chi-Yu yesterday on the stream. Suddenly the Fluttermane was not able to KO the Urshifu that it would have been able to otherwise with the Energy Ball. I'm
so glad you mentioned that, JB, because yeah, switching in is the more offensive way to use those abilities, switching out the more defensive way, and it's kind of like a little juxtaposition, so to speak, of you know, how those abilities are used. As like, hey, we can put out damage, but we can also take it away. We saw it as well on the stream where a Chien-Pao was on the field and Amoonguss switched in to a 2+ Dondozo using Earthquake. That Amoonguss took just over 50% damage. Next turn, Chien-Pao leaves the field. And, well, actually, the player, I'm not 100% sure of which round that was off the top of my head at the moment, but it was a Wave Crash instead that went into that Amoonguss to knock it out, rather than the Earthquake, which was disabled in being able to get that knockout because Chien-Pao was leaving the field.
Yeah, it did force the Dondozo into the Wave Crash, whereas it would have been able to go for Earthquake, and obviously Earthquake is preferable to hit both Pokemon rather than just that one and not take any recoil. So the fact that it was just that over 50% forced the Dondozo in, like, it was still fine, you knocked out the Amoonguss, but it was suboptimal to what you would have preferred because you could have got extra damage and no recoil as well.
And it's such a great way to showcase what these Treasures of Ruin can really do. One of the things I really like about Chien-Pao specifically in this format, other than its ability to kind of stay on the field with a Focus Sash and, you know, be able to launch at least one attack onto the field, is that the coverage moves that it has available to it hit so many of the Pokemon in the format very, very well. But also something that we saw in the World Championships is you can sacrifice some of that coverage, double up on, say, dark moves to add a little bit more consistency against threats to your team specifically. And we saw that with not Shohei's team. He used all of the coverage options, but other players opted for 2 dark type moves. I think Arashimati was one of those players using Crunch and Sucker Punch alongside Icicle Crush to make sure that, say, Pokemon like Cresselia or other threats that you just need to hit with that dark type coverage could be hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Sacred Sword is very good coverage and good against opposing Chien-Paos. So Do you sacrifice your own Chen Pao versus Chen Pao matchup to be able to get extra cover against other things as well? That is, of course, team dependent on what the rest of your party can do. On the world's winning team as well, the close combat was not on the Rapid Strike Urshifu. It was Taunt instead, just going for that water type coverage, feeling comfortable dropping that fighting type. There was an Iron Hands on the team as well. That's perfectly content to go for those fighting type drain punches. That allowed that tech slot of the taunts to be able to beat Amoonguss that Urshifu would not have been able to beat otherwise, that when it's carrying a Mystic Water. Just being able to tailor specifically to your team. You don't need to always go with the conventional options. There could be these extra tech options that are enabled by the rest of the Pokemon that are built around the team.
Absolutely. We're going to see a lot of that for day 2 of the Barcelona special event. But without further ado, we have our players getting set up. Sam Vito versus Eduardo Cunha on the desk right now. Eduardo on the left-hand side of your screen. Simone on the right, getting ready for round 10 of the Barcelona special event.
Yeah, absolutely. We were able to feature Eduardo yesterday, and we're very excited to be able to feature Simone San Vito as well, our currently only undefeated player. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant match. We've got 2 former international champions, with one of them also holding that World Championship title as well.
Yeah, these players are fantastic. Just going to be an absolute masterclass. And we're going to use that word a lot, I feel, over today's stream, because these players are the top of their game right now, coming into this early part of the 2024 season. A little bit of a sneak peek before we get into the detail of their teams. Eduardo, we featured on stream yesterday with that Chen Pao, Landorus, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Heatran, Amoonguss, and Fluttermane. Simone on the other side, Fluttermane, Chen Pao, Tornadus, Rillaboom, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Hisuian Arcanine.
Yeah, 2 great teams coming out here. 2 great players and great accomplishments to boot. Like we previously mentioned, there is that World Championship title that Eduardo did manage to achieve in 2022. Both are international champions as well. Eduardo was able to achieve that back in 2019, and Simone was able to achieve it in the 2018 season. So yeah, 2 just absolutely phenomenal players that are already on the top of their game as proven by their record. So this is going to be a brilliant game.
And 2 players that are no stranger to being on stream as well. You can see Eduardo doing a little dance there behind on the chair, getting ready for the match. I really like to see that sort of enthusiasm coming in early in the morning, ready to get going there. Simone just a little bit more laser focused on what's to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe that laser focus has helped him out throughout the previous day. Of course, that undefeated record is absolutely fantastic and gives you such a good advantage. And if you are able to overcome a former world champion and put yourself 10-0, that is going to put you in a fantastic position to be able to get that top 8.
Absolutely, it's definitely all to play for, and of course there's many more rounds left to go today. So even if a player, or whoever of these players, doesn't manage to take the win in this match, they'll have plenty of opportunities to keep going. On the screen now, Eduardo's team in the Fluttermane, Rapid Strike, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Heatran, Chen Pao, and that Landorus Variant form.
Yeah, absolutely. We were mentioning a couple of items on the Landorus, and it does seem to be the Choice Scarf variant coming out for Eduardo. Going to be able to outspeed most of the opposing Pokemon. Does have space for the Rock Slide, like we previously mentioned, but still going to be able to access the Terra Blast with the Terra Flying for absolutely massive damage. We saw the Assault Vest picking up on Heatrans as well. That was the Heatran that was able to win the Pittsburgh Regional. So yeah, it's going to be able to do. It's going to be able to shrug off a lot of hits with that Assault Vest.
And yesterday on the stream, Eduardo's Heatran put in so much work with that Terra Grass and the Assault Vest, everything coming together to allow that Heatran to survive on just a sliver, get Pollen Puffed right back up by his Amoonguss, and just keep dishing out big damage. Hisuian Arcanine on the desk for Simone, as well as in his team there, the Fluttermane, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Rillaboom, Arcanine Hisuian form, and Chen Pao Tornadus.
Oh yeah, my eyes are immediately drawn to that Chen Pao. That's a Terra Blast with the Grass Terra on top of it as well. So we were mentioning about dropping Sacred Sword, but that was for Crunch. This is a very interesting tech move. That's going to make it a lot more effective against opposing Amoonguss to be able to just completely ignore the Spores and the Rage Powders. But that also gives Chen Pao a way of super effectively hitting opposing Rapid Strike Urshifus. So that's going to be very good for it to be able to win that 1v1 that most likely it would have been at a disadvantage at otherwise.
alongside that, we've got the normal Terra, Hisuian Arcanine there as well, rocking the extreme speed, trying to give Dragonite a little bit of a run for its money as well. A Pokemon that's really picked up in popularity over the last couple of events with Pittsburgh, and we're seeing it even more in Barcelona this weekend, managing to feature it a couple of times already. But it's looking like these players are really getting close to getting us kicked off for the first round, round 10 of the Barcelona special event.
This is going to be a great one. I really want to see that Chien-Pao go for that grass-type terrestrialization, because that is such a unique Terra to have on Chien-Paos. We just see it so commonly be the ghost type to avoid fake-outs, but you can always go for those other Terra types to be able to enable you to do other things as well. The grass type is such a good way to ignore opposing Amoonguss. There is that Amoonguss on Eduardo's side of the field. You'd obviously be able to threaten it a lot with Icicle Crash, but then if it goes for its own Terra defensively, you're still able to beat it. Actually, fantastically, because it's the Terra Water on the Amoonguss. Therefore, if you go for your Terra Grass, you're even better against that Amoonguss.
Yeah, you've got so many options, and that's one of the things that Terra Blast has been doing. We'll talk about that a little bit later on as this game is kicking off. Round 10 getting started. Amoonguss and Fluttermane the lead for Eduardo. What we saw yesterday coming out from Eduardo, Sam Vito coming in with that Arcanine paired alongside that Tornadus.
Yeah, we saw yesterday Eduardo facing down Victor Medina that had a Tornadus team as well. This was the lead that Eduardo was leaning towards. Going for that Amoonguss to potentially go for some kind of disruption. Not this turn, though. It's going to be switching straight out. It was definitely threatened by that Tornadus and Arcanine right there.
Yeah, and Landorus, not a surprise to be switching in front of a Hisuian Arcanine. That's going to reduce the damage, kind of take it back down to not holding a choice band, so to speak there. Taunt launching out into the Landorus, not going to do too much against that choice Scarf variant that Eduardo's running, and a Thunderbolt not quite picking up the KO onto that Tornadus. Rock Slide, the final move of the turn, Arcanine locked into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be doing some very, very nice damage for that Rock Slide, but that is not going to be a two-hit KO on the Fluttermane where it would have been otherwise. That Intimidate, very, very useful to allow that Fluttermane to be able to launch off another attack. We were seeing it go for the Thunderbolts in Eduardo's previous feature match on day one as well into opposing Tornadus, and this one is looking like a little bit bulkier than that one was, because that was able to pretty comfortably survive that Thunderbolt. So the fact now the Fluttermane is going to be locked into that move as well.
And Tornadus going for the Tailwind, boosting up the speed of Simone's side of the field, where there's a Rock Slide. There is a way, a double critical hit coming out on the Fluttermane and the Landorus. That's going to be a knockout on the Fluttermane. Eduardo not getting any opportunity to move now with a flinch on that Landorus.
Are we able to say that the commentator's curse comes in half an hour earlier? Because that is exactly what we're mentioning that Rock Slide can do. We didn't say about the double critical hit. We were mentioning about the flinches, but the double critical hit, that was as bad a turn as that could have possibly been for Eduardo. The critical hit was necessary to be able to KO that Fluttermane. You've got extra damage on the Landorus. Now that's in range of whatever attack you'd want to go for, and it couldn't go for something like a Stomping Tantrum to be able to KO this quad-weak Arcanine.
Hopefully we're not starting how we mean to go on here in Barcelona. Landorus switching out into that Amoonguss. Rain Dance coming onto the field, lowering damage from any fire-type moves that Heatran may want to go for. That Arcanine still locked into Rock Slide, and it's the Flash Cannon, the move of choice for Tornadus. Against that Tornadus, knocking it right out, and we're getting towards the end of Tailwind now, so I think that's great timing coming out from Eduardo.
Yeah, absolutely. It depends on how the Arcanine is trained with regards to the Heatran. Most likely the Arcanine, given the fact that it's on a team that does have access to Tailwind, should be outspeeding the opposing Heatran, so we'll still be able to launch those Rock Slides. It just has to contend with the Landorus that could be waiting in the back. That's obviously going to outspeed without the Tailwind because of the Choice Scarf, but the Chien-Pao joining the field, that really threatens down that Amoonguss. That might force a defensive terrestrialization coming out from either of these Pokemon, whether that's the Amoonguss to be able to take on the Ice moves from the Chien-Pao, or if it's going to be from the Heatran. I was going to say for the Sacred Sword, actually, but no, this is where the Tech move comes into play for the Chien-Pao as well. You could be seeing the Terra Blast coming out for the Chien-Pao to be able to, or terrestrialization, I should say, to be able to be immune to any of those spores or Rage Powders that could be coming out.
We'll have to see if Rage Powder is the move of choice for Eduardo, as we do see that Chien-Pao going
there
for
we go.
His grass. Terra, you called it here, Jamie, and it's going to be going into that grass type. Really looking forward to seeing if Eduardo has pulled the trigger on their own Amoonguss with that terrestrialization. Not this turn. Amoonguss just going to protect itself. And Icicle Crash, the move of choice there. So Simone going for a little bit more of a defensive option there. Rock Slide coming out yet again from that Hisuian Arcanine onto the field, and that's going to be doing more and more damage to that Heatran. Flash Cannon though, going into that Chien-Pao, going to be doing a good amount of damage.
Yeah, that was a very good amount of damage, even with the Chien-Pao going for the terrestrialization to get rid of its weakness to steel. So now going to be able to threaten down the Amoonguss once again. It's gone for its protect, so Ice Crash into that slot would be pretty safe. The Heatran should be able to survive another Rock Slide coming out from this Arcanine, but another attack in combination with the Rock Slide from the Chien-Pao might be able to secure the knockout on that Heatran. The Arcanine's just being able to spread some very, very consistent damage. It's just been going for Rock Slide since turn 1 and is able to do some brilliant damage, KO an entire Fluttermane, most of the Landorus, and the Heatran is now below half HP. The Landorus, it could be intimidating both these Pokemon at some point if it does switch in, but it's so low that it's going to be in range of any attack that Simone would want to go for in the future.
We'll have to see, as Simone does not go for any attacks this turn, and it's going to be the Rock Slide coming out on the field yet again. That Heatran barely hanging on, but still hanging on, most importantly. Getting a Heat Wave onto the field, doing a little bit of chip damage to that Arcanine, but really not that effective in the rain. A flinch, though, coming out from that Rock Slide onto the Amoonguss. Eduardo really struggling to get going in this match.
Yeah, that could have been a Spore into the opposing Arcanine. It could have been a Pollen Puff into the Heatran, but neither of those came out because of that flinch. We are seeing exactly what Rock Slide can do. It's a move that hasn't been too prevalent in these regulations, but now that Hisuian Arcanine is available and gets that extra damage from the rock typing, Rock Slide is still doing very good damage, but also it does have that flinch chance.
And I think Eduardo's in a position where it may rely on the Rock Slide not being perfect accuracy to give him a window into this game, but Simone not giving that opportunity, just going for a Sucker Punch into that Heatran, making sure that it's going to be going down this turn. Rock Slide, single target damage, is going to be enough to pick up the KO on the Amoonguss, and that Choice Scarf Landorus in the back is looking like it's not going to do too much work in this final stage of the game.
No, absolutely not. It's definitely in range of Sucker Punch, so just needs to click that move and that will be game over. And it's game 1 to Simone. I think that was quite disastrous for Eduardo, let's say. I think there wasn't really too much that could be done. The plays were entirely reasonable, but sometimes where there is that Rock Slide, there is that way. And in this case, there wasn't really a way back for Eduardo after that second turn.
No, that was yeah, disastrous. I think you called it absolutely right there, Jamie, because yeah, what do you do in that sort of position where you get double critical hit? I mean, how often do you see that happen, for one, and for two, getting the flinch on top of that? But you know, we talk about reasonable plays for Eduardo, also very reasonable plays for Simone. You know, we talk about the luck elements of the game, and those came into effect in a big way in that game. But I feel like Simone was still in a good position regardless, and could have taken that game even if the Fluttermane had stayed on the field. Would have been a lot more difficult, would have been a little bit more back and forward. But those Rock Slides really did add up across the length of the game, and I think the way that Simone held his ground with that Hisuian Arcanine was a real testament to why it's on his team and why he's been using it so effectively in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. It's able to do some very, very good damage with the Choice Band. It doesn't really matter that it's locked into the Rock Slide because that is doing a lot of damage. We saw it get boosted even further with that Chien-Pao, the Amoonguss being able to be KO'd at almost half HP. The single target Rock Slide as well to help out with that, but it was just absolutely great damage across the board. And of course, that flinch chance coming into play as well. We didn't even need to see Simone's final Pokemon, so just being able to be very comfortable with the 3. I think as soon as that turn 2 happened, the game was just comfortable for Simone. It was still going to be entirely a game if those critical hits or maybe that flinch didn't happen, but that just immediately sealed the game on that turn 2.
Definitely. Going into game 2, what are you thinking for adaptations that Eduardo can make to, you know, come back and have a little bit more opportunity for success here?
Well, based on what's the strategy that Eduardo was going for in that game, day 1, it seemed like Amoonguss and Fluttermane was the lead of choice. for this kind of Tornadus matchup. That is exactly what we're seeing here. Once again, Eduardo has led with that Amoonguss and Fluttermane, but it's a little bit of switch up here for Simone. It is going to be the Chien-Pao paired with the Tornadus as the lead instead of that Arcanine, potentially just leaving that in the back. So the Chien-Pao is going to be able to threaten this Amoonguss a lot as well. The Arcanine would have threatened it with Flare Blitz, but the nice thing about the Chien-Pao over that is if you're committing to the Flare Blitz and suddenly there's a Terra Water, then the Arcanine's locked into the Flare Blitz and just becomes useless against the Amoonguss.
Yeah.
Chien-Pao would be able to just go for its Terra once again, like we saw in that game 1, and just completely ignore the Amoonguss by the fact that it ignores Spores and Rage Powders, and it would still be threatening super effective damage in and out of the Amoonguss Terra.
All in all, a very good adaptation there for Simone, really taking advantage of the pattern of play that Eduardo is using here. Taunt launching out onto the Amoonguss, so no more, no Spores or Rage Powders in the following turn. Fluttermane going for that Dazzling Gleam, taking that Chien-Pao down to the Focus Sash. Tornadus looking like it's very well trained, taking just less than 50% there. Probably going to be able to take another hit if it gets the opportunity to. But Amoonguss now being taunted cannot redirect those attacks from Chien-Pao.
That Fluttermane is looking very, very dangerously positioned indeed. Any attack would be able to KO it. You could go for a Sucker Punch if you're concerned about the speeds. Although we did see that the Chien-Pao did outspeed the opposing Fluttermane, you could just go for your attack into that as well. That means that Tornadus does not necessarily need to go for Tailwind here.
It doesn't indeed, and we're seeing a Sucker Punch coming out from the Chien-Pao. Priority move, so could go before the Tailwind here, but looking like a Rain Dance. Simone just setting up the board ready for later turns. Pollen Puff is going to be enough to knock out that Chien-Pao. Super effective. Amoonguss taking KOs here in Barcelona, and it's going to be down to both of these trainers to decide now what are they going to be bringing in.
Yeah, absolutely. Simone playing a little bit safer there, getting ready for the future turns. Bleakwind Storm could have done a lot of damage with a single target hit as well, but going for that Rain Dance, not just to be able to get the consistent accuracy on that Bleakwind Storm, but also there is that Rapid Strike Urshifu that has joined the field. That's going to increase the damage output of those Surging Strikes, and now with Heatran joining the field, that's going to be completely threatened by that Surging Strikes. That might force out the defensive Terra of the Grass typing, but if you go for your Grass Terra, that means that you are now weak to the Bleakwind Storm. That's definitely preferable because you're holding the Assault Vest, and that will be the special attack of the Bleakwind Storm.
Yep.
But that's still going to be able to do some great damage. And even with a resistance, now the Rain has been set up. That's really going to power up the Urshifu. Even though it would be a not very effective hit, that's still going to be some massive damage.
One of the things to really note in this position is that Urshifu is carrying close combat on Simone's team. So even if the Heatran does go for the Terra, as it appears to be going for potentially, yes, this turn into the Terra Grass type, close combat is still going to be doing a lot of damage, and with the Bleakwind Storm as a follow-up, cannot miss in the Rain either. It could be enough to pick up the KO with that Amoonguss not being able to go for any redirection this turn. Close combat launching into that Heatran is enough to pick up the KO there. Urshifu is dropping its defenses, but with only Pollen Puff as an offensive option on that Amoonguss and not being able to side target the Heatran this turn, Eduardo's looking like he's in a bit of a tricky situation.
Yeah, it's always a bad feeling when you use your terrestrialization and don't achieve anything with it, because it's just off the field completely, that close combat being necessary to be able to pick up that KO. Surging Strikes would not have got there. Some players do drop close combat from their Urshifus for an extra tech move, but close combat being incredibly useful there. And now Landorus joining the field. Terror is not available. It's going to stay weak to those Surging Strikes that could be coming out. You still got your 100% accurate Bleakwind Storms that you can go for, so you can still consistently damage the Amoonguss. So it is looking very, very rough for Eduardo here, and very strong for Simone.
Very, very strong indeed. And, you know, there's the opportunity for going for a Tailwind, or in fact, going for a Taunt and just making sure that Amoonguss doesn't get any further foothold in this game. This time, it's Eduardo going for the Rock Slides and trying to maybe get a little bit of a flinch going there, but no success at all. Surging Strikes going into the Landorus is going to be easily enough to pick up the knockout with that couple of hits in the rain. Mystic Water is so much damage.
Yeah, at least the Amoongus has got 2 KOs in this game. And we often go for the little Amoongus that could, but it definitely can't in this game. Just being taunted and shut down completely. It's been locked into Pollen Puff, and that's not the offense that you need to be able to pick up the KOs, unfortunately. It was able to pick up 2 KOs, which is quite good for the Amoongus, given the fact that, like, Pollen Puff is not the damaging option, but KOing the Sash, KOing the Tornadus as well, that's a little bit of consolation for the Amoongus.
We'll give the Amoongus the moral victory in this game as Arcanine bringing the offense, and it will be Simone Sam Vito in commanding fashion that wins round 10 against Eduardo Cunha. What a way to do it. A disastrous game 1 for Eduardo, where Simone was able to get that win going.
Yeah, absolutely. We don't see that play out too often. That is quite an unfortunate turn. So yeah, but like, I don't think there was anything that could be done in that game 1. Like, sometimes the rolls just go that way, and you just cannot come back from that. But in game 2, I think the adaptation of the Chien-Pao over the Arcanine was a very smart one as well, just to get the game going, because you threatened down the Flutter Mane, did some great damage and managed to KO that. And as soon as you get the taunt into the Amoongus as well, that becomes essentially useless on the field. Like, it's stuck Pollen Puffing, which is great if you're able to Pollen Puff yourself, but there wasn't really an opportunity to do that. The Flutter Mane was so low and just KO'd by the Sucker Punch, therefore there's no opportunity to Pollen Puff. It was forced to just get that KO on the Chien-Pao, which allowed the switch into the Urshifu, which now threatened the Heatran, which was enough to be able to pick up the KO. And the Heatran ended up being pinned there because of the fact that Simone, rather than go on the turn 2 as well, there was the opportunity of get the KO on the Flutter Mane, and here is a single target Bleak Wind Storm that could hit this Amoongus and do absolutely massive damage, but instead, thinking ahead, going for the Rain Dance instead. Now the Bleak Wind Storms are definitely going to connect, but also it's going to be able to threaten down this Heatran with the Bleak Wind Storm for sure, which could have missed, and that extra Bleak Wind Storm chip damage was enough to enable the close combat KO.
It's all about the forward planning in matches like this, these high-level games, not going for maybe the more obvious offensive option, as you're saying, the Bleak Wind Storm in this case, are going for just clear knockouts on the Amoongus, because sometimes getting a knockout is not actually the benefit that you want it to be. Actually, it just provides a little bit of a momentum swing. If that Amoongus did get knocked out in that turn, it would have afforded Landorus a chance to get onto the field kind of uncontested without taking any extra damage. And that could have really been a detriment to Simone's game plan. So just taking a step back is like, hey, that Amoongus is taunted. Do I need to actually KO it this turn? Is a real testament to why Simone is now our only undefeated player, remaining still at 10-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to work out, do you need to be able to KO this Pokemon? Or is it better to play the essentially 2v1? Like you mentioned, the Amoongus was taunted. Pollen Puff is the only option. So that's not doing much damage at all. You're effectively just facing one threat, which you are able to consistently deal with. The Flutter Mane was dealt with by the Chien-Pao. The Heatran was dealt with by the Urshifu. And then as soon as the Landorus came in and couldn't have its Terror available anymore, that means that there's no defensive Terror to get rid of the Surging Strike sweetness. There's no Terror Blast to be able to threaten the Urshifu super effectively. So that option was just completely taken away.
And this is the real positioning game that these players like to make, especially when you're using a team that's a little bit more standard. I mean, Simone, the only thing that was really different to what we usually expect is that Chien-Pao with the Terra Grass, and it gives so many different options, certainly against opposing Urshifu Rapid Strike, which is one of the most used Pokemon in the format, as well as being able to resist Pokemon like Amoongus. And for Eduardo, when you're bringing Amoongus to the game, and especially in the lead every time, when you're against a player with that many sort of strategies for being able to deal with a Pokemon like Amoongus in that taunt that we saw do so much work in both Game 1 and Game 2, that can be a really uphill battle to navigate against.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see what would happen if the Amoongus would have been either left in the back or left on the bench, because it was shut down completely. It would allow Eduardo maybe to go for 2 offensive options, threaten down more damage on the field, because the Flutter Mane, it was doing good damage with the Dazzling Gleam, brought the Chien-Pao down to its Sash. Very well trained Tornadus, not quite a 2 KO, so that was very well trained there as well. But maybe if the Fluttermane was on the field with something else that could do consistent damage as well, that would have allowed a KO onto this Tornadus with Dazzling Gleam and something else, rather than, oh, 2 Dazzling Gleams isn't enough. I need the extra chip of Pollen Puff, but that's still not much damage.
Good old Amoonguss is still going for it. And I think that's absolutely right, Jamie, because a lot of the ways that you can deal with Tailwind-orientated teams is taking the turn that they want to get really set up and get going to punish that turn where they're being passive with the Tornadus and trying to do a little bit of extra damage, make them trade for it rather than sort of giving them the speed control, or in this case, the weather control coming out with that Rain Dance. Give them a few more things to think about. Then when you're going through the Tailwind, maybe you've got to play a little bit more defensively, but you've still got, when you come out of that Tailwind a little bit later, maybe you have equal resources left.
Yeah, absolutely. The strategies that lean towards setup Tailwinds, usually with the Tornadus, tend to want to win the games quicker, tend to be able to get big knockouts because maybe they're a little bit frailer, so you need to be able to pick up the KOs so that you're just not taking damage, rather than I'm very bulky, I can take the damage and then respond. But those strategies tend to be pick up big KOs, and if you're allowing free turns, then that's just another turn of massive damage coming your way. So you can't allow those free turns. The Tornadus were just allowed to click Rain Dance, getting ready for the future. That was just a setup move that wasn't punished at all, that could have been if there was extra damage on the field.
And that's what we saw from the World Championship winning team from Shohei. No speed control options to speak of whatsoever, just Pokemon that had really good type synergy. They could switch around, they could take a hit, they could play those longer games that outlast those Tailwind teams, maybe even outlast some Trick Room teams as well. Have a few options for both of those things, but really just end up trading better than your opponent. If you can do that consistently, 5% extra, 10% extra every single turn for each of your Pokemon, you're going to be in a good spot in the end game.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you buy yourself some free turns with a Rock Slide here and there. Maybe an Icicle Crash as well from Chien-Pao. That's another option, being able to get those flinches, which were very impactful in that game one, of course. We mentioned how impactful they could be, and then I feel a little bit bad that we maybe cursed Eduardo a little bit.
You know what? It's the start of the day. I'm gonna choose to think that Eduardo got the short end of the stick there and kind of got it out of the way for everybody on the broadcast today. Hopefully Eduardo comes back and has a fantastic day, a fantastic player as well, one that we'll be keeping an eye on, and certainly at X and 2 record. Every chance that Eduardo can win the rest of the rounds, maybe even lose another one to be in contention for top 8 in day 2 of the Barcelona Special.
Absolutely. 8-2 is still an entirely reasonable record to be able to get into that top 8. 11-3 is most likely there. 12-2 is definitely there. So Simone is likely one game away now from getting the top 8. Of course, you want to guarantee it. You want to get those 2 wins to absolutely be sure that you're on the top 8. But in the position that Simone is in, given the fact that he's the undefeated player, at that point, 11-3 is still just incredibly likely. So very, very close to that top 8 now.
I'm going to go for fingers crossed, Jamie, that Simone remains undefeated through all
We've never had an undefeated in day 2 as well. Never had it. We've had 13-1s.
We've
never had the 14-0 yet.
Riley Factura was 13-1 going into the top 8.
I think it went to 12-2.
12-2.
Yeah.
Nearly.
But we definitely had it in our previous European season. There's definitely been at least 2 13-1s. But there's not been the 14-0 yet. Could it be Simone?
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. We'll have to see as the day goes on. Simone, of course, another player that we're going to be keeping a close eye on through the day. We're getting set up a little bit for an interview with Simone. Everything's just kind of going on backstage at the moment, but we'll be there very soon to hear a little bit more about Simone's thoughts for the team, because we weren't able to broadcast Simone at all for day 1. Just never had the opportunity quite present itself, which was, unfortunate in a way, but also we got to feature so many great players at the same time that we definitely didn't lose out at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to be able to feature Simone. Using a team, I'm pretty confident that this is the team that he brought to the World Championships as well. Had an undefeated day one Swiss record going through that World Championships, and then just falling slightly short of that top cut as well, which hopefully is not going to be, for Simone's sake, going to be the case for this tournament. But yeah, being able to be confident in the team that you brought that didn't quite achieve the success you wanted, and still being able to find that success, I think is a really testament to how confident Simone feels in this team.
And also the mindset. I mean, thinking about how these players approach these big tournaments. If you're thinking about approaching a big tournament yourself back at home, these are the sort of players that you've got to be watching. Those that know that, yep, okay, this team didn't quite work out. I'm going to take it away. I'm going to maybe do a little bit of refinement, a little bit of optimization, play with it a little bit, but I know that I know my team better than other people, other players, and I know that in any situation that you put me in front of, I'll be able to find a way to achieve victory, and that's really, I think, a testament to how Simone's always played the game, actually. If you look at the 2018 International Championships that Simone won, it was with a composition that was tried and tested, a composition that was totally to be expected coming into the tournament, and it's all about how Simone was piloting that team that really made the difference in that event.
And it's just tiny twist that was able to push him forward. I know that it was the Figgy Berry Togedemaru that was the only slight twist, and then it made the team exactly what it was. We've got the slight twist of the Terra Blast on the Chien Pao as well. I'm very curious to see what the thoughts were for Simone building this team, because we are ready for the interview now. So we are going to throw over for our interview of the winner of round 10, Simone Sam Vito.
Thank you so much, Jamie and Ben. We are here with your winner of Swiss round number 10 of the stream match, Simone Sam Vito, in what was a very exhilarating match. I would say there's a lot of different factors going into it, but so far, congratulations.
Thank you.
You are still the only undefeated player here at the special event of Barcelona. It must feel amazing so far.
Yeah. It does. I mean, I'm still in the race to do 10 out and 4, but as long as I click rock slide as well as I did, I don't think, I don't think anything this bad can happen.
Well, I mean, other than
hopefully.
misses, hopefully. Yeah. I mean, but so far, it's been working exceptionally well for you. Going up against Eduardo, have you ever gone up against Edu before in the past?
I don't think we ever played in official tournaments. We definitely played online and of course on ladder a bunch of times.
Yep.
Back in the days in 2015 we were playing each other in battle spot very often. He always beats me. I think I'm if we count especially ladder games, I'm especially 3 wins, 10 losses or something like that.
Fair. Okay, I mean, so you've got a tiny bit of experience playing him in a certain capacity, maybe not so recent tournaments. But going into the matchup then, did you feel very confident with your leads? So far, we saw Arcanine and Tornadus coming out from your side versus the Fluttermane and Amoonguss. Must have been a really good spot for you, do you feel?
Yeah, because I can immediately taunt the Amoonguss, or I can pressure Black Windstorms.
Yep.
We pressure 80% of the times, of course.
Yeah.
And I'm not in a rush to click Tailwind also, which is very good for Tornadus when you don't have to click Tailwind right away.
Yep.
It's a very good spot because you can disrupt your opponent for taunt, for example, or you can just click Black Windstorm and whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, I think we had Edu on stream yesterday where we saw a similar play of the Choice Specs Thunderbolt going into the Tornadus and actually picking up a KO. We didn't see that in your turn 1 of game 1. Did you have a bit more of a bulk trained?
Yeah, my Tornadus is quite bulky. I wasn't sure if I was leaving that or not, to be honest. I was a bit scouting because with Fluttermane, people run whatever spread, whatever they train it however they want, and every Flutterman is so different from each other. So I didn't know if Thunderbolt awkward me, and I wanted also to see that.
No, that's fair. You want to feel it out, like.
Yeah, also because if he clicks Thunderbolt, then he locks into Thunderbolt. It's not locked into Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam. I say that as I have an Urshifu in the back.
That's true. Oh, you had the backup plan. You had a strategy going into game one. We did see that there was a moment where you got a Tailwind set up, and there was a double crit from the Arcanine into both of Edu's Pokemon. I think it was the Fluttermane and the Landorus. You got a double crit, and there was a flinch with a cherry on top for the Landorus.
Indeed, I did. When it rains, it pours.
That's a very good analogy there. Very good metaphor, because we did see Rain Dance being used as well in the match. But did you feel like it was heavily in your favor after that moment?
Of course, it's not gonna be, I'm not gonna say no, it didn't matter. Of course, that helped me a lot. I clicked Rock Slide there because I didn't feel like I could switch. I was okay with sucking Arcanine at that point. I just wanted to do damage. I couldn't switch because if I was switching something in, it was probably dying because Champa and Urshifu were in the back.
Yep.
And hey, if you click Rock Slide and you believe hard enough, good things might happen to you.
I mean, you heard it here, folks, from Simone himself. But that did, of course, turn out, like you said, you didn't feel the need to do switches because at that point you wanted to guarantee that Pao and Urshifu were safe to come in and get any damage so you could start rounding up the end game. So going into game two, we saw the same leads from Edu, but we did see an adaptation from your side. You instead brought Pao straight away with your Tornadus. So what was your thought process going into that? Yeah,
basically, Pao just puts out more pressure. Also, because also his plan, like his counter plane to Arcanine was a really safe one, switching Lando in. And if I have Pao out, I can do that. And if he brings it in a safe switch, because his Landorus was Scarf. Scarf Landorus is actually quite annoying for my team, and that was 90% of the reason I was bringing Tornadoes, just to have Tailwind to outspeed to go first, even if it's Scarf. You can really switch. Arcanine just invites Lando in. Champa, not so much.
Well, yeah, because you want to be able to position yourself where you have the board state in your favor. Tornadus is a really good Pokemon to disrupt the plans of your opponent. You had the Taunt, you're able to utilize it to completely put a Amoonguss to the side.
Yeah,
give it a bit of a break.
I just clicked down to Amoonguss, and at that point it was a non-factor. I was basically playing 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, because the only thing they could do is maybe Pollen Puff its side partner.
Yeah, or Pollen Puff the Champa, which does like 60, so...
Well, yeah, it did pick up the KO, though.
Yeah.
It did pick up the KO. But I think what we did see, which was quite crucial in that game too as well, was the double up into the Heatran, where you had Bleakwind Storm and the close combat just combining enough to take it out.
Yeah, as I was saying before, doubling the hit on there was really safe because Amoonguss couldn't do anything of value. It could maybe switch, but I don't care if it switches out. I just wanted to do as much damage as possible on it. I wasn't sure if that was gonna pick up or not. I was surprised with the close combat damage, I will say that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely surprised myself as well when I was reviewing it. But you are here right now. You are 10 wins and 0 losses. Still our undefeated player for the VG Masters here at Barcelona Special Event 2024. What are your plans going? I mean, obviously, your plan is right now to try to go all the way, win, you know. But what are your plans after this event? Do you still want to go to different events? Lille's coming up for the
Yeah, I've already booked and fully registered for Lille. I have already booked flights for a bunch more regionals, just because flights were kind of cheap at this point. So I just bought a bunch of plane tickets just to maybe go there. I think I will, honestly.
I mean, that's it. That sounds good. Very, I mean, it's still the beginning of a new season.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
That's it. You just got to go with the stride, enjoy it, and, you know, just have fun along the way. So a last thing before we leave you, Simone, I wanted to ask you, there was a very interesting pick, and I think I was speaking to this with Ben, David, and Jamie earlier. the Terra Blast option on Chien Pao. Ben actually called it out and said, oh, Simone being Simone is probably just going to go ahead and get a Terra Blast on Chien Pao. So it turned out to be the case. So please tell me a bit about the team building thoughts behind that.
I also brought Terra Blast Chien Pao at Worlds. I thought it was really good and really fun. Chien Pao is a broken Pokemon. The only thing that beats Chien Pao is Urshifu. What beats Urshifu? Terra Blast Grass.
Nice.
Also, the team is Among Us can be really weird, and having a way to attack full Rage Powder and not care about Spore is really good. I'm not gonna say needed for the team, but it's really good. Also, Grass offensive coverage is quite good in this format, given that Terra Water is the most defensive Terra type. One thing this team does really well, I mean Urshifu does really well, is bait out defensive Terra Waters, for example, on Iron Hands. For example, even Arcanine can pressure Among Us into going water. The same Chien Pao can pressure Among Us into going water. What beats water? Grass.
Oh, so it's sort of like the secondary level of prediction read and anticipation. You know, you expect the opposing Pokemon to do one move to counter you, but then you co-counter them in return, right?
There are some weird situations which have Chien Pao against Among Us. Are you tearing or not? Am I Terra Blasting or am I Icicle Crashing?
It's a really nice touch, and so far, I mean, it's been working so well for you.
Yeah, I've Chien Pao, for the tournament, Chien Pao has been my most starred Pokemon. This was, if I ran the numbers correctly, this was the 17th time I clicked Terra with Chien Pao. My second most starred Pokemon is Fluttermane at 3 times.
That says it all. That absolutely says it all. But Simone, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you for having me.
It has been such a pleasure. We are really looking forward to seeing the remainder of your path in this tournament. But what we will be doing, ladies, gents, and lovely peeps at home, is we'll be going to a very short break before we get things started for Swiss round number 11 here at the 2024 Barcelona Special Event. You will not want to miss it.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Seijune's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Seijun Park. From South Korea, Seijun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Seijun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Seijun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Seijun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Seijun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Seijun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Seijun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Seijun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Seijun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Seijun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Seijun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only one slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame. And the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir, not quite! Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Mo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit! A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Mo Rotom, and Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Barcelona Special Event. I am David Partington, and I'm joined by Costa Dardimos. How's it going, man? And that was an incredible round.
That really was. It was just one of those stellar matches that you think, for example, is worthy of being a final, right? Like between Edu and Simone, we know that they're both international champions. Obviously, Edu is a world champion of the 2022 London. So being able to see these super high caliber, world-class players just bouting it out for the first day of action here at day 2 of the special event is pretty spot on.
It is, exactly. And I really want to see, actually, if Simone is someone who can be defeated today.
I know.
It seems unstoppable, and maybe it's that Hisuian Arcaline that we saw putting in so much work with those critical hits and those flinches, combined with that Tailwind to be able to outspeed that opponent. Whoever stops him is going to be feeling pretty good.
Yeah, exactly that. So I think just being able to take that momentum and push even further on in the following rounds is pretty good. And I think Simone, the way that it looks like he is likely going to be able to do it. Like, I mean, he's on fire, really. It's like El Fuego Megalo, you know? Like, it's pretty good the way that he's going. He feels very comfortable. He was talking a bit about more information with his team and his form at the interview just now. And honestly, I would really consider him being one of the main favorites to actually take this whole event.
Yeah, and he's probably almost there with his record as well, now being 10-0 going into day 2 here. It's probably going to be maybe 11 wins. That is probably going to give you a really good chance to get into that final top card after the 5 rounds today. So he's probably going to need at least one more win for that. But with 4 rounds still to go, that is not too much of a stretch for Simone.
No, it really isn't. And I think just being able to see what other players are actually going ahead and bringing as well will be quite interesting. We know that obviously we just showcased Edu and Simone, but there are loads of other players that are going to be going ahead and showing off their top-notch quality before we wrap up the final European event that hosts these Regulation Set D events.
Exactly, and with the Regulation Set D, we've kind of seen a little bit of an evolution of what's common, or the metagame as well, since World Championships too. Some of that normal stuff that we have seen from the Worlds, like the Fluttermane, the Chien-Pao, and kind of token grass type. Are you going Rillaboom? Are you going Amoonguss? We've seen a lot of that here today. And I think Amoonguss has been something that is a staple on a lot of teams, and when you build a team, it has to counter it in some sort of way. And in that last match too with Simone and Edu, we really did see how Taunt was just a great way to just completely shut it down.
It really was, and I think what was highlighted was the board state and considerations going into the next following step. So if you start off with a disruptor such as Tornadus, you're able to go ahead and sort of ease out any pressure that could come out from a potential Amoonguss. You just completely shut down all of its tools that it's so used to actually utilizing. With that lead, for example, Fluttermane and Amoonguss, you're able to just guarantee, or near guarantee, unless there's any sort of cheeky little items or goggles in the periphery, the Fluttermane just going for raw damage. That's what it does. Fluttermane's there just to chip everything away to the point where they're knocked out, and all of a sudden you've got a winning situation where your opponent's out of Pokemon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just the thing it does.
Yeah, that's a good summary of VGC, really. Like, you want to get those KOs, pick a Fluttermane.
Click the buttons.
And that's exactly what over 70% of people have been doing, according to our day 1 statistics that we had yesterday as well. Like, such a consistently good Pokemon. It's fast, it's got that offensive pressure behind it, and a plethora of moves that you can pick from too. And we've seen how Edu, that day 1 yesterday actually, was using the choice specs on that Fluttermane to great effect, particularly using that Thunderbolt, because if you're not running Protect, for instance, on a choice specs, you can afford to
be a little bit more creative with what moves you want to go for. Not just the Ghost and Fairy, but something like a Thunderbolt, which did a lot of work versus all the tornadoes that people seem to be using.
I've just caught a drift what you're doing, David. You're trying to build up the argument of booster energy versus choice specs, aren't you?
I was.
You're caught out, my friend. I fished you out with the super rod. But no, I think you're right. The versatility of being able to have flexibility with the options of, you know, not being locked in at that moment. They do have a really good payoff. But so far, we have seen choice specs is a force to be reckoned with. You have to immediately respect it the moment that you see it on the team list. But, I mean, I'm really looking forward to seeing how the rest of the day goes ahead and unfolds. But I do know that what is worth checking out very quickly is the general structure to these tournaments. I believe we do have a VT that will further go ahead and break down understanding how the tournaments actually work. If, for example, any viewers at home are new to the video game championships, if you want to go ahead and take part as well, this is an ideal video to sort of give a very quick high-level summary of what things you should be looking out for. So we'll go ahead and roll the tape, and we'll be back very shortly.
This 2023 Regional Championship Series event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VGC matches all weekend. Trainers from across the region are here to compete for Worlds Invites, Travel Awards, and the Regional Champion title. Day 1, trainers face off in Swiss rounds. Trainers with 19 match points or the top 32 will advance forward to Day 2. Our top trainers will then continue playing Swiss until we reach our top cut. Trainers will then compete in a single elimination bracket until a champion is crowned. All Swiss and Top Cut matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves will be available to the opponent. Who will take the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Stay tuned to find out and follow the action at Pokemon.com/play.
Exactly. So we have got so much more action for you today in our Day 2 today at the Barcelona Special Event, where, as we saw, all of these players have fought so hard in that Day 1 to get to this point, having now all earned that 60 CP as well. But of course, they're going to be fighting for a little bit more than that.
I mean, surely, you're at this stage, you're in Day 2. Sure, you've got 60 championship points. It is great. You're definitely in the leaderboards over for the European region. However, you have this huge opportunity to go ahead and put your name on the template there for the leaderboards of the history, when you're going to be going ahead and essentially engraving yourself into VGC a bit more further. Potentially even getting an invite over to the 2024 Worlds of Honolulu.
Ooh, that would be kind of nice.
That'd be very nice.
Yeah, so how do you earn that? So yeah, if you get #1 here, you get that invite.
That's it.
That's it. Exactly. All done. But that is, of course, only one person. And there's plenty of opportunity to still get that invite in other ways. And that the main way here in the EU is to get that 400 total points across the season for that invite to Honolulu in Hawaii.
Exactly that. So if you do want to go ahead and keep this going, you want to get involved more, you've got the placements, you know what you need to do, you just need to get involved. Even if you're not chasing necessarily for those top spots, just getting any sort of experience is exactly the thing that will help further your game and your career, no pun intended, into VGC. And it's definitely one of the things that I strive for as well. You know, I just want to get not only for the competition, not only for the points and any potential prizes and awards, it's also for getting more involved with the community. I'm able to see friends from afar or close that I haven't for a while, and it's a perfect opportunity to actually meet up with everyone.
I think that's a really good point. Like, yes, you can come to these events, you feel like you're ready with your team, you want to really get those points, but at the end of the day, you may just be facing a lot of people who have had so much experience, or they've got a team that doesn't pair as much as well versus you. So it is about kind of that consistency, right? Where you need to kind of be consistently battling to be able to, maybe across those tournaments, to be able to get where you need to get to. Because chances are, if someone has taken that win, chances are there's maybe a little bit of kind of your Pokemon kind of doing it for you a little bit there. Like we saw with Simone, with like those massive rock slide flinches coming out there, like it seems like the love behind his Pokemon are really here for him this weekend.
Well, I mean, you got to train your Pokemon. At that point, the love is just going to grow further and further and further. So it's sort of one of those things that you need to trust in your Pokemon to make the stand when you need them most. And, you know, obviously there's loads of strategies and this and that, but there are ulterior factors to take into consideration because VGC is such a complicated game. It's sort of like 4D chess in a way. There's a lot of different things that you need to be aware of and take into account every single time you need to actually approach a match. But I have been told that we will be starting the round finally in a very few moments as well. I'm not sure if we do have the pairings ready for that, but I'm really pumped and excited to actually get into these additional matches that we got of the Swiss rounds.
Yeah, exactly. Round 11 is coming up now. So we've got this round and then another 3 rounds still before we get into top cut. So now with these top 32 players of the over 300 players that we had in day 1, that's a really small number now that we've really gotten down to here. So across the 9 rounds we had yesterday, it's a really good way to kind of whittle down and be able to fine point the people who really had the best teams for this weekend.
Well, yeah. I mean, did you have any sort of outlying picks that you were expecting to pop themselves into day 2, David?
So, having seen the Dondozos, as I kind of mentioned earlier today, and how well they've been doing versus some of the teams that we, I think, would expect a bit more from the World Championships, where there's a lack of clear smog, a lack of ways to hit a Dondozo with any sort of good amount of damage, particularly when you've got grass types that are either an Amoonguss, which isn't particularly offensive, a Rillaboom, which is actually on the physical side, and that's hitting against Dondozo's very big defensive side stat as opposed to its special defense.
Yep.
And obviously the other option to hit a Dondozo for super effective damage is electric type, and Iron Hands has been everywhere, but again, physical attacker again. So a Dondozo, once it's got those boosts up, it's taking those hits super comfortably.
And I think one of the things about Dondozo, at least with the ones that we've seen on stream, is that they've been rocking Oblivious as an ability to sort of have that immunity against Intimidate, right? Instead of what was the customary ability of Unaware, where you're able to actually ignore any additional attack or special attack boosts coming out from your opponent's side of the field. Do we think that's a big player as well to the success of Dondozo?
Yeah, I think that's right, Costa, to be honest, but we're just going to have to see what of these players are going to be running this sort of thing, and it remains to be seen who we will have as our round 11, but we do have the standings of like where people are at the moment in this day 2 at Barcelona. So, of course, at the top there on your screen, you can see Sam Vito 10-0. That, like, all those kind of zeros and that big like 1 at the front just looks so good, right?
I mean, it looks amazing. It looks like it's sort of like 100 there, but no, it's 10-0-0, so 10 wins, no ties and no losses, of course, which do not apply to ties most times in VGC, but we do have a lot of other notorious VGC players straight on that first board there. I think a couple of mentions. We don't have as many familiar. I think there are a couple more players there that I'm not too akin with familiarity over, but Oliver Escalin is one of those players that I'm going to tell you from now, David, it's no surprise he is there at all.
No, it is not. Oliver Escalin has had a lot of success over the few years, indeed. Like, he had a lot of success, I think, in the seniors division originally, and then when he transitioned to the Masters, nothing changed. He was still doing so well. Yep. But I think he's one of those players who's gotten really consistently good, but never quite won those big major events, kind of like finalist of the EUIC, I think, last year, yep. And lots of top 4s at regionals and things too. So it remains to be seen whether he can actually push it a little bit further for the 2024 season and take that win.
Well, yeah, he was the London EUIC finalist back in 2022 as well. So he's definitely one of those players striving to go for the maximum reward outputs that they can get every single event that they do attend. But we do have more players as well in this new slide too for the standings. Alex Soto, actually, seeming to keeping the hard Trick Room ethic up, alive, and very strong.
Yeah, there he is, 8-2. Yeah, we did see not do so well on stream yesterday, but obviously that was a blip on the screen for Alex. Here he is in that top 16 there. I'm also looking at some of our other familiar faces that we saw in day 2. Alejandro Santos, for instance, I think he was running a Dondozo team, so that may be seen later in the top cut if he makes it that far. Marcus Stadter did very well as well, 8-2 now with using kind of Riley Factura's team from that won the Pittsburgh. So it's still just as good a week later.
I mean, a week is, you would think it's not that much space of time, frame when it comes to going from one event to the other, but it really can play a big factor because the moment that trainers are going to be analyzing what was brought the prior week, there may be the general assumption that a lot of trainers will actually opt to go for whatever worked in that tournament. They want to actually get winning, basically, and what they'll do is they'll likely, as we've seen, try to either use similar teams, if not the exact same, but then they're going to be the other trainers that are going to try to look at it at a bit of a lower level and see if, for example, they can try to counter any anticipation of these teams. Do they have answers to what worked there in order for them to have more options and resources to handle themselves and place higher?
Exactly, and that's all the kind of team building and that mindset you need to be going into before the tournament. And once you're there, you're like, you've rolled the dice right, let's see if I was right.
Exactly.
But I think we have the standings now, actually, for our round, all the pairings, rather, for the round 11. Who is going up against who, and who might be our stream one for today. So here we have, it's Ferdinando Vincenti versus Alex Gomez Bellini as our stream match, but looking at the other top tables down there, Costa, they're pretty fire as well.
They are very fire, muy fuego. As Aurelion Sula seems to still be in contention too. We saw them play their match yesterday in day one. I believe it may have actually been the first match of the day two. However, they did lose from what I oh no, actually, apologies. They did actually lose game one. They were able to bring it back game two, and then game three, they ran rampant completely through a very bulky team from what I could recollect. But they did really well to be able to bring themselves one of those players that we've always had a keen eye on. Going from last season, especially going into this season, I have high promise of them doing even better.
Yeah, it's probably that we are going to probably see a few repetitions from our day one based on how well they seem to be doing here in day two.
Yep.
But looking at that stream match right up top there, we're going to be covering here today, Costa, I'm super excited, especially for these two players. Alex Gomez Bellini, oh my goodness, such a veteran Spanish player. So many huge accolades behind him as well, and he's done incredibly well here today at Worlds and loads of big major tournaments.
Well, yeah, I mean, he is the 2023 North American International Champion, of course. He was able to go over to such a tough region and claim that first place. Similar to what Paul Chua was able to do, actually, last season as well, with EUIC, all the way from the NA region, just going ahead and conquering that first place. So just being able to see the intermixing of these trainers going from one region to another in order to find success is one of those great initiators of motivation to be able to push yourself further, explore a bit more. If there's an opportunity for you to do so, take the chance. You will not regret it at all, especially when there are handy little travel awards to take into consideration based on your performance in prior events for the build-up of these ICs.
Absolutely, and Alex is someone I think he's really well known to the community as well, especially amongst Spanish players. He's definitely a bit of an icon and a bit of a someone to kind of look up to, I think, for a lot of players because of how consistent he's been, but also he's very kind of open and really friendly with everyone who's kind of like looking to build up their prowess as a VGC team player. So looking at like how well he's done over the series, it's no surprise that people are looking up to him in this way.
Yeah, exactly that. No surprise whatsoever. We had a bit of a chat before as he was actually getting his team ready too. So he looked happy, he looked confident. I was asking him, so what are you going to do? Are you going to go ahead and take it all the way? He's like, yeah, that's the plan. I'm like, yeah, that's good. Makes sense. He's one of those players which are just, you sort of expect him to always do well at every single event. Because he's just one of the notorious world-class caliber players. Ever since his senior days as well in the senior division, he found success there. He was able to translate and pass those transferable skills straight into Masters, his very first season actually. Doing incredibly well so far. He just keeps on keeping it up.
He does. Keep it up. It's Alex Gomez. And his opponents I'm not as familiar with, but I'm sure we will be able to feature any sort of accolades that they may have got at this point. But of course, it doesn't matter necessarily how much you've got behind you, because as we've seen over the last season, there's plenty of players who've come in and had this as their first shot at the season of VGC and done then incredibly well. Justin Tang being one of the obvious options, winning 2 regional championships in his first season. Incredible.
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's one of the things that you actually look forward to seeing now. It's sort of become more of a normality when it comes, ever since the previous season, newer players coming to the fore where they may have 0 achievements when it comes to live events, for example. I'm unsure about Ferdinando, but there could be the online communities as well as the grassroots tournaments. There's a plethora of them nowadays, and being able to just go ahead and gain a bit more experience on that front, build up a bit of an online name per se, has been something that, honestly, we've been seeing a lot of great potential and skills coming out from these players. So they're out to take names and, you know, like put themselves up in those places. It's just the beginning for them.
It's just the beginning, and I think when you are just kind of beginning on your road to Worlds as well, it's really important, but also like just natural when you start to attend events, you start to meet people that are very like-minded, maybe from near where you're living as well. And it's those local events as well that we've seen a lot of in those kind of premier challenges and things that people have had a lot of fun at, making those groups, making those friends, maybe your team building a little bit there too. But if not, you're just kind of getting to know your local scene as well, build up your own bit of metagame, earn championship points at the same time, and then it's at these big events where you can really put that stuff to the test.
Well, that's it, and it's sort of like testing your own mettle against those players too. You want to be able to, if you go up against various sort of levels of players, where, you know, like you got lesser experience, more experience, and then you even have world's caliber players, you're able to gain that valuable experience for yourself, where you sort of understand and have a better approach going into either the matchups or even just handling yourself and your current mental state of your psyche at the time. You want to be able to keep your nerves calm, or basically have them preferably being steel, especially that's the feeling that I've gotten going up against these sort of players myself at live events, but sort of treating them as, okay, they're just going to be another trainer at the end of the day. You want to read into the game and the matchup and be confident in your plays and how you're used to your team going into that. That's the #1 priority. Then, at a lower category, just try to read your opponent a bit, their play style. What if they tend to go for safer plays, more riskier plays? Do they want to be more on the offensive, on the defensive, with maybe switches to take into consideration? So there's loads of variable factors to take into consideration, but that's how complicated VGC is. That's my point. Like, it all looks like, oh, cool, animations, great. Move goes in one slot, goes out, cool. It's like, no. There's loads of various sub-level understandings that you need to take into consideration going into it.
Damn, Costa. Yeah, that's seriously deep there. Yeah, it's all great points, but yeah, that's like
deeper knowledge, understanding, you know?
Yeah, do these players, what level are they on? We are never going to know unless we can somehow get inside their heads, but at the moment, we definitely know they've probably been on the right level.
That's it.
Now they are up on this level of a stage here at round 11 at the Barcelona Special Event. So we're shortly definitely going to be getting into this round. Looks like the players are intently looking at their opponent's team sheets as well. As of course, we are in this open team sheet format. They can see all 6 Pokemon, their moves, their items, but not how they're kind of individually trained. So especially when a mirror kind of comes up where, oh, we've both got a Heatran, we don't know yet who's bulkier, who's hits harder, who's faster, that sort of thing. And that's where we really see it in interesting game 1, where a lot of information really does come out. So it looks like Alex is kind of done looking at his team sheet there. He's kind of got his game head completely on there, ready to go in. Because I think when you have practiced as much as you can going into an event, you've been probably practicing on the in-game ladder a few matchups that you're familiar with. So it may be that versus particular Pokemon, like Urshifu, Rapid Strike, Tornadus, Flautamain, Amoonguss, just to name a few, you may know exactly what you want to be doing, what line you want to take, what you want to lead. And if you already have that familiarity, it really saves you the time having to think about it on the spot. But here we go. Look at these accolades Alex has got there.
Yeah, exactly. But there is one achievement, of course, that Ferdinando does have available. It is the Cologne Regional Top 16s back in 2020, which I actually think that I took part in, and it was a very, very competitive tournament at that. It was at that point where it was right before the break with VGC. I think may have had different rulings. I think, remind me if I'm not mistaken, was it the Ultra Series format at that time at the end of the beginning of 2020 format, if I'm not mistaken, in the previous games?
Yes, you're right. Very beginning of like 2020 format, like September, October. Yeah, it was still the 2019 kind of format.
Yes,
series.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think being able to gain that experience and bring it now to the stage where you're in the new generation of games, you want to be able to have a deep understanding of what Pokemon work and what don't, being able to recognize that at the beginning of formats, basing it off of previous tournaments as well, what has done well and what hasn't. It's definitely a very key part and factor in being a VGC player nowadays. But of course, we know we've got Alex Gomez. On the other hand, we've already gone through his achievements. He is one of those well-known players for a long, long time. UK National Champion of 2016, back when he did get the promotion up to the Masters Division, and the NAIC current holding champion from the 2023 season.
But we have also seen, of course, Ferdinando does have that top cut at another regional as well, so he is no stranger to this high-level play as well. I do wonder, if we get to talk to him later, what sort of players he's been able to face so far and what his journey to the world maybe last year was. So anyway, we're going to get straight into this now, and it'd be really interesting to see these teams. And there it is, Ferdinando with the Golden Go, Urshifu, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Chien-Pao, and the Pelipper. So a few Pokemon here that we haven't seen too much of actually this weekend, Costa.
No, we really haven't. I think Pelipper, having that wide guard is super, super nice. It's got the Ghost Terra type, so you're able to actually go ahead and be immune to any sort of fake outs, or even in the case of going up against an Ursaluna, you could avoid any sort of facades coming out. But we've got some other very interesting picks to note out here. Grass Knot on Amoonguss. I like it a lot. It's not a Leaf Storm, but it is still pretty good.
Yeah, and especially into the Dondozo teams that he's probably faced over day one as well. You have a special attacking grass move, which is going to be something that deals a lot of damage to Dondozo. And it's one of those moves as well that does more damage the heavier the target is. So you're probably going to get that maximum 120 base power attack versus a Dondozo. So even from an Amoonguss, that should still do a pretty hefty chunk, even if you're not trying to spore it in either, to be honest.
Well, exactly that. And I think just having the good stuff as well combination. You've got the Iron Hands. You don't have a Fire, Water, Grass core, but I think the core of Amoonguss, Iron Hands, and Urshifu, of course you can pair up that Chien-Pao, is already very powerful in of itself, but there isn't any necessary Swift Swim user here. It's more so that the Pelipper is available to further boost the water type moves coming out from this Urshifu. You don't have any sort of Mystic Water moves or attack boosting items, so being able to have the Rain instead gives you a good enough buffer to be able to dish out a lot of more damage output. But Alex's team, on the other hand,
is looking really spicy. Okay, all right. Okay, so Paris Trap seems to be what it is looking like here, which is a really cool sort of archetype that you can kind of go for in VGC. It's a little bit niche, and it kind of depends on the format as to how effective it is, but we have seen it to decent effect, I think, in the Regulation B when Wolfglick won one of the regionals back over across the pond in America. But here, it's got Gothitelle with that Shadow Tag. You trap your opponents in, keep them there, and Screamtail is the Pokemon of choice to be able to go for that Perish Song. And as long as you can last out those 3 turns, then both of those opposing Pokemon can't switch out away from that Perish Trap and get KO'd.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think if I'm not mistaken, that looks like a Fairy Terra type on the Gothitelle as well. It does have Wiki Berry, wants to be able to further extend its longevity on the field. You know, it could be trained in a way where it can take a couple of combination moves coming its front. Typically, it has lost Ally Switch from the previous generation, if I'm not mistaken, but in this case, you just want to go for the setup of the Perish Trap, like you mentioned.
So I'm kind of looking at Ferdinando's team and kind of looking at what he kind of needs to respond here. Because it's a little bit more obvious what Alex is definitely going to try and go for in terms of a game plan, but Ferdinando needs to think about what his options are for here. Now, Golden Go is a really nice option into Perish Trap in general, because you're obviously a ghost type, so you can switch away from that shadow attack. You can't get trapped in. So you always have that option, even if a Perish Trap song comes off, even if it's affected through good as gold, you can sit there really nicely and dish out a lot of damage, especially from that Shadow Ball, which is going to be super effective into the Gothitelle. And if it terrestrializes into the Fairy type, you've got the Make It Rain to be super effective on it as well.
Exactly.
So to be honest, I think Alex Gomez has a little bit of an uphill battle here to be able to deal with this Golden Go. So we might be seeing him lean into that Volcarona a little bit more with that Fire type.
Yeah, exactly that, but I think in this point, Volcarona, one of my personal faves. So I'm not trying to be biased here, but I do kind of love Volcarona a tiny bit, especially this particular set. But of course, being able to see it get set up is the real question. Does it have the room to do so? However, well, it's definitely on the field right now. It's got the potential. It's got Fake Out support right by its side, as well as the trap in play through the Shadow Tag. So coming out, Volcarona Gothitelle versus that Golden Go and Urshifu.
Now, something that can happen here is, that U-turn on Ferdinando. So you can get away from that Shadow Tag and actually get in the Pelipper, which is probably likely in the back of Ferdinando, to be able to set up that rain and protect the Golden Go from the Fire-type moves that this Volcarona can set up here. So it looks like a fairly safer play as well, unless Gothitelle goes for a Fake Out or a Protect. And the Fake Out is what we see.
Indeed, and there it is, the setup of the Quiver Dance right now. +1 to its special attack, special defense, as well as its speed. This is one of the sets that you really need to respect, and I think that is what Ferdinando is opting to go for. You want to be able to counter that +1 in special defense with an additional stage in your own special attack if you are this Golden Go.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit scary for this Golden Go's position now with that Fire-type Volcarona, but as I said, you still have that opportunity to switch in that Pelipper, or as long as you can get your U-turn off. However, Volcarona and Gothitelle both have Protect, so if Alex calls this right, the U-turn can be completely blocked and that Fire-type move can come out. However, on Ferdinando's end, you can still respond to that and terror your Golden Go into the Flying type, which is the thing that he's got here. And you'll likely be able to take that with Golden Go's decent bulk and be able to then dish out a Shadow Ball or a Make It Rain that we know that Golden Go is going to definitely be able to use here.
Well, I think you're in the prime opportunity to be able to just dispatch of loads of damage. I think that's what Gothitelle is taking into consideration here, wanting to just make sure that it foregoes any sort of damage into its side, but the Giga Drain, one-hit KO onto the Urshifu. It is out for the count, even if it was, of course, a Choice Scarf option. We knew that the +1 in speed from that Quiver Dance was actually proves to be enough to outspeed, and the Shadow Ball focus into that Gothitelle, not wanting to drop its special attack from any Make It Rain so far.
Yeah, it wasn't clear-cut as to whether Volcarona was going to be able to outspeed that Urshifu there, depending on the training. Volcarona is naturally faster, so it wasn't guaranteed, but that is huge information for Alex now, to know that his Volcarona is going to be outspeeding that Urshifu at +1. Absolutely huge news here. But the rain is set up now, so Golden Go is looking a little bit safe from the Fire-type moves, and definitely from those Grass moves too. However, it remains to be seen whether he can now call the Protects a little bit better here. Gothitelle, having protected now, does leave it definitely open to an attack, but the Terror is still an option on Alex's end, so he can Terror out of the Ghost weakness into the Fairy.
Yep.
But of course, Ferdinando does call that. Make It Rain can come out instead, and probably just get that one-hit KO through that Wiki Berry.
Yeah, it's a bit of a peculiar spot, given that the Volcarona is already +1, with one Quiver Dance, should I say, set up. It is ready to go ahead and either potentially get another setup going. It could try to focus down onto the Pelipper, but no, it's going to go for the second Quiver Dance here. You want to be able to further bolster your own special defenses, and obviously the output, especially when going up against a Golden Go and a Pelipper, which tend to be only special attack. But we've got the Gothitelle. It is out of the count of this game one. Picked up from that KO of the Shadow Ball. Pelipper, what does it go for? It opts to go for Hurricane. It's still super effective, but it's barely going to deal a lot of damage. And no confusion from any Hurricane secondary effects there.
yeah, the +2 from that Quiver Dance is definitely paying off here to be able to take the Hurricanes from Pelipper, which is a pretty powerful move, to be honest. So it really does show how especially bulky Volcarona is. It's a bit of a flutter main in a way, where its special attack, special defense, and speed is generally really good. So boosting that up even further is huge for Volcarona. Yep. Now the question is, though, Golden Go is also kind of +2, so it's matched the kind of special defense of this Volcarona, but I don't think a Shadow Ball is yet going to be enough still for this Volcarona to get KO'd. Possibly a double up, though, from the Hurricane as well. But with Volcarona at now +2 special attack, especially if it goes now for a Giga Drain into the Pelipper slot, it'll be able to heal up enough health afterwards and then still be able to take that double up potentially. And that's completely ignoring the fact that Urshifu has just turned up on Alex's end, when with that Choice Scarf and in the range, Surging Strikes is looking pretty scary.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely what this Golden Go has been made aware of course, as it's going to be switching out for the Iron Hands. Iron Hands is in a prime position to eschew a bit of fake-out pressure onto the subsequent turn, whilst this Urshifu is going to be terrestrializing right now. It is a big threat. Rain has been set up for itself, which it doesn't even have the option to go for, and this can be very dangerous for itself. Pelipper 2-hit KO'd pretty much from that Giga Drain. Of course, it is not a same type attack bonus, but it is at a +2 special attack Volcarona. This Surging Strikes, though, even though Iron Hands is super bulky, one of the bulkiest Pokemon that have ever been introduced to VGC, it is able to just survive on 20 hit points. That is amazing. As Tailwind is set up.
Okay, so Ferdinando does have a little bit of speed on his advantage here, but I don't think it's going to be enough versus the Choice Scarf on this Urshifu and the +2 speed on the Volcarona. I think I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that both Pokemon are still slower. Golden Go's, depending on its training, might, though, be faster once it comes in from the back, but at the moment, Urshifu is looking so strong. Like, yes, okay, you've set up the rain, Volcarona's has been dampened down a little bit, but Urshifu now is looking so strong. And there's just nothing that's going to stop it other than a fake out, but that's only going to last this one turn. And that means Volcarona will be free to probably take a KO.
Indeed, unless there's a Flame Body activation here, which there is not. However, Surging Strikes is going to move first before the Pelipper. Maybe a bit of an indication of the training here of this Pelipper being a bit more bulky as opposed to optimizing a bit better in speed. Hurricane will now be focusing down on the Urshifu. Of course, it has lost its fighting typing, so it is no longer weak to the flying, but there is a confusion at play, and we are now looking at a 3 versus 2 in favor of Alex.
Yeah, it's not looking amazing for Ferdinando here, but that confusion is something I think has really turned things around. Because if Alex's Urshifu does end up hurting itself in confusion if it tries to go for an attack, that is suddenly a complete slot of a Pokemon that is not attacking this turn. Because at the moment, Golden Go plus like a fire move is just going to be enough for it to go down at this point. But a confusion hit would be huge, because as we saw, the Pelipper can 2-hit KO with a Hurricane. But it looks like Alex does not want to risk that just yet and is sending out the Iron Hands of his own.
Iron Hands of his own. We've already gone through how much of a threat this Pokemon is, both with fake out potential as well as just bulk and its ridiculous attack stat too. But we do have the Flying Terror, like you mentioned, David, coming out from this Golden Go Giga Drain. Of course, at +2, or should I say 2 Quiver Dances set up, +2 of speed. This Volcarona is going to be outspeeding the Pelipper, will be picking up the KO, as it does seem to be that 2-hit KO range prior to the earlier Giga Drain. Shadow Ball, though, is going to be focusing onto the Iron Hands. No special defense drop, but unfortunately, doesn't have that nasty plot that it had set up and it had forfeited prior before it switched out.
Yeah, that makes sense from Ferdinando. There's not a whole lot you could do now that you know that an Urshifu is in the back waiting just to come in, and it's definitely going to be faster than Golden Go to be able to pick up so much damage. The rain was about to expire as well, so it was definitely looking locked up there. So it looks like Alex kind of arguably adjusted really well to the fact that Golden Go was probably a huge threat for a Perish Trap kind of strategy, and so really lent heavily into this Volcarona. And it was really impressive to see how he just kind of dealt with the physical attackers that could hit Volcarona really hard, and then it was only left with special attackers that could hit Volcarona, which is obviously not going to do very much, and was healing off all of that damage from the Giga Drain every time.
Well, exactly, and I think it's a bit tough of a matchup for Ferdinando now that I'm actually looking at it, because Urshifu is what you would normally think can be good against the Volcarona. However, we've got Volcarona that is capable of terrestrializing into another typing, that being the water typing, accompanied by the Flame Body. So Surging Strikes, 3-hit multi-attack, can get burnt more often than not. And if you're going to be focusing down on trying to get rid of it, you need to do it before the Quiver Dancers are set up to the point where perhaps maybe force the Water Terror onto the Volcarona, have an Iron Hands available on your side mid to end game in order to focus down a Wild Charge, which may be a valid candidate given the additional special defensive bulk you have obtained by the Assault Vest and the natural stats of it.
I'd actually like to see Ferdinando also consider his Amoongus for this second game too, because with the rain up, you're obviously not going to get hit by those fire-type moves very effectively either. Spore is a great target into pretty much everything that Alex Gomez had brought last time. And a lot of Urshifus have been using safety goggles, but not this one. This one's Choice Scarf. So you're able to Rage Powder away all of those attacks, and Amoongus can take all of those 4 attacks that Urshifu's carrying really well. On top of that, with the rain, you can put Volcarona to sleep. Terra Water on the Volcarona isn't going to affect much either, and will just make it weaker to Grass Knot. And that Gothitelle as well, it only has a Wiki Berry, so that is going to get hit too. However, it will have to avoid the Taunt that the Gothitelle is carrying at the moment, so it is a really nice option that Alex has put there. But if you're able to kind of counter that a little bit more, perhaps with a fake out from your own Iron Hands, there's definitely room for Amoongus to put in some work here, I think.
I think there is. Amoongus is just one of those reliable Pokemon that, unless there's any sort of direct disruption on the other side of the field, it sort of has rain to enforce its own terror, let's say, onto the other side of the field. But no, we have the same leads coming out from Alex's side. However, we do have the Iron Hands now being present alongside that Urshifu Rapid Strike for Ferdinando.
Okay, so game 2 of round 11 here, Alex versus Ferdinando. Iron Hands is definitely a good Pokemon to be bringing in here, as you mentioned, Costa. Having that fake out is going to definitely be able to keep Urshifu a little bit safer and stop it going down turn 1 as it did before. It probably does, that Volcarona probably does need that +1 special attack to be able to get that KO too. So without any sort of setup, Urshifu's looking a little bit safer this turn particularly. But at the moment, Gothitelle does have a little bit more of pressure here because it's likely faster than this Iron Hands. And because they've both got Fake Out, Gothitelle has the luxury here of being able to pick whichever target it wants to Fake Out.
Indeed. It's going to be the Urshifu, but we're going to have an exchange of Fake Outs here. Oh, no! That is not what you want to see at all. Instant Flame Body activation, which will enforce the burn on the Iron Hands. We're just talking about how Iron Hands could be a very good key to lead to force a Game 3 for Ferdinando. However, having your damage output completely halved isn't looking the best.
No, I think, yeah, I respect Ferdinando's play there. You kind of do need to risk that at that point, to be honest, too. You need to hit this Volcarona with some sort of physical attack because it's the way to deal damage to it, as we saw. Special attack was just doing nothing to it. So you have to go for that risk. It is a 30% chance, and unfortunately, it does go on the first time this time. So Alex is definitely trained his Volcarona well there.
Yeah, has indeed. But it's going to be switching out right now for a fake out pressure on the subsequent turn in the form of being the Iron Hands. U-turn here, we've got a pivot action going from Ferdinando right now. Want to try to reposition to the point, maybe you can bring in the Golden Go and try to perhaps set up. You are going to be going up against the Iron Hands Gothitelle. Gothitelle is unlikely to be able to threaten this Golden Go at all with any of its options, but we do have at least the focus down on that slot. You want to try to get, even if you are burnt, you want to try to get as much damage as you can onto this Volcarona to at least slow it down. Psychic, focus into the Golden Go. It's barely going to do much. It is just going to go ahead and force the Golden Go to get a bit of a leftovers recovery. So Golden Go primed up for a potential nasty plot here. What do you think, David?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. And we can see Ferdinando definitely considering it right now. Because it's going to be a really nice option to be able to suddenly pile on a little bit more offensive pressure, because right now you're probably not threatening any knockouts right now. But it looks like it is the Gothitelle that's switching out this time in favor of that Volcarona.
Ooh, okay, so Volcarona's going to come back onto the field right here. Nasty Plot is going to get set up. You want to be able to maximize the main sort of heavyweight Pokemon that will force you through to your win condition. I think that has been correctly identified by Ferdinando here. You want to chip away the Iron Hand on the other hand if you want as well, but that dealt a lot of damage. 2-hit KO there. You do have leftovers recovery, but speed-wise, I feel like the Volcarona may be actually able to outspeed and outpace this Goldengo.
Yeah, I think so potentially now. And we know that Ferdinando doesn't have Pelipper in the back either to protect it from any sort of like fire moves either. So it's definitely in a precarious position right now, even now it's set up. But it does mean that Alex kind of seems a little bit more intent on hitting this Goldengo, right? It's such a huge threat now as at +2, especially like he has to target it down. And that means Ferdinando kind of has an opportunity to be able to protect here and switch around, which it looks like he's doing.
Indeed, it does look like he's going to bring in the Urshifu. You want to be able to bring in this Pokemon as soon as you can to maybe catch up a Quiver Dance setup being utilized by Alex here if he wants to go for the read, and he does!
Ooh.
Quite nicely, should I say, because being able to sort of be in a situation, if you're Ferdinando, where you're prone to getting KO'd by this Volcarona, set things up, and that just makes things a whole lot worse, David.
Oh my goodness, Urshifu, 2 games in a row, just gets 1-hit KO'd both times. At least he got off a U-turn this time, but Alex is out of his mind this game, completely calling all the turns that Ferdinando seems to be going for here. So it's really piled on the pressure and really turned up that heat with this Volcarona team.
Turned up the heat indeed, whilst Urshifu was unfortunately swept away by the storm of this pressure that Alex is exhibiting in this fine set. Iron Hand back on the field. It is still burnt. It still can get damage. It no longer needs to worry about Flame Body, let's say, if it tries to target down the Volcarona. But Goldengo, once again, as we mentioned, bit of a precarious spot here. You're still prone to actually getting KO'd by this Volcarona if you don't utilize this terrestrialization option.
Yeah, you do have to fake out into Volcarona and then attack with Goldengo to KO the Iron Hands that could KO you this turn. So that's definitely going to have to be the play this time, as we're seeing. But it does just delay the inevitable, unfortunately, because Volcarona is going to be able to move next turn. But the Iron Hands lives anyway! And Wild Shot does a lot of damage, but it's not enough for a KO yet. But Volcarona is just still sitting there. It's still fast. It's got a Quiver Dance up. And as long as it hits its moves, which it should be able to with those 100% accurate attacks, Goldengo is definitely in a precarious position, Costa.
But then in this situation, the Goldengo, we just need to see the interaction with there's no Quiver Dance set on the field. If it's going to go first before the Volcarona, surely you have to make a defensive play here if you're the Goldengo, or maybe get a reposition play going in order to better set up versus this Volcarona, which, no pun intended, it may even set up on you if you're not careful even more.
Yeah, it's certainly good, but like with Volcar's natural speed, good special defense as well. There's no threat of it kind of going down this time. Goldengo, yes, can protect this turn. Iron Hands can maybe kind of switch and pivot around. Unfortunately, this Iron Hands doesn't have Volt Switch, which does provide an opportunity for players that are running it for a safer switch. But this time, it's going to have to be a switch of Iron Hands, and switching in a Chien Pao is going to be very dangerous. But first, it's Alex switching out his own Iron Hands.
Shadow Tag is now on the field. Flamethrower has been dispatched, and Goldengo has been knocked out. Critical hit clearly does not matter in this situation. However, Ferdinando is now down to their last 2 Pokemon. Drain Punch. This is such a sad sight. Unfortunately for Iron Hands, known to be able to dispatch so much damage. Obviously, it's a resistant attack, but that damage output being halved is just so critical to his strategy. There is Chien Pao, which does come onto the field, does of course have Sword of Ruin present. It will be dropping, in essence, the defensive stage of all Pokemon on the field other than itself. But how can Ferdinando bring this back from a 2-4 deficit?
Well, Chien-Pao is definitely a Pokemon that is able to do this sort of damage that needed to kind of bring back games. Fortunately, it's only got single target attacks, so it's not going to be able to like hit multiple targets at once, obviously. But yeah, a good protect here from Ferdinando from that fake out, because you definitely want to preserve that focus dash that you've got there, so you can always take another hit. Iron Hands is there to sponge up the attacks, which it definitely does. Wild Charge coming out of the Volcarona. It's actually doing a pretty decent chunk there.
Wow, just imagine if it weren't burnt. I was trying to think, is there a scenario where a critical hit could do it, but judging from that damage, I think it would have just missed out from being able to do so. But we do have a Citrus Berry recovery on the Volcarona. It looks like it is in a fine position to just essentially sweep up the remainder of this game. It's very tough for Ferdinando. Their win conditions right now are extremely limited, if not inexistent.
There is one that I can see here, because Ferdinando does have that Focus Dash intact, and we know that this Chien-Pao has a lot of damage behind it too. The Iron Hands in the back for Alex is also at really low health too, so anything is going to be able to KO it. So depending on that last fourth for Alex, this Chien-Pao still could bring it back. Say if it's that Landorus, that's exactly what Chien-Pao wants to see here. So all A's in the Chien-Pao basket right now for Ferdinando, and first is that Sucker Punch, which looks like it's successful, and into that Volcarona, it's a KO!
Yeah, oh no!
The Flame Body!
Flame Body strikes back once again. It is going to burn this Chien-Pao, subsequently halving its damage output in turn. Wild Charge, wow, still a lot of damage, but not quite enough to pick up the KO on the Gothitelle, which will be recovering through its Wiki Berry. That was so tough. Like, just being able to play for your outs is absolutely key. We see the Psychic picking up the Iron Hands as well, leaving Chien-Pao on its own. You're right though, David. If, let's say for example, we're in a scenario where the Chien-Pao does not get burnt, and it has the Gothitelle still on the other side of the field for Alex, which cannot touch it at all. You have the potential of sweeping up the Iron Hands. You can protect any sort of fake outs. That would initiate a potential read of a play from Alex anticipating that. Maybe doing a switch out to be able to catch Ferdinando off guard. However, there is that final Pokemon. It really does come down to what it is.
Exactly, and we're going to find it out now, Costa, what it's going to be here. Gothitelle switching out, and it's that Urshifu, so it probably is not going to be looking too good there. Urshifu resisting both the ice and dark moves that the Chien-Pao's carrying. For this one, Chien-Pao, no Sacred Sword to kind of speak of either. It's double dark moves, which kind of makes sense for having a Terra Dark there to be able to boost up that damage. That is really cool to see, actually. But yeah, Chien-Pao does successfully protect from the fake out, but going into this next turn, Urshifu's looking pretty strong.
Yeah, pretty strong enough indeed to go ahead and give Alex the win right there for Swiss round number 11.
Yeah, what a win for Alex Gomez-Bernal there. Like, super convincing too, and not even with his Perish Song like signature Screamtail there either too. It just was really cool to see how a little bit of a change in the meta from your usual stuff was actually really effective there in that Volcarona that no one seems to be picking at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Volcarona just going ahead and taking names as it seems. I told you it's one of my personal favorites, and it just goes to show that if you're able to find a niche area of the meta that a Pokemon could really flourish in this case, being the setup, having the Gothitelle as a Shadow Tag sort of enforcer, lock-in, you've got fake-out support, you even have the Parasol, so you've got multi-modes in order to sort of wrap up into a good bundle of a team composition, which Alex, so far, has been showing a prime example of.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the way he piloted it as well, because with that Gothitelle, you suddenly provide yourself with so many more opportunities because you've lessened how many opportunities your opponent has. You know suddenly that certain Pokemon that aren't Ghost type can only use their 4 moves and not switch out. So suddenly your decision making becomes so much easier, whereas you have the luxury of switching out yourself.
Yeah, exactly that. I think that's definitely one of the key things that you need to be able to recognize going into a matchup. You want to have a clear and concise picture of what the early, mid, and end game may potentially look like. Obviously, there's a lot to factor in. We've got 4 Pokemon on total on the field, 2 on either trainer's side, so it's not just as simple as being able to have 1 Pokemon, focus down, you know, you've got 4 moves to choose, or 5 if you want to switch out. But in this scenario, you've got multiple branch lines that you need to take into consideration, and you need to identify which one could lead you to victory, and which one your opponent will try to seek out for their own victory, so you can sort of alter their plans.
And I think Ferdinando did that really well, honestly, in that game 2 particularly, because I think if we hadn't seen those flame bodies, it would have been a very different game. Because we saw how long the iron hands of Ferdinando was able to sit on the field for. And even with that burn, it was still dealing so many attacks. But if you imagine without that burn, suddenly that's double damage for the rest of those attacks. So if you can imagine, all those little chips and hits in there would have been enough to be able to potentially KO something. Yep. So for instance, that iron hands that switched in on Alex's end, that took that kind of incoming wild charge, that extra little bit of damage would have meant that the nasty plotted shadow ball that came out from Golden Go later would have gotten the KO that time, and therefore not kind of KO'd back.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good way to actually put it down, because just being able to identify what you need to do. So let's say the Golden Go, prime time sort of Pokemon that you need to try to opt in for versus the sort of archetype that your opponent has. You're not locked in with Shadow Tag because of the Ghost typing. You're able to potentially get a setup going. You know that your opponent is likely to go for a setup of their own. So it's sort of like, can you outpace their setup with your setup in order to, you know, dispatch of the damage that you need to, pick up the KOs that you need to remove a couple of the pieces on the board for. But yeah, I think those are definitely a couple of unfortunate moments for Ferdinando. You need to try to dig deep and find a way to, you know, go past all of the negatives that you've been able to encounter. Can you clear a path towards it? And unfortunately, I think Ferdinando just ran out from resources available to themselves in order to be able to do it.
And what was really nice to see as well, how Alex was able to use this kind of more unique Paris Trap team, right, really, to be able to give himself all of those options that we've mentioned. But having those protect as well we were able to shut down the U-turn options of this Urshifu. So, like, you could see how Ferdinando's team is really kind of set in a way where you want to really make use of the rain from this Pelipper and really boost up that Urshifu, do as much damage as you can. But when you're sitting in front of a Gothitelle that can trap you in, fake you out, and also psychic you at the same time, you've got so many options on Alex's end that can actually deal with this. Giga Drain, Psychic, we've got the Iron Hands at the same time as well. Like, there's so much there that threatens Urshifu. So it's a really smart team building choice, I think, in a meta where Urshifu Rapid Strike is rampant.
It really is, and I don't know. I mean, I think it's got the potential of really going far and having a deep run through this tournament. I think being able to see how things match up, we've still got a couple more rounds left. That was Swiss round 11. We'll be moving on to 12, 13, and 14, I believe, before we have that top cut of 8 of the best players here at the special event. So, I didn't notice a Landorus Therian, I'm not going to lie, over on Alex's side. Do you think it just was inconsequential to this matchup?
I think so. If you bring it into a rain team, there's something you're doing wrong, I think, there. Like, unless you're knowing you want to terrestrialize it into the water type that we know it's got here. But then you're kind of limiting the options that your other Pokemon have as well to be able to Terra. So, and we can see how the Intimidate as well wasn't going to make too much difference either, because Urshifu with its Surging Strikes, because of the guaranteed critical hits, doesn't matter how low its attack stat is, it's still going to be able to dish this out the same amount of damage. So I could see why it was not really brought here. It's got the safety goggles as well, so maybe Alex, potentially in a game 3, if thought Ferdinando was going to switch up instead of Amoonguss, Landorus, I can see having a little bit more of a place. But I think you probably want to use it more where the Perish Trap is more the option. Because when you've got U-turn, it provides you so many nice options to be able to pivot and switch around. For instance, preserving your Gothitelle, or any Pokemon that has that Shadow Tag ability, where you can switch out your Gothitelle Shadow Tag, keep it here. Your Landorus is here already on the field next to it, goes for a U-turn, switches out, suddenly Gothitelle is able to come back in the other slot and maintain that trap for the next turn, which is something that a lot of players, it's just really hard to predict that sort of play.
Well, yeah, it's sort of the flexibility of being able to further take advantage of the pivoting and switch sort of plays. We see that most commonly used either, like you said, with the Perish Mode Trap sort of compositions, as well as Fire, Water, Grass Core, where you've got at least the ones in the past we've had have been the Urshifu Rapid Strike, we've had the Incineroar in previous formats, which may be coming back, who knows, in Regulation Set E, and then we've got the Rillaboom. So you've got multiple fake out available options, as well as the defensive core. So that sort of play style can really take you far because it gives you additional insight and time within the turn itself to make and judge those decisions of which Pokemon should be opted in or not, or switched in, versus the moves that have already been played out from your opponent's side. So it's a very cool key way to be able to sort of have a bit of an advantage over your opponent, but you're susceptible to being red, aren't you?
Yes, of course. In every scenario, really, because I mean that is where like the higher level of Pokemon really kind of comes in. Where if you can predict what your opponent's going to do, like even if you've got a bad matchup, suddenly you can really turn it on its head.
Yep.
And I think we saw a really key play when Alex did that in that game too, where Golden goes for the protect, but then Alex completely calls it. He targets completely the other slot in that wild charge, gets the one hit KO on that, switching in Urshifu, and on top of that gets a Quiver Dance to this Volcarona. Just completely called it.
He was just in a really good position as well, right? He didn't have a lot to lose from taking that risk because there wasn't something that was immediately directly threatening that Pokemon. So at that point, you're like, okay, cool. Is this a risky play? Is it greedy? Or is it actually more efficient to make this play to further betterment, for further betterment of your board state in the following turn? Which, so far, I just didn't see any negatives to that. And that's unfortunately the case that it was. There wasn't enough immediate pressure from Ferdinando's side because of multiple reasons. We had the flame body activations, but also there wasn't team matchup-wise. There wasn't something that was directly saying, okay, cool. I'm going to pick up a direct KO on the Volcarona, and there is no drawback at all. No, there was. Urshifu Rapid Strike could get burnt if the Volcarona retains the fire typing. If it terraforms, you're still either going to get burnt, but you need to be able to have Iron Hands, which is slower. Sure, it does have Fake Out, but that's your key option to try to pick up the KO. Volcarona just being a major player there and being able to just quiver its way through to victory.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, actually. Like, yeah, even if that Golden Go attacks at that point, at least the Volcarona has gone for a Quiver Dance first to boost its own special defense and actually take that hit really nicely. And Iron Hands is just, it's an Iron Hands. It's so bulky.
It's a burnt Iron Hands.
Well, on Alex's end, his was looking pretty fine, to
yes,
be fair.
Yes.
So, like, it was, yeah, as you said, there wasn't a lot of drawback, actually, if that turn goes wrong, especially when you're already at an advantage, that you can afford to make a few trades here and there because you know you're always going to still maintain that advantage.
Yeah, exactly that. And that is what we saw. Of course, Alex is going to go ahead and have that additional win to his tally going into Swiss round number 12. We will be hearing from him very shortly. I know that we are getting everything set up on the couch so far to hear further about the insight, as well as how his first day has gone too, because we know that he did pick up a loss or two during day one. So it's actually quite interesting to be able to hear a bit more of the storyline of what the trainers have gone through. You know, like there's always going to be the positives, the negatives, you know, the moments where you're reaching Swiss round number 8. You know you've got that additional match in the horizon that you need to tackle, and doing really well in this one will set you up better for the next one. But then if it doesn't, you lead yourself into a bit of a back against the wall scenario where you're like, oh no, the pressure is just built up even more. I need to, you know, make the exact accurate plays. I need to try to dig deep, do the best that I can. So hearing those sort of stories come together, I think paint a beautiful picture on what the experience really is at these sort of major events.
Yeah, and that's maybe something that Alex is going to be able to tell us a little bit later about, because coming from him, where he's had so many years of VGC play, but also just being so good at it through that time, right, he must have some sort of insights into like how to deal with kind of pressure and how to deal with taking a loss, or like how to deal with the glory of taking a win. Like, that would be a pretty good problem to have.
It would. It's one of those things where you're like, sure, I'll take that. Is that a problem? No, yeah, it's a benefit.
Yeah, I know.
But no, of course, he will be trying to represent the best that he can for his home region here, of course, being able to battle it out in Barcelona. But generally speaking, do you have any other main highlights, or maybe even team building highlights from that set between Ferdinando and Alex? Because I know that there's a lot of sort of things that we may have not been able to see coming out from both sides of the field. You already mentioned the Landorus, Therian, of course. There was a Screamtail, so the Perish mode from Alex's side. That'd be quite nice. It does have Encore, Perish, Son, Protect, and Disable, so no attacking options. It is purely there for Perish.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when knowing you want to go for that strategy, you want to put everything that you can into that strategy too. So, like, go for that Perish Song, and then do everything you can to keep your opponent from doing too much damage. And a great way to do that is to go for that Encore kind of disable stuff, where you can, if they've already gone for a certain attack and you've protected from it, say, you can disable it next turn, and then obviously they can no longer go for it, which makes a lot of sense too, because then the Perish Song is the thing that does the knocking out, right? Yeah, like that is exactly what you would want to be doing, and therefore you don't need to rely on the damage of the rest of your other Pokemon. But looking at the team, we saw Alex Gomez do so much damage with his Pokemon, so being able to have both of those modes is just really impressive in this team.
Indeed, but we have been informed that the interview is ready right now, so we'll go ahead and pass it over to Ben, who will be covering a bit more insight that we'll be able to obtain from Alex Gomez.
Thank you so much, Costa. We are here with the winner of that last round, Alex Gomez. And Alex, what a commanding victory. You must be feeling great right now.
Thank you. I feel really good. I didn't expect to do great at this tournament because this team was prepared like a week or something ago. Yeah, and I didn't have so much time to put as much as I would like to prepare. So yeah, I feel really good. I think I'm playing really well. So far in the tournament, I played 11 rounds, and I think I only played really bad in one. If I keep playing like this, I think there is a chance I might make top 8.
You've kind of got it out of the way so far. Yeah. That's really good to hear, and nice that you're like managing to do well, even though you haven't put. I know from previous seasons you put a lot of preparation into your tournaments in the season in general. Before we talk about that, let's talk a little bit about the match and how well that went for you overall. Tell us a little bit about what you were thinking going from game 1, where you kind of ran away with the match with Volcarona, into game 2, where it didn't quite go as nicely for you at the start.
Yeah. Game 1, as you said, Volcarona kind of went through his team. And then for game 2, he realized that Pelipper isn't the best pick against my team because it's not doing any damage. I'm setting up the Quiver Dance and I just Giga Drain and that's it. So then he realized I had to bring, he has to bring Chien Pao. With the Terra Dark, he can KO my Volcarona. But I was already aware about that, and I knew that if I keep Urshifu in the back, the game is still mine. It's true, to be fair, that I was slightly lucky with the burns.
A little bit of flame body.
Yeah, it definitely conditioned the game, of course. I think it could still be mine, even without the burns, but it would have been way closer, I believe. So, yeah.
You definitely got to take those chances when they get presented to you. So yeah, well done for using those to the best advantage that you could. Going back a little bit from the match, you've already mentioned and we've talked about Volcarona that ran away with the game in game 1, and it's not the most common pick. And I got to say, as a Volcarona player myself, I got to say thank you for representing it.
No problem, man. I remember.
Yeah, we were both playing back in the. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about why you brought that Volcarona and the Screamtail and this sort of Perish mode to your team.
Well, 2 weeks ago, I was playing Rankeds. I was really high on the ladder, and I faced Binji, which is a player from China. Yep. And he beat me 3 times with this team in particular, and I thought this team in the right hands, it's really strong. However, when I started trying the team, I realized that it was really, really difficult to use. And then I kept playing and realized how to maneuver the matchups. And yeah, in the end, I think I'm feeling comfortable with the team. I think Volcarona right now into the metagame, it's really strong. There is lots of Cresselia, lots of Amongus, lots of Iron Hands. You have Land as well, you have Gotitel. I think Perish Trap can abuse against these compositions. And yeah, I think the team is really good, but you have to be super good with it too. So, like, as I said before, yesterday I played against Dragapult. It's a really bad matchup. I lost. My opponent played better. And then another round against Sam Vito. I think the matchup is winnable for me, but I didn't play my best, and he also played great. So, as I said, if you don't play so well, the team struggles.
And that's really about how when you come into a tournament using a little bit more of an anti-meta pick and you're trying to play against the format, that can be a little bit more of a struggle. But clearly, it's going well for you so far. Congratulations on your run. Talking a little bit about the rest of the season, we're in the first European event so far in the 2024 season. What are your plans for the rest of the events going forward?
I want to win a regional, I want to win an international, and I want to win worlds. That's it.
Nice and simple.
Yeah, nice and simple, exactly, yes.
I just want to win everything.
Yeah, everything I can. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do great into this tournament, so I don't know how it's going to end, but I'm feeling great, so maybe it might be a great start to the season. I don't know. We have to see. There is lots of great players. There is Sambi, there is Edu, there is Victor Medina too. Lots of strong players. I think it's going to be really difficult to make it. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the season. I'm really excited to play Regulation E. I think it might be really fun with I forgot the name.
Ogapon, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry. And Sinicha, yeah, there is lots of new Pokemon which can be really fun.
I'm sure we get to see a lot of those going forward. Before we wrap things up, Alex, is there any shout-outs that you want to make to friends and family back at home that helped you along the way?
Yeah, I want to thank mainly Binji, because I think without him I wouldn't be right now at this stage. I want to thank, of course, friend Chimo, Curpito. I want to thank, of course, my girlfriend, my parents, also my parents' girlfriends too. Yeah, and everyone in social media who is supporting me. Yeah, thank you so much.
Great words, Alex. Thank you so much for your time and telling us a little bit more about your team. We're going to cut to a short break, but we'll be back very soon for the next round of Swiss at the Barcelona Special Event. You won't want to miss it.
Pollenpuff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. That Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なところだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hola, buenos dias. We are back with the round 12 of the Barcelona Special Event. I'm David Partington once again, but this time I'm joined by the glorious Jamie Boyd.
Yeah, absolutely. It's brilliant. I love seeing Volcarona find success. I do enjoy that Pokemon a lot. I enjoy using it myself. And in the regulations that have gone, I haven't been able to make it work, so I've been very, very happy to see Alex Gomez find some great success with it.
Yeah, like incredibly well done as well with that Pokemon that seems to be a little bit more unique here from Worlds and from Pittsburgh and here at Barcelona too.
Yeah, it did seem like it was a very good counter to that kind of team, because that was a team that popped up, got top 8 at the World Championships as well, and it seemed like Volcarona was fantastic against it. You've got the Urshifu with the Choice Scarf that normally outspeeded it. One Quiver Dance is all that's needed. Volcarona naturally outspeeds Urshifu, got the Quiver Dance, outspeeds Giga Drain. We saw that in that game 1, which was absolutely fantastic, and it's a basically perfect answer to the Golden Go too, because you can not quite match the nasty plots, but the +1 special defense, as well as being able to resist the Make It Rains, that's enough for Volcarona to be able to 1v1 the Golden Go too.
Yeah, and as we saw, and you can like really limit your options with that Gothitelle that we saw Alex go for. So, yeah, incredibly well played set, to be honest. So, Jamie, across this day too, have you kind of been seeing what you've expected to see here today, or has it been something that's kind of surprised you?
I think in the first round where we featured Eduardo Cunha versus Simone Sam Vito, those were Pokemon that I would have expected to see for sure. Like, the combination of the Pokemon, we've seen them before together. They're all good stuff Pokemon as referred to by the community. So nothing surprising there. I think that the Volcarona is probably the standout, and it's good that it had the good showing. And I'm really excited to see any other unique picks that hopefully are coming up in this next round.
Yeah, we're going to see very shortly. But first, we're going to have a look at the standings for this round right now. And as we can see, Simone has taken his first
14-0.
loss. Not quite a 14-0 chance this time, Barcelona, but there's plenty of events in the future for that to happen at. But yeah, look at the rest of those names there, Jamie. Some definite big ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting the 9 wins now, that means you're probably 2 wins away. We always have to get that qualifier. 11-3 is usually good enough, very occasionally not, but most likely in this tournament it will be. So some players there very, very close. Simone, even though he has dropped that first game of the tournament so far, probably still just 1 win away, as is Marco Marras now as well.
Yeah, those are looking like very strong players at the moment, and if they haven't faced yet, they'll be facing each other in this round too. Looking further down, Marcus Stadter's still there, getting another win as well, so we still have a chance to get the exact same team winning Barcelona as that won Pittsburgh last week as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and maybe some other players are using that as well, but Marcus absolutely is for sure. We featured him on stream yesterday, so definitely going to be running that team. It would be very, very cool to see back-to-back wins for the same team.
And looking at the next page here, Alex Gomez, of course, 9-2 now after that last round. Oliver Eskelin looks like he took a loss last round as well. Looking a little bit further, Aurélien of France, 8-3. So yeah, kind of hanging in there a little bit. May have to win out at this point for the rest of these 8-3s, but definitely still in contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see Nicola Zerdam, who we featured yesterday as well, at that 9-2 record also. Made a very good comeback in that day 1, I believe round 7 or 8 was a very, very good match. So definitely go back and watch that. And we'll have to see if Nicola is going to have enough in him to make it into that top cut.
Yeah, and there's a lot of representation here actually in this top 16 as well. Plenty of players from multiple regions across Europe, to be honest. So we still don't know like whereabouts this like championship is going to come from, and it really shows the consistency and like ability of all our European players to see that we've had so many of them at the World Championships do so well, especially the German player getting runner-up as well, and we've got so many of them here, including another world champion.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we did allude to a little bit earlier, we have got a very, very cool match coming up for us with a couple of unique picks, which I am looking forward to as well. One of my caster picks has snuck its way into this match, which I am very excited to see.
Okay, right, and yeah, if you haven't looked at Jamie's caster picks yet, then do check them out, because they something I think a lot of people could like say is never going to turn up, but here we go. We're going to see it shortly. But here are some of our pairings here for this upcoming round. Simone is up against Alessio Fusca there. And we've got Nicola, who was on in day 1 yesterday, up against Marco Marras, and Eduardo Cunha still versus Marcus Stadter as well. So a championship pairing at the bottom there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame we've already featured Eduardo there, because that's going to be a repeat of some matches that we've seen with Eduardo versus Marcus previously. Have been always fantastic matches, but yeah, we're going to be featuring Diego versus Mateo here, and I'm very excited because we're going to be seeing a Roaring Moon.
A Roaring Moon indeed, exactly. So a Pokemon that saw a lot of success in the previous regulation sets, and even winning some ICs at the same time as well. So to see it back here is something that's really interesting, where you may argue that there are better Dark types out there, especially the Treasures of Ruin Pokemon that have all been released. But no, this time it's still got its niche here, it looks like.
It does seem so, and I'm very much a fan of the Tailwind set. In my opinion, the most ideal way to run Roaring Moon in Regulation D is the supportive, go for Tailwind. The Dragon Dance is still entirely viable as well. So that is a set that we've seen get success previously, obviously back in the EUIC, the NAIC that Paul Chua was able to win with that Dragon Dance Roaring Moon. That was a fantastic showing too.
Yeah, it was. Exactly. It really showed how powerful Roaring Moon can be. And on top of that, when you could set up with a Dragon Dance too. And actually, setup is something that we haven't actually seen a huge amount of really in this Regulation Set D. But then suddenly this Barcelona, we've seen Quill Dance Volcarona, heck of Dondozo, and Roaring Moon with Dragon Dance coming up now.
Yeah, absolutely. Another Pokemon we've seen previously in Regulation C specifically was Gyarados, and it seems like both trainers are going to be carrying that Pokemon here with a very similar set as well. So it's very exciting to see that Pokemon come back. Obviously, it's got that Intimidate ability, be able to reduce the damage of the opposing Pokemon, and it's fell off a little bit because the water typing obviously is usually going towards the Urshifu Rapid Strike, but the Gyarados is still very good at countering that because of its typing.
Yeah, and with Intimidate too, you're obviously using it as a way to support the rest of your team and actually reduce some of the offense, and then help your other team members kind of set up or switch in or do whatever they like. And with Floor to Flying, which we actually saw last game with that Pelipper, it's a really nice type where usually Grass type is obviously going to be great into your water types, but not the case for Gyarados here. And especially when you've got Intimidate on top of that, where a lot of the grass types are all physical, namely like that Rillaboom, then it's a really good option that suddenly turns it on its head when you want to, if you're a player who's wanting to counter a water type on another player's team.
And it does seem like the Gyarados is good into both of the opposing teams here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up seeing it get that support going, be able to spread those Thunder Waves, get the Paralysis, get the Speed Control as well. So it does look like it is going to be quite impactful in this match.
Yeah, Mateo and Diego are players are a little bit more unknown to the scene as well, actually, seeing them here. Not too many accomplishments, I don't think, that we've seen, but to be able to see them here is like really incredible, honestly. Like amongst the other players that we've seen listed in our standings and our pairings so far. So like these players have a lot to go for here in this one, and it could be that either one of these could be our Barcelona Special Event champion.
Absolutely. It's always nice to see the accomplishments coming out from the players that we do know, but the fact that there's not yet any accomplishments, the key word there being yet, of course, they can be getting them. We've seen it in the previous season. It does not matter if you don't have any previous accomplishments coming in. You can easily win the tournament. It's happened multiple times across the previous season. It's happened. It will continue to happen. So it could absolutely be the case for either Diego or Mateo here.
Exactly. So let's watch these players very closely to see how they're doing here. It'd be interesting to see in our winners interview after this, or whoever does take it on top, what sort of past or like their history of Pokemon has been, and where they want to take it from here as well. Because obviously, if they take a win here, that's another load of championship points that they've got as well. Because they've probably gotten themselves up a little bit higher in those standings to be able to get closer to that 200 CP for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see the team now here coming out for Diego. We've got that Gyarados, like we mentioned, that is going to be supporting the rest of the team. I think the other 5 Pokemon are not a little bit less surprising than the Gyarados, but Gyarados still absolutely has its place to be able to support the rest of the cast around it. You've got the classic Iron Hands that's got the Assault Vest. We've got the Booster Energy this time on the Fluttermane, the Sash and the Chien-Pao. Those are all expected picks. You've got the Rillaboom here because it doesn't have the Assault Vest available. It is on the Iron Hands, opting for that Aya Papa Berry instead for extra recovery.
Yeah, normally you see kind of Iron Hands paired with the grass type Amoonguss usually, but here we have the Rillaboom as well. So yeah, both wanted to carry that Assault Vest, both faking out options, both have that opportunity to either U-turn or Volt Switch, both on the physical side. But obviously here, Diego's really decided to go for both of them, and you can maybe see why as well, because with having fake out support on both ends, you can really help your Golden Go maybe set up with a nasty plot, apologies. But also Rillaboom is a Pokemon that's able to set up the Grassy Surge. And that can, one, reduce the power of Earthquakes that might want to hit your Golden Go and Iron Hands, but also heal it up as well. In combination with that Leftovers, Golden Go is healing actually a decent amount every turn. Yeah,
it almost works like a double Leftovers because they recover the same amount. So that Golden Go getting extra recovery on top of that might make it quite difficult to KO indeed, especially like you mentioned with the double fake outs to enable the nasty plots coming out from the Golden Go, as well as that Gyarados going to be able to reduce the damage from any of the physical attackers that could be coming out. And we can see Mateo's team on the screen very shortly. We're about to see that Roaring Moon, which I am incredibly excited to see. It is going to be the Dragon Dance variant, so not leaning into the supportive one here, not going for that Tailwind option, just going for the damage. Set up the Dragon Dance and massive damage coming out from the acrobatics. And then you always have that choice of dark type coverage. Do you go for the crunch for the defense drops? Do you go for the throat chop in case you're going to be hit by Hyper Voice? In this case, is jaw lock to prevent the switching.
Yeah, and we might even see that used in this scenario too. But what has actually drawn my eye is just a lack of a ghost move over on that Flutter main side there, which is really interesting. But when you think about it, it kind of makes a little bit more sense too, because Ghost is a type that's offensively super effective in the same way that Dark is. You're both are good on Ghost and Psychic. So if you've already got 2 Dark types, both with 2 Dark moves, Shadow Ball is not as needed, to be honest, on a Flutter main. And instead going for that substitute instead, which is, I think, really nice too, where Flutter main is obviously one of those Pokemon you just throw on the field and often just do big damage. And so you probably want to protect, switch around, maybe bring in some fake out, that sort of thing. But with a substitute, you can immediately punish that.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Booster Energy and the Choice Specs are not available for that Flutter main. It's Choice Specs on the Chi-Yu, it's Booster Energy. Booster Energy is mandatory on the Roaring Moon if you want to be making use of acrobatics. So therefore, the Pixie Plate is the item of choice. Makes absolute sense with no Shadow Ball there. It doesn't really matter that you're only boosting your Fairy moves because you only have Fairy moves. Can get away with that absolutely fine. You're going with Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam the majority of the time. Why not just boost it that little bit extra with the Pixie Plate?
And the Chi-Yu is really interesting as well. It is that choice specs, but going for the Terra Water on this one. I think we have seen Ghost Terra being really popular on it before to kind of avoid fake outs, take fighting moves really well, and generally being really defensively synergist with it. But when you combine it with a Terra Blast, suddenly opposing fire types can either usually just sit in front of it really well, like Heatran, which often carries Assault Vest. Suddenly you can hit that really effectively with that water type Terra Blast.
I think it's good for opposing Chi-Yus as well. Chi-Yu can't really hit itself for good damage with just its fire and dark type attacks. Terra Blast would be a good way of ensuring, probably almost certainly just a knockout, especially with the choice specs. So going to be very good offensively here as well as defensively, of course. Surging Strike's incredibly common. That would be one of the best ways of dealing with a Chi-Yu, and if you Terra into the water, you are going to be feeling much more comfortable against it.
So Jamie, any leads that you want to call here on either side right now?
I want to see the Roaring Moon, but I'm a little bit biased with my caster picks, but I still wouldn't be surprised if we see the Roaring Moon coming out immediately, because you likely want to just start getting those Dragon Dances up as quickly as you can to be able to do the damage nice and fast, nice and strong as well. I also think that the Gyarados, like I mentioned previously, is a very good Pokemon in both players' cases here, so I also wouldn't be surprised if we see that as a lead. Just get the Intimidate on any physical attackers that are on the lead, get those Thunder Waves starting to be spread across all the Pokemon to get that speed control, the halving of the speed, and also the chance not to move.
That would be incredible to see, actually, this Roaring Moon, if it does end up setting up, because as soon as you get that success of that Dragon Dance and you haven't taken too much damage, suddenly it's going to be picking up knockouts left, right, and center. However, it doesn't have like any spread damage like Dondozo has, like with Earthquake, or like a setup with the Volcarona that we saw. Like there's no Heat Wave or anything like that. So Roaring Moon can only target single target attacks. But on the other hand, the Golden Go with the Nasty Plot has Make It Rain, which is spread. So maybe it's a choice of that. But at the moment, we see neither currently yet.
Not yet. It's instead going to be the Chien-Pao paired with the Rillaboom for Diego's side, and it is going to be the Chi-Yu and the Iron Hands for Mateo. We've got Fake Out active on both sides of the field, but Rillaboom should be the faster one here, so would be able to control which one does not move. Do you just go for the Gentleman's Agreement and fake out either Pokemon, or do you go for the Fake Out into the Iron Hands and just accept that the Chi-Yu would be moving? Because the Chien-Pao is quite threatened by both Pokemon here. Whichever one you fake out is going to be able to bring the Chien-Pao down to its Focus Sash, so you've got to be careful of what you're going for with your Rillaboom here, because Chien-Pao will be able to get off an attack, but it'll probably go down to the Sash pretty quickly.
And Gyarados has been a really nice switch in here as well, getting Intimidate on both those physical attackers. There's probably going to be one to maybe switch out that Gyarados. No, sorry, no, there's no Gyarados. It's the Iron Hands that sit there, actually. Sorry, Gyarados will definitely want to be switching in here, I would say, to intimidate these two physical attackers. And that's potentially what we were going to be seeing here, yeah.
A little bit of a prediction there coming out with the Gyarados. Actually not as the lead, but coming in instead to be able to intimidate both physical attackers. Absolutely makes sense because you've got the Chien-Pao, you've got the Rillaboom, both physical attackers, and will not be doing as much damage here. We've got an immediate terrestrialization coming out from the Chien-Pao into the Ghost typing. That's going to keep it way safer against this Iron Hand because you can no longer hit it with a Drain Punch if it was going for that instead. That is the Fake Out coming out from the Rillaboom. Looks like it went into what was the Chi-Yu, but no Fake Out from the Iron Hands going on the offensive defensive here. Sacred Sword followed up into that Gyarados switch in for minimal damage, but Drain Punch into the Rillaboom for actually quite a sizable chunk. The Sword of Ruin there helping out to do over half damage to that Rillaboom.
But with that grassy terrain healing up a little bit more, there is a chance that Rillaboom could take another one at the moment, and especially if Chien-Pao switches out, it will definitely survive too. So, but Gyarados switching in obviously seems to be really paying off for Mateo right now, and now it's able to kind of spread Thunder Waves almost as much as it likes, unless a switching in Golden Go or Iron Hands happens. But first, it's Protect on the Chien-Pao.
Keeping itself safe from any of the Thunder Waves that could be coming out here. Rillaboom is actually faster than this Gyarados here. Gonna be able to get that U-turn into the opposing Iron Hands, get rid of that Intimidate drop, and switch into something in the back. Gyarados seems like the perfect switch in here to be able to intimidate those two physical attackers, which you have to see if there is an electric type attack that would have been targeted into that Rillaboom slot to try and potentially catch that Gyarados. We see an attack into the protecting Chien-Pao there from the Gyarados, and the follow-up attack from the Iron Hands is just the Drain Punch. So just going for the straightforward play into the Rillaboom. That would have almost certainly picked up the KO based on the damage on the previous turn, but instead a very risky play that could have been an electric type attack into that Gyarados, but instead getting in nice and free.
Yeah, and now you're switching in on two physical attackers. You probably want to switch out your Gyarados again, to be honest, but there's not a lot of downsides to that when you can switch in your Rillaboom again, and you know you're probably going to take both attacks from either of these targets too. So it's fairly choreographed right now, and that means Chien-Pao is going to be able to live a few attacks as well. But the thing is, Iron Hands and Mateo's end is looking really bulky, and nothing's really doing a lot of damage to it. So I'm interested to see how Diego's going to be able to break this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Rillaboom switching in for the Chien-Pao there, and just to protect from the Gyarados on Diego's side, keeping itself safe from any of the wild charges that could come out here. It seems like Rillaboom did dodge an attack there. That must have been the Thunder Wave that did dodge the Rillaboom. Just the attack into the Gyarados as well. So Rillaboom getting in nice and freely there and getting a little bit lucky dodging that Thunder Wave.
Yeah, and a good protect from the wild charge that came out from that Iron Hands as well, particularly. So it does keep itself safe this turn. Now, what we could see here is an interesting play of like switch out your Gyarados and then U-turn on your Rillaboom, and then getting your Gyarados again on the Rillaboom slot this time, because it'd be quite the prediction to wild charge Rillaboom this time. But if you can pull that off, you can get another Intimidate on and still get your Gyarados in the same turn, further weakening both of these physical attackers. Worst case, if the Chi-Yu kind of switches in, then you still get your Gyarados on the field being a water type in front of a fire type Chi-Yu. So I think that's probably what Diego may want to go for here.
Well, Mateo definitely wants to switch out his Gyarados and preserve it for the Intimidate later on. Chi-Yu is rejoining the field and getting in pretty safely here, with the Iron Hands also going for the switch out. So we get the reveal of Mateo's final Pokemon that he has brought to this match. It is going to be the Amoonguss switching in. We've got the Wood Hammer into the Amoonguss slot switch in, not doing much damage at all with that quad resistance. A very, very nice switch in of the Amoonguss right there. Gyarados is going to follow up with a Waterfall, but targeted into the Amoonguss slot. If that would have hit into the Chi-Yu, that would have done absolutely massive damage, but a very, very good switch around for Mateo. The double switch in the correct way round.
Yeah, and yet again, another really good switch in to like a double up. Like Gyarados earlier, we've got Amoonguss now. But can you imagine if that Amoonguss was a Fluttermane instead, for instance? Then that would have been huge for Diego. But no, it is that nice, slow, bulky Amoonguss. Like, I'm getting serious regulation set C vibes here, Jamie.
Yeah, it does seem like it. The 4 Pokemon that Mateo has brought to this match are all just Regulation C viable. I think his entire team is actually just a Regulation C team.
On both?
Yeah, on both of them, it does seem. So, yeah, going back a little bit in time here, but nothing wrong with that. These Pokemon are tried and true. They are still very much putting in the work, even in this Regulation D. So it's just going to be able to nicely switch around for both of these Pokemon. Gyarados just going to keep itself safe here from the potential Dark Pulse that could be coming out from the Chi-Yu, or the Spore that could be coming out from the Amoonguss, but not this turn. It is instead the Rage Powder to keep that Chi-Yu safe from any attacks that the Gyarados would have been wanting to go for. The attack going into the Gyarados there was the Heat Wave, so Gyarados keeps itself safe from that with a Protect, but Rillaboom definitely going down to that attack.
Yeah, 100% going down to a Heat Wave, especially from a Choice Specs Chi-Yu as well. So whatever's coming in here next probably also doesn't want to take a Heat Wave either. Looking at the back here, we can see Diego's options. Fluttermane, having that big special defense, probably will be able to take a Heat Wave as well. Being spread damage is a little bit weaker than something that might be more single target, like an Overheat. So in it comes, and it is that booster energy. Let's see what stat it is going to increase here. And I'm not too sure what it's going to be right now. but I'm sure we'll see. It's probably special attack based on the moveset.
I saw velocity, speed.
Ooh.
That's what I'm going for. I'm going to
like
assume it was the speed boost here. So
Okay.
of course, we need to brush up on our languages, but yeah, it was probably, even if it was the special attack boost, it's probably outspeeding the Chi-Yu regardless, Fluttermane being so naturally fast, and the Amoonguss obviously incredibly slow.
But at first, it's going to be the Protect from the Fluttermane, actually, this time. Probably is the main threat, actually, from Mateo. And there definitely is going to be an attack going into that, being that Heat Wave that we know this Chi-Yu is locked into. Gyarados taking actually a huge chunk there, honestly. And the burn, too! It's the Gyarados. That is going to be huge, because if there's a waterfall coming out into this Chi-Yu, it's probably now going to be able to survive. But first, Gyarados is going to heal up with that Citrus Berry, keeping it a little bit more comfortable. But it's going to be that taunt, actually. Gyarados is actually quite well known to use into the Amoonguss that we've seen get taunted so many times over this weekend. And it looks like something going to the Fluttermane was definitely stopped there.
Yeah, that was almost certainly the Spore coming out, attempting to go into the Fluttermane. But actually, no, it had been taunted, so it must have been the Pollen Puff instead going into the Fluttermane. So, yeah, that's an unfortunate turn for the Gyarados. Getting that burn means that the Waterfall really won't be doing as much damage into that Chi-Yu. You may not even feel the need to go for any kind of Rage Powders this turn, and that's exactly what we're seeing here, because it's just the Moonblast straight away into the Chi-Yu and a special attack drop to boot as well. That means this Heat Wave won't be doing as much damage. That means it's not a 2-hit knockout on that Fluttermane. Follow-up Waterfall, not enough with the burn coming out into play there, and there is the follow-up attack from the Amoonguss going on the offensive, does have access to that Leaf Storm, and is enough to pick up the knockout on that Gyarados.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Amoonguss recently running that Leaf Storm as an offensive option, which makes sense. Amoonguss is a grass type. You might as well utilize that same type of attack bonus, and with such a powerful attack too. And when Amoonguss is so bulky, you want to switch it out all the time, like, you can just reset those drops immediately. But first, Chien-Pao's coming in here, so of any duo to really have last down here, this is a pretty offensive one.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive damage going to be coming out from the Fluttermane and the Chien-Pao here. You've got the booster energy still intact for the Fluttermane as well. The Chi-Yu is incredibly low, so it's going to be in range of whatever attack that the Fluttermane would want to go for. Most likely the Dazzling Gleam to be able to bypass any of the Rage Powders that could be coming out as well. That is exactly what we're seeing, getting some extra chip damage on the Amoonguss too to boot, and then the Chien-Pao can follow up with a potential Ice-type attack, but Icicle Crash was the Ice type of choice, and that does not have perfect accuracy. That is a dodge on the Amoonguss for the Icicle Crash. That allows it to get some extra chip damage on this Chien-Pao, and probably even more importantly, break the Focus Sash.
Yeah, so now this Chien-Pao is going to be able to go down to any attack now that Focus Sash has been bypassed. Iron Hand's now coming in here, like, it's looking super healthy too, and if we've seen anything from Iron Hands, it's how many attacks it can take, even if it's from a Fluttermane as well. But with that booster energy only boosting speed, but most likely, it's probably definitely going to be able to survive some sort of attack now that Iron Hands definitely has the Assault Vest here. So I think either of these Pokemon are in range of a KO from this Iron Hands, and Amoonguss, although taunted, can still go for a Pollen Puff side into the Iron Hands to just heal it up again if a double up isn't quite enough to KO it.
Yeah, absolutely. The Amoonguss getting pretty lucky there with the dodge and now can do all the support stuff it still wants to be able to do. It's really not threatened down by that Fluttermane. That means that you probably need to commit an attack from the Chien-Pao into the Amoonguss to be able to get some massive damage, and that means you're not attacking the Iron Hands this turn with the Chien-Pao. Amoonguss is going to be switching out here. It's going to be regenerating, probably back up to full HP based on the amount it was on previously. You get to bring in your Gyarados here for Mateo, getting that Intimidate onto the Chien-Pao, weakening it even more here. Terra has been held off the entire match until now for Mateo's side of the field, but this is the time. Iron Hands is going to be terrestrializing into that water type. There is no more super effective hits going into that Iron Hands. It's still at full HP. It's still carrying the Assault Vest. It's going to be able to shrug off all the attacks. Fluttermane going to be keeping itself safe here, just going for that Protect from any of the Heavy Slams coming out. Ice Crash connecting this time, but it's into the Gyarados, not the Amoonguss. That's enough to activate the Citrus Berry on the Gyarados, bring it just below half HP. Should be able to comfortably take another one here, and that is an attack into the Fluttermane there from that Iron Hands.
I think that must have been the Heavy Slam there, straight into that Fluttermane, which a lot of Iron Hands do seem to carry to be able to just deal with that Fluttermane just instantly. And with the Protect on there, it's obviously going to take that pretty well, as in no damage, but yeah, it's going to need to get another one, unfortunately, and there is a failed Protect there, and Icicle Crash is coming out this time. Is it enough for KO Gyarados? No, not even close. Waterfall, though, is going into the Fluttermane this time, and that is a big amount of damage, even from a supportive Gyarados. Fluttermane goes down. Chien-Pao is the last Pokemon for Diego.
Yeah, absolutely. The Sword of Ruin helping out there, getting that Waterfall KO. The Heavy Slam follow-up into the Chien Pao. Both Pokemon are pretty heavy here. Chien Pao surprisingly heavy from what you would think, but doesn't really matter here. It's going to keep itself safe for another turn of Protect. Get some more thinking time for Diego going into this game, because it is almost certainly game one for Mateo.
Yeah, unless we see the successive protects of the century here, I think we are going to see a game two where Mateo is one up at this point. But yeah, there is a lot of information that has come out this game, to be honest, where a lot of Pokemon have been utilized on the same side. And yeah, there's a Sacred Sword not doing a whole lot, just Iron Hand showing off its bulk again. Waterfall is finally enough to switch in and KO this champion.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well positioned for Mateo there. Being able to switch around very, very nicely. Saving the Terrestrialization to very, very late in the game. And then that just meant that the Iron Hands really couldn't be touched by the Fluttermane or the Chien Pao. You obviously had the help of the Gyarados getting the Waterfall KOs as well. But at that point, Iron Hands had basically won the match on its own.
Yeah, Mateo is now one game away from getting yet another win and almost getting closer to that top cut qualification that he probably desperately wants. Both players desperately want as well. Question is, Jamie, how is Diego going to switch things up for this game too?
Yeah, it seemed like the Pokemon were pretty good into Mateo's team. It was just that Mateo was just very slightly able to outposition Diego's side. I think maybe just the switch up of the Gyarados coming in for Diego's side was a very risky play when the Wild Charge could have come into that slot, but instead it was the Drain Punch. So Diego was actually absolutely getting correct switches and getting the repositioning going, but it just seemed like I think it was just one turn where Mateo just managed to get that. It was the double switching of the Chi-Yu and the Amoonguss, and the Amoonguss caught both attacks when the Waterfall could have gone into the Chi-Yu. Obviously, you can't forget the burn on the Gyarados as well, because that allowed the Chi-Yu to be able to survive and get off another Heat Wave.
Yeah, that's a really great point. Like, even if you have like this generally just the same Pokemon on both sides, we can definitely see a very different game, because we saw a very positional game, to be honest, where there was so much switching out. We had U-turns and we had Intimidates coming in, lowering damage, more switches out. But it was Mateo's kind of Chi-Yu that just kind of was able to come in at those more safer times and just click that button and just dish out a huge chunk of damage. And now obviously that burn on that Gyarados was probably a very big deal, as we saw that Gyarados did have an opportunity to go through a couple of waterfalls, and the Chi-Yu on Mateo's end was able to survive it. So have that not happened, which it probably won't happen, given its chances for future games.
Are you aware of the commentator's curse, David?
I am, actually, now I'm saying it, but who knows? Who knows what happens? Maybe Diego's Pokemon will just believe a little bit harder. Who knows?
Yeah, absolutely. And I still want to see the Roaring Moon. I think it is still very viable in this match. Even though Mateo was the person who won that first game, I think that would be still an entirely reasonable adjustment. Maybe a little bit biased with my cast picks wanting to see that Roaring Moon. But I still think it has a very good matchup into the opposing team. The Gyarados can't really touch it very well. It's just got Waterfall. The Rillaboom can't do very well. As soon as it's gone for its Terra Flying, U-turn's no longer super effective. So I think even just one Dragon Dance would put the Roaring Moon into a pretty good position. But based on how it seemed reasonably comfortable for Mateo, just with a couple of very good switches, that he was able to take that first game.
But we're getting into game two now. Matteo Bellini versus Diego Bonome Gaudido. Goldengo is coming out actually this time, so a huge switch up on this end. And Chi-Yu is an Iron Hands, yet another lead for Mateo, same as game one.
Yeah, Goldengo's going to be able to put on a lot more offensive pressure, just not against these two. It doesn't really do so well against Chi-Yu and Iron Hands. Make It Rain is resisted by both. If you want to get a turn to be able to get up a nasty plot, you may not be able to get in the face of the Chi-Yu. That's probably why we're seeing the Rillaboom go for the fake out into the opposing Chi-Yu, so that you can get that nasty plot going. You obviously can't fake out a ghost type. There is no trading of fake outs here coming out. Instead, it's just a wild charge straight away. Over half damage into the Goldengo straight away. But of course, the leftovers is the item of choice on that Goldengo. The grassy terrain is on the field as well. So even though that did just over half to the Goldengo, it's going to be able to recover up a reasonable amount here and should be able to take another wild charge.
Yeah, there's not a lot stopping Mateo's kind of offensive onslaught onto this Goldengo right now. It's the Terror of Water as well, so Wild Charge is still just as effective, if not more, into the Goldengo following this turn. And Rillaboom doesn't have a lot of options to be able to deal with it. So I think we've got to see a Protect on the Goldengo here if you're Diego, and maybe a U-turn or a hard switch into something else to be able to help support this Goldengo to deal out a little bit more damage here. Possibly that extra fake outing option in that Iron Hands, probably Diego will want to see here. And it is that hard switch to kind of avoid that Heat Wave, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. U-turn would not have been safe here in the slightest. Heatwave would have almost certainly picked up the knockout on the Rillaboom. We've got an Iron Hands joining the field, and we've got an Iron Hands leaving the field here. Rillaboom switched into the Iron Hands on Diego's side, and on Mateo's side, Iron Hands has retreated bringing in the Gyarados here, getting that Intimidate on the opposing Iron Hands, and the Golden Go here does want to keep itself safe from a Protect, getting that Fake Out pressure back onto the field before it feels comfortable going on the offensive here, but it is the Dark Pulse. That was the move of choice coming out from the Chi-Yu here. No Heat Wave. That Rillaboom could have gone for a U-turn, but a lot safer to just hard switch into that Iron Hands instead.
But here we have the action of the grassy terrain and leftovers recovery. Do you remember at the end of turn 1, Golden Go was just under half, and now look at it, it's kind of healed up almost half of that damage already. So depending on the kind of bulk training of this Golden Go, it might be able to get into a point where if it terrors into the water, it might actually be able to live a Dark Pulse. And if it's a little bit faster than this Gyarados, which it probably likely is based on like its natural speediness over Gyarados, it's going to be able to get off an attack and actually make the most of the nasty plot boost that it has now got.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got the Fake Out pressure to help out too. You can go for the Fake Out into the opposing Chi-Yu, and your Golden Go would be completely safe from that Gyarados. That might be why the Gyarados is repositioning here. Not really threatening too much on the field. Going to be retreating in the face instead into that Iron Hands. Fake Out coming out onto that Chi-Yu once again. Cannot target down this Golden Go. It's got another free move. That move is going to be the Shadow Ball into the opposing Chi-Yu, and very respectable damage. Of course, you both moves of Golden Go are resisted by Chi-Yu, but now that you got that special defense drop coming out from the Shadow Ball as well, that's probably in range of another attack Golden Go would want to go for.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've seen 2 Fake Outs into a Chi-Yu, which kind of really shows how Terra Ghost on a Chi-Yu is actually really useful, especially if you're on a choice item as well, because obviously you are able to protect from one. So because this is Terra Water, that is a Fake Out is a very safe option too. So, but we are in now a position where this Chi-Yu is now able to go for that Dark Pulse still yet again. So we'll see if it goes for it, but no, it is that switch out instead.
Not this turn, not going on the offensive here, going to be switching out instead for the Gyarados. Once again, going to intimidate that Iron Hands. Now that it's been intimidated twice, should be able to survive even a Wild Charge going into that Gyarados slot. The Iron Hands on Diego's side is also retreating. Are we going to see the Rillaboom for more Fake Out pressure? We absolutely are. A very safe switch in there because it was not the Heat Wave that the Chi-Yu locked into, it was the Dark Pulse instead, so would have been able to come in with being able to survive whatever attack was thrown at it. That attack ends up being a Drain Punch and going to be able to do some very respectable damage, but notably less than it was in the previous game, because that first game, it was helped out by the Sword of Ruin.
I'm going to say, Jamie, the Revolving Door Pokemon is definitely in action today. Switching in of the Gyarados and the Rillaboom, resetting that Fake Out, and just generally protecting Golden Go, which we've seen as a strategy a lot of players have kind of lent into with Golden Go and having that nasty plot option. And so we can see its effectiveness now. It's now completely healed up. And to be honest, looking at the offensive threats that are on the field now for it on Mateo's end, there's not a lot stopping it from a big amount of damage this turn.
Well, here we go. Another Fake Out, and it seems like a nasty plot for this Golden Go, getting up to +4 stages of increased attack now. Going to be able to put on some massive pressure on the opposing side of the field. Wild Charge once again, not quite over half this time, but all of that damage from the previous Wild Charge was gone after all those leftovers and grass terrain recoveries. We got it back now again, but here's some more recovery once again.
Yeah, so +4 special attack is definitely looking scary, and I think it's a good idea too because Gyarados is quite specially bulky, and Iron Hands has that Assault Vest too, so both Pokemon were still likely to live any attack Golden Go has this time, but at +4 special attack, you are doing 3 times as much damage with your move, so a Shadow Ball is probably looking quite likely now to be able to knock out a Gyarados, so Mateo's got to really kind of position his Chi-Yu most likely really carefully to be able to dispatch this Golden Go quite effectively before it starts to dish out too much damage.
Absolutely. If the Amoonguss is waiting in the back for Mateo like it was in that previous game, then it really looks like the Chi-Yu would be the only true offensive pressure into this opposing Golden Go. It's not going to be threatened by any damage this turn. It is keeping itself safe with the Protect. There's no Chi-Yu on the field this time threatening the Rillaboom, so it feels safe to go for the U-turn instead. We've already seen that it does outspeed this Gyarados. Going to be able to switch out once again. Going to be able to reset Fake Out pressure once again. Here's another Pokemon with Fake Out. Here's the Iron Hands joining the field. Waterfall fired off into that protecting Golden Go. Not going to be able to do any damage there. And a follow-up attack with a Wild Charge into the Golden Go. Those 2 attacks probably would have been able to KO the Golden Go based on the HP it was at, but keeping itself safe, getting a little bit more recovery.
I think that there was definitely an opportunity there, I think, Mateo to kind of switch around a little bit, because I think on Diego's end, it's obvious you either want to like protect and maybe switch in something fake out, or you want to switch in your Gyarados to intimidate your two physical attackers as well. So either way, Mateo's probably not going to be able to KO this Golden Go this turn. So I think I would have liked to see a little bit more of a switch up. So, but this time now, Golden Go is in a great position to dish out as much damage as it likes.
Yeah, that's massive damage. That's an Assault Vest Iron Hands, and it's down into the red. With the Shadow Ball and the Fake Out keeping the Wild Charge not going into the Golden Go. Some good damage with the Waterfall, but based on the damage it just did and the fact that there's still the leftovers recovering this Golden Go, the Gyarados is probably not going to be able to knock out this Golden Go with another one.
Yeah, probably not exactly. And Golden Go is in a great position to just still keep doing damage. Hasn't got really Make It Rains yet, so its offense is still not being lowered by that special attack drop of 1 stage that it does have. So there's nothing stopping it from just keeping up this offensive pressure. Now, I don't think we've at least I haven't noticed the kind of speed interaction between the two Iron Hands yet, as to which is faster, to be honest, because we've just seen so much Fake Out and then switch, or Fake Out and then switch. So we haven't actually seen that interaction yet, and that could be quite big here if Diego's Iron Hands is faster, because it will be able to then pick up a KO on that Iron Hands, and Golden Go can focus down on the other slot.
Yeah, absolutely. But Golden Go's not focusing down on any slot here, going for another Protect, more leftovers recovery. And that is Mateo's Iron Hands moving first there. So that indicates that that's probably the faster one between the two. And the Iron Hands on Diego's side of the field. Drain punches what was a Gyarados. And if that had turned into a Chi-Yu, that would have been a KO. But it's the Amoonguss that switched in instead.
I think that's a good attempt, to be honest. Like, you might as well go for it at that point, because Gyarados is most likely kind of switching out there, just based on all the physical attackers that they've got going on. But yeah, yet again, Mateo makes a really nice switch, as he did in Game 1. Amoonguss switching in very nicely. But it's not going to be offering too much into this Golden Go, thanks to its good as gold ability. It can't be put to sleep or just affected by any status moves, really.
Yeah, Amoonguss is not really useful here at all. It can get a Pollen Puff into the Iron Hands, sure, but it's going to have to survive the +4 Make It Rain to be able to get that attack off, and that's even if the Iron Hands is able to survive that. That took so much damage from the Shadow Ball. Might be in range here of the Make It Rain. Iron Hands for Diego, switching out into that Rillaboom, getting ready to fake out something on the next turn as well. Amoonguss also going to be retreating here for the Gyarados, so does not want to be taking that +4 Make It Rain. Gyarados should be able to survive that. It's at almost full HP. It is still going to be resisting the Make It Rain, and the Golden Go can just go on the offensive here. Here is that +4 Make It Rain, easily enough to KO that Iron Hands based on the damage previously. And Gyarados still going to be able to shrug it off, but that was a lot of damage to take on the switch in.
Yeah, and Gyarados is now most likely still in range of another Make It Rain, so it's still not really safe, unless it has a berry there. Yes, okay, it probably is a little bit out of range now, because the Make It Rain is not going to do as much damage this turn as it did before. So, but you have to switch in Rillaboom if you're Diego, so you can just kind of suppress it with a Fake Out, and then that other slot is looking a little bit precarious as to what might come in. But it is not the Chi-Yu yet, because Chi-Yu is probably going to be susceptible to that Fake Out, so it kind of prevents you wanting to do that. And that means Golden Go is yet again in a brilliant position to just set up even more or dish out a ton of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't switch in the Chi-Yu when Diego has Fake Out active, because as soon as that happens, that's Fake Out and Make It Rain, and then the Chi-Yu will be KO'd. It seems like that's the only Pokemon that can deal with this Golden Go at this point. We saw how much the Waterfall was doing. Not enough. The Amoonguss, definitely not enough. That does not threaten the Golden Go in the slightest, not even with any spores, thanks to that good as gold ability. So Golden Go has just been basically allowed to do what it wants here because of the Fake Outs, just being able to cycle out. This is what, going to probably be the 5th turn that Fake Out has been active, and the Golden Go's just sat on the field the entire time, just recovering with all its leftovers as well. No Make It Rain, but just a Shadow Ball going into that Amoonguss. +3, not enough to pick up the KO. Wood's Hammer should be enough to pick up the KO. No, it's not actually. The Gyarados is bulky enough to survive that attack, allowed to go for the Waterfall into the Golden Go. Would be a 2-hit KO based on the damage it's at the moment, but the leftovers and the Grass String can help out. Spore trying to catch a switch in, but both Pokemon are immune.
Yeah, it would have been more ideal maybe to see a Pollen Puff there from that Amoonguss to heal up the Gyarados, because then it would have maybe been able to take yet another hit. But yeah, thanks to the Gyarados kind of switching in after the Rillaboom has switched in the kind of the previous turn, that Intimidate was able to affect the Rillaboom and thus able it to survive. But yeah, Chi-Yu still needs to find some way to kind of edge in here. And with Mateo's lack of kind of pivoting options that Diego seems to have, it's going to be really hard, because you always have to hard switch it in, and that makes it susceptible to any incoming attack that could be coming from Diego's end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking pretty comfortable for Diego. at this point. Chi-Yu is deciding to switch in immediately here. The Amoonguss is switching out, getting some regenerator once again. But here is the Chi-Yu just above half HP, so it's probably going to be able to survive on any attack that the Golden Go would throw out. It is a +3 Make It Rain, and I take that back. Golden Go is far too strong. Chi-Yu is dropped to that Make It Rain, and that is a double KO. Chi-Yu is gone, Gyarados is gone, and it's just the Amoonguss waiting in the back for Mateo, and that means that the Golden Go has completely swept this game.
Yeah, like incredibly well as well. With the leftovers in the grassy terrain, like as we see how much health it's on now, it's likely like taken over like its full amount of health throughout this game. It's just healed up all of that, almost the entirety of the game at the same time. So Mateo, who arguably has KO'd a Golden Go, just like not all at once, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's the one that matters. Here comes the Amoonguss. Maybe the fact that its Leaf Storm is going to be boosted by the grassy terrain, but not even then at this point. I do think that Mateo does need extra ways of threatening down that Golden Go. It was allowed too many turns there. The only real threat to it was that Chi-Yu, and basically just every turn that the Golden Go wasn't going for a protect, there was a fake out into that Chi-Yu, and that just enabled the Golden Go to do whatever it wanted.
Yeah, there was really no opportunity that Diego let Mateo have to KO his Golden Go. He kept it safe every single turn, and just because he could. Because he was able to either switch into Gyarados for Intimidate, he was able to switch in his Iron Hands for a Fake Out, or his Rillaboom for a Fake Out and extra healing. So it was just perfectly well supported there. But looking at Mateo's team to maybe kind of break that core, I'm kind of looking at that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, I'm looking at that Roaring Moon as well. That's a brilliant Pokemon to be able to counter the opposing Golden Go, not just because it threatens it super effectively, but it's got some very respectable special defense as well, so it would be able to survive and even just a +2 Make It Rain and respond back likely with a KO with the Jaw Lock. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is an adjustment. Also, the Fluttermane, usually a good Pokemon against an opposing Golden Go, but the fact that this one is just the Mono Fairy type attacks one instead, the Moonblast Dazzling Gleam and substitute instead, dropping the Shadow Ball for the substitute, means Fluttermane can't really be the counter to that Golden Go. So this could be the time for the Roaring Moon.
And I also want to mention about the Roaring Moon is the fact that its Dark-type moves is that Jaw Lock. And we saw how much Diego wanted to switch out,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
So, like, Jaw Lock completely stops that as well if you're able to get that off. And it's, on top of that, super effective into Golden Go if it doesn't choose to Terra. So, right, come on, yeah. This time, surely, is the Roaring Moon this time, Jamie. I actually want this for you now this time because, like, I think it'd be really cool to see just the action of it and this arguably regulation set C match.
Well, as far as I can see, Roaring Moon is a very, very reasonable adjustment here based on what happened in that game too. Like we mentioned, Mateo took game one pretty comfortably. It was just a couple of very, very strong pivots here and there, and then Mateo was just in control. Whereas Diego, from turn one, it seemed like it was just Diego's game of like, here's Fake Out in our spot, and suddenly Golden Go's going to do what it wants because I've got your Chi-Yu in control. When it can attack, I'm protecting, and when it can't attack, I'm attacking with the Golden Go. So there definitely needs to be extra answers to that Golden Go. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Amoonguss dropped, because that's just completely useless against the opposing Golden Go.
Yeah, and
here we go.
There it is, yes, Roaring Moon and Chi-Yu versus the Rillaboom and the Iron Hand. So no Golden Go immediately yet for Diego. Let's see if he's actually brought it this turn. But going into this turn, it's definitely a very different leads on either side. We've got a lot of fast and a lot of hard-hitting offense versus double Fake-Out bulk.
Yeah, absolutely. This is way more offensive coming out from Mateo's side there. Going to be able to threaten some very big damage with the Roaring Moon and the Chi-Yu. Being able to get a Dragon Lance here is going to be quite tricky because you've got a Fake Out that could come from either the Rillaboom or the Iron Hands here, as well as the Iron Hands potentially threatening down that Roaring Moon. There's always the mind game of, do you go for the Fighting type attack as it stays as its Dark and Dragon typing, or do you go for the Wild Charge expecting the Terra Flying to come out, which would resist the Fighting type attack? Of course, when the Flying type Terra eventually does come out, that mind game is over, but it's always intact when you're first joining the field here, like we do have now. But if you attack into the Roaring Moon, that would be ignoring this Chi-Yu, and it's got the choice specs. It's still going to be able to threaten absolutely massive damage.
So we have to see where that targeting. It looks like that it is a target into the Chi-Yu, which is obviously a little bit safer thanks to that choice specs, but it is actually going to switch out this turn. So we're going to hear the third Pokemon come in, and it is that Amoonguss still coming in, which has been such a great switch in every single time that Mateo has switched in so far. Let's see if it pays off for him this time, as Gyarados is the switch in for this time instead, lowering the attack of that Roaring Moon, which probably is quite an offensive threat right now. But it'll be interesting to see if the Roaring Moon can keep up with the suppressing of its offensive stats. But with the Protect, not so much this time.
Yeah, that's a potential turn that you could have gone for a Dragon Dance with the Roman. That was just a fake out into the Amoonguss switch in. So potential lost opportunity there to get that Dragon Dance going. You do definitely have it this turn though. You've got your Amoonguss in against that opposing Gyarados and that Iron Hands. You can go for a Rage Powder and a Dragon Dance completely safely here. You may want to get greedy and go for a Spore, but that's an incredibly risky play in the face of the taunt that could come out from the Gyarados. The Rage Powder has priority, it would go before the taunt, and it would still redirect on that turn. So this does seem like the perfect opportunity to get that Dragon Dance going. It will put the Roaring Moon back to neutral, cancel out the Intimidate, and it will still be able to do some very good damage. You would have to worry about the next turn, where the Amoonguss was potentially going to be taunted here, won't be able to redirect anymore, and then you'll be back to the mind game of do you go for the Terra, the Acrobatics to get the extra power, but that could be a Wild Charge into the Roaring Moon instead. But I definitely wouldn't be surprised here if we just see a Rage Powder, but also instead switching out is perfectly viable too.
Okay, and into the Gyarados as well. So yeah, it is another way to kind of support your Roaring Moon here. Kind of in the same way that Diego was supporting his Golden Go, Mateo is now supporting his Roaring Moon. So offering some Rage Powder support or Intimidate as it is here. But yeah, there's the Dragon Dance now. Roaring Moon beginning to pile on the pressure. Let's see if Diego can respond to this in kind. And is that taunt into that slot? So again, another great switch by Mateo. But that does still mean Gyarados' options are severely limited just to the waterfall, and even at -1 attack, Iron Hands with that Drain Punch is still doing over 50%.
Yeah, Roaring Moon doesn't have the greatest of defenses here, but the fact that the Roaring Moon is still not going for its Terra just yet means it is still on the field, and like grounded on the field with the grassy terrain, so it got that little bit of recovery that should allow it to survive another Drain Punch, which is going to be very, very nice for this Roaring Moon, allowing it to definitely get off another attack it wants to go for. But if it does go for the Terra now, based on the damage that Drain Punch did, if it goes for a Terra and it's Wild Charge into the Roaring Moon, that's a little bit stronger than Drain Punch. That probably would be able to pick up the knockout. You can't go for any of your supporting moves with the Gyarados here because it's being taunted. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it switch out into that Amoonguss that could be Rage Powdering as well. If you're switching out the Amoonguss, you could also be going for just a Protect on your Roaring Moon to get ready for Rage Powder support the next turn.
So yeah, there it is, as you called it, Jamie. But does Diego call it this time? And maybe target around, maybe switch up himself? Yeah, it is! The double taunt straight into the Amoonguss. Great call there. So kind of same situation as before. Amoonguss is now doing absolutely nothing this time. But it is, it looks like a Wild Charge, trying to call that terrestrialization on the Roaring Moon there. But it does not affect it this time. And so the Roaring Moon is able to switch up. However, going into this next turn, Mateo can still just switch in that Gyarados again, though.
Yeah, absolutely. You can get the Intimidates down. That will weaken the damage from the Iron Hands as well. That should allow the Roaring Moon to be able to survive, even if it's Wild Charge into the Flying-type Terra, which obviously you do want to be going for to do the most amount of damage you could possibly do. But very, very nicely done, catching that Amoonguss on the switch-in with that taunt there.
Yum, Jawlock straight into that Gyarados, and it's doing a lot of damage actually as well, considering how bulky this Gyarados probably is. But it's first that Citrus Berry it's going to heal up, so there's going to still be a lot of work Mateo needs to do to be able to deal with this Gyarados. And a Thunder Wave is really big right now into that Roaring Moon. It has Dragon Dance once, but that is going to severely limit how fast it can be and even make it not move at all. And a Drain Punch, really nice call there. No Terror on that turn, but it's still not enough for a KO. And the Amoonguss still taunted, but still very useful, being able to heal up this Roaring Moon up above 50%, actually more health than it even started with.
Yeah, absolutely. That could have potentially been a KO there if that would have been Waterfall instead of Thunder Wave. That was a very small amount of HP left on that Roaring Moon. Waterfall is almost certainly going to be enough, even though it was resisted and intimidated there. So maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity. The Thunder Wave is still very nice, but the Roaring Moon is probably still going to be outspeeding both Pokemon because of its naturally high speed and the +1 speed it does have from the Dragon Dance. So it's still going to be able to do some very respectable damage. We saw the Jawlock do just over half to the Gyarados, but the Citrus Berry, a very good item choice. That means that it shouldn't be able to pick up the KO on the opposing Gyarados here with another Jawlock. That might be why we're going to be seeing the terrestrialization out into the flying type attack, because Acrobatics is very much stronger than Jawlock.
Yeah, absolutely is. But what Wild Charge, though, is stronger than Drain Punch here. So now if Wild Charge is the super effective option to Roaring Moon, it could very well KO this time, as there is no Gyarados switching either. And it's the full paralysis on the Roaring Moon as well. Heartbreaking for Mateo right there. But it is the Drain Punch, though, so he at least did call the correct time to go for that Terror.
Yeah, absolutely. There was the mind game here. The mind game is over because you've got the permanent flying type now, but very, very nicely timed there. Going to be able to get that Pollen Puff once again into the Roaring Moon, and now it's looking pretty comfortable. That's almost back to full HP. Based on the Intimidates that have happened and the damage that has been done, then you're probably not picking up a KO on the Roaring Moon at this range. You can always switch in the Gyarados once again for Mateo's side of the field to get extra Intimidates down. We saw that the Gyarados does outspeed this Roaring Moon when it is paralyzed at +1. You could definitely consider a second Dragon Dance here, but for the damage output as well, but also just so your Roaring Moon is back to outspeeding the opposing Gyarados. Because we saw there, it did get fully paralyzed, but it also took a Waterfall, and that's getting that Power Flinch chance going, which is not unreasonable to happen.
I think that's a great point, Jamie. Yeah, Mateo really needs to try and get the dice rolls in his favor this time. So it's yet another taunt for the Amoonguss coming out, but not before it was able to get off that Rage Powder first and keeping its Roaring Moon a little bit safer this time. And yeah, there we go. Mateo is probably in your head, or you're in Mateo's head. Either way, Dragon Dance comes out again for this Roaring Moon. So it's now technically back to its own neutral speed, as I think the booster energy boosts its attack. So now Roaring Moon's definitely looking pretty quick, and if there's no Flutter Mane in the back for Diego, then it's looking all right.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a pretty reasonable position now for Mateo. Should be back to outspeeding that Gyarados with the Roaring Moon. Now it's at +2 speed. That's effectively cancelled out the paralysis. So Roaring Moon is pretty well positioned here. It does still have to contend with the paralysis chance that's come out, because we have already seen that already did occur, so just needs to be worried about that. But now you've got the second Dragon Dance. That should put the Gyarados in range of the Acrobatics. Based on the +1 Jaw Lock, +2 Acrobatics surely does 75% based on the 50% that the Jaw Lock did.
It's the Protect, though, first for this Roaring Moon, taking a leaf out of Diego's book from Game 2. Just protect that main offensive threat and just let your supportive options do the work here. So, yeah, attacks straight into that Roaring Moon. So, again, yeah, a really good Protect. So, let's see what this Amoonguss is going to go for here. And it's going to be that Leaf Storm. It does definitely have offensive pressure behind that taunt, but it's into an Assault Vest Iron Hand. So, there's going to definitely have to be a few of those before Iron Hands goes down.
Absolutely, but that was just free damage. That was a very well-timed Protect from the Roaring Moon, and every bit of chip damage absolutely helps on the Iron Hands. It's so bulky, you need multiple attacks regardless. Why not get a bit of extra chip damage and also stall out of turn while the Amoonguss is taunted, ready to be able to Rage Powder again in the future if it does choose to remain on the field. The Amoonguss is not threatened here at all. It's not going to be able to support at the moment with Spore and Rage Powder, and it does a bit of chip damage, but you can still go for the Psy Pollen Puffs if you are so inclined as well. But obviously, being able to switch out, reset that taunt, get a bit of Regenerator, and here's an Intimidate against 2 physical attackers.
Yeah, love this play from Mateo. Yeah, it just makes so much sense. And what's so key as well is like the Roaring Moon, because of the Jaw Lock early on the Gyarados can't switch out at all. And that means there's no intimidating cycling that Diego can do here, as we saw him try and attempt earlier. And there's the Acrobatics with that Flying Terror and those boosted attacks. That is easily enough to get that Iron Hand. So a huge, huge KO there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Waterfall doing minimal damage here. That's -2 at this point with the Intimidate, and just negligible damage completely. And very, very big damage from the Acrobatics. We're at +2 increased stages of attack on the Roaring Moon here. No, +1 because it had been intimidated, +2 stages of increased speed, but that's more than enough. We've just seen that just the +1 was enough to KO that Iron Hands, and I think that it wouldn't have KO'd without that little bit of Leaf Storm chip as well, because Iron Hands is so bulky, and that just like 10-15% probably tip that as a KO over the edge here. Golden Ghost going to join the field, and that's still going to be threatened by Jaw Locks as well. That might be why we're seeing the immediate terrestrialization.
Yeah, so it is that Terror into the water type for this Golden Go, which didn't need to go for last time in that previous game, but here it definitely seems pretty useful right now, because then you can definitely take those Jaw Locks a lot better now. But it is the Acrobatic straight through that paralysis, none this turn, into that Gyarados, and another big KO. And so, like, this Roaring Moon has definitely just turned on its offense switch.
Yeah, absolutely. Gyarados being blown back there by the Acrobatics. A nasty plot is the way back into this game for Diego. You do need to be able to do some good damage here. You've gone for the Water Terrestrialization, so that Waterfall is still not going to be doing much damage at all. Most of it will be recovered off by this Leftovers, so Golden go back to a very comfortable amount of HP. But now you've committed your Terror and Jaw Lock didn't go into that slot, you can very safely just Acrobatics for the rest of this game.
However, Diego, although he is 2 Pokemon down, definitely still has his win condition here, because that Roaring Moon is still paralyzed. And Golden Go is looking really offensively, like, quite scary now for Mateo, because if you assume the Roaring Moon does not move this turn, suddenly, like, there's not a lot that Gyarados can do. You can't Thunder Wave or taunt the Golden Go. Waterfall's hardly doing anything with that Water Terror. In the back, Amoonguss can't do anything, and it's so healthy that Chio probably can't KO it either. So actually, Golden Go is a really nice position at the moment if the rolls of that full paralysis can be in Diego's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if Roaring Moon is able to land an acrobatics into the Golden Go, that should be game over in regards to Mateo's side, because the Rillaboom can be KO'd at any point with the Chi Yu. So you just need to be able to land the acrobatics into the Golden Globe, but getting a full para is not a good way to start. But that was probably just going for a protect instead, but it didn't matter because the fake out was going to stop the Roaring Moon moving, which it did regardless, but that was a nasty plot again from the Golden Globe. That was a missed opportunity to go for that +2, make it rain, going to +4 instead. That's still going to be able to threaten down that Roaring Moon with the make it rain, but it was a half HP regardless. It probably was in range of the make it rain, even just a +2.
Oh my goodness, yeah. So it's definitely turning up the heat right now. And yeah, question is that booster energy kind of plus that Dragon Dance, like one boost that we've got like there enough to deal with this Golden Go right now? Like it just I think it maybe depends on the training. But to be honest, Amogus is still sitting there and can like redirect away any Shadow Ball. So you're forced to go for a spread attack in that Make It Rain, which is a little bit on the weaker side, I think. So, but Acrobatics is coming out this time into the Golden Go. Is it enough? Yep. It's a one-hit KO!
There it is. Roaring Moon getting the reverse sweep after Golden Go was able to sweep in that game too. Roaring Moon was the adjustment, and that is just absolutely massive damage. And here's the Pollen Puff as well. Insult to injury, getting that Roaring Moon back to basically full HP. Just one more Acrobatics would do it, even if there's all the paralysis. Chi Yu comes in at some point and goes for the fire type attack, but no paralysis here. This is the clean sweep for the Roaring Moon.
Oh my goodness. All right. Hands up to you, Jamie. All right, Roaring Moon seems pretty good, okay, at the moment. So, yeah, like, oh my goodness, what a win for Matteo there. Your victor of this round 12, Matteo Bellini.
Yeah, that's a fantastic showing. My head has grown a little bit of a size here thanks to that Roaring Moon done so well. So thank you very, very much, Matteo. Very good showing of the Roaring Moon. Necessary adjustment for sure. Based on how that game 2 went, there was just almost nothing for that. Well, there was something, the only one thing for that Golden Go, but that was just kept in check with the fake out and then protect, and then the fake out and then protect. And something else needed to be the answer to that Golden Go, and that answer indeed was that Roaring Moon.
Yeah, but there was that little window of opportunity, wasn't there, for that Golden Go to actually get that Make It Rain off the Roaring Moon. Just did not happen. But yeah, that is the way Pokemon goes sometimes. Like, and when you roll that dice so many times in paralysis, you're going to get a paralysis at some point. But yeah, Roaring Moon, Acrobatics, Dragon Dance, it's back, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was doing some huge damage there. Like, it was only, like I say, only +1. +1 is still incredibly significant, but the fact that it was able to Oko and Iron Hands from, what was it, 70%, 60%?
Oh, that,
yeah, like that's a very bulky Pokemon, and it was able to KO the Golden Go from basically full as well with just the +1. It just does absolutely massive damage. Just even one Dragon Dance puts that Roaring Moon as a massive, massive threat on the field. We saw the Golden Go. To become a threat, it does need a nasty plot. If it's got the leftovers, no boosting item, it's okay damage to start off with and does need the nasty plots, and apparently needed 2 or 3 nasty plots going into that game to do the damage that Diego was looking for, whereas the Roaring Moon instead, one Dragon Dance, off we go.
Yeah, and in combination with that attack boosting booster energy as well, which isn't as visible on that stat sheet as well. On top of that +1 Dragon Dance, is probably that extra boost that you do need to be able to get that KO too. And with Roaring Moon with so much power behind it, and being that like paradox Pokemon from Pokemon Scarlet, it's a particularly strong one as well, even compared to the other paradox Pokemon. So it's no wonder that it's seeing success here today.
Yeah, absolutely. There were a couple of missed opportunities from Diego to KO that Roaring Moon. There was the Thunder Wave, which was paralysis is very nice, but that could have been a waterfall KO into the Roaring Moon, and that would have taken care of it. There was also the opportunity, the full paralysis prevented a fake out on the Roaring Moon. That could have been a +2 Make It Rain. Based on the damage that the Roaring Moon had already taken, that would have been enough to pick up the KO. So the Roaring Moon being able to survive through those 2 turns where it could have been KO'd and able to get that sweep.
Yeah, and like what a sweep as well. Like, I honestly really enjoyed that set. Like, we saw so much different Pokemon from just the same 2 teams, right? And like, because game 1 we saw just everyone using their positioning pieces just a little bit to kind of whittle each other down. Matteo came out on top there. Game 2, we had the Goldengo game, where like it was just so well supported by everything to be able to dish out all those nasty plots and Shadow Balls and Make It Rains. And then Game 3, the Roaring Moon game, where we had exactly the same in Game 2, but just for a different Pokemon and on the other side. So it was a perfect masterclass of like how differently you can play each game and in response to how your opponent has played previous games.
Yeah, it did seem like Matteo just took a page out of Diego Diego's book and said, I'm going to set up and support my setup Pokemon and get the sweep just like you did. Roaring Moon being able to be absolutely fantastic in that game. Unfortunately, we are not going to be going to an interview with Matteo because as much as that game was amazing, it was also going the complete distance, and the next round will be ready very shortly. So we're instead going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be back with round 13 very soon.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers, to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually the Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually the Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep!
All right, let's go, let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play.
Oh, how about the exclusive merch?
10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
I got here a bunch of playmat
deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special. Got it. Woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run, so a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the I got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center.
And welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to round 13 of the 2024 Barcelona Special Event. I'm still Jamie Voigt, and I'm joined once again by Costa Didamos. And we had a great game in that previous one. Roaring Moon coming out on top. I'm just feeling a little bit smug.
Are you now? Is that because it was part of your caster predictions then? I mean, it was amazing. The way that Mateo handled that and being able to bring it in Game 3, you had the Dragon Dance set up, and it really was put up to a really good position where you can get the jaw locks off, you got the Dragon Dance set up, and just need to try to pick your slots in where you're focusing, try to read any defensive plays coming out from your opponents in order to sort of capitalize and take advantage of a Dragon Dance further setup there.
Yeah, it was very, very well played. Managing to terastallize at the perfect points. There was the, obviously there's always the Drain Punch or Wild Charge Mind Game into the Roaring Moon, because as soon as you go into the Terra Flying, that resists the Drain Punch. And managing to Terra perfectly, Drain Punch went into that Roaring Moon slot instead. Going to be able to survive 2 attacks as well. It could have been a KO into the Roaring Moon with the Waterfall, but manages to survive that turn and is going to be able to just sweep with acrobatics. I'm very happy.
It's kind of what it does, right? Like, boost that energy. We've seen Roaring Moon appear in earlier formats. It did, of course, win the European International Championships of the 2023 season with Paul Chua. But, of course, that did start withering down in terms of usage statistics past that point, but being able to sort of see the resurgence of it, at least with this special event in 2024 season-wise, is quite good. Who knows? Maybe more trainers will perhaps pick this valuable Pokemon up.
Quite possibly. I would be very happy if that were to be the case. I do think it is incredibly strong. My opinion is that the Tailwind set is the way to go, but Dragon Dance really still proving its worth there as well as Gyarados being a very good pick for both of these trainers. A little bit fallen off since Regulation C, where it was the most popular back then because of the typing it had into Pokemon like Ting Lu that were incredibly popular, but trainers are leaning more towards Rapid Strike Urshifu at this point with their water type, but Gyarados still having a fantastic showing now.
It was sort of one of those picks when it came to the New Balance teams at the latter half of the 2023 season, where you'd be able to position it to the point you've got the usual, I think, Waterfall, Taunt, Thunder Wave, either go for Protect, maybe sometimes Helping Hand, depending on what sort of needs you need to be able to utilize for the remainder of your team composition. But generally speaking, it's just one of those great Generation 1 Pokemon that always have a place in the format whenever they are introduced in that national dex.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see if that's going to be the case going forward into Regulation E as well. We're going to have some great new Pokemon there. But Gyarados still absolutely proving its worth with all the Pokemon that are proven as well. I know that you'll probably be happy that the Iron Hands are still doing very well, but I'm going to take what I can get.
Hey, you gotta take what you can get.
Basket Legion's nowhere to
What? I'm so shocked and surprised.
It's because I'm sat on the desk instead of out there. If I was out there, you'd have seen the Basket Legion.
No. Or Barish. I think you're probably meaning Barish in that case. But yes, of course. I mean, Basket Legion is one of those picks that really would be great to be able to see action of. Correct me if I'm wrong, there was a matchup yesterday during day one, where it was a Basque Legion versus a Basque Legion. However, they had the swift swim ability, and from what you've mentioned to me, you don't entirely agree with that. You think the most optimal and best set is the adaptability.
I think that's because of Last Respects being the strongest attack that Basque Legion can go for. That's at least the way that I play the Basque Legion. Wave Crash in the rain, lots of damage. Last Respects after all 3 Pokemon being KO'd, even stronger. So with the adaptability boost on top of that, I think that's the way to go. But no one believes me. And no one's ever going to find out how great it is in Regulation D, because this is our final one of the European season. Last chance. Didn't take it.
It's all right. Who knows? Maybe it will find its way through to regulations.
Well, I know I'm going to try.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Jeremy. But of course, we do have the standings that will be able to go ahead and have a bit of a peek to see where our trainers are currently standing going into this Swiss round number 13.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like Simone is no longer on the top there. Marco Marras able to go 11-1, almost certainly securing their place in that top 8. One more win guarantees it, but they might already be there. 11-3 is usually good enough to be able to get into that top 8. Simone still just that one game away from being able to get to that at least 11 wins. Starting off the day 10-0, now down to 10-2, but still 2 more chances to get that 11th win.
And there is a case where you can likely still get into the top 8 based on your resistance. Simone was, of course, until round number 12, should I say 11, the undefeated trainer from day 1 going into day 2. So naturally, his resistance will be very, very well placed. But we do have a couple of other well-known trainers that are still in the race going to Top Cut. We've already featured quite a few of them. There are a couple of names that we have not featured just yet that I really would love to see what sort of tools and team compositions they would have brought as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see some more of the 9-3 records here. Not quite out of it just yet. 11-3 should be good enough to get you into that top 8. 9-3 means you need 2 more wins to be able to get to that record. So all those players you can see on your screen there are definitely not out of the race just yet.
No, they've really got to push what they can right now. This is the end game of the Swiss rounds. There are a couple of the trainers that we saw in previous rounds. They have taken a couple of losses, unfortunately, but it is not over. You need to persist. You need to persevere in order to accomplish that goal of reaching the coveted top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll have to see how that is going to progress. We are almost there. 2 more rounds to be able to get through, and we'll be able to see who is going into our top 8 to get that chance at the championship title.
Indeed, and I believe we've just been told that pairings are ready for us to review. So we are going to go ahead and cut over to finding out who will be featured right now. And it does seem to be Alessio Fusca versus Giuseppe Musicco. And that pronunciation may have not been the best, but I tried.
Absolutely. We've got a regional champion back in the 2018 format versus a player who managed to get top 4 at the last one of the season back in 2023, back in the Turin Special Event. Alessio Fusca was able to get that top 4 with a very, very cool team.
Indeed, and I think being able to sort of see what Giuseppe is going to be bringing along will be quite nice to have a bit of a pair into that. But there are other pairings that are currently undergoing too. Worth noting, I think we saw Sam Vito versus Matteo, which I think we just did feature. Matteo will be really cool to actually see that matchup of the Dragon Dance Roaring Moon versus the sort of hyper-offensive modes that Simone had available to himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Still plenty of fantastic matches. Only able to feature one every round, but this is going to be a great one nonetheless. I've been keeping my eye on the names there, the 2 players that are joining us on the stream for this match, and no surprise to see them at this point in the tournament doing very, very well indeed.
Indeed, and I think at this point, it's quite tiring, right? It's exhausting to have to go through 9 Swiss rounds of day 1. You know, you've been able to reach into day 2. You're like, yes, awesome, you know. But at some point you realize, oh no, it's quite late in the day. Oh, I just want to relax a bit, maybe go get something to eat, but I need to rest and maybe go over and analyze better sort of matchups or flowcharts that you had where you felt your team, or at least yourself, you weren't as prepared against during that day one. Maybe the losses that you picked up on, that would be everyone aside from a Simone, apparently in day one. But then going into day two, you want to be able to have that steel mind of thought, of being able to understand very quickly, okay, what's a good matchup for me going into this? What's a bad one? How can I best adapt to that in order to minimize the amount of time that you need to go ahead and actually process more? Because the longer you have to process all of these various parts of data and information coming to you, the time is going. And even in team preview, you need to get the leads correct because it can mean everything within each game based on, are you going to be a step ahead of your opponent? Is it neutral ground, or are you in a disadvantage?
Yeah, absolutely. I think mental stamina is a very, very important factor in creating a champion. Being able to go through all of the rounds, it does take your toll across the day. It's 2 pretty long days, some very, very big matches coming out across the tournament. So mental stamina, probably not something that's talked about too often.
No.
But definitely very crucial in making that champion.
Yeah, it really is, and I think there's loads of different examples that we can think of. I think there was a trainer, oh, that's right, Alejandro, that we were able to feature yesterday. They won the final round versus Juan Manuel Odriozola with that Dondozo, with the Earthquake, I think, from what I can remember. And what he did actually make note to me post the interview was that unfortunately he only had 2 hours worth of sleep. And he went ahead and he was able to reach that day too. So a lot of outside tournament factors to take into consideration. Fair play to him for being able to have that stamina to go through. You need to have that cool, calm, collected mind of thought. But yeah, there's a lot of different important things you need to make sure you're best prepared for so you can perform to the best that you can.
Absolutely, and that's got to continue if you do manage to make it into the top cut. There might be just 2 more rounds for some trainers. There's going to be 5 more for at least 2 of them, so you've got to be able to have that mental stamina to keep going. There's just a couple more rounds to make it through into that top cut, and then you've got to reset completely. It's like, I did make it. I've got to keep going.
That's it, and yeah, you've got to come to the point where you're saying, okay, cool. Reset, now I've just got to see it with a fresh eye. Right, what can I best learn about my opponents, let's say going to the top cut? Because from that point onwards, you can start predicting a bit more better how the bracket is going to form out. And you could sort of, let's say, for example, you start at the bottom of the top 8 bracket on the far right side, let's say. You can start paving out the path to who you will meet. And do you think, let's say, are there odds more stacked against one of the trainers in the other bracket versus yourself? And start formulating a couple of plans going into that. But we do have the trainers on our screen.
Absolutely. We're going to be getting into the match very shortly here with this Italian showdown between Giuseppe and Alessio. 2 very, very strong trainers indeed, coming out with some Pokemon we would expect to see here. There doesn't seem to be too much out of the ordinary coming for both of these trainers here.
Yeah, I'd say a couple of call-outs. Like you mentioned, we've got over on Giuseppe's side, the Tornadus, Incarnate, Heatran, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Fluttermane, and Landorus Therian. Like you said, fairly standard. You've got a really good defensive core. You've got Fake Out Pressure. You've got Speed Control. You've got offensive Pokemon such as Fluttermane, as well as that Landorus Therian. It is actually a capable of being able to terrestrialize if it so chooses to as well. But over on Alessio's side, we've got a couple of more very similar Pokemon, if I'm not mistaken, Jamie.
Yeah, absolutely. These are Pokemon you would not be surprised to see at the top levels here at all. We got Fluttermane, Chi-Yu, Iron Hands, Amoonguss, Urshifu, and Landorus. That looks like it is going to be the 6 that Wolf Glick was running in that finals of Pittsburgh as well. We got the Clear Amulet coming out from Landorus, so very, very similar indeed. As mentioned previously, Giuseppe winning that regional back in Stuttgart in 2018, getting some other great accomplishments. Another top cut in Bochum back in the 2023 season. Alessio sharing that as well, managed to top cut the Turin Special Event and managed to make it all the way into the semi-final as well. So still some very, very good accomplishments coming out from these players. Giuseppe looking for that 2nd regional win. Alessio going for his 1st.
Yeah, and I think I've actually gone up against Giuseppe in the past. It may have been Cologne of 2020, a fierce opponent. You really need to try to be aware of how you can counter the offensive pressure this trainer is so capable of being able to unleash onto your team. He's very calculative. He wants to try to find a way to break down your win conditions earlier on in the set, so he won't be too scared to make reads if he so thinks it will find himself at an advantageous position even within game one.
That's always exciting to see on the stream. Whenever we see a prediction go correct, it is exciting to see indeed. We've got the team on the screen there. You've got the Fluttermane, Tornadus, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Heatran, and Landorus. Very standard stuff indeed, but I think there is one nice little twist there that I can spot on that Heatran. It's got both Heat Wave, which is very expected to see, and Magma Storm, the unique move for Heatran's signature attack. Not so common, but still going to be able to do some very nice things indeed.
Magma Storm is great. I sort of started seeing Heatran initially run I think it was Body Press, Iron Defense, Magma Storm sets, where you had either leftovers or some sort of item that would further extend the longevity of this Pokemon, and you could completely capitalize off of it. You got Flash Fire, you could even Terrestrialize if you want to be able to counter any sort of fire offense coming from the other side of the field. But being able to actually see dual fire typing and then Terra Blast opens up the door to be able to choose to trap an opponent in, get some incurring damage post-turn, and be able to sort of be a bit more flexible.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see here the team that Alessio is going to be bringing to this match. You've got the Fluttermane, Urshifu Raptor Strike, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Chiyu, and Landorus Therian are going to be incredibly similar to the one that Wolfglick brought to that Pittsburgh regional final. You got the little tech there on the Amoonguss that I've just spotted. You got Worry Seed coming out. It's going to be able to wake up your Pokemon if they've been put to sleep by Sport already, or make them immune in the future. So it seems like Alessio is really, really against going to sleep here, especially with the safety goggles also on that Urshifu. Are going to be able to pretty safely set up a Sword Stance even in the face of an Amoonguss.
And we've seen quite a few of these Amoongusses with Worry Seed actually coming to the fore within both yesterday and going into today. I think obviously there are multiple applications that you could utilize with this sort of rendering of removing the ability of your opposing Pokemon as well, not necessarily only your own, to be able to, let's say, instantly wake them up from spores. However, you can go ahead and capitalize off of a couple of more abilities, let's say like a Levitate, if you want to remove it and all of a sudden say, right, my Landorus has Stomping Tantrum, you may have a Levitate Pokemon, let me just sort of sort that out myself, capitalize off of it, take advantage, and that's something that your opponent in an open team sheet format really needs to take into consideration.
Absolutely, and there's a couple of abilities that you don't really mind getting rid of, like Iron Hands effectively doesn't have an ability because Quark Drive only activates with the Booster Energy or Electric Terrain, and we almost never see Electric Terrain on the field in the first place, and it's always carrying that Assault Vest most of the time, so yeah, the Iron Hands, you wouldn't be concerned Worry Seeding in the slightest. If a Landorus is on the field, it's already gone for its Intimidate. Whenever it switches out and switches back in, it'll get the Intimidate, even if it's been put Insomnia on that first turn.
Exactly that. Or you could even be cheeky and try to go ahead and, I think we already covered the points, like you try to remove the spores from the other side. However, we do have the lead coming out right now. Alessio over on his side is rocking with the Iron Hands Landorus Therian immediately for game one versus Giuseppe's Tornadus and Fluttermane. So we've got Fake Out on the field. We've also got speed control options over on Alessio's side, Giuseppe's side, apologies, which he may try to dip into with this Fluttermane.
Absolutely. He should be outspeeding both the Landorus and the Iron Hands immediately with the Fluttermane. It depends on how the Landorus and the Tornadus is trained, whether Tornadus would outspeed here. But Fluttermane not really feeling too safe. Of course, Landorus is a perfect switch-in into an opposing Landorus.
It really is, because at this point you're able to have the immunity to any sort of ground-type moves going into that slot. You also get the added benefit of dropping the attack over on Alessio's side, which at the moment, you know, being able to have Iron Hands and Landorus Therian at -1 is really, really nice. And we do have a Terrestrialization though. Iron Hands into the Water Terror.
Absolutely. Going to be keeping itself safe from any of the attacks that the Fluttermane would have gone for, but not on the field at the moment. Stomping Tantrum into that Landorus switch in. A very, very nicely caught switch in there indeed. Bleakwind Storm following up. Going to be doing some nice damage to that Landorus and a little bit of chip to the Iron Hands. Heavy Slam following up. That Fluttermane would have been absolutely KO'd if it had stayed in, but a great switch in for the Landorus.
Indeed. I guess Giuseppe had the option as well of switching the Tornadus out for the Landorus, but at this point, I think, like you correctly pointed out, it's a really solid slot that you could anticipate Alessio trying to focus down a double combination into.
Yeah, absolutely. Iron Hands feeling pretty threatened here, going to be switching out instead. Wasn't weak to the Stomping Tantrum anymore because of that Terra Water, but still going to be switching out. Fluttermane joining the field with that booster energy. Is it going to be Special Attack or Speed Boost? It is going to be the Speed.
Ooh, Speed does change things up a bit if this Tornadus doesn't actually set Tailwind going. However, we do have Landorus over on Alessio's side, doesn't want to move from its spot just yet in anticipation perhaps of a U-turn, which unfortunately for Alessio, Giuseppe called correctly, did target down the Fluttermane, which did switch in here, but it does allow for the pivot action going. So we're already seeing both of these trainers at a very good level, understanding board states. Sure, Alessio's turn 1 play seemed to be fairly safe. Giuseppe took advantage of it, like we mentioned. He tends to be a player that likes to read into his opponent a bit and be able to be a step ahead.
Yeah, absolutely here. And being able to bring in either the Fluttermane or the sneak peek that we do have of that Heatran, either would be pretty reasonable here. Fluttermane does make a little bit more sense coming in the face of Landorus, would be pretty threatened on that with that Stomping Tantrum. But Fluttermane here going to be able to threaten down massive damage on the opposing side of the field. With the choice specs, you've got your Tornadus ready to go and click Tailwind to guarantee that your Fluttermane is going to be the faster one. That would allow you to just go for a Shadow Ball KO into the opposing Fluttermane, or maybe a Dazzling Beam KO into the Landorus as well.
And no terrestrialization on Alessio's side, maybe thinking that it was too easy of a read, does get KO'd from this choice spec. Over on Giuseppe's side, we've got our first KO of Game 1 in this set. Stomping Tantrum, because it's at -1 of its attack, not quite enough to pick up a KO, but wow, that was a lot of damage.
That was a lot of damage indeed there. The Fluttermane are going to be KO'd by that Shadow Ball very, very nicely, but that means that this Chi-Yu that has now joined the field is not threatened by this Fluttermane in the slightest. It's locked into that Shadow Ball. It can't switch it up and go for its fairy type attacks that it would like to go for. Landorus has taken a reasonable amount of damage here. That's probably still in range of the Shadow Ball, especially with the Chi-Yu that would be helping it out here. And even though the Landorus is now switching out into the Iron Hands, there's still the Beat of Ruin activated. This is still going to be a nice chunk of damage into that Iron Hands if that is the Shadow Ball hitting it.
This really will be Tornadus not actually wanting to go on the offensive at the current point. But like you said, Jamie, Shadow Ball does target down that Iron Hands, and whoa, that deals a really good amount of damage, roughly around 40-ish%, but Snarl comes out from Alessio's GU. It doesn't even need to drop the special attack because the damage is enough to pick up the KO.
Yeah, a KO is not usually amusing, but it's funny to see a very, very supportive move in Snarl that's usually just there for special attack drops do massive damage, because there's still a Dark type on the Chi-Yu, so it's getting that boost as well. And Chi-Yu just does absolutely massive damage, especially paired with that choice specs. Snarl able to KO a Fluttermane from about 30%. That does not happen very often in the slightest. We're so used to seeing something like an Arcanine go for a Snarl for 5 damage. Here we go with the KO from the Snarl as well. And it's the Heatran is the Pokemon that switched in as well. That's a special attacker. That doesn't want to be taking a Snarl either. It's going to take reasonable damage based on what we saw on the Fluttermane, but we'll also get the special attack drop. That's going to be the case on the Tornadus as well. That's also a special attacker. So Chi-Yu is actually pretty well positioned here, especially with the fact this Heatran doesn't carry Earth Power like Heatrans so commonly do. It is that double fire move with the Magma Storm and the Heat Wave, and then Terra Blast, which is going to be the grass typing instead. You could also always go for a normal type Terra Blast. That's not going to be as effective as an Earth Power could have been.
No, it really won't be, but it is not going to be a normal type, at least for this turn. We have seen, or the rest of the game, we have seen the Grass Terra of choice here. You want to be able to remove any sort of weakness to fighting type moves coming out from that Iron Hands. Fake Out does focus down on the Tornadus, does flinch it in turn, but Magma Storm actually going into the Chi-Yu here. It does trap it with its swirling magma, of course. Maybe a thought of locking down this Chi-Yu into Snarls, perhaps wanting to opt to bring in the Landorus the subsequent turn, but then again, could have been anticipating a Landorus Therian switch in there.
Yeah, absolutely, but a little bit of an unfortunate dodge there on the Snarl on the Tornadus. That would have been a pretty big reduction of damage that could have been coming out from the Tornadus, especially because the Chi-Yu is still helping out the Heatran and the Tornadus in regards to the damage that the Iron Hands would be taking. So every special attack drop would come into play for the Snarl, but not quite getting it on the Tornadus there. And a pretty respectable damage coming out from the Magma Storm as well. Of course, it adds up with the residual damage at the end of every turn, but here comes comes the Beat with Storm that didn't get that Snarl drop. That was massive damage.
That was so much. Surely, I was expecting the critical hit to text to pop up there, but no, speed drop on that GU. Grass, Terra Blast into the Iron Hands, which of course is now weak due to the Water Terra type and does get felled. So, Alessio down to their final 2 Pokemon. Snarl is the move of choice this GU has been locked into, but then again, it is dealing really good damage onto both the Tornadoes and this Heatran. It's not exactly a bad shot so far.
That looked like it was incredibly close to a knockout in 2 based on the damage that Snarl was doing. It's only going to be afforded one more chance to go for a Snarl now because that Magma Storm has still got it trapped in, and that is going to be enough damage at the end of the turn. Even if the Chi-Yu is not targeted this turn, the Magma Storm would pick up that KO. So yeah, the Tailwind petering out here means that the Tornadoes is probably forced to go for that Tailwind once again to allow this Heatran to outspeed the opposing Landorus, and I don't think that would have been in range of Magma Storm just about if it weren't for the Chi-Yu helping it out, but the Beta Room was going to help there, but instead the writing is on the wall there, and that is going to be the forfeit coming out for Alessio.
Indeed. Game 1 goes to Giuseppe in what was, like we mentioned, a very offensive approach that he was able to go ahead and dispatch there. The use of Magma Storm on Heatran already showing to be quite an important thing that opponents really have to take into consideration. You know that you're either forced to go for a switch out, which subsequently would lead to the new incoming Pokemon to get trapped in, or you just have to concede the fact that whatever slot it does get targeted into, you can't afford, or you can no longer switch it out. So choice specs, Snarl on Chi-Yu. Obviously, you've got the Beads of Ruin. It's not necessarily entirely a bad thing to be locked into, but unfortunately, it just didn't have enough resources to be able to force a potential Game 1 win for Alessio.
Maybe if the Snarl would have hit that Tornadus, the Chi-Yu might have been able to survive the attacks, but then you'd have probably just been forced into just Heat Wave instead of Magma Storm into the Landorus, because you'd have just got that extra bit of chip damage onto the Chi-Yu. You know it's choice specs, it can't protect, you can just go for Tailwind and Heat Wave to be able to get at that KO at the end there. But yeah, Snarl is still doing very respectable damage indeed. But maybe you need to be doing that extra damage. Snarl is the supportive move.
Right.
While it's still spread and nice damage, you could do better damage.
You can indeed. And let's see if Chi-Yu redeems itself in Game 2, as we will be seeing it accompanied by the Iron Hands versus Giuseppe's Fluttermane and the Tornado. So once again, same leads over on Giuseppe's side, but a bit of an adaptation over on Alessio's.
Yeah, absolutely. Alessio is the person that does probably need to adapt in this case. The Fluttermane is still very much at threat to just that heavy slam KO. We saw that Alessio was willing to immediately terrestrialize their Iron Hands to get out of that Fairy type weakness in order to try and secure that KO immediately on the Fluttermane. Of course, it did switch out into that Landorus in that first game. Landorus would be a perfectly fine switch in once again as well, but Chi-Yu's going to do a little bit more damage than that Landorus could have done in that Game 1.
It could indeed. Iron Hands switching in right now. It wants to be able to take the blunt force of this especially offensive Pokemon. A little fish, but a lot of damage. And it will, of course, have the fake out pressure on the following turn, but we do see the terrestrialization of the Iron Hands into the water typing over on Alessio's side. It wants to sort of avoid any scenarios where you may be subject to Moonblast going into that slot, which it may not survive dependent on the fact that Chi-Yu is on the field. Protect on the Tornadoes, and Iron Hands will actually avoid that attack there. Unfortunately, Heavy Slam trying to double up into that slot, but barely nudging any scratch on that Iron Hands.
Looking into Snarl as the choice once again. Very interesting to see that Chi-Yu opt for the supportive approach here. Snarl Mist, not really that impactful on Iron Hands. Of course, every little bit of chip damage does help on opposing Iron Hands, because it's very difficult to KO. The special attack drop wouldn't have mattered at all.
And I feel like maybe an overheat focus down on that slot is something you really need to capitalize with that Chi-Yu in order to maybe knock down a slot and limit the amount of defensive switches that Giuseppe can essentially have available to themselves. As we see, the Landorus Therian does switch in for Alessio's side, and a similar play actually conducted over on Giuseppe's.
Yeah, absolutely. Landorus is a great switch into Landorus. At least the Clear Amulet is keeping Alessio's Landorus safe from the Intimidate. And Drain Punch just going into the opposing Landorus on Alessio's side of the field. That's not too much damage at all. It's at least going to recover the Iron Hands back to full HP, which is going to be very nice as well. Drain Punch, of course, following up from the other Iron Hands into the opposing Iron Hands. That seems to be a play that is very consistent across all of these matches we've seen.
It's very common, to say the least. But the thing, though, that we need to take into consideration is the fact that Alessio has already utilized their Terrestrialization, being the water typing on Iron Hands, which is now subject to Wild Charge coming out from its counterpart over on Giuseppe's side, but not at least for this turn, as we have the Tornadus switching in for it, maybe trying to reposition once again, get Tailwind set up if you so choose and need to, but a pivot action from Alessio's side, perhaps wanting to bring the Chi-Yu, but you got to really respect this Landorus over on the other side. But no, it's going to be the Flutter Mane, maybe taking that into consideration.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be able to pivot out there. The fact that Alessio's already used the Terra means that you can't use Terra Blast anymore on Landorus. That means that Landorus on Alessio's side of the field can't really beat the Landorus on Giuseppe's side of the field anymore. It really needs Terra Blast to be able to do that. U-turn is the move of choice for both of these Landorus, of course. That's something it loves to do. Pivot straight back out, keep that Intimidate in the back for the future.
A beautiful revolving door Pokemon there, as we're able to have the Iron Hands available to focus down on the damage, either on the Flutter Mane or the Iron Hands. It's got super effective coverage moves covering both of them and potentially picking up the KO's Tornadus there due to the fact that the -1 of the Iron Hands over on Alessio's side is going to be able to shrug off that Head Slam.
Yeah, absolutely. Potentially trying to catch a Flutter Mane switch in there. A Wild Charge would have done significantly more damage. Being able to Heavy Slam into the Iron Hands as well was a very, very nice play. But Iron Hands joining the field once again for Giuseppe's side of the field. Going to exert the fake out pressure potentially into the opposing Iron Hands, or just go for the immediate damage. You can get your Tailwind set up with the Tornadus. Iron Hands probably won't outspeed the Flutter Mane at least, but you'd definitely be the faster Iron Hands after that Tailwind.
And there's a lot of fast-paced switches occurring just with, I feel like every single turn we've had at least one switch out, or maybe even a pivot move such as U-turn being utilized. As we can tell, both of these trainers are struggling and battling for board control right now. They want to be able to be in a better spot than their opponent in order to just pick up a KO if they can, which unfortunately this Flutter Mane cannot. But guess what? This Iron Hands can instead, and completely knocks it out of Game 2.
Yeah, Intimidate not mattering there in the slightest. Flutter Mane, one of the lightest Pokemon we've ever seen. Heavy Slam absolutely doing the damage there to KO that Flutter Mane. We usually see massive damage coming out into Iron Hands from Moonblast, but that was not enough. If a Chi-Yu was next to it, which is now joining the field, maybe would have pushed the KO over the edge. It seems like the damage that it would have done, Iron Hands would have probably still been able to survive, but the Intimidate there, the choice, not enough to save the Flutter Mane. That's already a Pokemon KO'd on Alessio's side of the field. We've been seeing that this game has been basically about repositioning, seeing switches almost every turn. That's one more piece taken away for Alessio.
It is indeed, as now we've got Speed Control activated over on Giuseppe's side, and that's whoa, I was about to say supportive, Jeremy, but that does not look supportive at all.
Not at all.
Not at all. Offensive, should I say, Snarl, picking up the critical hit KO onto that Tornadus from Giuseppe's side. We do have the U-turn pivot action going once again over on Alessio's side. We'll be able to now bring in that Landorus Therian. Of course, we know the Terrestrialization has already been used up on the Iron Hands. Apologies, it was the other way around, should I say. The Iron Hands is now to the field, but Drain Punch focusing in onto the Chi-Yu over on Alessio's side. Not quite enough to pick up the KO because of a potential Intimidate drop.
Yeah, absolutely. The Intimidate coming into play there, not saving the Flutter Mane, but is saving the Chi-Yu at least. You've got the Iron Hands back on the field as well. You can threaten down this Flutter Mane that has just joined the field with a Heavy Slam. If it wants to pick up the KO on the Chi-Yu this turn, then you're going to have to take a Heavy Slam for good measure on the way out. But I don't think that would be too much of a concern for Giuseppe at this point. You've already taken care of the Flutter Mane on Alessio's side of the field. The Chi-Yu is definitely going to be in range of any attack that the Flutter Mane would want to go for. You could do extra damage to the Landorus if that's going to be switching in as well. At least the Iron Hands still being that water typing is going to be a bit safer against this Flutter Mane. Intimidate's coming in to intimidate the Iron Hands, but we've already seen that doesn't really help against the Heavy Slam.
It really doesn't, and this is quite an interesting play because I felt like that was a potential pin that Giuseppe had already available over on Alessio's side. We've got Tailwind that is active for himself, but maybe he was trying to think a bit ahead of the game, you know, the following turn there, because I felt like You Terra into the Fairy for Fluttermane. You just dispatch of Dazzling Gleam. Huge damage. Already pick up the KO onto the Chi-Yu because it's so low in HP, but you miss the Iron Hands. And I think having a Wild Charge focus into that Iron Hands over on Alessio's side, due to being the faster option, thanks to the Tailwind, would have been the option, but it survived. Wow, Fluttermane on 14 hit points. Maybe going into that, there's a lot of to break down there, Jamie. I feel like Giuseppe may have been expecting the Landorus switching on that Iron Hand slot.
Potentially, we saw that the Intimidate was not enough to save Alessio's Fluttermane, but it is able to survive on Giuseppe's side. That just shows how crucial the training can be. Now that the Chi-Yu is taken care of, the Terastallization wasn't available on the Landorus. You can't beat the Landorus on Giuseppe's side of the field. Alessio realizes it, throws in the towel, and Giuseppe is going to take this game.
And we have your winner of Swiss round number 13, Giuseppe Musicco.
Absolutely fantastically played from both of the players here. Very, very nicely done indeed. It was interesting to see that Alessio was fully committed to, I'm going to get rid of my fairy type weakness on the first turn, both of the games. And the Iron Hands, it was able to take the attacks pretty well, but it seemed like, I don't think the Chi-Yu was utilized to its full potential because it snarled every single time, and it was doing way better damage than I expected. Like good damage, but we needed great damage. And all three of the other moves could have been very, very impactful if you had gone potentially for the overheat into the Fluttermane on that turn one, which turned into a Landorus. That's still a KO. Snarl's not going to do it though.
I think it may have been the thought, perhaps, that you had a Heatran to contend with. Are you fully free to dedicate an overheat into any given slot on Giuseppe's side? Because Giuseppe likes to play a bit on the more offensive, more active state rather than passive, so he may even anticipate a slot like that, a focus in. So wanting to go and take the safer approach and just at least deal damage on both sides, both Pokemon on the other side of the field, whilst having better accuracy to contend with if you opt to go rather than with Heat Wave, for example, and avoiding the risk of amplifying that Flash Fire, furthermore increasing the damage output of, let's say, a Magma Storm or any sort of fire type move coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the Magma Storm actually do a pretty decent amount of work in that game one. Like, you didn't have Earth Power available, which is normally on Heatrans, is normally the best way to be able to hit opposing Chi-Yus, but Magma Storm, it did okay damage, but then it just started to tick away, and another one, and another one, and then suddenly Chi-Yu was actually just in range of the final Magma Storm hit, and then we saw just before the forfeit there was just going to be a double protect to get that last turn of the Magma Storm. So yeah, very, very impactful there. So that probably did scare away for that Chi-Yu from going for its fire type attacks, which would have been the most impactful thing it could have done on some of the turns that are locked into Snarl instead.
Do you think that it may have been a consideration if you are scared of going for the overheat into either of the slots, so you opt to go for Snarl? Is it better to have another Pokemon instead? Because like you said, I think being able to have that immediate burst damage in the form of that, let's say, overheat from the Chi-Yu, as long as you focus down the right slot, you can start getting rid of all the necessary pieces to Giuseppe's strategy there. But is it worth to bring another Pokemon instead if you're that scared, or you're a bit worried about missing or focusing in the Flash Fire?
Potentially, I think that maybe if you just kept the Terra available for the Landorus, to be able to go for a Terra Blast, because as soon as you Terra your Iron Hands, Terra Blast flying is no longer an option on Landorus, and that means you can no longer beat the opposing Landorus. Like, you've got Stomping Tantrum, completely useless. U-turn, negligible damage. Like, special normal Terra Blast.
No. Big no.
Not even going to mention that. Yeah, so as soon as you commit to that Terra, then your Landorus becomes less effective at what it could be doing. Intimidate's obviously great. Going to be able to threaten the Iron Hands still very nicely, but not the opposing Landorus anymore. That means the reliance, because the Iron Hands doesn't beat Landorus at all. That puts the reliance more on the Chi-Yu, but it was going for Snarls. And that means that it, like, given the fact that Terra was using the Landorus, had to go for Overheat, but didn't.
Do you think that then the matchup was a bit more stacked against Alessio due to the fact that the Tornadus was available on Giuseppe's side? You had the immediate speed control. If you want to try to get any sort of speed control done over on your side if you're Alessio, it's going to have to be in the form of that Fluttermane with the Icy Wind, which is already prone to Iron Hands, Heavy Slam into that slot. Sure, you could Terrastallize. I think in game one, we didn't see a Terrastalization, and it went down to the Shadow Ball specs over on Giuseppe's side. So maybe that was a point of Terrastalization that could have been utilized, at least to allow for the longevity of that Fluttermane on the field.
Yeah, even mentioning like the Landorus needing the Terra,
yeah,
that would have been a turn as well to allow the Fluttermane to survive because the Iron Hands was already the water type. Yep. Now Shadow Ball guaranteed from that slot. That's a KO on the Fluttermane. It's massive damage to whatever switches in. So that was a very good pin because Alessio had already utilized that Terra. So if that would have been available, then you can go for the Terrestrialization, the Grass Terra in this case on the Fluttermane. That survives the Shadow Ball. You can get some support with Icy Wind. Maybe that would have been the way back in.
It could have been. It could have been, but then, you know, if we're going to theorize about all the different timeline branches, we're going to be here all day. I definitely guarantee that. But we do have the winner of that Swiss round, number 13, being, of course, Giuseppe, in what was a very dominant showing from himself. You could tell that he was very confident in his plays. He understood what he needed to do at any point of the early, mid, or end game at any point. He knew what the win conditions and the Pokemon he needed to focus down and get rid of were over on Alessio's side. And he did actually hold on to the Terrestrialization a bit longer in comparison to Alessio.
Yeah, absolutely. It did seem like somewhat of a grindy reposition game. Like I'm gonna switch in my Landorus against your Landorus, and nothing much happens. And then here we go, you turns out and all that as well. But I think he found some very, very nice positions to be able to get the good damage, like the Magma Storms being able to just slowly chip away, preventing the switching outs, which was happening so much. That was a very, very, I was going to say pivotal match. That means something else. Pivoting match, where they were going to be, there was switches most turns, maybe not, if not every turn. Pretty sure it was most turns at that point. And Magma Storm being able to limit that was very nice, just being able to do massive damage with the Shadow Ball, while the Fluttermane wasn't able to Terrestrialize. I don't think there was any points where Giuseppe was uncomfortable. I think there was a couple of times where Alessio was, like for example, his Landorus can't go for Terra Blast, that's uncomfortable. Giuseppe, I don't want to say was in control the whole time, but wasn't uncomfortable.
It wasn't, I think wasn't uncomfortable is the correct way of putting it, because there was a bit more flexibility and not as an immediate threat that he had to contend with as opposed to Alessio in certain circumstances. But of course, if you're Giuseppe, you must feel absolutely ecstatic right now going into Swiss round number 14. Reminder, ladies, gents, and all lovely peeps, it is the final Swiss round before we hop in to the top 8 of the Barcelona Special Event here for the 2024 season. A lot of competition so far, which I think has been absolutely great to be able to see. A lot of strategies as well, but I think we've mentioned Iron Hands, Fluttermane, Urshifu for Rapid Strikes. They're sort of the main players as we've always seen. I'll be quite curious to see the usage statistics at some point if we do have them available. But a lot of Tornadus. And Tornadus just proving once again why it is such a valuable tool, both for spin control as well as the suppressive pressure it gives off with Bleak Wind Storm, its new signature move.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it in that game. Just a Magma Storm a couple of chips away at the residual damage with that massive Bleak Wind Storm that we were surprised was not
so much damage.
Hit. Like that was very impressive damage coming out there. There's no surprise to see that Tornadus is on a very reasonable amount of teams. It's completely overtaken all the other Tailwind users that we only had very limited options back in the previous regulations, and as soon as Tornadus is available, here it is. Everyone's going to be using it if they are leaning towards the Tailwind strategy.
100%. I mean, that's the beauty of Prankster as an ability, as well as that Pokemon with its utility and move pool available. But what we will be doing is we'll be hearing from the man himself, Giuseppe. So we're going to go ahead and give it over to the couch area for the interview.
Hello trainers, and we are back with the winner of round 13 in the Barcelona Special Event. Giuseppe, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. I'm feeling very great. This means so much to me, and I still don't believe that I'm top cut of this tournament.
Looking back, we saw you in Bochum a little while ago, and of course you're a previous regional champion as well, so not so much of a surprise on our end. We're just glad to see you doing really well with an X&2 record going into the last round of Swiss next one. So, talking about the game, there was a lot of backwards and forwards moment, but you seem to be feeling pretty confident most of the way through. Talk to us about your thought process playing against a player like Alessio.
Okay, I really know Alessio. I played with him sometimes, and I know a little bit of our plays and what to expect from him. usually he plays more with teams, but now he presents to this tournament with a good staff team, a team that had a strong placement at the previous American regional, and is piloting it very well. However, that is one of the teams for which I think I had the tools to beat, because I have Itran, I have Iron Hands, who work very well against those comps. So my thought process was, okay, I know that these two are my main tools, but I don't know if I want to beat them both, because maybe Iron Hands and Itran don't leave space for the other monsters, which are Flatterman, Tornadus, and Landorus. So I decided to start with Itran game 1, and then switch to Iron Hands game 2, because I like that I had some position to force his Terra to Iron Hands, and once Iron Hands Terras, my Iron Hands beats it and the other stuff, you know.
Kind of forcing a position to, you know, get yourself into a really nice spot, and you did it so well in that match. Zooming out a little bit, your team, you mentioned the Heatran already that did some work for you in that matchup, but it's got a really interesting move that we don't see too often in that Magma Storm. Tell us a little bit about that choice.
Okay, I basically played the same team at Worlds, and it didn't work out a lot, because I think that Heatran in this team was not that useful, because in Tailwind it does damage, but not that much, and I wanted something to have a mode with the Iron Hands where I can use the fake out to take advantage of of these turns of Magma Storm, you know. And the Magma Storm, when it hits, it's the best move in the game. And I played like more than 10 rounds with it, and I missed it a lot. I hit it a lot when it was crucial, and it's something I learned to accept, because if I need to hit one Magma Storm at one, means I'm bad at the game. But if I am in the position to click Magma Storm twice or 3 times, and I need only one, that works out for me. And Magma Storm was actually a really good choice for my team. Yeah.
Kind of like Stone Edge, where you really want to be at a place where it's okay to kind of miss it once, but when it hits, it's the best move. Definitely better than some of the other options that you have available. That's really cool to see that sort of. I think a lot of players will be scared to run a move like that in their team, and a really nice way to describe why you did. Zooming out a little bit further, we're only at the start of the 2024 season right now. You're having a great tournament already. What's your plans for the season?
Okay, I think this will be my last, or not the last one, but maybe I'll do one more tournament for the 2023. Then I think that I'll come back to tournaments 2024 because of private stuff I had to do. So on my side, I really want to win this, because they get the qualifying for the World Championship, and they will make my season end right here. But there's still a lot of games to win for that.
Well, fingers crossed for you. You go all the way. We're going to wrap things up with just a last note. If there's any other shout-outs that you want to make to people that have helped you back at home.
Yeah, of course I want to shout out my friends from El server who, if it was for them, I would be at these tournaments at all. And I was shout out also to Push and Seri, who helped me a lot for this.
Thank you so much. That is your winner of round 13, Giuseppe. We're going to be going to a short break where we'll be back for the final round of Swiss before we break to that all-important top 8 cut. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon with round 14 of the Barcelona Special Event.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesa Goza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community. And yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the bell, and there you go through! One time, taking this mid game, and is your North America International Champion!
Wow, Woodage! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout. And even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the International Champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages into the Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's going to do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win, so when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
名前は海老沢空で、来たところは福岡県から来ました。
Can it get through this one turn against the Amoonguss?
This is the question. Does Amoonguss have the oomph in order to get the knockout here? It's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Ebisawa is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。主な選出を決めて、このポケモンはこのポケモンに有利だなっていうポケモンを、なるべく選んで使ってました。 まあ、場所によるけど、まあ、いけたら頑張ってまたチャンピオンになりたいかと思います。トルネロスというポケモンと、まあ、追い風役とトリル役が混ざった構築は読み合いになるので、ちょっとジュニアで優勝したけど、まあ、大人の大会でも、まあ、緊張なくプレーしたら優勝できるんじゃないかなと思います。対戦、まあ、このジャパンチャンピオンシップスに敗退した人も、まあ、また諦めずに来年、まあ、挑戦してもらいたいかな。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Barcelona Special Event, Day 2. My name is David Pontington, and I'm joined by the wonderful and ever so lovely Ben Kiriakou. How you doing, man?
What an introduction that was, David. Thank you so much. And right back at you. We are here for round 14 of the Barcelona Special Event. 9 rounds yesterday, 5 rounds of Swiss today. This is the last round before our players will be breaking to a top 8 single elimination bracket, and this is all to play for so many players. 11-3 going to be probably guaranteeing the going into the top 8 bracket. 12-2 definitely. It's all to play for.
It really is all to play for, yeah. There's a lot of players now who are like really vying for that top spot now in this final chance to go in. So going into this like day 2 here, we've obviously had a cut down of a good chunk of players really, from over 300 in day 1 to just our top 32 here on Sunday. So those players have been battling out furiously to get there. And the Pokemon that they've been using are going to be particularly interesting in comparison to what was popular in day 1. Has there been any change here for day 2?
And I think there probably will be, you know, when you filter down the field into those players that have been the most successful out of all of those over 300 players that we've had here in Barcelona. There's usually a couple of little differences. Pokemon that maybe didn't see too much usage in day 1 with all of the players involved. Maybe, you know, popular Pokemon that the players that were doing really well tended to focus on choosing to use coming into their team. And yeah, that makes the day 2 standings particularly interesting for those trainers at home wanting to get involved, looking, hey, what's actually really making an impact in these tournaments?
And what would you say your prediction is, Ben? What do you think is kind of really up there as have been a little bit more common now that we've hit this top 32?
I've got two.
Okay.
The first one, Dondozo. We featured that on stream 3 times. It's doing well. I saw quite a lot of the names in the top 32 that made it into day 2. So I've got a little bit of a fingers crossed for Dondozo there.
I think I can guess what your second one is.
Arcanine Hisuian form. Yeah, I mean, Tatsugiri kind of comes along.
Oh, all right. Okay, all right.
Yeah. I got three. I'm gonna be a little bit greedy here. But yeah, Hisuian Arcanine is one of the Pokemon. There we go.
Oh,
we got them sneaking in to the top 12 usage statistics for this tournament, but not Tatsugiri.
No, not quite yet. And maybe that's because Dondozo can operate on its own, as we have seen it do quite regularly as well. With that unaware ability, it can really sit there, yawn, and just sit there and just bulk out a lot of Pokemon too. So it has become a win con, as we've seen in some World Championship Pokemon too. So, but looking at those top 12 there, we can see a little bit of a change from kind of day 1 or so. I think Chi-Yu has definitely been on the rise here compared to day 1 there. That is like a huge jump, honestly, and it's unconvincingly the top fire type for people here this weekend.
Definitely. It's definitely it's around the 24%, if I remember rightly, from day 1, rising to just over 40%. There in day 2. The thing that's standing out to me, David, is that Amoonguss.
Yeah.
We've seen in every tournament so far in Regulation Set D, albeit there has been few, but we've seen it every single time. Fluttermane, Urshifu Rapid Strike, and Iron Hands taking the top 3 spots. Amoonguss always up there, and in fact, in the day 1 statistics, it was ranked number 6. So again, a big increase for Amoonguss, but knocking Iron Hands off of its perch in 3rd place is a big testament to what players in day 2 are really favouring.
Yeah, 100%. That's done very, very well there, it does look like. And a noticeable kind of drop off the entire map there was Heatran, actually.
Yeah.
Like, not at all present there. Yet we've seen quite a few on stream do pretty well as well. So just maybe it's just not quite been making it into that kind of day 2 just quite yet. And actually Arcanine being a little bit more popular this time.
Yeah, I think it's, Arcanine we saw quite popular from many European players in the World Championships this year, and players like Sam Vito who are carrying on using the same sort of teams that they were using in the World Championships. It's no surprise that it's rearing its head here and doing very well in Barcelona. And I think, that is testament to the kind of players that we have in Europe. Being the first event of the season, you kind of feel like the teams that you want to bring are a little bit more tried and tested.
And I mean, look at just the standings there. We have the one and only 12-1 Marco Marras. That's incredible. And yeah, only a couple of 11-2s. They've probably made it in, as you can see there. And the rest, obviously, 10-3s. So many 10-3s there that, like, all probably need to win this to have a chance to get in to that top 8 as well. So, and some big names right at the bottom there too. Eduardo Cunha, Alex Gomez-Bernat, lots of people who should be quite familiar to those of you who've been watching us this weekend.
And we'll have to see how they do when we break for top 8 and have a look at our final players that will be going into the knockout round. A little bit lower down the list, 9-16, Marcus Stadter there at the top, but some players that we've also been featuring across the broadcast over the weekend: Aurelian Sula, Nicolas Erdam, Salvatore Rega, and Alex Soto, all making a good attempt at being able to get into that top 8 with a final win in this final round of Swiss.
Exactly. So we're going to get into the pairings of who is facing who in this final round, and we're going to be seeing who we are getting onto the broadcast here right next to us. And it is going to be 2 familiar faces. For those of you who've probably not even tuned in yet this weekend, but for also those who have, Salvatore Rega versus Marcus Stadter.
Very excited for that game. But before we get to that game, let's just have a little call out of these fantastic players that we also have pairing up potentially for their win-and-ins here in the final round of Swiss. I keep saying it's the final round of Swiss. It's just so impactful in who makes it into top 8. Sam Vito, Aurelian Sula, Matteo Bellini versus Alessio Fusca, and Davide Fazio versus Alex Gomez.
Yep, exactly. Some very hype matches here, and those faces could be seen again once we get to Top Cut, but some of those probably not as well. So let's know who you're rooting for, and let us know on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, and use that hashtag PlayPokemon on X to be able to let us know what your feelings are and who you want to win the Barcelona Special Event.
Absolutely, and speaking about the stream match that we had, we've got Marcus Stadter, who we managed to see yesterday. We've got Salvatore Rega, who we also managed to see yesterday, and these are 2 players that are sort of somewhat far apart in terms of the overall experience that they have in the video game championships. Marcus has been playing since way back in the day. In fact, Marcus and I were at the 2012 World Championships way back in the day in Hawaii as well, and I'm sure Marcus will be wanting to achieve that World Championship invitation this season to go back there and give it another shot.
Yeah, that is a lot of years of experience right there, and you could see why he's as good as he is right now, right? Like, he is a valuable, like, team-building partner as well to many of our top players out there too. And, like, if there's any sort of, like, top 10 of European players, you could probably bet he's probably going to be on there.
Absolutely, a real pedigree as far as VGC players. Salvatore been playing a few years and, doesn't have the same level of tournament accolades that Marcus does, but is here right now. You cannot count out Salvatore here, because in the stream match where we featured him previously, he was able to put on such a great show and win in a really commanding fashion.
Yeah, he was, and it was with that Dondozo team as well that he was doing so well with, and like just completely dominated what he was able to do with it. Like it just kind of came in, set up, got all of its stat boosts, and just was able to sit there for a majority of the game. Like it just wasn't able to be hit very much at all.
Exactly, and we'll have to see how this game actually goes, because these two players facing up against each other, it's not just about who's got the most accolades, it's about who's on form on the day, what their team matchups are, and of course how they play. We had a quick aside, we had a little interview with Alex Gomez earlier, and it's like, hey, yeah, I've got a good team, but I need to pilot it well to win, and that's exactly what both of these trainers have been doing all tournament long.
Yeah, exactly. So they've proved that already getting here. They've already earned so many championship points, but every time you get up that extra win, you go, oh, what if I could just win the next one? And then the next one. Like, you've always got another goal to get to. I'm sure even if we have a winner here, they'll still be like, oh, what if I could just, get that extra kind of round one bite world and get that even more of those championship points. There's always a goal for you in Pokemon, whatever stage of the tournament you are in.
And looking at your screen now, we have Salvatore on the left of your screen. Liverpool Regional Top 16 just last year, so some very recent accolade there. Liverpool was a very tough tournament, one of the first that we had in the 2023 season. Over 600 players, and managing to make it to the top 16 of that is no easy feat.
Impressive too, because it was quite a new format in Liverpool. So I think Regulation Set A it was, which we didn't have too many events in. So like you really had to put in all your effort into like what you thought really was the call in that regional in January in Liverpool.
Absolutely, and Marcus on the other side of the screen, the Bochum Regional Champion from last year, as well as various accolades, World Championships, top cut and top performances across many, many years of the video game championships. A two-time national champion as well, way back in the day, that is not on the screen because we can't quite fit all of Marcus's accolades over the years onto one panel. But here we are with Salvatore's team. A reminder from yesterday's broadcast that Fluttermane Glimora, Tatsugiri Dondozo, Chi-Yu and the Tornadus.
Yeah, so like it should be a little bit familiar there, especially when he faced off against Alex Soto in day one as well, versus that hard Trick Room team where he was able to like get that double protect with his Dondozo and to be able to stall enough out of that psychic terrain to be able to take that survival of that expanding force. So it's going to be a little bit of a different matchup here because Marcus is running a very different team, but on the face of it, this just seems to be the call for this tournament.
Dondozo's been doing so well. X&3 record is a very respectable score, no matter which way you slice it. Now looking at Marcus's side of the field, a quite familiar team if you watched the broadcast in Pittsburgh last weekend. Riley Factura, inspired team, if not the exact same one. Cresselia, Urshifu Rapid Strike, Amoonguss Iron Hands, Chen Pao, and that Heatran.
Yeah, and we saw Marcus yesterday up against Giovanni Piscitelli and playing the best of three in such a commanding fashion, really using that Cresselia and Iron Hands to just be so bulky and just kind of whittle away at his opponent's teams. Thanks to the Lunar Blessing healing everything up, and Iron Hands just sponging all the hits, Drain Punching to heal back even more, and positioning around with Fake Out and support. It was just a really hard team for Giovanni to break yesterday.
There's a lot of recovery options there between Amoonguss's Regenerator and that Pollen Puff, as well as the Lunar Blessing they just mentioned, the Drain Punch, and that's one of the things that I think a lot of players have struggled to integrate into their teams in a really meaningful way compared to previous formats where we've had a lot more access to it. It's like, hey, once the health is gone, it's kind of gone in Regulation Set D. But Marcus finding a way to weave in quite a lot of options to just have that staying power that you really want to be having.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see a lot of that there. Marcus's team is very forgiving in general because of just the general bulk that we can see on it. And even Chen Pao, which doesn't have a lot of bulk, has that Focus Sash instead. So it's always going to be able to take one hit, whatever it is. Even if it's a +2 attack Dondozo with a Wave Crash, it will still be able to take that. So it's going to be on Marcus, I think, to be able to find a way to deal with this Dondozo once they're set up, because there's no sign of a clear smog or a haze anywhere.
Not in the slightest. I think it's going to be a little bit of maybe a match of how the Terra types matchup here. Dondozo does have that Grass Terror, so will be able to get around things like Spore, but then, you know, you become weak to a Heat Wave with boosted by the Life Orb on the Heatran, for example. Maybe the Cresselia gets into Trick Room and uses that to its advantage in combination with, say, the Iron Hands and the Heatran, just to sort of keep putting that offensive pressure onto Dondozo, while Cresselia might be able to get some healing going. But we're going to be seeing how this match is going. Tornadus and Glimora coming out from Salvatore. Marcus leading off with that Cresselia and that Urshifu Rapid Strike.
Really interesting to see the Glimora here, actually. Yeah, it's something that could definitely set up the Toxic Debris if it's hit by any sort of physical attack. Interestingly, though, if Marcus has brought the Amoonguss, he can just switch that in and get rid of those Toxic Spikes. So maybe Salvatore is hoping Amoonguss hasn't been brought here. But either way, it's still looking pretty strong, especially with that option to Terra into the Water type and therefore take the Urshifu's attacks very, very well. And as a result of the multiple hits, set up a full layer of the Toxic Spikes as well.
That full layer could actually play a role if Marcus, as you say, hasn't brought the Amoonguss to the match, and you know, whittling down your opponent is definitely something that you want to do. Of course, it does have the option to go for that Mortal Spin and get that sort of poison going without that Toxic Debris, and certainly on the Tornadus as well. Instead, Salvatore weakening that Urshifu with that Sunny Day. No need to go for the Terror in that case. Glimora's natural physical bulk really coming in clutch there alongside that Sunny Day. Really not taking that much damage at all from those Surging Strikes.
Yeah, it's a really decent amount of bulk there, considering the Surging Strikes is still even half. Like, we know the power of Rapid Strike Urshifu here, and it's huge. And yeah, maybe Salvatore has trained his Glimora like completely perfectly here to be able to actually take two of those still going into the next turn. And I think Mortal Spin is a great call here, poisoning both opponents. They don't need to have switched in, and I think a huge one is that Cresselia, which has Levitate, obviously can't be affected by the Toxic Debris then, but it's something that is so bulky, and having it poisoned is going to be huge. And there's an Ice Beam, taking Tornades also just over half.
Marcus just putting a little bit of damage on the field, I think, this turn, just making sure that, you know, he's not going to be he's going to be able to, in later turns, take advantage of that heavy chip damage on Salvatore's side. But Salvatore is kind of getting the board set up, right? It's like, hey, the poison's not doing too much damage now, and at least now you've got the opportunity that Tornadus has gone for the Sunny Day to maybe launch an attack out into that Urshifu and knock it out. If you don't knock it out, the poison could pick it up a bit later. So again, both trainers going for the kind of long game here, where, you know, you get a little bit of poison chip and a little bit of poison chip, where Marcus is going for the, hey, I'm going to put a bit of damage everywhere and try to capitalize on it later.
So it's a taunt coming out from the Tornadus here. Cresselia will probably fall for it as it's hurling the Surging Strikes. It's holding up the safety goggles, rather. safety goggles. And now Surging Strikes has come out here to the Tornadus. Again, living thanks to that Sunny Day that has been set up. Sludge Bomb coming out into the Urshifu, doing a really decent chunk here as Psychic has come out. Marcus, very well played, calling the taunt coming there and being able to take down the Tornadus, which otherwise was threatening some heavy bleak wind storms into this Urshifu.
What a call, and for that trouble, you know, you knock out the Tornadus, you knock out any chance of getting any Tailwind up, but it's probably not going to be too impactful with a team that's built like Salvatore's to get that Tailwind up, because you have that Dondozo that naturally can raise its speed, and you have these sort of bulky Pokemon like Glimora, especially in Sun, that can sort of trade pretty well with your opponent. So I think I like what Salvatore's been able to do so far. That Urshifu has got to pretty low health. The poison's possibly going to pick up the knockout on the Urshifu at the end of this turn. And I think that opens the door for Glimora to you know, play a little bit how Salvatore wants to in this game, especially if it goes for its Terror now or maybe a little bit later, to be able to sort of stick out on the field and get that poison going.
So yeah, good switch by the Marcus here, because Urshifu would probably have gone down to that poison, and because of the taunted Cresselia, no Lunar Blessing was an option here. But yeah, Amoonguss has been brought, so Marcus is probably feeling pretty good about that now, to sponge up all of those Toxic Debris and keep the Pokemon in the back completely safe. Tatsuguri, though, is the switch in here, so here comes the combination. Salvatore Dondoza is setting right up here. And I think for the more keen-eyed of you out there saw maybe what he was going to go for. And it is that order up, I think it's the Cresselia. And thanks to this curly form Tatsuguri, it's going to be giving an attack boost to this Dondozo. So it's setting up now, and it's going to be setting up after this as well. But first, the Cresselia is actually switching out itself into the Tree Master Pokemon here. And that is, of course, the Heatran.
I like that switch in there, just making sure that the Cresselia is not taking too much damage. You're resetting that taunt and making sure that you can maybe attack a little bit later. Dondozo's been somewhat handicapped here by the sun, in as much that its Wave Crash isn't doing nearly as much damage as possible, but that's kind of okay. Dondozo plays a little bit more of the slower game most of the time. It's there. It's going to be there probably when Sun expires and can use that Wave Crash, maybe when Cresselia comes back in a little bit later. The move I'm looking at here, David, is that Earthquake that Marcus is going to have to be navigating around. And really good for Marcus that he's not committed his Terror just yet, because that Heatran is not going to appreciate an Earthquake whatsoever.
No, not at all. And the Terror seems to be forced on Salvatore's end as well, because otherwise Amoonguss can just freely Spore or for even Grass Knot, as Marcus has that as an option here too. So I think it's going to be a lot of sparkly crystals this turn, as there is the first one. Of course, it is that Dondozo being super fast, putting a flower on its head, and suddenly being able to take a lot of attacks from this Amoonguss better. But at the same time, a Heat Wave may do quite a significant shunt from Marcus's end if he chooses to go for it and calls the Terror this turn.
I think so. I think like Grass Terror makes a lot of sense for both of these trainers. You get around the Earthquake, you get a resistance to Wave Crash on Marcus's side of the field, and of course on Salvatore's side of the field, you don't want to go to sleep with Dondozo. So really makes sense for both of these trainers as Earthquakes launched into that Heatran and Amoonguss, not doing too much damage, but the Heatran is able to connect. And yeah, you hit the nail on the head there, David. Heat Wave in the sun with that Life Orb is going to do a lot of damage, and Heatran is going to be healed right back up from that Pollen Puff.
Okay, like amazing turn from Marcus, obviously here, where like the sun really is coming back to bite Salvatore here, because no sort of Wave Crash is an option. And as we've seen from previous games as well, even a not very effective Wave Crash is actually still stronger than a neutral effective Earthquake as well. So going for a single type attack is going to be really useful, but obviously with the sun up at the moment, Wave Crash is not going to be that too much of an option. So order up may be the call here. It is a little bit weaker, but it can help boost up its own attack for subsequent turns. Question is here, is Dondozo going to survive another turn? We may not be able to see that this time.
Well, I mean, you know, the move that's going to definitely knock out that Dondozo is the Heat Wave, but the question is this Heatran does have access to the Flash Cannon. And I think Flash Cannon, looking at what's on the board at the moment, should be enough. Speaking about what's on the board, it's Cresselia coming in for that Amoonguss.
So it's the Protect on this Dondozo now, so thanks to the leftovers, it will be a little bit more healthy than before. Yeah, Marcus going for that safe Flash Cannon, making sure he's going for a 100% accurate move, but perhaps the leftovers might be enough to kind of tip the balance slightly and put this Dondozo out of range of that Flash Cannon. It's definitely going to depend on the training and the intuition of these players as to how much damage they think their Pokemon can do. But it might be now that Marcus needs to start relying on those Heat Waves, and that's where things can get dicey.
Yeah, it's like there's a play here where Salvatore goes for a double protect, maybe gets another turn of leftovers and puts that Dondozo out of Flash Cannon range. But now that Cresselia is on the field, it's not really too much of an option, because there's that Ice Beam that the Cresselia can go for. If you go for a double protect, you give Cresselia the opening to go for a Trick Room as well. And since that Pollen Puff brought that Heatran way back up to pretty much full HP, even with the Wave Crash there, it's unlikely that that Heatran is going to wave them, but it's going to be that one-hit knockout on that Cresselia. Cresselia going down to the Wave Crash, Dondozo probably going down to the recoil. Oh, not quite.
Oh, but it does hit. Okay. Oh, that Tatsuguri's always fooling us there. Oh, no animation. Oh, is it? Yes, and it does. Yeah, so Dondozo now does go down this time to the Heat Wave. Heatran putting in so much work there, but at the sacrifice of the Cresselia instead. Now, it's down to the last two for Salvatore here. That Glimmora that he switched out earlier, and now the Tatsuguri hit where it is its time to shine. And it is that Choice Scarf. So with the last two Pokemon left, Salvatore has to pick which move he's going to be locked into for the rest of this game.
And I think, you know, looking at what's left for Marcus' side of the field, I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see an Icy Wind, depending on how this Heatran is trained, and especially given that it's a Life Orb set, you probably expect it to have a little bit of training in speed. And that might make it faster than this Assault Vest Glimora that's probably going to have wanted to put a little bit of training in its defenses and its special attack to make sure it's sort of sitting there trading well with their opponents. So Icy Wind kind of makes sense. The Urshifu in the back isn't on much health whatsoever, and the real trouble is that Rage Powder from the Amoonguss coming out, and that's going to be able to redirect any attacks coming out from these two Pokemon, except for something like Muddy Water.
Yeah, it's the Muddy Water, like, not very effective on all of Marcus's remaining Pokemon, but a good pick if you are wanting to try and get those rolls into your favor and go for some accuracy drops. So even though it didn't hit the Heatran, it wasn't probably going to do much damage, and actually drop on the Amoonguss is probably very welcome if it's going for Spores, but not before an Earth Power, getting a huge big knockout on the Glimora, so it's just a Muddy Watering Tatsugiri all left on its own.
Yes, a bit unfortunate there for Salvatore. Definitely going for the outs there, realizing that because of that Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, Glimora wasn't likely to get any damage onto that Heatran this turn. And so, like, yeah, okay, Muddy Water's not very effective against anything on the field, but it can get an accuracy drop, and that can provide a window into the game. As it stands, we can see the damage from Muddy Water going on now. It's going to take, let's say, a couple to be able to knock out either this Amoonguss or this Heatran, and of course there is the ability Regenerator in the back. But that accuracy drop coming in a little bit clutch there for Tatsugiri.
Okay, yeah, no, so Salvatore still has his win condition. You need to hit the Muddy Water on this Heatran and get an accuracy drop, but I think the Heatran again has its speedy feet on because it has just dodged the second Muddy Water, as Amoonguss takes a third in a row accuracy drop on the other end instead. But yeah, Earth Power is going to be enough to KO this Tatsugiri, and Marcus Giotto takes game one.
Right, who knows what direction that Amoonguss is looking right now. It could be launching a Spore out into the Heatran for all we know. Congratulations to Marcus though, he played that fantastically and really took advantage of all of the tools that he had in his favor. I think the real turn where the game changed dramatically was where that Dondozo switched in, went for the Terra Grass, and Marcus was able to capitalize onto the sunny day that the Tornadus brought onto the field and get that big heat wave off single target, not single target, should I say, against that Dondozo doing so much damage.
Yeah, like an absolute chunk, and that's where Life Orb seemed to have come and really clutch there as well for Marcus, where a lot of other players who've been seeming to run Heatran have been more favouring, say, the Assault Vest we've seen Leftovers, I think, as well. Not many too much have been going for that Life Orb, but we can really see it putting in the work there because it did so much damage, and then put it in range of like a safer Flash Cannon, for instance, or potentially in another scenario, another Pokemon's attack as well.
Yeah, so looking forward to game two. I think one of the things that Marcus did quite well was knock out the Tornadus early. It didn't really get to do too much in that first game. And I'm wondering whether Salvatore has a little bit of an opportunity to utilize that better, or maybe just leave the Tornadus at home and maybe sort of lean into that Chi-Yu Fluttermane, try to break through some of Marcus's defenses here, those bulky Pokemon like Cresselia, before the Dondozo comes in, and it can kind of finish off the Pokemon that are like chipped away already.
I think we're definitely going to see a question as to whether Glimora needs bringing again here, because as we saw, it's a poison bot, you know, like you send it out and ideally you got your Mortal Spin, you set up the Toxic Debris to kind of spread poison and just kind of slow things down. But Marcus really actually turned up the pace with his own Heatran, benefited by the sun that Salvatore had already had, and he brought his Amoonguss as well to kind of get rid of all of that Toxic Debris. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Glimora maybe left at home. And as you say, Ben, maybe consider something a little bit different, like that Chi-Yu that can hit much harder.
We're going to have to see no adaptations coming out here from Marcus's side of the field. It's going to be that Urshifu and Cresselia leading out, but Salvatore switching things up with that Fluttermane Chi-Yu combination.
Yeah, so definitely switching things up here, which I really like, actually, because in Chiyu's option, you have a lot of damage behind you with that Life Orb, and with Fluttermane also backing you up with a bit of special attacking damage, you're really starting to threaten some KOs here. So it's definitely on Marcus to play a little bit defensive now, whether you switch around, maybe you go for a Terror. Either way, Salvatore really has the offensive pressure to force Marcus to make that decision, and especially if it's a Terror committing, then Heatran, which might be in the back and was such a problem for him, can't go for a Terra Grass, and with a Dondozo evidently in the back, it's very much liking to see that if that happens.
I think so too. One of the other things to bear in mind in this position is that Marcus's Urshifu is carrying that Choice Scarf, and so would be naturally faster than both the Tatsugiri and the Fluttermane. But I think that's why Salvatore is deciding to switch that out into the Dondozo Tatsugiri combination and maybe kind of go the other way, use Tatsugiri and Dondozo to spread a little damage around the field and then come in with the Fluttermane Chiyu a little bit later on in the game and sort of clear things up. As it stands, we'll have to see if Salvatore switched in the right order here as to which Pokemon came in on the left and on the right as to whether or not. Yes, indeed, it's the Tatsugiri that avoiding the attack there. Lunar Blessing not healing up any HP because they're both at full.
They certainly are. So interesting play from Marcus there. Like literally just not committing any sort of protects or defensive play, kind of accepting, right, I just don't think you're just going to go for the obvious play. I just don't think you're going to do it. Like, we're at a high level play and I'm Marcus Stadter, you know? Like, like you're just not going to do it. And he doesn't. So both his Pokemon actually get away with being at full health this time. And Salvatore has now committed to that Dondozo option. So Marcus now has a lot of options now for him, whereas Marcus is Salvatore is a lot more limited. So let's see if Marcus has bought the right Pokemon to be able to deal with this in this situation.
I think the big thing that Salvatore has done is bring the Dondozo in a position where you can start getting those order up boosts. There's nothing really on the field threatening Salvatore at the moment. That Urshifu is locked into using Surging Strikes, which Dondozo is pretty comfortable to be taking here, and it's gonna be a Terastallization coming in here from this Urshifu, going into the Water Terror, just doing a little bit more damage as that Cresselia switches out to the Urshifu.
Okay, so yes, it is. Yeah. So the Surging Strikes guaranteeing those critical hits. It's going to go straight through those defensive boosts this Dondozo's got. So let's see how much damage this does. Really not a huge amount here, but at the end of the day, this damage is really going to add up. So it looks like Marcus is going on the short and sweet kind of whittle away options here. But as you said, Ben, good call. Order up is a great opportunity to go for here if you're the Dondozo, and an attack boost is very much appreciated versus these two bulky Pokemon.
And the Dondozo has the opportunity now to go for its own Terror, go into Terra Grass, and you know, you're still going to be resisting Surging Strike, so that's not going to change anything here. But what is going to change is that Amoonguss is not going to be feeling especially comfortable in this spot. You've got an attack boost now, as well as the two that Tatsugiri affords you, and so Earthquake looks like a pretty consistent option. Marcus has Cresselia in the back, and that's great if Marcus manages to switch it in, but what Marcus is going to be doing now is figuring out, it's like, hey, I can play a little bit defensively, but how do I actually remove this Dondozo from play?
So it's going to be that Terror from the Dondozo, and it's going to be into the Grass type to be able to just kind of allow them just to sit there and not do too much to it. However, we know from game one that a +3 attack Dondozo doesn't still KO an Amoonguss even with an Earthquake. In fact, it actually lives quite comfortably here. But no, like Cresselia switching, trying to call that, just going straight up for that Surging Strikes. And I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe we see like a Pollen Puff or something into the Urshifu just in case, or even into the Dondozo itself now that it'll be super effective.
Yeah, that's a real way to keep on chipping away at this Dondozo and just doing a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. As it stands, an order up going into that Urshifu, maybe predicting the Cresselia to be coming in its stead, but instead knocking out the Urshifu, which will be pretty nice for this Chiyu and Fluttermane in the back. You called it, David. It's the Pollen Puff coming into that Dondozo. Dondozo's feeling a little bit under pressure now, I think.
Yeah, it is definitely under pressure, but you got to think about it now that like Dondozo is at +4 attack, like a really significant amount, and we're getting to the stages where this Amoonguss may not be able to get another KO with the Pollen Puff if the leftovers is enough to heal up this Dondozo. So we've got to think about whether like what Marcus has in the back is going to actually be enough. And we're at a point where Dondozo can start picking up one-hit KOs with a lot of moves. It's not going to be an Earthquake that can put up a double KO, so at least Marcus now can know that either his Amoonguss or his Cresselia is going to survive at this point.
And what a great move bringing in Cresselia in this position is, because you have to do something if you're the Dondozo in this turn. Cresselia coming in means the Trick Room could go up. It means that Lunar Blessing could be, healing things back up. Probably not going to be too impactful. You've got the Ice Beam and the Pollen Puff double up, which probably would knock out the Dondozo from this perspective. But it's Trick Room that really does threaten the Dondozo. And so now you have to decide, like, hey, am I going to Wave Crash into the Cresselia? And if that Heatran is in the back for Marcus, Chi-Yu Fluttermane doesn't like to see it.
No, it doesn't. But first, Cresselia is getting one-hit KO'd, which is not something you see all the time, to be honest. But with that massive HB stance, the recoil is enough to KO the Dondozo itself as well. So Mugus isn't going to be able to do too much here unless it is going for that Spore into the Tatsugiri slot, which it is. A great call there, knowing the Dondozo is actually going to get KO'd by its own Wave Crash there. So excellent call from Marcus.
Yeah, so you definitely go for the Spore in that sort of situation. There's no point protecting the Amoonguss, going for the side Pollen Puff, because as we see, 4+ Wave Crash is enough to pick up the KO onto Cresselia. So yeah, not just making sure that, you get something going that turn for sure. Heatran is indeed the last Pokemon in the back for Marcus. There is the Chi-Yu coming in for Salvatore, and right, let's break this down. So right now, the Heatran is the only thing that's really on Marcus's side that's going to be able to output some damage. There's the Chi-Yu there that's going to be able to knock out the Amoonguss, and the Amoonguss is the thing that's protecting the Heatran from all of the other things, all of the other threats, things like Shadow Ball from the Fluttermane and Dark Pulse from the Chi-Yu. So really it's a difficult position for both of these trainers to be making sure that they're knocking out the right pieces at the right time to get an end game that they can actually win.
Now, interestingly, the Tatsugiri is asleep, but it did have the option to go for a sleep talk this time. But Salvatore decides not to, saying, right, actually, if I wake up quite soon, I can actually go for the moves I want here, and that's what I really want to do. So he takes a turn of sleep on the chin, but potentially saving the option to lock into something else later. But yeah, Chi-Yu going for that Protect. It means that Pollen Puff isn't going to do a whole lot this time, so a bit of a null and void turn this time. But with Protects revealed, etc., suddenly that Chi-Yu's not sitting as safely as before. However, Tatsugiri is able to wake up this turn, and if it does, a Muddy Water is looking pretty huge here.
It really is, and especially with Marcus already committing to that Water Terror on the Urshifu means that he can't take advantage of that Grass type to sit in front of the Tatsugiri. But in this endgame with the Fluttermane in the back, I wouldn't necessarily want to be a Grass type. But here it is, the Overheat coming out, getting that one-hit knockout onto Amoonguss.
Yeah, there's no protecting option on Marcus's Amoonguss, so that is a completely safe target slot there for that Chi-Yu, and a big KO it is as well. But Earth Power is coming out first, and with that Life Orb, it's especially being able to KO this Chi-Yu, and definitely after some Life Orb chip there. But Tatsugiri unfortunately stays asleep for a second turn here, but we'll have to see if it wakes up next turn as well. Definitely still not guaranteed though.
I really like that Protect coming in from the Chi-Yu. We're seeing like why it was relevant, because you want that Tatsugiri to be able to wake up and go for those Muddy Waters. And the Amoonguss wasn't able to protect on Marcus's side of the field, but it does stall out a little bit of a few more turns for that Tatsugiri to just finish its sleep whenever it feels like it.
So it's going to be that Shadow Ball into the Heatran now, dealing a little bit of damage, but Fluttermane does avoid the attack, unfortunately, for Marcus there. And so he was going to be able to attack any attack anyway, because it is that Focus Sash, actually, which has got a rare item. So yeah, Marcus seeing the writing on the wall does forfeit, and we're actually going to a Game 3 in this final round before Top Cut, Ben.
That is exactly what you want to see. Congratulations to Salvatore for bringing it back and bringing us a Game 3. And I really like the adaptation from Salvatore in this match, using the Dondozo Tatsugiri as a combination to enable another combination in that Fluttermane and Chi-Yu. Didn't have to use that second combination. The Tatsugiri that was kind of asleep was able to kind of do enough there to sort of slow down the pace of the game, let that Chi-Yu get the knockout on the Amoonguss, and then go for just Shadow Balls into that Life Orb Heatran to clean up the game. So yeah, really like that play from Salvatore, and I'm really fascinated to know what these two players are thinking right now.
Well, I think Marcus probably knows that the early terror on his Urshifu was probably the main thing that really cost him this match. Because when it came down to it, that Heatran could not terror out of much of a weakness, to be honest. And the Amoonguss couldn't terror out of a weakness to the Chi-Yu's overheat. And overall, it didn't do a whole lot, really, with those surging strikes. In the end, like, after the recall of that wave crash, I don't think the Terra Water was necessarily necessary, to be honest,
yes.
In combination with everything else that he could have done. So I don't think Marcus is going to save that for a little bit later, and Salvatore but needs to think about how he can still win this, even if Marcus does that indeed.
Right, and it's about the combinations that both of these trainers use at the end of the day. If Salvatore goes for the same sort of strategy, then putting a lot of pressure on Marcus's side of the field. But that Rapid Strike Urshifu, I think, is Marcus showing respect to those sort of combinations and making sure that because it's Choice Scarf, it can go first, it can stop a Fluttermane Chi-Yu combination from sort of running away with the game in combination with that Cresselia, just changing the board state with that Trick Room as well. It gives Marcus a lot of options in the early game and a lot of opportunity to play around where if you go straight for something like the Heatran in the lead, then maybe that could be a little bit dicey.
Yeah, I think that's a great call, Ben. But here are the leads now. A little bit of a switch up for Marcus then. Amoonguss and the Urshifu Water, and another switch up again for Salvatore and as well in that Tornadus and the Dondozo.
Love to see that Tornadus out up front with the opportunity to go for that Bleak Wind Storm into these two Pokemon that really do not appreciate it. Of course, we've seen the Tatsugiri being switched in on turn one many times in this broadcast already this weekend, and it's a really viable play for what Salvatore is really wanting to go for by the looks of things. Get that Dondozo set up, get a little bit of damage on the board, and use the Tatsugiri and the other two Pokemon in the end game to knock out whatever Marcus has left.
I'm actually quite curious about this immediate switch to Tatsugiri here, because I think there's an argument to actually keeping in the Tornadus for a little bit and still maybe ordering up with the, or potentially an Earthquake with the Dondozo. Because you're able to kind of go for a Taunt to the Amoonguss potentially, Bleak Wind Storm to the Earthquake to dish out a bit more damage, and save that Tatsugiri switch in for a little bit later. But this might work also as well, because especially if you're able to go for that order up, we saw it do over 50% to that Urshifu, and that means it's a little bit sooner for it to potentially get KO'd.
Right, and that's going to make a big impact as to where the Dondozo is going to be targeting. It's not going to be hitting into that Urshifu regardless of what goes down this turn, as it's going to be U-turning into that Terra Grass Dondozo. Super effective damage. Kind of similar to what the Terra Water Surging Strikes was doing in the last game there, and Marcus gets an opportunity to just see that the Tatsugiri switched in, pivot around, and I really like the targeting here from Marcus as well, knowing that that Tatsugiri can switch in. It's like, hey, let's focus down on this Dondozo.
Let's indeed. Now, Marcus has actually called the Terror on this Dondozo every single time the last few turns. So as soon as it's gone for the grass, he's adapted and gone for either what is a Heat Wave or not a Spore, a Pollen Puff, and as we've seen here, a U-turn again. So let's see if Marcus has actually called it with his Amoonguss again, rather than going for a Spore, going for a Pollen Puff again to deal a little bit more damage to this Dondozo, and actually quite significant damage as well when we last saw it in this game too. Let's see, Amoonguss is, going to be moving after the Dondozo, so order up first is going to boost that attack and definitely put that Cresselia in Wave Crash range for next go. And it is that Spore, so good on Salvatore to safely Terra his Dondozo first.
Well, Salvatore calling it instead that the Spore was coming into that Tornado slot, and really nice early game coming out from him. Amoonguss has now got a super effective Pollen Puff, of course, which is going to be effective instead of that Spore, which does not work into Grass-type Pokemon. But that Wave Crash, as you said, David, great call out there. That Cresselia is not really liking what it's facing down against. That Heatran can't switch in before it goes for the Terror. The Urshifu probably isn't going to appreciate it either. The Wave Crash going into Cresselia, picking up the knockout there. Amoonguss just going to be able to do a little bit of damage in its stead.
Yeah, Pollen Puff, there it is, doing honestly like respectable damage.
Yeah.
To be honest, like it's an Amoonguss, and Dondozo's special defense isn't great, so like a few of those is going to knock it out eventually. And Amoonguss does still have the Bolt and the health to be able to survive at probably any attack Dondozo goes for still at the moment. Oh, it's going to take a lot, don't get me wrong, but like it can still take an attack, which means that if Marcus sends in another Pokemon and maybe protects it, the Amoonguss will be allowed to chip that a little bit further. And it is actually going to be the Urshifu coming back in yet, so maybe not wanting to reveal that last one and give Salvatore a bit more information.
I think the HP range that the Dondozo's at right now kind of open it up to a combination of Surging Strikes, Pollen Puff, and a second Surging Strikes there. So I really like bringing the Urshifu in here. It may have to Terra Water to get that particular damage calculations with the leftovers as well. But one of the things that Urshifu is so commonly used because of is that Unseen Fist. And so this Dondozo isn't going to be able to protect itself from those that second Surging Strikes. And what's really important about that is it may give Amoonguss the opportunity to spore the Tatsugiri when the Dondozo goes down.
Love that, Ben. Yeah, like that is probably Marcus is route at the moment. It's going to depend on how much offense this Dondozo has, though, because it's looking really scary right now if I'm a little mushroom. But first, yeah, as you said, Marcus is going to think he needs that extra 50% boost to his water move. So going for that extra damage potential, and we're very much likely to see those Surging Strikes. And thanks to that Choice Scarf on this Urshifu, it is outspeeding this +2 speed Dondozo. So here it comes, hit number 1. That is a good chunk of damage.
Good chunk.
Number 2 coming out as well, another good chunk as well. It actually may even do it in one turn here, Ben, if it's a Pollen Puff.
Yeah.
First, it's going to be that Dondozo to respond. And it could be an order up into this Urshifu, which do a heap ton, but Wave Crash, even more powerful, even though it's not very effective. Yeah. It's not enough, though, and Dondozo actually just KOs itself to the recoil.
Wow, okay, that is definitely not something that I was expecting there. It kind of could have been a little bit more optimal depending on the move. Yeah, Pollen Puff coming out there was targeting down that Dondozo. So yeah, it could have been an opportunity there for Marcus to not go for the Terror, just preserve it for, again, even later when Marcus knows exactly what to commit to. But it looked like Marcus was really going for that KO this turn, wanting to knock out the Dondozo. As it stands, Tornadus coming into the fray, and Tatsugiri in combination with its Choice Scarf and the opportunity for Tornadus to go for that Tailwind. It's looking like that Urshifu is going to struggle to make another move.
Yeah, I think it is. But Tatsugiri, if it's going to want to go first before this Urshifu, Tornadus needs to go for Tailwind, and that means Tatsugiri has to be the one to deal with it. Now, Muddy Water is, I would say, probably not enough to deal with this Urshifu, and we may need a Draco Meteor instead, but Muddy Water's been gone for here, but it's actually a switch out. And maybe this is Marcus calling a Draco Meteor. But,
it's the Iron Hand.
Oh, okay. So this is a lot much safer of a switch. Let's see if it can take it. Taunt into the Amoonguss first, though.
Taunt into the Amoonguss is a fantastic play there. And potentially reading the Heatran coming in there with the Muddy Water. Yeah, looking at the damage on that Iron Hands, I'd probably say you're right there. The Urshifu probably wouldn't have gone down. Amoonguss not able to act in this turn because of that taunt.
Yep, Amoonguss is being shut down a little bit there, but Amoonguss and Iron Hands is a formidable duo because Iron Hands' bulk is able to outlast so many attacks, and Amoonguss can still Pollen Puff past the taunt and therefore heal it up very nicely, and I think it's going to definitely be able to do it this time too. But Tornado's going to set up that Tailwind first to be able to make sure everything in the back is going to be outspeeding it, and that Muddy Water is going to be coming out first, and actually doing decent damage still.
It's doing pretty good damage. Critical hit. There we go from the Iron Hands. Amoonguss gets its 4th accuracy of this set as a Wild Charge comes into that Tornadus. Is enough to pick up the knockout, but that's going to be a lot of recoil there. Marcus needs to Pollen Puff this Iron Hands in order to keep it sticking around on the field, but the Pollen Puff going avoided by Iron Hands. I didn't even know that was a mechanic. I didn't know that was a possibility. Wow, that is a lot of health that Iron Hands no longer has.
Yeah, it's kind of like the side swagger strategies that we used to have back in the day.
Yeah.
Like your no guard Machamp was the ideal target, but because it could miss still. And yeah, the missing pollen buff is huge here because Iron Hands is now so low, and a Chi-Yu has just come in now.
It has, and there's 2 spread moves that Salvatore has in his arsenal right now. The Muddy Water from that Tatsugiri that is locked into, as well as the Heat Wave that we know is on the Chi-Yu there, is definitely going to be enough to pick up the knockout on both of these Pokemon should they connect. It's Muddy Water first, that's connecting on both targets.
And the 3rd accuracy drop of this game and 5th overall for the whole set. And Heat Wave double connects and gets a double KO as well. Iron Hands and Amoonguss straight out of the game.
Absolutely there. Both Pokemon going back to Marcus. It is only that Urshifu with just a sliver of HP remaining, and Muddy Water's not 100% accurate, but I tell you what is, David, it's going to be Dark Pulse.
I think so. Yeah, I like that too, Ben. And that's the advantage of going for something like a Life Orb instead of over a Choice Specs that a lot of other people have been running on their Chi-Yus too. So, yeah, Choice Scarf is on that Tatsugiri still for Salvatore, so it's going to have to be that Muddy Water. But first, it's going to be an Aqua Jet. And where is it going to target? Probably this Chi-Yu, and with no Terra option there, that is going to be a KO. So, is Muddy Water going to be enough here is the question. And will it hit is also the other thing. Yes, it is. It's single target, and it's enough.
And it's going to be Salvatore that picks up the win in round 14 of the Barcelona Special Event. Congratulations, Salvatore. What an excellent win against a formidable opponent in Marcus Stadter.
Yeah, incredible reign for Salvatore there. Like, just a masterclass on how to use Dondozo. And, like, not even in a way that means you are kind of using it as your kind of end game strategy. You just kind of go for it immediately and just whittle away, use up all your resources, force terrors, and then just clean up.
Absolutely. Cleaning up is definitely what Salvatore did there. He is fantastically over the moon about his win there. Likely going to be seeing him in the top cut with an 11-3 record there. Fingers crossed, we'll have to see until the final standings are posted. Nothing is confirmed at all. But let's talk a little bit about that game. A 3-game set. Marcus taking Game 1 in a pretty commanding fashion, just managing to navigate that Dondozo, using that sunny day from the Tornadus to great effect in combination with that Terra Grass Heatran. That Heat Wave did so much damage to the Dondozo.
Yeah, like a significant amount of chunk there, and I think it was a really good position for him to be in. The question is whether Marcus would have still gone for that strategy, or whether it would have just been as effective if Tornadus hadn't set up the sunny day. And obviously we saw the change of that plan in Salvatore in that game 2 by not bringing that Tornadus even as an option, and just using that Dondozo as a way to go, right, yes, I'm effective and I'm strong. I'll probably go down at some point, but not before I'm going to take out a bunch of HP from all your Pokemon.
And speaking of taking a bunch of HP, that Wave Crash was a really impactful part of Games 2 and 3. Game 2, 2 order-ups coming in from that Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination, getting those 2 attack boosts on top of the 2 attack boosts that the combination affords to Dondozo, picking up one-hit knockouts left, right, and center.
Absolutely, and I think you could see how, like, Marcus didn't have like a solid game plan versus Dondozo, because we saw a lot of different strategies that he was trying to bring there. And unfortunately, he had to kind of rely on terrestrializing his Rapid Strike Urshifu into the water type to hit not very effective water type attacks, which is not the ideal position you want to be in, really. So you could kind of see how he was really trying to cling on to just enough damage and making sure that Dondozo wasn't targeting the slots that he wanted to. But unfortunately for Marcus, I think he had a few Pokemon that didn't have Protect, and I think that really made a huge difference too. The Cresselia, the Amoonguss, the Choice Scarf Urshifu, everything was so safe for Salvatore to target, and that gave little room for Marcus to be able to take the game.
And that's why Order Up is such a powerful move in those sort of matchups where you really want to get those boosts, but if you launch an Order Up into a Protect, you're not going to be successful. You're not going to get those boosts. You're not going to kind of get rolling, so to speak, in those sort of matchups. And when you get those boosts, that's when Dondozo becomes really, if it wasn't threatening enough already, that's when Dondozo really becomes super threatening, and being able to pick up KOs on Pokemon that resist it, and even doing enough to Pokemon that don't resist it, where you can just use, spread attack like Earthquake to just spread some damage around the field.
Yeah, and that was very convincingly done as well. And it was interesting to see how Amoonguss was consistently brought to the game, even when Terra Grass was just an inevitable for this Dondozo every single time as well. And showing the effectiveness of Pollen Puff. I wonder what sort of a game he would have seen if the Pollen Puff had actually hit the Iron Hands in that Game 3, and to be able to heal up that Iron Hands enough that it might have been able to take on a few extra attacks. Especially with that Assault Vest, the Chi-Yu may not have been able to deal with it so effectively.
No, I think it would have been definitely a lot different of a game. I think the Chi-Yu has to start dishing out damage with Heat Wave. You have to really rely on those Muddy Waters connecting with the Iron Hands, because if you miss even one, then the Pollen Puff regeneration just kind of takes over, especially with Drain Punch as well. Tatsugiri's not a Pokemon that's known for its physical defenses, and so a Drain Punch into that Pokemon would recover a lot of HP as well as the Pollen Puff, kind of like in yesterday's broadcast where Marcus was playing the Pollen Puff and the Drain Punch in combination, keeping it around. So yeah, definitely could have been Marcus's game without that Pollen Puff miss. And yeah, certainly for me, it was a little bit of a learning day today, seeing that interaction with the Muddy Water and the Pollen Puff.
But yeah, that's why Muddy Water is chosen as a water move, right? Because you have that 30% chance to be able to lower the accuracy of your opponents. And assuming you connect with both opponents, that's almost 50% chance to lower an accuracy of something. And then even one drop of your accuracy significantly lowers your chances of hitting that next attack. So suddenly Muddy Water becomes something that gets better and better the more you use it.
And especially when it's hitting Amoonguss, apparently, in this match,
yeah.
where the Muddy Water hit into that, and pretty much every time it hit to the Amoonguss, it would drop an act. Nothing else, just the Amoonguss. So a little bit of maybe targeting there from the Tatsugiri. It's like, hey, I've had to deal with quite a lot of Amoonguss in my time. I'm just gonna have a little bit of my own back this time.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's what we saw it do. Tatsugiri kind of really pulling it out the bag for a lot of Salvatore's situations he got into. And lots of just really nice parts about his team as well, like the Life Orb Chi-Yu giving you just so many options but still so much power behind a lot of your attacks. And kudos to the Glamora in Game 1.
Yeah.
It did its best to do some poisoning, didn't end up winning the game, but I'm sure it's been quite effective for Salvatore in other matches, and perhaps in that Dondozo mirror, which he may have even faced or will face in Top Cut if he makes it.
It's definitely a Pokemon that's so commonly paired with Dondozo, because it's if you look at Glamora and what it really doesn't like to face, Dondozo kind of likes to face all of those things, so it's kind of match made in heaven if there was one that wasn't Dondozo and Tatsugiri together. But yeah, it's really nice to see that coming kind of back into the fore. We haven't seen too much Glamora since Regulation Set C. I think one of the other things that Salvatore did really, really well in that game was managing what time to switch in that Tatsugiri into the Dondozo. We saw twice in that set where Salvatore was able to switch it in and avoid an attack on the same turn, whether that was a double switch in Game 2 from Fluttermane Chi-Yu, or whether it was just switching in the Tatsugiri for a Pokemon Tornadus in Game 3, for example, and trying to avoid those attacks coming in from Marcus's side.
Yeah, and he did that very well. Yeah, expertly timed. And as soon as you go for it, it's not like a setup move where the Dondozo itself has to spend the turn setting up. It's the Tatsugiri doing that for it in combination with the ability. So you're able to go and attack on the same turn as getting suddenly all those boosts, which makes Dondozo strategies just so scary.
It does, and especially when it goes for the Terra Grass in front of that Amoonguss, it's definitely no surprise that the Amoonguss didn't do as much as it probably wanted to. One last thing I really want to call out with the way that Salvatore played that team was the call in, I think it was Game 2, not to use the Sleep Talk when the Tatsugiri was asleep, and just decide okay, yeah, maybe I can get the opportunity to use one of my other attacks in this situation, and yeah, it's probably going to do more than doing nothing. But actually, I know in the end game, when I wake up, I'm not going to be able to do anything at all. And so holding on, like finding that restraint to not do anything right now and instead invest in future turns, I think was a really clever way to play that end game situation.
I think that's a great point, Ben. It's something that it's a really underrated little strategy that I think could really fly under the radar. But maybe we'll hear a little bit more about that from Salvatore Rega himself. Our interview is ready. Let's hop over to the couch to hear more from the winner of our round 14.
Thank you very much, Ben and David. I am joined here by the winner of round 14, going 11-3 and into the top 8, Salvatore Rega. How are you feeling after that last match?
I'm still quite shocked. I can't believe I made it. I'll need some time to realize. Hopefully I get back to the real world before the actual top 8.
Yes, absolutely. Going into the quarterfinals, no small feat at all in our first regional of the season. In that first game, you ended up setting up the sunny day and then just a heat wave, massive damage into the Dondozo. So how were you thinking you were going to adjust going into that game 2 and the game 3?
So I thought that maybe it was not going to lead in the same way because the T1 was actually pretty good for me. So I tried to make Flutter Chiyu opening in a different lead from him. But when I saw that it was the same lead, I realized that I was in a really, really bad position and that probably I had already lost the game right out of the bat. But I made it through the Dondozo switch. I still don't know exactly how. And then going into game 3, I took less risk by leading Dondozo and having more options open.
Yeah, absolutely. And you brought the Tornadoes to the game 3. So why did you think that was the call going into the third game when the Fluttermane and Chiyu seemed to be working well?
Well, Tornadoes was still good because you could either set Sunny Day against Sushifu or just Tailwind and make me outspeed him with the rest of the Pokemons. Plus, he had Among Us, who was Grass, Etran, who could Terra Grass, Urshifu, who was Fight if he didn't Terra. So even the attack from Tornadoes could have made the difference. So that's why I went for Tornadoes.
Yeah, makes perfect sense as well. And Muddy Water seemed to be the savior in that endgame as well. The Pollen Puff not activating into the Iron Hands. Were you factoring in the accuracy drop to potentially stop the Iron Hands from being recovered, or were you just quite fortunate to be able to get that Muddy Water drop?
Well, actually, I think I didn't have many more options besides going for Muddy Water, because Draco Meteor couldn't secure many one-hit KOs or even serious damage since I would have been dropped and dropped and dropped. So I think Muddy Water was my only option there. And yeah, the drops were good. I hope that it didn't make the difference, but probably did.
Yeah, the Iron Hands potentially could have survived, but no Pollen Puff because of the Muddy Water means that Iron Hands did get KO'd. You did secure that game 3 and do advance into the top 8 here. So how are you feeling about your chances now that you are into the top 8 of winning the whole thing?
So I think that there are a couple of matchups which are really negative for me. I hope to not take them at least in the first match. And I'll do my best. Maybe I hope to just play well, even if I lose the first round. As long as I can make a decent fight, it's okay for me.
Well, you've definitely been playing well so far, and absolutely decent run. And I think decent is probably a very tame word in regards to that. So absolutely fantastic run. Just before we conclude this interview and start to move on to the top cut, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone at home?
Yeah, so I already gave some shoutouts yesterday, but I missed a couple of friends, one of them being Davide Cognetta. So sorry for not mentioning you yesterday. Now it's my time to say thank you.
Good stuff, and we will be seeing you in the top 8 of the Barcelona Special Event. Congratulations once again. We're going to be cutting to a very short break, and then we will be back with the top 8 of the Barcelona Special Event, so don't go anywhere.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in a living dream today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is just here. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute.
jumbo push? You've got to be kidding me! We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win Game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the
Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And welcome back, everybody. We are here for the final top 8 of the 2024 Pokémon Barcelona Special Event. And what a day it is. We have just gone ahead and completed Swiss rounds for day 2, and we've got our final 8 that are looking to grab the title.
Our final 8, Costa. I'm so excited for this, honestly. Like, it's really shown how, like, a lot of players here who maybe have not had so much attention since Worlds, like, suddenly really shine thanks to their teams, thanks to the really hard efforts they've put in, and the efforts they put in from their Pokemon too.
Well, exactly. And I think being able to vie for the opportunity of getting that immediate invitation over for the 2024 Worlds at Honolulu is a very big highlight. It's something that all of these trainers will have on their mind, no doubt about it. And understandably, you want to just achieve the best that you can. You will come in with the consequence of, okay, cool, you're not going to be able to win all your matches, excluding the champion, of course, the eventual champion. But you want to strive to get what you can from this. I think we've had a couple of upsets throughout the weekend so far. I think one of those upsets, which we actually didn't expect, was that Dondozo right before the break right now, where it actually did take down Marcus Stadter, which is a very hard thing to do.
Yes, it is, yeah. Marcus Stadter was one step away, and arguably one pollen puff away, potentially, of being able to take it, depending how the rest of the game would have gone on. Because, yeah, Muddy Water accuracy drops really came in clutch there, which is not something that we've often seen for, like, almost a year, maybe.
Well, exactly, and I think just being able to see it find a space in the meta, per se, to, you know, shine its wings if, for example, it's a flying Terra type, which we have seen in the past, but in a point where it could take advantage of the lack of clear smog and other sort of utilities that usually are used to be able to counter the Dondozo strategy is very, very big. But enough Dondozo talk, at least for now. We do have the top 8 bracket available to us to actually go ahead and show which trainers have reached this top cut.
Here we go. So we have Marco Marras versus Alessio Fusca, Alex Gomez Bernal versus Matteo Bellini, Simone Sam Vito versus Eduardo Cunha, and Salvatore Rega versus Giuseppe Musicco.
Yeah, so I already spotted a very quick rematch in that third pairing right there, Simone San Vito versus Eduardo Cunha, which actually was, if I'm not mistaken, the first match today of day 2 in Swiss round number 10, where we actually saw Simone go ahead and quite profoundly dispatch of the strategies that Eduardo did present. So clean 2-0, I would say. There was a bit of RNG, definitely, in that game one, but it was quite decisive with the handling of Simone over his team, and it's honestly great experience with it.
Yeah, I think that was the double rock slide, critical hit into flinch, into Gaio that Simone did get, but nothing to take away from his achievement though, because obviously he has had to get multiple wins to get here, so he is obviously a player to be reckoned with.
Indeed, and we do have a couple of other call-out trainers as well. Alex Gomez, our 2023 North America International Champion, vying for yet another title to add to his treasure case. But we will be featuring the top bracket, which is going to be between Marco Marras versus Alessio Fusca. And I believe we did feature Alessio actually in Swiss round number 13, where they did go up against Giuseppe from the bottom bracket there. So Alessio actually lost in that match 2-0. I would say how it unfolded was Alessio was trying to approach the game a bit more from a safer point of view. Now, play styles differ between trainers, and I think in this case, it was a prime example of Giuseppe having a very offensive approach versus Alessio's sort of adaptive / defensive approach. And unfortunately, he really needs to rely on the Chi-Yu in a better way to be able to put his foot back into the set. So they have been able to make it through, though, to day 2, and we did see the records there. It was 10 wins and 4 losses, so the only X4 to actually find their way through to the top 8.
And that probably helps by the fact that their opponent is also in the top cut as well.
Yeah.
Helps really propel you to the top of your individual record. So he must be like at the top of the world at the moment.
Right.
Already like a guaranteed top 8. So many championship points there, and only 1 and then 2 steps away from that final and the potential to get that crowning championship and of course the world's invite.
Exactly. So I think there's a lot vying for that. I think it's a great opportunity for Alessio to be able to win one back, take advantage of the fact that they're in the top cut right now, where, it in a sort of major event such as this weekend's, it's honestly such a great accomplishment. Even top 16 is such a great accomplishment too, even just day 2 generally. So being able to find these hallmarks to add to your own career when it comes to your competitive sort of forte in VGC is something that really you need to be proud of, because not a lot of people can reach this point where they can say, yeah, you know what, I went in a heavily stacked tournament and I've been able to accomplish this, and beat XYZ trainers along the way.
Yeah, honestly, really incredible. And both of these trainers will have so much to talk about, along with the top 8 and everybody who's been here as well along the way in the Barcelona Special Event, to be able to bring that to another tournament, especially if you've been being in a tournament environment as well, where you're suddenly having an extended number of sets throughout the day and potentially over multiple days of Pokemon, where the mindset you need to kind of really maintain from that initial start. And it's very easy for sometimes, if you've come from a loss, to kind of go into another match to kind of lose a little bit of focus there and focus a little bit too more on that. But you really need to be focusing on each individual game individually to not cloud your mindset, especially if you've gone into the tournament confident. Then you should maintain that confidence. That's probably what's happened here with these top 8.
Confidence is key. It is definitely one of the biggest things that you need to be able to progress further down and have a deep run in a tournament. But, of course, that is built up by varying factors, how comfortable you feel with your team, as well as the confidence in what your team is capable of doing to vis-a-vis per a matchup of sorts, and making sure that you got the appropriate flowcharts in line. But we mentioned we had Alessio on stream just prior, a couple of rounds before. We haven't featured Marco Marras as of yet on stream.
No, we haven't, and we should really be, because he is the first seed in our top cut here, having gotten the best record, gotten 12-2, so comfortably right in there. And he's got a really interesting team here, honestly, as well, which we'll shortly show you, where he's been coming in with one of your favorites, arguably, Costa.
Well, I mean, yeah, I do see a bit of a talk hole action going on. It was a bit of a topic that I tried to introduce yesterday at the start of the day. Talk hole Marco is able to make the comeback, or forecasted to make a comeback, I think, and or was it Droughtful? I'm particularly proud of how it may make someone's eye twink a tiny bit, but at least we have seen it come back right now in full force, which is something not a lot of people were expecting. I had a bit of doubts with it, but we do see a sort of trick room orientated team that Marco is bringing, akin to perhaps what Alex Soto has also been bringing, but with a couple of different variations to it.
Yeah, but first we're going to be having a look at these trainers themselves and see what has brought them here to this championship and all the way up to the top 8 of the Barcelona Special Event, still with over 300 players in our day one, and now just whittling down to the individual 8. And on Marco's end as well, we've obviously seen his team already.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how he ends up piloting that as well, versus an arguably quite trick-roomy team, as you said. But on his end, it's something a little bit more standard, a little bit more stally, and I think an individual matchup, especially for our stream.
Indeed, as we do have the achievements of our 2 trainers. Alessio going ahead and getting special event top 4 back in Turin at the later half of last season, whilst also getting a very well done Bochum Regional top 32 cut in 2020. But we've got Marco over on the other end, World's Day 2 competitor right now, just before in Japan to close off the 2023 season, which is something not a lot of trainers can claim.
No, they can't, actually. That is very impressive accolades, especially, and so recent, too, as well. So to be able to also now be in the top cut of Barcelona is, like, quite impressive. Like, if you extend that amount of success, like, and extrapolate it of maths based on the rest of the season, they should be, like, top-cutting every single event based on this.
Well,
this is impressive.
Exactly, and you've got that experience from the same format being utilized at Worlds, but we do have the teams right now on stream, at least over on Alessio's side. So, as we've mentioned, the Booster Energy, Fluttermane, Ras, Terra is available. This is pretty much the team that Wolfglick did bring last week in Pittsburgh, where he was able to claim that second spot top.
Yeah, exactly. Getting that second spot was nothing short of impressive. And with some really interesting text here as well. That booster energy on Fluttermane is a speed boosting one, and particularly combined with Icy Wind, it provides a little bit of like a Prankster Tailwind sort of effect, where it's nice and fast, but also does a little bit of damage, and especially when combined with, say, that Chiyu or that Urshifu, you can kind of pick what sort of offensive presence you want to put next to it to be able to make sure it goes first, and then probably it's going to take a huge KO.
Well, exactly, and I think Alessio's actually gone ahead and implemented a couple of their own small additional techs that may vary from Wolf's team. I think that might be the worry seed. That is the option of choice on the Amoonguss. I think we mentioned it with Jamie already, went into it in some detail earlier, but it's a good way to actually get any ally Pokemon that is currently sleeping from, let's say, a Spore, back straight up and fully awake with the Insomnia ability, which is imparted onto it.
And Marco here with his team as well, unseen before now, and with an Ursaluna, which is something that was pretty common in the World Championships, honestly, and it dropped off maybe a little bit in Pittsburgh, but it seems to be right here back on our screens now with that classic Flame Orb Guts ability, and carrying the actual double ground move option in the Earthquake and the Headlong Rush. Kind of like what Fluttermane likes to do with its Moonblast and Dazzling Gleam, Ursaluna does the same, because ground is just so effective.
Indeed, I was quite a bit dismayed there, as the call-out was to Ursaluna and not the Torkoal, David. But, yeah, I think there's a lot of different components to this team that really work well. Safety Goggles, Cresselia is something that we've been seeing build up in more popularity. Moonblast actually being the option there, rather than any sort of Ice-type coverage, which we know has been used quite well to be able to counter Pokemon such as a Landorus, Therian, or even the Tornadus to be able to super effectively strike and chip away at their HP.
And I think it's a really good option, actually, into Alessio's team here, because you've got the Urshifu Rapid Strike, which is going to hit for really good damage, and you've got that Iron Hands, too. And even if you're not doing a whole lot of damage, you can still throw it into a special attacker, and chances are you've got a decent chance of getting a special attack drop, and therefore even helping out your team even further.
Yeah, exactly. There's additional benefits to every single move that may or may not contain a secondary effect. But going into the matchup then, we know that sort of the pressure seems to be appearing, originating from Marco's side, who does have that guaranteed trick room, sort of hard trick room orientated mode, which I believe was your topic actually, if I'm not mistaken, over this weekend. But we do have the leads, and Marco is going to be leading with the Cresselia and Amoonguss versus Alessio's Amoonguss of their own and the Chi-Yu for good old offensive start to a game one.
Yeah, so Choice Specs Chi-Yu is a great start if you want to be threatening Cresselia with a one-hit knockout. But Marco, knowing that is probably going to be a threat to his team, and probably has been all weekend, leads with the Amoonguss that can redirect it. But if it's going to do that effectively without taking itself down, it's going to have to Terra into that water type. Marco does have to work out whether it's going to be worth it if he's going to do that, to redirect a potential Dark Pulse. But on the other hand, he can always Terra his Cresselia too into that Fairy type and take it too. So this is probably a matchup both players are fairly familiar with, and I think both players are going to be trying to find a way that they can go for something that's not completely like putting everything on the line for turn one of game one. But let's see.
Let's see indeed, as it sort of makes a lot of sense for Marco to focus down on the terrestrialization turn one, as both of his Pokemon were susceptible to this Chi-Yu. But guess what? Not the Amoonguss, as it's able to survive thanks to that lovely little Focus Sash. Really great utility here. Worry Seed, side activation there, popping straight into the Chi-Yu will be giving it that Insomnia ability we mentioned to be able to protect it from getting put to sleep. But that does mean Beads of Ruin are no longer on the field. Sludge Bomb does go and target down that slot and get a cheeky little poison.
Okay, yeah, so kind of going really hard in on the read there on both ends, really. So kind of going for a Heat Wave, expecting a Terra on the Cresselia, which did end up coming out there, but going for a Worry Seed, expecting his ball, which didn't come out. But Marco, smartly, just safely going for a Sludge Bomb, and thanks to that poison especially, is probably in range now of a Terra Fairy Moonblast from this Cresselia.
Ooh, Sludge Bomb into the opposing Amoonguss there. Pollen Puff, just to bring back that HP from the Chi-Yu that had actually been taken off from the Sludge Bomb, plus the poison. But we are going to be seeing, I believe that is a Lunar Blessing over on Marco's side. We'll be bringing a bit more of HP recovery onto the field at the cost, of course, of the Trick Room, further extending and being wasted by one more turn. Heat Wave does pick up the KO here, and it's quite nice, actually, being able to have the Chi-Yu in a position where, okay, normally it doesn't tend to want to be in Trick Room, but given the fact that Marco didn't have something that was directly threatening the KO onto it, it sort of didn't mind.
Well, Costa, you'll be pleased to see Torkoal has hit the field, setting up that Sun. So hopefully that Terra Fairy is now worth it for Marco, because the Sun is up, the Trick Room is up as well, and this Torkoal is looking scary with its charcoal boosted eruption potential now that can be coming out here. Now, Chi-Yu obviously resists it, Amoonguss might resist it with a Terra Water as well, but if both can survive, this could actually be pretty big here to be able to get off a Spore, another Pollen Puff, and now a Heat Wave is boosted by the Sun even further. This Cresselia is looking like it might even be in range for KO.
It really does, actually, but we do have Water Terra being the choice on this Amoonguss. The fact that Beads of Ruin are no longer in the play means that this Torkoal's damage output will not be as powerful as it, of course, could be. But we do have Protect, a bit of a defensive play from the Torkoal. Doesn't want to further extend, at least for this turn. Pollen Puff recovery, once again, it does provide a bit of HP recovery onto it, but Moonblast now actually focusing down on the Amoonguss, which no longer has the poison typing, which did allow it to resist a bit more of the damage incurred from any sort of fairy-type moves. But we know Choice Specs is still on this Chi-Yu. It is locked into Heat Wave, and guess what? That is actually pretty good. It picks up the KO, but it may allow the Ursaluna, if it's in the back, to actually make an appearance.
Yeah, I quite like that from Marco, because you could go for the Lunar Blessing there and might even survive the Chi-Yu's Heat Wave coming in from there and keep the Pokemon around. But yes, you're right, Costa. Like, Ursaluna coming in sooner rather than later could be quite good to be able to make the most of the Trick Room turns, but instead it's not that. It's going to be Iron Hands, an equally slow Pokemon to be fair, and one that still definitely benefits from this Trick Room.
Yeah, indeed. It's not a Swords Dance variant of an Iron Hands. It is that common Assault Vest, but it may be prone to intimidate Cycling that could be in the back for Alessio if there is any sort of Landorus Therian switches, as I think I've just only realized this, David. Alessio's only revealed the first 2 Pokemon and is at a 4 versus 2 advantage versus Marco, even within Trick Room.
Great call, Costa. Glandorus is coming in now, cycling in that Intimidate, but Torkoal is still in the sun and still at full health with a potential Eruption coming out. So Fake Out first from the Iron Hands is going to be very key. And here's the Eruption into Landorus. Is it surviving? Whoa! Absolutely not. And Amoonguss takes a lot of damage too. A critical hit on the Landorus. We will not know if that mattered or not, but that is a big, big KO, to be fair.
It really is. Landoruses tend to be able to be trained in a certain way where they can actually survive a charcoal-boosted Eruption. It's not a choice specs on the Torkoal side. There is no Beads of Ruin on the field, so that Bruto Copo, as I believe the critical hit call-out text there did indicate, may have come into play.
Fake Out into the Torkoal, though, to suppress the last time of the Trick Room, I believe, here, as Sport is now coming out. So a really big one into the Iron Hands. Kind of like a little bit of a Fake Out at the same time as this Iron Hands as well, as it takes its first guaranteed turn of sleep immediately here.
Indeed, and at this point, dimensions are unraveled. We are outside of Trick Room. This is not looking the best for Marco. You're not in a position where you could immediately offensively pressure Alessio's side.
Yeah, but it's Drain Punch here into the Iron Hands, but this other Iron Hands can wake up this turn. It's already taken its guaranteed turn of sleep, but it is not. It is still staying asleep, so Amoonguss is free to just Spore into that Torkoal. So yet again, taking an absolute snooze fest in this late game of this game 1.
Yeah, you're not in the spot you want to be. I mean, Marco has been in Trick Room, to be fair, most of the game, but now it's not looking the best that they're outside of it.
No, exactly. Now, it is on this Iron Hands to be able to start dishing out some damage now. But both of these Pokemon are quite bulky physically, both the Iron Hands and the Torkoal, so it's going to definitely take a few hits. So it's going to be a bit of a Drain Punch war, maybe, especially if one can come out from this Iron Hands now, which it does, and heals itself up a little bit more. Critical hits, but might not have mattered with that amount of low health.
No, I don't think it will have. It doesn't have the poison typing anymore, so fighting type moves are going to hit neutrally. And at that range, even if you are an Amoonguss, even if you are known to be one of those impressively bulky Pokemon and overutilized across multiple faceted VGC formats across the seasons, you are still going down, my little friend.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes. And the second turn of sleep for the Torkoal as well, unfortunately, also could have woken up there and potentially gotten off a powerful move such as an Earth Power into the Electric-type Iron Hands. But now, Chi-Yu comes in safely, and with that Choice Specs, it pretty much just kind of picks a target and KOs it. Oh, it is that Heat Wave, and it misses the Iron Hands, though. Torkoal taking a decent chunk, but it needs another one for it. Drain Punch as well. Both of these Pokemon on Marco's end could go for an attack, and it's that Drain Punch. Chi-Yu lives, but the poison from the Sludge Bomb earlier is going to take it out next turn. And then Torkoal is going to come out this time as well, but it is taking a third turn of sleep. But Chi-Yu is going down. Costa, this game has flipped on its head.
It really has. I think it's got some chaos energy going on at this point in the later half of the end game. I think in this situation, Torkoal, it's still having to, Torkoal and Iron Hands over on Marco's side, still having to deal with a full HP's worth of an Iron Hands over on Alessio's side. This should still be Alessio's game unless there's some sort of additional factor that may come into play.
Yeah, let's see, because yeah, this Iron Hands has been intimidated, I think, from this Landorus earlier, which is definitely going to put it at a disadvantage. But any critical hits that might come out could be significant, or at least a burn as well, or a special defense job. Oh my goodness, Iron Hands. You're so bulky.
It's so bulky. I mean, that Assault Vest just being the best item, in my opinion, for it. Even though Drain Punch just missed from the KO, it is opening doors for Marco to potentially bring this back. Earth Power, we know, has a secondary effect of potentially dropping special defenses in combination with potential critical hits that could come out from Marco's side. That looks like it could be the win condition they are looking for. Earth Power goes into the Iron Hands. 53 hit points remaining. Drain Punch will not be able to recover quite as much, but I think it should still be outside of the range of an Earth Power KO from this Torkoal.
Yeah, I think it is, but then Torkoal has huge defense, so going into the next turn, I don't think Iron Hands has enough power to be able to KO the Torkoal back this time. And yeah, it's 5 HP, but it's still going to come down to whether this Iron Hands can do enough damage, and with a Wild Charge, it's going to be more powerful than this Drain Punch.
This is
how much it's going to do. It survives on a Slither!
Oh my lordy! We're going to see the wild charge. Unfortunately, not enough. Getting self-KO'd from the recoil damage there. Marco really finding what a condition, what a win condition to actually bring this back and triumphantly force the Game 1 win and loss versus Alessio.
Oh my goodness, Costa. Okay, right.
A lot of process.
A lot of process there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Torko was like, as soon as it hit the field, it just threw out so many great attacks. Getting that Landorus KO was absolutely huge. And then, yeah, just whittling down that Iron Hands in the end. Everyone, I think, forgets about how Torko's defense is just so big.
Yeah.
Because it's just used as a special attacking Trick Room sweeper. But its defense is its biggest stat by far. And so when it comes down to those 1v1s versus a physical attacker, you can see how Torko is really effective at that.
I mean, that's why we've seen in the past body press being a move of use, especially to those slight support disruptor sets from Torko, you know, with the yawn cycling, you've got body press as just natural coverage, and maybe even a heat wave just to spam it, or even overheat to dispatch of a very unique, powerful move. But I'm going to talk about it because I think we really need to reference the elephant in the room there. Heatwave miss was quite bad for Alessio there because you would have likely picked up the KO on the Iron Hands, right?
I think so, unfortunately, yes. But however, like, if you are sitting in Trick Room and doing multiple attacks, even if it spreads and even if it's 90% accurate, chances are after a few, you're more likely than not to actually start missing attacks. Kind of like how we had Muddy Water in previous sets as well, where even though in one hit, you're probably not going to get an accuracy drop, after a while, you probably are.
Yeah, and I think that's sort of the situation, right? You want to, if you're Alessio, you want to play as conservative as possible so you can avoid having to rely on non-100% accurate moves. But in that scenario, I agree with his play. He made the correct play. He needed to try to go for the heat wave. He will deal good damage to the Torko, respectable, and pick up a KO. But unfortunately, the coin just didn't flip in his favor. However, it's also the scenario where you didn't pick up KOs quick enough from Marco's side. However, you still had some very bulky Pokemon on the field. And talking about bulky Pokemon, that Ursaluna is making a strong appearance in this game to lead alongside Cresselia. And we've got the same lead over on Alessio's side.
Yeah, I like this lead from Marco. Ursaluna is not a common Pokemon that you want to actually lead with straight away because you kind of want to maybe switch it in so on the same turn you get that Flame Orb Guts boost immediately. Whereas this turn 1, it doesn't have that offense there. But in the face of Chi-Yu, Arco's saying, right, if you kind of go for my Cresselia with a Dark Pulse, I am immediately threatening your Chi-Yu with a ground type move and being able to KO you back. So yeah, we can see Chi-Yu going a little bit on the retreat here and sending in that Landorus instead.
It does indeed, so it's a good shout out there. We'll have to see if there's a bit of a defensive protect coming out from this Ursaluna, or perhaps trying to focus down on one of the slots over on Alessio's side. But I think it's very fair to say this is likely to be the Cresselia here. You want to be able to guarantee Trick Room being set up, have the Flame Orb activated, so you can, from here on out, ignore the Spore potential going into the slot as well. So we are going to be seeing that very safe play coming out from Marco. Not a lot to lose out from here, other than the fact that your Ursaluna is now at -1 of its attack.
Yeah, well, so Costa, yeah, it's probably the safest play Marco could go for here. But even if he was safe, and like even if he has committed that protect where there might have been an opportunity to kind of switch to something that was immune to it and gone for the terror on the Cresselia and committed it to, he is in a really great position here. Ursaluna can do so much damage with those guts boosted facades, even when it's been intimidated as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ursaluna still sticks in here now, especially now it can't be put to sleep.
Yeah, I think it's one of those situations where you keep forgetting of all the additional power-ups that add and contribute to the overwhelming power of this Ursaluna, which we will not be seeing as of yet. It will be switching out for the Iron Hands. Iron Hands will be able to allow for fake-out pressure in conjunction with the Cresselia, switching out for an immediate sweeping move of the Torkoal being set up. It's in Trick Room. It's got fake-out pressure by its side. It is a happy little tortoise.
Yes, exactly it is. So it is the Stomping Tantrum, so no Earthquake. So Torkoal was able to come in a little bit more safely there, but still a really good targeting from this Landorus, being able to go over 50% damage to this Iron Hands as well. So, but going into this next turn, Costa, as you kind of said, the fake-out pressure is real from this Iron Hands. And with now 3 turns of Trick Room left, Torkoal is in a very excellent position to start throwing out those eruptions, and even if Amoonguss goes for the Terror, chances are it's going to get very low, and if not, still get KO'd.
Indeed, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's actually no fake out from this Iron Hands into the slot. Maybe Marco could try to go for a read and focus with a Wild Charge Eruption combination, but then again, Alessio, if they want to play very safe, they always target the Spore into that Iron Hands.
Okay, so it is the fake out here into the Amoonguss, and we're probably going to follow up with an eruption. Here it is. Here's the damage, but into two very specially defensive Pokemon. It's not doing too much here. So Alessio, well managed this time, bringing in Iron Hands, which not only takes the eruption well, but also can help stall out more turns of that Trick Room with its fake out.
So I think this Intimidate cycle going on from Alessio is something that they've really identified could help them in this matchup. It did really prove dividends previous game, however, we saw how that end game ended up. But for now, it is quite nice to be able to utilize. I think Alessio is going to have to try to focus down on reducing the damage output of this Torkoal by being able to actually get some damage onto it, which Marco's well aware of and is opting to go for the Protect and once again bring in that Cresselia.
Yeah, I like this actually from Marco, because now he's starting to realize that Alessio has a good plan of stalling out the Trick Room. So he's now got to realize that Torkoal probably isn't going to be able to do exactly what it wants in this set of Trick Room, but if he can position his Cresselia nicely, he can get a second Trick Room and start to use it as a way to like make the most of the turns and the Trick Room like Pokemon he's got, particularly that Ursaluna. As soon as that comes in, like Facade is looking so strong.
Oh, talking about so strong, that Eruption is likely to be a fine candidate of an example for it, due to the helping hand from the Cresselia. How much damage will this deal on the Iron Hands over on Alessio's side? Is it enough to pick up the KO from that range? And it is indeed. Very nice play from Marco there.
Yeah, really nice. Just really well positioned too, because you know that like you might as well not attack that turn potentially, because you might know that your Eruption isn't going to KO anything at that point. But as soon as you bring in Cresselia and bring in that helping hand option, then you can. So you're not actually wasting any turns by protecting.
Indeed, and we do have the Chi-Yu now on the field. Alessio is down to 3 Pokemon. In this scenario, Chi-Yu is quite nice to be able to be on the field. I think it just depends on whether there's a Trick Room present or not, on whether it can actually dispatch of the targets that it needs to focus down on. Sun is up, so that means that Heat Waves are going to be outrageously powerful unless there is an Overheat focus in one of the slots.
Yeah, Overheat definitely is a very real threat for Marco right now, and Cresselia does not carry Protect either, so it's definitely a really generally safe slot really for it. And honestly, like with Torkoal's Earth Power option, it may not even KO the Chi-Yu in return, but no, it's a Heat Wave instead plus a U-turn.
Whoa!
So out comes Landorus, keeping itself a little bit safer and bringing in that Terra Water Amoonguss that's just healed up a little bit of health and could probably take a fire type move a lot better than Landorus.
I mean, did you see that damage on the Torkoal? You would think that it might not be a fire type, but yeah, it definitely is. Trying to retaliate with its own Heat Wave, does pick up a critical hit on that Chi-Yu, procs the Citrus Berry on Amoonguss. So Amoonguss will be able to recover a tiny bit more. It is in a position where it could potentially get a Spore set up within Trick Room against the Torkoal on Marco's side, but if I'm completely honest, David, I'm not 100% sure if Trick Room being set up is to Alessio's advantage.
Indeed, exactly. I think Alessio did definitely miss an opportunity there to deal with this Cresselia and prevent that Trick Room coming up there, because he went for the Heat Wave, spread attack, not doing not taking any KOs, whereas something like an Overheat would have, or even committing a little bit more damage with the Landorus. Instead of going for a not very effective U-turn, maybe even just a regular Terra Blast could have been enough at that point too. So yeah, but now Trick Room is up and Marco still has all 4 Pokemon left.
Yeah, all 4 Pokemon, complete reverse situation, or nearly, as opposed to the Game 1 mid-game. But we do have Pollen Puff support, similar to what we saw actually in Game 1 from Alessio, and the same stands for that Cresselia going for the Lunar Blessing. So just wanting to recover a bit of HP. You want to further extend the longevity of your Pokemon and hopefully make them survive any hits, which we do see the Cresselia has just barely been able to do.
Cresselia being absolutely huge here. Taking that with a slither. I wish we could see the HP on that Cresselia. Like, if it's 1 or 2, we gotta know next time, because that is a huge survival, because Cresselia can keep going for those Lunar Blessings and potentially put Iron Hands out of range of yet another Heat Wave. And being in Trick Room at the moment, yes, Amoonguss can go for some Spores at the moment, but if Cresselia is able to get off a Lunar Blessing before Iron Hands goes down, it can then wake up the Iron Hands again, even if Spore goes out into it.
It really can, but there is the Spore into the Iron Hands slot. It will not be able to get any sort of moves actioned out during this turn, takes a guaranteed sleep, and we do see actually the Moonblast Terry boosted, should I say fairy boosted by the Terra of choice there into the GU, hoping to pick up a special attack drop, but guess what? GU definitely has its spectacles on in game 2.
Absolutely. Like, in hindsight there, actually, because if Lunar Blessing was gone for there, you're actually in a similar position for the next turn. Amoonguss can still always Spore before the Iron Hands can move. So, and as long as Chi-Yu is doing more than 25% to Iron Hands, overall, Alessio is actually winning that kind of lock there. So Ursaluna coming in now, though, and that Torkoal in the Trick Room, though, is probably a good time to be making the most of this and seeing if it can dish out the rest of the damage needed to KO Alessio's team.
Indeed, and I think we have a couple of Trick Room turns remaining, so this is really the point of the game where a lot's on the line. We're going to have to try to see, from Marco's side, take advantage, full force of your hard Trick Room sweepers, whilst over on Alessio's side, you need to be able to find ways to further extend it, expire it out, and, I don't know, find your way through to this. We know that Torkoal can't go for the Eruption right now. Its best option is likely to be the Heat Wave, but the Ursaluna is there, it is waiting to get a Facade off onto one of the slots.
Double connection for Heat Wave there. The necessary chip there, and there's that huge Facade into the Chi-Yu. Nice safe slot thanks to that choice specs. No protection option there, and the Rage Powder came out. Amoonguss would also go down too.
It does. It does as it goes for Spore into the Torkoal slot. It wants to start slowing it down, getting a bit sleepy there. However, we've got the Landorus. Landorus is still available for Alessio. I think Trick Room is very close to expiry, and we do have an Intimidate that has been incurred onto the Ursaluna.
Yeah, so it's still looking all right here. If Landorus can survive an extra attack here from this Ursaluna, we may see a win of that 1v1 with the Stomping Tantrums and actually the Burn Chip really helping out, particularly because this Landorus can also protect. So in this endgame, that extra chip really starts to add up for this Ursaluna once Trick Room's gone down.
And there is one play that Alessio can actually take advantage of, and I think he may have gone for it. It is the Worry Seed. Worry Seed could really pay dividends if targeted down into that Ursaluna slot. The Torkoal is still asleep. Facade, though, the Ursaluna is going to outspeed under Trick Room conditions, showing a bit of evidence about how both of these Pokemon have been trained. Picks up the KO. Landorus, Therian left all on its own. Stomping Tantrum into the Ursaluna. Wow, that is not impressive.
Yeah, Ursaluna does a heck ton of damage. So now we're in that position where, do you want to protect your Landorus to stall out the burn damage? But at the same time, then Torkoal's more likely to wake up and dish out more damage than that turn. But unless it looks like he's going for that protect here to be able to dish out that burn chip, because it does look like with one burn, another Stomping Tantrum, and then potentially another burn could be enough to KO this Ursaluna.
I think that's a good call out there. That seems to likely be the case of a win condition for Alessio right now. You're going to have to try to do the best that you can, maybe hope for any sort of misplay from Marco's side too. Torkoal is still asleep. It's not going to be able to wake up, but the real question here is, will the Landorus survive the -1 in attack? Facade coming out from the Ursaluna. Let's find out. Focusing, and it survives on 18 hit points, leaving a scenario exactly with what you mentioned, David. Going for the protect, incurring an additional turn of burn chip damage at the end of the turn, and hoping to be able to pick up a Stomping Tantrum KO onto it.
Yeah, it has come down to this. Luckily there, we could see the Torkoal was trying to go for a protect for its last final turn in this match. But fortunately for Alessio, it still remained asleep instead of waking up, and therefore still went down to the Stomping Tantrum. And so yeah, here is the Stomping Tantrum! This is the KO! Facade comes out to the Landers and picks up that knockout. So Marco Marras actually takes the game and advances to top 4.
Yeah. What a way to be able to progress over to the top 4 of this special event here in Barcelona. We're going to be seeing Marco do a very incredible job of being able to do it. There were so many twists and turns during that set. I honestly, if you told me, oh, okay, cool, Marco won 2-0, I would think, oh, was it relatively short of a match? You know, like, was it decisive? The picture painted with how complicated of multiple interactions there were is out of this world, out of my mind. Marco somehow found a way 2 games in a row to push through for his win condition.
Like, heart's going on. Goodness. I could have sworn like that Stomping Champion wasn't gonna, was doing enough earlier, you know, and then somehow the Ursaluna just, you know, gets its guts on, you know, and just kind of just takes that hit for Marco and just really shows us why he was seed 1 going into Top Cut.
Indeed. I mean, it's very close because there are various amounts of damage that you could have dealt based at the time. Not all the damage is going to be the exact same every time, but we saw that Marco stuck to it. Hard Trick Room's the way to go. We saw it being set up 2 times during that game 2, if I'm not mistaken. And then we actually saw the interaction of being able to utilize your hard Trick Room sweepers. You need to have them both on the field, in Trick Room, at the same time to really put on the pressure on your opponent's side. And that's a very hard thing to be able to position yourself like that. And it may remit the need of having your previous setup Pokemon actually get KO'd in order to maximize the amount of Trick Room turns so you can capitalize off of all of that offensive pressure.
Yeah, that's a great point, Costa. And I think that's exactly what we saw over the 2 games, where Cresselia definitely had an opportunity to be able to do the Blessing a little bit more, keep yourself a little bit safer, maybe switch out, but at that same time, if you're switching out, you're risking your Pokemon that's coming in on taking too much damage, and especially for a Torkoal wanting to go to Eruption, then that's definitely not what you want. But instead going down, just going for a Moonblast, throwing out an attack, letting yourself get KO'd, you are definitely making the most of those turns, as you said, Costa. So, and that's exactly what Marco did. We saw how much damage was able to come out in those Trick Room turns.
We most definitely did. But of course, commiserations to Alessio. Alessio did a very stellar job on being able to reach this top 8, which, once again, not a lot of trainers are able to actually accomplish. So congratulations to them. However, we are going to have Marco Marras be able to reach the top 4. So I'm really looking forward to actually hearing their thoughts if, of course, we do progress on to an interview. But wow, what a way to kick off top 8.
Yeah, honestly incredible, because I think we haven't seen too many Trick Room teams around, really. We've seen a few Cresselias, yes, but they haven't been kind of entirely Trick Room based. There's been definitely a kind of a fast mode on those teams, where obviously like a little bit of a Flutter main kind of going on, but the same with this Marco's team, to be fair. But honestly, like the other 5, apart from the Flutter main, are hugely Trick Room based Pokemon that are really supposed to be benefited from that Trick Room being set up. So Cresselia really has much bigger of a role in those teams to be able to do it. And that's why we saw Cresselia Moongus as like a go-to lead, where on the face of it, it's pretty passive. It's not doing a whole lot, but when your priority is to set up that Trick Room, even if it means allowing your Moongus or your Cresselia to actually go down, we've seen it. It is so worth it.
It really is. I mean, it pays dividends in full measure. Being able to have one of the most disruptive pairing of Pokemon available on the field, both whether through Cresselia's longevity and now the application of being able to get that self-recovery as well as the recovery of its partner, even to status ailments too, which is incredible, by the way, accompanied by, let's say, the Amoonguss setup. You got the redirection, you got the potential of spore disruption, focus onto your opponent's Pokemon side. If they are not prepared, yeah, they're going to have to suffer the consequences, and hence why safety goggles as well as grass terror typing are very, very popular throughout these formats that have passed through the previous season and the current one.
And you can see why Chi-Yu has been so much more prevalent in day 2 as well. Like, to be fair, it hasn't won here, but you can definitely see why it's here, right? Like, even in the face of a hard Trick Room team, it's still very useful in being able to take on Torkoal's eruptions very well, because Chiyu definitely has decent special defense, but also it threatens one-hit KOs on Cresselia if it doesn't go for the Terror, but even then, it can probably still do that with an overheat if the Torkoal's there to have set up the Sun for you. So you kind of want to, it's a bit of a catch-22 there, where Chiyu is still a good bring regardless of what happens, whether the Trick Room goes up or not.
No, I think, once again, we're sort of talking about the usage of overheat bundled up with that choice specs Chiyu. It's just such a powerful move. That in combination, not only just with Sun, we've got the Beads of Ruin on the field. It is one of the most powerful move combinations out there. Like, honestly, it really is. Especially when you're able to have a free board state to actually apply that. It's incredible. You're able to gain so much momentum, but you need to choose the correct time to dispatch it, because you're gonna either have to stick in with the -2 special attack of the Chiyu with Spec Switch. Don't get me wrong, it is still very strong at -2 when locked into overheat, but you're likely to have to switch it out the following turn. So it's sort of a risk that you need to be willing to take, and a potential concession when it comes to your current board state with the subsequent turns popping around the corner.
And yeah, and it did look like Alessio may have needed to go for that a little bit earlier to prevent that second Trick Room going up. Because as soon as you do that, even though she is a little bit on the weaker side at that point, you're still able to potentially switch out, and you can also kind of get in your Landorus suddenly without having to take an attack first. And as we saw, the Torkoal had taken a little bit of damage at that point too, and likely was in Stomping Tantrum range. So, but instead, the Trick Room did go up, and Torkoal was still able to throw out more heat waves. Selena was going to be able to go for facades. It still became a lot harder. So, Alessio's probably going to be definitely thinking about that, but nothing should be taken away from his achievement of getting top 8 at the Barcelona Special Event.
Exactly. I think if we're going to go into the finite, granular details of what shoulda, coulda, woulda scenarios, you know, we'll be able to eventually find ways that everyone could win every game, but that's not what happens in real VGC. What happens in real VGC is decisions are made based on your current mental stamina, your understanding of the board, how you have workflowed a sort of a scenario to be able to come out with a win and keep those win conditions going for yourself. So yeah, it's easier for us to say and judge and say like, oh, that should have been an overheat. But in real life, you know, they're the players that are on the stage. They're the ones having to go through so many various levels of pressure at it was being streamed, and having all of the cameras on them trying to fight their hearts out to be able to get that win.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself, Costa. Well, we have Marco Marras ready for his interview. Let's see what sort of a mindset he's in. Take it away, over to the couch.
Thank you very much, Costa and David. I am joined here by the winner of that top 8 match, Marco Marras. What a fantastic game that was. How are you feeling after making it into the top 4?
Sono ancora ansioso, infatti sto ancora tremando, è la mia prima top in assoluto. E comunque mi sono trovato contro un avversario che ha più esperienza di me, e il matchup penso fosse uno dei peggiori in assoluto della top, però sono stato aiutato comunque da un po' di fortuna.
I'm still very anxious, I'm still shaking. This is my first top cut in a major event, so I'm very happy about it. The matchup wasn't very easy. It was probably one of the hardest of the whole top cut, and my opponent had way more experience than me in the game, so I needed to rely a bit on luck, and I got it.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw some very, very cool turns coming out there. You got the Sludge Bomb Poison on that first turn that ended up KOing the Chiyu afterwards. How crucial do you think that poison was in order to win that first game?
Sì, penso che quell'avvelenamento sia stato fondamentale insieme al miss di Heatwave. Non so se i crit abbiano inciso perché ora non ricordo la partita, però l'avvelenamento è stato sicuramente fondamentale per prendere la kill su Chiyu, che poi ha fatto chiudere la partita.
Yeah, I definitely needed the poison on Chiyu to get the KO at the end. And also the Heatwave miss played a big role. I'm not entirely sure about how much the critical hit mattered in the long run, because maybe I could have still won without them, but the poison was very, very crucial for sure.
Absolutely, and you didn't bring Ursaluna to that first game, but you decided to bring Ursaluna to the second one. Why did you think that Ursaluna was a good idea to bring for the second game?
Non ero sicuro della velocità del suo Among Us,
Quindi avevo paura che il suo Among Us fosse più veloce del mio Ursaluna in Trick Room, e volevo provare a scoutare un attimo durante il Game 1 se potessi portarlo o meno, dato che Worry Seed poteva annullare l'abilità di Ursaluna e renderlo completamente inutile senza che potesse fare danni. I wasn't exactly sure how fast his Among Us was and whether he was faster than my Ursaluna or not in Trick Room. So I tried to use Game 1 to scout a bit for his speed, especially because since his Among Us was carrying Worry Seed, he could have used it on my Ursaluna to just remove the Guts ability and make it almost useless.
Absolutely, and in both games, you just survived with the tiniest amount of HP on both your Pokemon, with that Torkoal with the Wild Charge, the Ursaluna with the Stomping Tantrum at the end. How were you feeling after both those games when you just survived and got the KO?
I was really scared. Ero molto spaventato comunque perché sapevo che se fossimo andati a Game 3 probabilmente avrebbe vinto il mio avversario, perché comunque la leading CU più Among Us mi mette tantissima grossa difficoltà, dato che comunque Among Us ha Worry Seed, quindi può bloccare la spora, può bloccare Ursaluna in Trick Room e allo stesso tempo può sporare lo slot dove non c'è Cresselia. I was actually quite scared about how the games were going because I was not very confident in me being able to win Game 3. I thought that the Chi-Yu plus Among Us lead was putting too much pressure on me because Among Us had too many options between Spore and Worry Seed to block Cresselia and Ursaluna. So I was happy to win in those two games.
And now you're on to the top 4. How do you feel your chances are of actually winning the whole thing now?
Penso che si basi tutto sui matchup a questo punto, dato che gioco un team prevalentemente basato sul matchup e sul prendere alcuni turni chiave. Penso dipenda molto da quali team siano andati avanti adesso durante la top.
I think it depends a lot on the matchup and the matchups I got, because my teams is very matchup reliant and also kind of relies sometimes on heavy reads. So it depends on which opponents I will get in the next rounds.
We will have to see very shortly who you are facing in the top 4. Just before we conclude this interview and let you go on to your semi-final, are there any shout-outs you want to give to anyone that's watching?
Yeah, I want to shout out, first of all, everyone who is supporting me from home. Then shout out to Teal Server. And finally, shout out to Yanaji, a Japanese player who helped me with the team and with the matchup. Basically, this is his team.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations once again. We will let you go to your top 4 match. We're going to cut to a very short break, and we will be right back with the top 4 of the Barcelona Special Event. Stay tuned.
Welcome, trainers. My name is David, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou, and we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about Pittsburgh Regionals that happened last week. So, Ben, what are your thoughts?
Well, other than being really excited to see, another tournament in Regulation Set D and, all of these players coming out of the World Championships with a little bit more of a feeling of what's going to be really effective to use in the tournament, it was just great to see that adaptation that we've seen across really all of the regulations, where teams have been getting more and more consistent. They've been getting more and more designed in a way that rewards just this back and forth momentum change. With now we're seeing things like Landorus come into the fore and Pokemon like Cresselia and Rillaboom coming back out, where Pokemon are really trading blows now in a way that they didn't back in the early regulation sets.
Yeah, thanks to Pokemon Home, there was so many more Pokemon got joined in that we saw a lot of in previous years. So yeah, especially like Rillaboom being one of those that you really mentioned that we saw a lot of. But I think Pittsburgh really was able to kind of hone down on those absolute specific cores that seemed to do really well. We saw so much Iron Hands, for instance, and
right,
and Chien-Pao, and looking at the top 8 bracket that we saw in Pittsburgh, a lot of it's fairly kind of the same. Would you say?
I'd say so, but I think a little bit more refined. We saw Chien-Pao Urshifu at the World Championships really make its debut as a core to be looking out for, and we saw so much of that in Pittsburgh as well. That was something that didn't change at all, but I think the supporting cast, the Pokemon around it, Pokemon like Iron Hands that gained so much more popularity, especially between day 1 and day 2, the players that were really successful in Pittsburgh. You saw Urshifu and Iron Hands actually trade places in the usage stats, and so Iron Hands being one of the most successful Pokemon now in VGC, other than of course Fluttermane, that's always been there.
Of course it has, exactly. But Fluttermane was one of those Pokemon that we've seen time and time again since it's been released and do absolutely so well at the job it's supposed to be doing. So with that Terra Fairy most of the time, but with a variety of items as well, it makes it so hard for someone who's going into a tournament, wanting to team build their own team, going, right, okay, now my Pokemon is able to survive a Moonblast from this Fluttermane, but what if suddenly you face a Choice Specs one, or you face a Booster Energy one, like something that kind of completely flips on things on its head?
Always does. Definitely an occupational hazard with Fluttermane. But actually, interested to hear your opinion here, David. Like, what do you think that players in Barcelona will need to do based on what we've seen at Pittsburgh?
It's a great question, because looking at what was generally successful, which was a lot of your kind of standard stuff that we did see, as you said, Fluttermane, Iron Hands, the Rapid Strike Urshifu, Amoonguss did really well. And then like kind of 2 token fire types that we saw a lot of too, in that Heatran and that Chi-Yu. Now, I think if players are going to be wanting to kind of counter some of this stuff, it's going to be something that's going to be really meta-breaking. So I'm expecting to see something completely out there, to be honest. Or it's going to have to be the same sort of stuff again, to be honest. And people are just going to have to really practice with what sort of teams that they've been comfortable with. Even if it's the same stuff, they've just got to really up their A game to be on top of these consistently good teams that we are seeing.
And consistently very good players, because when you're in this sort of format that we're in right now, where everybody's using pretty much the best Pokemon that are out there, and we kind of know how they're used together, it's always that thing of the players making the difference between who's going to be reigning supreme at the end of the day.
Yeah, and as we saw, the players that did reign supreme in Pittsburgh were like household names amongst especially the American community there. We had Wolf Glick, we had Alberto Lara, Aaron Trailer, and of course Riley Factura as well. Right at those top 4 players with so much like history and success behind their names.
Lots and lots of regional championships between them, victories all over the place. But and I think that's one of the things for players in Barcelona. Definitely, take note of these players that have done well in the other regionals, and really try to figure out what makes them such successful players and so consistent in VGC.
Yeah, and what we saw was consistent was these really good, solid teams. So Cresselia was one of those Pokemon that ended up taking the win for Riley Factura. His 5th regional win, by the way, Ben, which is absolutely amazing. But we saw it getting like an amazing 3rd game versus Wolf Glick, where it seemed like Wolf had kind of got himself out of a really tricky position, positioned his Landorus in really well, starting to heal it up with his Amoonguss, but then Cresselia's Ice Beam comes out, critical hit, and the freeze as well to top it all off, which has had us all going. We're showing that basically either of those teams really could have come down to it in the end. Say if you had like 5, 6, 7 games, it might have been a constant back and forth in the end, because these players are just right at the top of their game with such good Pokemon.
There's always so many things that you can gain from watching previous events, but that's all we've got time for at the moment, so stay tuned. We'll be right back for more VGC action. Welcome back, trainers, to the Barcelona Special Event. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by Jamie Boyd, and we've had a fantastic weekend so far. So many trainers that have pitted themselves against each other, but we have whittled them down to the top 4 trainers remaining, and we're getting ever closer to that all-important Grand Finals.
Almost there, just a couple more matches to go and we will be able to crown our first champion of the season. We had such a nail-biting game to finish off that top 8, just coming down to minuscule amount of HP left on the Pokemon at the end there. The Torkoal surviving just in the red, the Ursaluna surviving just in the red, and able to take those 2 games. Absolutely fantastic match, and congratulations once again to Marco. We'll have to see if we're going to be seeing him in the final, facing Matteo on the other side of the brackets, but we are going to be featuring Eduardo Cunha versus Giuseppe Musicco for this top 4.
And what an exciting match this is to be casting. We've seen both of these trainers pit themselves up against other trainers in the tournament. Whether or not they played each other a little bit earlier, maybe back in day one, we are not 100% sure of, but they will be coming up against each other in this top 4 match. Eduardo Cunha, the 2022 World Champion, as well as the Oceania International Champion back in 2019, and finalist in 2018 as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up against a former regional champion back in 2018. That is one of the accolades that Eduardo has not got yet and is getting ever, ever closer to achieving. Like we mentioned, the top 4 players, we can have a look at how they achieved that going through their top 8. Eduardo Cunha and Giuseppe Musicco is going to be one of the top 4s that we are going to be featuring, which is going to be an absolutely fantastic semi-final.
It really is, and you know, we'll have to have a look at this top 8, as we said, seeing how they got where they are right now. You can see Marco Marras and Matteo Bellini are the other top 4 match that will be going on at the same time, and Eduardo Cunha, Giuseppe Musicco are going to be playing up against each other now.
Absolutely. I just want to give the pointing out of the Eduardo advancing over Simone Sam Vito when Simone, round 1 of day 2, in the round 10, just an absolutely dominant win over Eduardo.
So
a little bit of fortune involved with a double critical hit Rockslide flinch, but I'm sure Eduardo was able to bounce back very, very comfortably. As you see, he was able to advance over Simone 2-0, so able to learn from their round 10 and able to advance.
Salvatore versus Giuseppe as well, a fascinating match between those 2 players. Salvatore, one of the only Dondozo players in our top 8, making it all the way here. Unfortunately, the rest of the Dondozos weren't able to advance, but Salvatore proving why it should be in the top 8 here, beating Marcus Stadter to be able to advance there. But Giuseppe being able to deal with that is a really big deal, because Dondozo has, throughout the entirety of the Barcelona Special Event, looked so strong, and that makes Giuseppe an even more worthy opponent for Eduardo in the top 4.
Absolutely. Just looking briefly back at the other top 4 match, we did feature Marco versus Alessio, a fantastic match. If you did miss it, absolutely go back and watch it. And then the final person in the top 4, Matteo Bellini, running that Roaring Moon, just saying, was able to advance over Alex Gomez using that very cool Perish Song team. So good luck to Marco and Matteo. We will have to see who is going to be advancing in that match to face one of our other 2 semi-finalists here, Eduardo or Giuseppe.
One of the things that we've really got to point out for all of our top 4 players is every single match in the top 8 was 1, 2, and 0. These trainers in the top 4 really are on the top of their game at the moment. Top form, they've been playing all day so far, and you know, it's easy to run out of steam in these sort of tournaments, especially with such high-level matches, but these players are holding strong. They are playing their best Pokemon here, and that's even more exciting to be able to feature here. Now we're in the real business end of this tournament, where we've got both some of the best players, we've got some of the best teams, and they're on form at the same time.
Absolutely. It's always absolutely brilliant to see the players that are at the top of their game when they are on form for that tournament. I'm sure we are going to be seeing that very, very shortly as well. Obviously, these 2 players, very accomplished. We've mentioned world champion, international champion, regional champion, all involved within this set. And those are no small feat in the slightest.
Not at all. I mean, you have to, you know, you can look at the bits on paper and you can say like, hey, you know what, Eduardo's been playing a little bit longer overall. You know, won the World Championships, which is, you know, the highest accolade that you can achieve in playing VGC, and something every trainer that is competing is striving to achieve. But it doesn't mean that you are automatically going to win every round. Pokemon is a game of skill. There are you know, those luck elements as well as part of the game that you have to manage and be aware of at the same time. So it's anyone's top 4 at this point.
Absolutely. You can see that the records are either 12-2 or 11-3 currently left within this top 4 bracket. So yeah, still able to claw back from some losses and still able to reach the semi-final. Very, very good indeed. You can see our two players there. We've got Giuseppe on the left and Eduardo on the right, and we'll be getting into the semi-final very shortly.
We will indeed. It was good to speak to Giuseppe in an interview after he won his round 14 win and in. And really interesting to see, like, hey, looking at the rest of the season, like what is Giuseppe rooting for here, other than, of course, you know, getting that all-important invitation to the World Championships? And he was saying, like, you know, he really, really wants to win this event because he's not going to be able to play for the next couple of events that we have in Europe, and so has a little bit of break to come back for Liverpool in the new season. And so this one is really, really important to Giuseppe. He's really going to be fighting hard to be taking down Eduardo in this match.
Absolutely. Well, at least top four, you've got 130 championship points guaranteed at this point. Of course, there is that automatic qualification to the World Championships if you are able to secure the special event champion title. It's going to be just a couple of games away to be able to see who is going to be able to achieve that accolade.
Absolutely, and yeah, as these players swap their open team sheets, I'm sure they're probably fairly aware of what the other player is running at this late stage of the event. You know, as you're walking around the venue, you're chatting to other players, and maybe you've played up against each other before, so you know, there's that familiarity with each of their teams coming into this match, not just in the open team sheets, but maybe they've gleaned a little bit of information from the conversations that they've had in the venue, and that sort of raises the bar a little bit in terms of the plays that you've got to make, and especially being a knockout round now, there's no room for error at all.
Absolutely, we are that close to being able to just a couple of games away, and you can't afford any kind of mistakes at this point. So you can see Giuseppe there coming onto the screen. We can have a quick look at his team that he is going to be running. He is one of the Tornadus users. It is committing to that Tailwind option, which has been so prevalent coming forward in this tournament. We've seen plenty of Tornadus, and Giuseppe is going to be one of the pilots of that. When we featured Eduardo on stream, he has been facing opposing Tornadus, as we can see Eduardo going for the camera there, just a little bit, playing up for the camera. He's been facing Tornadus teams every time he's been featured on the stream. He was able to be able to secure the win against Victor Medina, but then was very, very comfortably defeated against Simone, but was able to adapt and to be able to overcome in that top 8. So he surely does have a plan going into this.
I'd love to have seen that top 8 match from Eduardo versus Simone. There's two players that you could easily pick out to win this event, and actually we were talking a little bit yesterday after day one, like, hey, who do we reckon is going to win? And Simone was definitely on the top of the agenda, getting a 9-0 in Swiss. So yeah, had a good day today, came into the top 8, pretty much guaranteed, as you pointed out before earlier in day one, and now Eduardo was able to defeat them after being defeated themselves. That's a massive achievement.
Absolutely. It would have been very, very nice to see that match, but we were able to feature at least one of them, which is absolutely brilliant as well. We were able to witness that double critical hit flinch. I'm still amazed at that, because that does not happen every day. Just maybe a flinch from Rockslide, that happens like somewhat
pretty much every day.
Yeah, I see a Rockslide in every now and then, but a double critical hit, not so much. So that was very nice to be able to feature that on the stream as well, as previously mentioned. But why not go for it one more time? We've got the regional champion on your left in Giuseppe Musicco, who was able to get it back in 2018. We've got the international champion back in the 2019 format for Eduardo, and of course world champion on top of that in 2022.
Big accolades there for Eduardo, big accolades there for Giuseppe, and I think there's something to be said for some consistency across different formats, different years. It proves that both of these trainers have a real understanding, a real grasp of the fundamentals of playing VGC. It doesn't matter what the rule set is, doesn't matter what Pokemon are allowed, they can find a way to make it work and get some excellent tournament results.
Absolutely, at least back for 5 years for Giuseppe. 2016, I know, definitely before that as well for Eduardo. That's just where the accomplishments end up stopping, which I'm sure there are plenty more back as well. Like we've said, Eduardo, absolutely a veteran of the game at this point, proven by his accomplishments and just how long he has committed to this game.
and where we are now. We are getting ever closer to seeing these trainers pit themselves against each other, but on your screen is that Fluttermane Tornadus, Amoonguss Iron Hands Heatran, and that Landorus. And I asked Giuseppe in our interview about that Magma Storm, and his response was pretty poignant, I would say. You know, using it kind of like people use Stone Edge, where you want to be in positions where you can click it more than once. It's not the most accurate move, but when it hits, and he said this directly, it's one of the best moves in VGC.
Oh, being able to trap in opponents while slowly chipping away at their HP, that's pretty strong indeed. We saw how prevalent what that was just back in the Dynamax format, where it was just, I'm going to go for my G-Max Volcalith, and suddenly all this passive damage is coming on the field. That's exactly what Magma Storm can do. Not to quite to that extent, but still very much so. Being able to just slowly chip away at the opponent while being able to trap as well, absolutely fantastic. And then you don't have to commit to the Magma Storm here because Giuseppe is running Heat Wave as well, so going to have both options there. But the Heatran coming out for Eduardo, going to be that Assault Vest variant instead, just the Heat Wave, no Magma Storm instead, going for the classic coverage that it does tend to carry.
Alongside that Fluttermane Rapid Strike Urshifu, Amoonguss Chien-Pao, and the Choice Scarf Landorus that we saw take a little bit of a flinch. Not something that you see Choice Scarf Landorus doing all too often, but yeah, what a fantastic combination of Pokemon there. Not too many protects, but that does favor the way that Eduardo likes to play the game, making sure that Eduardo is in the best position that he can be in, and therefore, if you're in a good position, you don't need to carry Protect. You're just always being able to go on the offensive.
Absolutely. That's definitely my philosophy when I suddenly end up with no Protects on my team. So we'll have to see if that is going to come forward. We can see that the players are ready to get into this match. We are going to have to see what Eduardo's adaptation is going against a Tornadus team. It seemed like the Amoonguss Fluttermane was somewhat unsuccessful in that round 10 that we did feature against Simone. Whether he's still committing to that as the strategy, just because maybe that was what he had planned whenever he'd faced a Tornadus team, that might have been the strategy, but maybe whatever it was against Simone, that might be the adaptation that he might be going for here, and we might just be about to be seeing it.
That's a really good call there, Jamie, because yeah, that Amoonguss has been really prevalent, and certainly in the J2 statistics, it's been a Pokemon that's been favored very commonly in the teams that have made it all the way to day 2. And it's a difficult one because it's kind of been quite effective in some places, but actually not doing quite as much as you'd like it to do in pretty much every situation that we've seen it in, and that was certainly the case in the previous round that Eduardo was using it. But it's not going to be coming out for Eduardo this time, just the Landorus and that Fluttermane coming out for Eduardo, and Giuseppe coming out with that Tornadus and that Landorus.
Yeah, the Landorus there for Eduardo does seem to be a lot more effective against this lead than the Amoonguss would have been. It would have been threatened by both the potential flying type attacks that could have come out, the Tornadus' Blink Wind Storm, and the Landorus going for its Terra Blast as well. So that's the Landorus going to be switching in instead for the Amoonguss. A very, very nice switch up, intimidating the opposing Landorus. That keeps the Fluttermane somewhat safe as well. We saw that Eduardo likes to be launching that Thunderbolt immediately into that Tornadus to try and pick up the KO, but it also depends on the training of the Tornadus. We've seen the very first one that we saw on the stream in day 1, that was getting KO potentially to Thunderbolt. The one against Simone was not going to be KO'd because it was bulky enough, and this one definitely isn't because it's protecting itself.
No damage on that Tornadus this turn, and I was thinking whether or not the Landorus on Eduardo's side of the field was going to afford a little bit of damage so that he didn't have to lock into that Thunderbolt in order to do as much damage as possible. As it stands, here is that Amoonguss coming onto the field feeling safe because there is no Bleak Wind Storm coming out from that Tornadus. Dazzling Gleam, the follow-up from that Fluttermane, doing a lot of damage to Landorus on Giuseppe's side of the field. A U-turn in response after the damage from that Fluttermane, so no more damage coming out from Eduardo's side of the field, and Giuseppe has free reign on what he can bring in response.
Absolutely, but that was a very good switch in for the Amoonguss there. The Taunt is not on the Tornadus, it's carrying Protect instead. Taunt is on the Landorus, and now that's just U-turned out, so you don't have the option of taunting this Amoonguss to stop it going for a Spore. Fluttermane is the Pokemon of choice, joining the field for Giuseppe. that's not going to be able to threaten this Amoonguss too much. Maybe the combination of Shadow Ball and Bleak Wind Storm would be enough to pick up the KO on the Amoonguss, but if it's not, then that's going to be able to fire off a Spore and something will go to sleep. Tornadus, in this case, does not have any way of shutting down the shenanigans that Amoonguss doesn't want to go for. On the other side, you could just go for a Tailwind as well if you're concerned about the speed tiers between the Fluttermanes to allow you to outspeed the opposing Fluttermane. Won't be a concern this turn, though, because the Fluttermane on Eduardo's side is switching into the Heatran.
And Heatran's a really good switch in this position. Going to be resisting a lot of the attacks that can come out from Giuseppe's side of the field. Amoonguss playing equally defensive. This is Eduardo's playstyle in a nutshell here, just making sure he's in the right position, not taking too much damage at any given point of the game. Bleak Wind Storm goes into that protect on the Amoonguss and isn't able to connect onto that Heatran. A little bit of damage that's mitigated. Heatran carrying that Assault Vest would have taken it like a champ, but every little bit counts.
Absolutely. When you're playing a Pokemon as bulky with an Assault Vest Heatran, every bit does matter indeed. But that Fluttermane chose to lock into Moonblast here, probably expecting the Terror coming out from the Amoonguss. But now it's incredibly safe to just sit on the field because that's not very effective, and that Amoonguss should be surviving this attack coming out. It's still going to be a very powerful Bleak Wind Storm, and there it is, the Amoonguss.
Does not pick up the KO there on that Amoonguss, and it's the Heatran that's able to attack this turn, going for a Flash Cannon into that Fluttermane and a Spore into that tournament. Great call out there earlier that Amoonguss was not under any threat of taunt.
Well, it was very close to being KO'd to that Bleak Wind Storm. That was dangerously close, but the fact that the Fluttermane locked into Moonblast instead of Shadow Ball would have definitely been enough in combination with that Bleak Wind Storm into the opposing Amoonguss, and it would also been able to threaten the Heatran this turn. Fluttermane is kind of useless at the moment with the Moonblast against the Amoonguss and the Heatran. Would have been able to pick up the KO, but at least this turn, they're going to be switching out into that Iron Hands because, yeah, the Amoonguss wanted that Regenerator to be healing it back up.
Going to be coming back in and possibly causing a little bit of a nuisance for Giuseppe there as Landorus comes in. Most importantly, after the Iron Hand, so that Intimidate is getting some good attack drops onto that Iron Hands that's just entered the field. Heatran following up with a Heat Wave.
Yeah, absolutely, and that looks like just about a 2-hit KO on that Tornadus with the Heat Wave, so that's able to be launched off again. That's going to be able to potentially take care of this Tornadus. You've got the Intimidate on the Iron Hands. It's not going to be threatening the Heatran as much with the Drain Punch. And there's two Pokemon in the back that definitely want to be taking a Drain Punch. The Amoonguss would have regenerated enough to be able to survive. The Fluttermane would be immune to the Drain Punch as well. We could have the Heatran go for a Defensive Terror, but it could still be in the face of the Tornadus that could be waking up and getting the Bleak Wind Storm. So I wouldn't be surprised if Eduardo does keep the Heatran safe here. It looks like it has a very good matchup against a lot of the Pokemon that Giuseppe's brought to the match. Not particularly the Iron Hands at the moment, though, but it does actually stay on the field.
Does stay on the field as Tornadus does take its mandatory turn of sleep there. Rock Slide not being able to pick up the KO on the Tornadus, but doing a little bit of damage to that Iron Hands. Heat Wave, a follow-up from the Heatran, picking up the knockout on that Tornadus, doing a little bit more to the Iron Hands. The Iron Hands going for that Drain Punch that you called out there, going to be recovering a lot of health back and taking it from that Heatran.
Yeah, that was a nice chunk on the Heatran, but that Intimidate really helping out there to keep that Heatran much more HP than it would have been otherwise. It looks like it would have probably just about survived the Drain Punch without the Intimidate, but that is definitely a lot more HP than it would have been at otherwise. Of course, Landorus is one of the best switch-ins to opposing Landorus, so here comes Giuseppe's one, intimidating Eduardo's, which is still incredibly healthy here. It has locked into Rock Slide, so it's not going to be doing too much damage to the opposing side now that the Tornadus has been taken care of. The Landorus has been intimidated, so Rock Slide not going to be doing too much to the opposing Landorus, and really not much at all to this Iron Hands. So it's really down to the Heatran on Eduardo's side to be able to do the damage this turn. The Landorus on Giuseppe's side of the field should be able to launch off a Stomping Tantrum into that Heatran slot pretty freely because it's got that Assault Vest to come protect.
Yeah, it's not going to be able to do anything this turn in response to that. But a U-turn coming out from Giuseppe as Eduardo switches in that Amoonguss instead of the Fluttermane here. So trying to maybe get a little bit of a Rage Powder going in the later turns. U-turn coming out from that Landorus into the Fluttermane, putting a little bit of pressure on, but catches on the switch in. That Flash Cannon is going to be enough to knock out that Flutter Mane. It's going to be going back to Giuseppe, and only 2 Pokemon remaining to Giuseppe means that Landorus in the back for Eduardo is feeling pretty confident.
Absolutely. A little bit of chip as well from the Rocky Helmet onto that Iron Hands. Every bit counts when it comes to a Pokemon that bulky. But now the Landorus comes in for the final time this game for Giuseppe and intimidates 2 Pokemon that do not care about it in the slightest. Eduardo still has his Landorus in the back as well, can easily cycle that in and out for all the Intimidate action, and Giuseppe sees the writing on the wall and forfeits this first game.
Of course, there was that Flutter Mane in the back for Eduardo, so he was always going to be able to come in and do a lot of damage in the late game, but it will be Eduardo that takes the win in game 1.
Absolutely. Very, very nice play coming out from both of these trainers, but Eduardo just squeaking ahead there. It seemed like maybe halfway through the match, Eduardo seemed to take control and to be able to get the correct switches. There was the Heatran that just sat on the field, just took the Drain Punch, didn't really matter. Didn't take a Stomping Tantrum that could have come out. Maybe the U-turn expecting a Grass Terror to survive the Stomping Tantrum. Don't think there was actually a Terror coming out from Eduardo's side in this game, so being able to avoid using that and still taking the win is very impressive.
It certainly is, and I think that's just the mark of the way that this team really wants to play that Eduardo's running. You spoke about it earlier, Jamie. Eduardo's been against a lot of Tornadus in this tournament so far. We've seen a few of them on the broadcast, and you've always got to have a strategy when you're running a team that doesn't have Tailwind to be able to deal effectively with Tailwind. Whether or not that's being able to do what Eduardo's doing in this match, which is just positioning his Pokemon in such a way that Heatran coming in front of the Tornadus. Tornadus isn't going to really do anything to that Heatran, so it's safe to launch out some attacks, and I think that's really what Eduardo's going for with the team choice that he's brought into this tournament.
Absolutely. It does seem like he is bulking it out to just not even care about the speed tiers. The Amoonguss was able to survive that combination of the Choice Specs Moonblast and the Bleak Wind Storm as well. I think that was probably a crucial turn there, locking into Moonblast instead of Shadow Ball, so that was not able to threaten too much here. We're going to be seeing a bit of a switch up here. There's no Tornadus coming out for Giuseppe's side. Instead, that Landorus and Amoonguss of his own is coming out against that Flutter Mane and Heatran on Eduardo's side.
And this is a difficult turn for both of these players because other than the fact that the Heatran can go for the Grass Terror, the Landorus could go for the U-turn predicting that, or could go for the Stomping Tantrum predicting that the Heatran isn't going to be going for the Grass Terror. So quite a volatile turn here. Lots of things that can go on. And of course, in the meantime, you've got to be worried about that Amoonguss if you're Eduardo. It's a great switch up here from Giuseppe, putting on some early game pressure, making Eduardo think about what exactly he needs to do in this situation.
Absolutely. The Amoonguss probably won't be KO'd here unless there's a Shadow Ball and a Heat Wave into the opposing Amoonguss, so it might be able to get off a Spore depending on if that Heatran does not go for a Terror or not. The Amoonguss coming in for the Flutter Mane slot here, going to be able to threaten the Spores of his own, and we are immediately seeing a Terror here. So not seeing a Terror in the first game, instead going to be immediately getting that Terror. Like we mentioned, the Heatran carrying that Grass Terror, keeping it safe from any of the spores that would be fired off into it from the opposing Amoonguss, and also making the Stomping Tantrum very weak instead of an almost certain knockout immediately. The Amoonguss instead on Giuseppe's side of the field protecting itself, and there is that U-turn. Very nicely done from Giuseppe, not falling for the bait, not Stomping Tantruming the quad weak Pokemon, instead U-turning into the Grass-type Terror, getting the pivot action immediately, and some very nice damage on top of that.
Yeah, what a great call from Giuseppe. Both getting that positive momentum, seeing that Eduardo wanted to switch in that Amoonguss, also getting as much damage as physically possible onto that Heatran on Eduardo's side of the field. It's a stark contrast from game 1 where the Tornadus, yeah, okay, it got some good damage onto the Amoonguss with that Bleak Wind Storm, but wasn't able to pick up the KO there. And this game, it seems like Giuseppe's getting the damage trades in his favor a little bit earlier, especially with that Heatran not managing to connect on that Iron Hands on the switch in with Heat Wave.
Yeah, that absolutely helps. The Heat Wave would have done a nice chunk. It wouldn't have been the most amount of damage you've ever seen, but it would have absolutely helped out. And now that chunk of damage on the Heatran It's going to be very close if maybe a Drain Punch is able to KO that Heatran. It almost certainly would be in just combination with a Pollen Puff that could come out from the opposing Mungus. Not thrusting any spores at this point, but would be able to just go on the offensive potentially with the Pollen Puff, or even just beside Pollen Puff the Iron Hands if the Heatran wants to launch off any attacks to try and start damaging that. Earth Power wouldn't do more than half, so you'd be very easily be able to recover yourself up. So the Heatran here, not the play, Landorus is instead.
Yeah, Landorus coming in here makes a lot of sense to start slowing down that Iron Hand, slowing down a little bit of the recovery, making sure that Drain Punch isn't going to be doing too much damage as it takes it on the switch in. Eduardo calling that perfectly. Pollen Puff as well coming into the Landorus, so Giuseppe predicting that there was going to be no switch outs in this turn, and Eduardo taking advantage of that, getting the Spore into that Iron Hands.
Very, very nicely done there. Landorus not taking too much and could be threatening this opposing Amoonguss now. It does seem like a pretty reasonable position if you do want to be going for that Terror Blast with the Flying Terror, because the Iron Hands is asleep. You don't need to worry about Wild Charges for the foreseeable future, which would have been the concern if you wanted to go for the Flying Terror instead.
Well, the Flying Terror is not going to be this game, as the Heatran has already been committed to its Terror. So the Landorus switching in there for Giuseppe, coming in and bringing the Intimidate onto Landorus. When there's one Landorus on the field, often a second Landorus is a good idea to enter the field as well. U-turn coming out there from Eduardo's side of the field, getting that Landorus in on out of there and bringing in another Pokemon of choice for Eduardo.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to pivot straight out after you've been intimidated. Of course, Landorus a great switch in for the Landorus, but then switching straight out in the face of that Landorus. But Pollen Puff into what was that Landorus, and now that's massive damage, but it's going to be recovered immediately because of the other Pollen Puff. We're seeing both Pollen Puffs there, and an offensive one for the Amoonguss on Giuseppe's side of the field, doing about 50% with that critical hit, but then it's recovered immediately by Eduardo's Pollen Puff.
What a great read there for Giuseppe, seeing that the U-turn was probably going to be coming there, especially in the face of that Amoonguss. You don't want to be taking any of your Pokemon or having any of your Pokemon get put to sleep. So Giuseppe seeing right through that and getting that Pollen Puff onto the Heatran there. Nice that it's in a good position with Eduardo's Pollen Puff, side Pollen Puff as well. And now the question is does this U-turn get the KO on this Heatran? It's not enough to pick up the knockout there, and now it's down to which of these Amoongusses are faster.
Absolutely. I believe we saw Giuseppe's move first in the previous turn because we saw the damage and then we saw the healing from the Pollen Puff. So if that is the case once again, then the Amoonguss is able to survive a Heat Wave that could be coming out from this Heatran, then that could be a KO before any of the side Pollen Puffs could be healing that Heatran back up. So we'll have to see what Pokemon Giuseppe's bringing in here to take that potential Heat Wave, which would be a very, very strong attack to go for in the face of the Landorus and the Amoonguss. Double connection on the Heat Wave as well. Amoonguss is able to survive that because it was at full HP, not quite strong enough there. Gonna get that recovery with that Citrus Berry, not quite above half HP, and it is not Giuseppe's Amoonguss moving first. That is a speed tie between the Amoonguss. The healing from the Pollen Puff first, but it was just a Spore trying to catch the Heatran, switching out instead.
What a great turn there for Eduardo. As you take a quick aside here to just say that it was a really good switch in of the Iron Hands on that U-turn to come in. Because that Iron Hands is asleep, you want to both get the counter going onto the sleep timer, but also it can't be burnt on the switch in by something like a Heat Wave. So a pretty safe switch there, but Eduardo getting the better end of the stick, making that Heatran higher health, allowing it to attack once again.
Absolutely. Landorus switching in for that Amoonguss, going to get some Regenerator going, healing it back up, and going to be threatening these Pokemon with its U-turns once again. But Heat Wave coming out once again from the Heatran, doing a lot of damage to that opposing Landorus. Might be in range of another one. Like we mentioned, the Iron Hands is taking a turn of its mandatory sleep here. The Amoonguss free to heal up this Heatran completely back to full HP with yet another Pollen Puff.
What a way to keep the Heatran on the field when it went down to such low health previously. Even with the Pollen Puff that came in, I really wasn't convinced that Heatran would ever see the top of its HP bar again, but Eduardo proving that how well he's trained his Pokemon there as a U-turn comes in from Giuseppe's Landorus into that Heatran, chipping it away yet again.
Absolutely. I think that's like 1.5 Heatrans that the Landorus has KO'd with U-turn at this point, but not quite because of the Pollen Puffs. The Fluttermane is going to be the Pokemon choice joining the field. Going to shrug off that Heat Wave pretty comfortably. The Iron Hands does remain asleep here. It could have woken up that turn, but instead remaining asleep. Once again, here's another Pollen Puff just for good measure into the Heatran. Back to full HP we go.
I think this is one of the great things about Assault Vest Heatran. In this particular format, there's a lot of Pokemon out there that do quite a lot of damage to grass-type Pokemon, but most of them are kind of a little bit more specially based. You make yourself a little bit weak as a Fluttermane, which is a special attacker, and so Assault Vest starts to make a real lot of sense, especially when you can heal yourself up. And talking about where we are in the game state at the moment, this Heatran keeps launching out these Heatrans. Giuseppe is running out of HP on all of his Pokemon, and he's just running out of those all-important resources to claw this one back.
And he is keeping on switching out instead, trying to reposition, and that just means you're not going for an attack this turn. Fluttermane switching out into the Amoonguss means that that's not a Shadow Ball. That's not going to be extra damage on the field. This was a Rage Powder coming out this turn from the Amoonguss to try and keep that Heatran even safer, but just a Flash Cannon into the Amoonguss, still doing very, very respectable damage indeed, but because of that Rage Powder, Drain Punch from the Iron Hands that has just woken up, doing not really too much damage at all. The tiny bit of healing is going to help, but that could have been extra damage into the opposing Heatran, and the recovery again was just completely lost and more thanks to that Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, 86 down to 65 there on the Iron Hands, so really struggling to get any traction there. A 4-4 forfeit is something that I haven't seen for a very long time there, as Eduardo Cunha is going to be one of our finalists in the Barcelona Special Event.
Congratulations to Eduardo Cunha. One step away from the trifecta. We're international champion, world champion, maybe now going to be one last one. Special event champion on the horizon. Just going to be one more player in the way of that title. Will it be Marco or will it be Matteo? We will have to wait and see, but it is Eduardo Cunha advancing into the final.
And he played that set so well, seemingly in control of the match all of the way through. You're going back to game one, where we saw him switching around, making sure that his Heatran was in a great position, not even needing to go for that Terra Grass to be able to get the victory there. And excellent plays like getting the Flash Cannon onto that Fluttermane on the switch in to be able to knock it out and remove it as a threat from the field.
Absolutely. Just looking at the 4 Pokemon that was brought to that game too, where was the actual damage into the grass type Heatran? U-turn was okay, it was 45%. That's a good chunk, but there was no real knockout as such into the opposing Heatran. Because the Landorus on Giuseppe's side of the field, no Terra Blast available, just the U-turn to be able to do that consistent damage. The Fluttermane, it's Assault Vest, is going to shrug it off completely, and the Iron Hands, that would have probably been the best way, but it just fell asleep immediately to that Spore, and then as soon as that was taken away, that was a load of free turns that was allowed for just Pollen Puff. Pollen Puff, up we go.
Up we go indeed. And I think that's something that Eduardo really identified in that game too very, very well, taking the opportunity to get a Spore onto that Iron Hands. And to be fair, the Iron Hands did fall asleep for quite a while, but even so, the Drain Punch recovery that it was getting really changed the way, could have changed the way that game went, unless the Amoonguss instead was going for a Rage Powder, and we saw the effect of using Drain Punch into Rage Powder. The Iron Hands starts losing health rather than gaining it.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very nice interaction there, just a tiny bit of healing, but then suddenly here's all this Rocky Helmet damage. That was absolutely racking up. I know that a lot of players have been tending towards the Citrus Berry on Amoonguss, but Rocky Helmet, it's there mainly for Rapid Strike Urshifu, but you can see the effect of it there. The Iron Hands damaging itself more than it would have recovered thanks to the Drain Punch. So Rocky Helmet being a very nice item of choice there, and we'll see if it is going to be able to take this championship.
Absolutely. We'll have to see who Eduardo is going to be facing against in the finals. But, he's such a good player, and I have no doubt that, regardless of who that is, he's going to be giving us an absolutely fantastic match. Props to Giuseppe as well. We've really got to give credit to Giuseppe for, one, getting to the top 4. Of course, what a fantastic way to get there. And I think, the way that he played at least game 1 was really impressive, where it was kind of tight all the way through. And when you're playing against someone that positions as well as Eduardo, that's a really difficult thing to be able to do. But we saw things like U-turning into the Heatran, trying to predict that grass-type Terra. It didn't pay off, but you've got to give him props for going for it.
Absolutely. Being able to catch the Terra is always a very, very nice play indeed, but it just wasn't really the damage. I'm just having a look at the other Pokemon that Giuseppe had. Heatran doesn't beat Heatran, especially when you're Grass Terra, because you can't Heat Wave it. You can't Magma Storm it. Magma Storm would have been lovely because all that extra residual chip damage would have been great, but Flash Fire just completely negates that. And then the Heatran, the set, at least that Giuseppe is running, just doesn't touch Assault Vest Heatran in the slightest. Flash Cannon would be nice, but no, it was the double fire with the Terra Blast. So Tornadus, that was left on the bench. That could have damaged it, but like we mentioned, it's Assault Vest on the Heatran, so the Bleeding Storms would have done good damage, but there was no great damage into that Heatran, and that just allowed all that recovery to come up. And I think that, well, Giuseppe managed to KO at least probably 2.5 Heatrans, but didn't KO the Heatran.
And I think there was one critical turn there where in Game 2, the Heatran was at pretty low health. We found out during the turn that both of the Amoonguss were trained to be the same speed, and therefore, it depends on how the game goes as to which one goes first. But if it wasn't a Spore that turn from Giuseppe, it could have been an opportunity to get that final Pollen Puff into the Heatran to knock it out. And instead, what happened was Eduardo got an opportunity to get that Pollen Puff into the Heatran and make it so that there was no more damage on the field. And I think this is one of the difficult things when you're running a team that relies on Heatran for damage and then going up against another Heatran. And then you've got to pick the supporting cast, which are Pokemon like Tornadus or Amoonguss, neither of which do too much damage. And it's really difficult and an uphill battle to find your way through those games.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So all credits to Giuseppe to making it to the top 4, but just a really, really strong showing from Eduardo. I think the adaptation, just as we've mentioned previously, he's faced all Tornadus teams when he's been battling on the stream in the day 1, Victor Medina, and was still bringing the Amoonguss to the match. I think the Amoonguss is still a very good bring, as we saw with the Pollen Puff, but I think it was much more viable as a pick going into this one as it was against Simone, when we saw it was just shut down by the taunt from the Tornadus. But this Tornadus didn't have taunts, it was the Landorus that had taunt. And there was never an opportunity when Landorus was on the field to go for that taunt into the opposing Amoonguss. It was always just U-turning straight out because Amoonguss wasn't on the field, but as soon as the Amoonguss hit the field, off we go, we've U-turned straight back out. Sorry, I would have liked to stay on the field to taunt you, but see you later.
Yeah, and that's the thing when you're using these sort of pivoting Pokemon. Both of these trainers were pivoting against each other, and when you've got Landorus U-turning as well as Landorus U-turning, you've got a lot of ability to react to the plays that you're going to be making in any given point during the turn, and that's really important for these trainers. They're going to be that's why the Amoonguss was never on the field when Taunt was on the field, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, that was a brilliant, brilliant game coming out there. Absolutely fantastic adaptation from Eduardo, being able to advance into this final. I'm very excited to see what he's going to be showing us in that final.
Indeed, indeed. But we are going to be going to a little bit of a break now, where we're going to be seeing a bit of a video on the meta game, what we're seeing in the format right now in Regulation Set D. Have a look at this.
The 2023 World Championships was the first tournament of the Regulation D format. Because of this, trainers did not have any reference for what would perform well, as no metagame had had any time to develop. This meant that whatever did well at Worlds would shape the meta for the coming tournaments. 3 standout archetypes emerged at the World Championships that were used by several trainers that were able to reach top cuts. There are many Pokemon that are generally accepted to be strong picks for any tournament, referred to by the community as good stuff. We have seen multiple good stuff teams appear across the regulations, but a constant between all of them seemed to be the backbone of Iron Hands and Amoonguss. Together, these Pokemon can provide near unparalleled support. They both have incredible bulk, so are very difficult to remove from the field, which compounds even further with Amoonguss's ability Regenerator, giving it even more HP when it switches out, and Iron Hands carrying the Assault Vest, giving it a 50% boost to its special defense. Iron Hands and Amoonguss have access to Fake Out and Rage Powder respectively, 2 fantastic ways of helping to enable their partner Pokemon. Both are so good at what they do that they are very easy to slot onto any team. Other common Pokemon that find their way onto a good stuff team would include Fluttermane, the most used Pokemon across all regulations, being able to break over 70% usage at the World Championships. This combination was on Shohei Kimura's World Championship winning team, as well as appearing on 7 other teams that Top Cut Worlds. Goldengo is also a very common Pokemon to see with Iron Hands and Amoonguss, as with their support, it becomes much easier to set up nasty plots with Goldengo to sweep teams with Make It Rain. This was seen on 2 teams that made Top Cut of Worlds, both on Luca Lucignoli's undefeated Day 2 Swiss team and Abdullah Mahayedin's Top 8 team, a feat he managed to achieve in his first season competing. Back in previous regulations, Murkrow and Talonflame were the only Pokemon available with access to Priority Tailwind, a fantastic form of speed control that doubles the speed of all your Pokemon for 4 turns. While Talonflame still did manage to have a showing in the Top Cut of the World Championships, piloted by Zachary Thornburg, Tornadus has now become the premier Priority Tailwind user. Since Tornadus is able to increase the speed of your Pokemon so well, but only for a limited amount of turns, teams that feature Tornadus tend to lean towards the strategy of hit hard and hit fast to end the battle quickly. Because of this, you will see Pokemon that have high base attack and special attack stats to help pick up those quick KOs. You'll very often see at least one of Qianpao or Chi-Yu to increase the damage you're able to do thanks to their respective Ruin abilities. Having a classic Fire Water Grass combination on your team will allow for great coverage. Some examples of this we saw top cutting Worlds was Rapid Strike Urshifu, Heatran and Rillaboom used on Victor Medina's top 8 team, Rapid Strike Urshifu, Hisuian Arcanine and Rillaboom on Hirofumi Kimura's top 32 team, and even the unique Rapid Strike Urshifu, Chi-Yu and Brambleghast placing top 16 with Emilio Forbes. When Regulation D was first introduced, a massive spotlight shone on Ursaluna. With access to Guts boosted Facade coming off a huge attack stat, Ursaluna is able to knock out many Pokemon in the format in one hit. With huge bulk but a middling speed stat, Trick Room is the best way to use Ursaluna. The introduction of Cresselia into the format as well allowed for one of the most consistent Trick Room setters we've ever seen to be paired with Ursaluna immediately. Cresselia also boasts incredible bulk, making it difficult to KO before it sets up the Trick Room. It also has the ability Levitate, allowing Ursaluna to freely Earthquake next to it, making for easy sweeps in Trick Room. The duo of Cresselia and Ursaluna managed to reach top 4 of Worlds, piloted by Federico Camparesi, as well as Nikolai Hoy Nielsen in top 8 and Yosuke Takeyanagi in top 16. While the meta at Worlds was completely fresh, some players still chose to try and counter what they thought the meta would be with some unique choices. Examples as follows include Solo Cursed Ondozo with Quiver Dance Volcarona from Kenji Yabata, Screamtail from Zachary Thornburg, Landorus Incarnate from Scott Iwafuchi, Wo-Chien from Joseph Agate, Klefki, Baxcalibur and Gastrodon from Nick Navarre, Brambleghast from Emilio Forbes, and Dragapult just falling short of the championship, piloted by Michael Kelsch.
Heatran is going to be the final Pokemon left for Robbie. As the Gastrodon and the Arcanine, they're still that 4th in the back. It's going to be the Sylveon that did get, that was going to be a huge amount of pressure there. But the battle is just canceled. And Tolia Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion.
チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。出れる大会には極力出ました。一番優勝できるポテンシャルのあるポケモンを探しました。同じポケモンをずーっと使い続けてました。一番好きなポケモンはトリトトンです。理由は可愛いからです。当たり前ですけど、努力が一番大事ですね。ポケモンをする上で一番楽しいことは考えることですね。次は来年も Day2 行きたいですね。
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for 2 things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division
championships in the Masters division, they're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese, so Japan's here to play, and I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to try to set up a clean sweep.
This will
for
be what
all 3
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep. Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now!
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up game 1 in convincing fashion and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heat Tread right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks out another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Been fun meeting everyone from all around the world, people we haven't seen for years, and well, every year that goes through, the presentation is even greater.
I'm excited. This is a huge international, tons of great players are going to be here. The excitement is, through the roof, the hype is through the roof, and the pressure is on.
I am quite in love with this event. The people have been amazing, the judges have been very helpful as well. This is truly a good Pokemon event, and most of these events are like this.
I think once you start sort of trying to go into competitive, you might feel nervous, but there's a lot of communities and friendly people out here. They're just so, I can't even say words, it's just so incredible, really.
What an incredible play so far. This Ice Punch connects, and now a swap out, a little combination play, a Blast Burn on a low health Stunfisk for the 3-0 sweep.
All hail Tonton Batsus and his Shadow Charizard. He is your European International Champion 2023.
Tyranitar V,
no.
and that is
wild here as we see the retreat into the Tyranitar, and that means we have ourselves a winner at the European International Championships. Remy taking things down here. This is going to be a pretty fun one. Use these energies to retreat this Pokemon, and you have plenty to choose from as you load up for the Brainwave here. You can take a huge knockout, and that's going to be the game as we see Rune take down the European International Championships.
I think we're here, Joe. The Arceus goes into the discard pile. Drapion goes into the active. Alex is double-checking the weakness. Weak to dark? Yes, he is. Down comes Boss's orders, and Alex Szymanski breaks the curse and takes home the European International Championships.
As it does get caught with the freeze dry, and it does wrap up this set. A brisk 2-0 from a very offensive team. A fantastic performance, move perfect across the set. Pietro is going to be your junior division international champion. Now, Stomping Tantrum in response, doesn't need much, takes down the Fluttermane, and Kylan has just his Amoonguss against a multitude of Pokemon available for Mattia.
And Mattia is our 2023 European International Champion.
Really where we see the Palafin now! Maybe getting the Pala win here for Paul as it's able to go for the Wave Crash, and it lands it into the Amoonguss, getting the knockout! See if it can wake up here, but I think Gabrielle knows this is it. The battle is over, and Paul Chua becomes your 2023 European International Champion.
Winning EUIC was pretty good. Definitely a lot more than what I expected, so I'm really happy about that.
I'm really happy for winning this top one. It amazed me. It amazed me.
It feels great just because I won OCIC. I feel like renewed to be a two-time champion.
This win really means a lot to me. Winning a tournament feels really great. Having a title under your belt feels amazing.
It feels amazing to win UIC. I didn't really expect it, and it's my first win at a major event that wasn't 25 people, so it's very exciting.
Mi sento molto bene perché non ho mai vinto uno e l'ultima volta che ho giocato era in finale.
Significa molto perché comunque non era un buon matchup, non era facile, quindi sono felice di aver vinto.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the couch, and I have here two phenomenal people, our finalists of the Barcelona Special Event, Eduardo Cunha and Marco Marras. Welcome to the couch, both of you, and congrats for making it this far.
Thank you.
Eduardo, we saw you on stream not so long ago after arguably a very convincing match there. How are you feeling after that?
It feels great. I actually practiced a lot against that sort of matchup after Giuseppe eliminated me from Worlds. So, you know, I wanted to use this team, and I was like, you know, that matchup seems complicated. What did I do wrong? And at the time, I didn't realize some of the weaknesses that I could have exploited and the best approaches. So I kind of got overwhelmed. And this time, it also helped that he changed the item on the Landers compared to Worlds. He used to be Choice Band, now he's Safety Goggles. So the Intimidate actually makes a big difference, and Landers doesn't do much damage. So it was a lot easier to manage. I knew exactly what I had to do in order to not let the Landers do too much. And I kind of did the kind of game that I really like doing, of just protecting the Heatran and making sure that he can, you know, trade very positively.
Yeah, we saw you do that so many times every time you were on stream as well, really showing like why Heatran is still a very good fire type to be using at the moment. And like in that game one, I think as well, we had a double up of a Bleakwind Storm and the Choice Specs Moonblast into your Amoonguss, I think, really closely there, which I think Giuseppe might have been thinking was going to get a KO. Were you confident your Amoonguss would live that?
I wasn't confident. I was hoping it would live, but I wasn't very confident. I was willing to take the trade. It wouldn't be a fantastic position, but I had considered a few scenarios where I took the trade and I'd be fine. I wasn't sure. Like it did happen at Worlds. At a point, I went for the Terra on my Amoonguss, and I dropped to the Moonblast plus Bleak Wind, but at the time he had Pixie Plate, and he was Terrid, so he was a bit different. The modifiers are a little different. And I don't think I was at full. And I was wondering, is it worth tearing? The damage is almost the same. I might as well just go for it, hope I live. And even if I don't, Hedron is just doing so much damage that it might just be worth it to take the trade.
Yeah, and it ended up working out even better than that anyway, and you put it straight, that Tornado, I think, straight to sleep as well. Excellently done, to be honest. And on reflection of that game as a whole, do you feel like it was appropriate for Giuseppe to kind of forfeit at that time as well? Do you feel like you kind of had it locked up?
Yeah, it was really rough for him to really stop my Hedron at that point. As long as I didn't make any mistakes, it was basically impossible. I could miss a ton of Heat Waves, sure, but I didn't even have to Heat Wave. As you saw, like I wasn't even clicking Heat Wave that much. And at that point, it was just so hard for him to break anything. He didn't bring the Tornado, so both grass types were just really hard to break. All he could do is go for U-turns that aren't even tweet KOs, even super effective. So at that point, it was basically locked up. Without Fire Resist too, I was expecting him to bring his own Heatran. Kind of tough for him that his Heatran can't really touch mine, but I think he could have made like some interesting trades by KOing everything around Heatran and leaving my Heatran for last. But he ended up not bringing it, and that just allowed me to spam Heat Waves the entire set.
Yeah, he did, exactly. And even if you like missed one occasionally, it was there so long, didn't even matter in the end, did it? Yeah, congrats on that. A very convincing victory. Now, Marco, over to you. Congrats on making it this far as well. How are you feeling after your top four?
The last match was a matchup on my side, so it was a little bit hard because I already played against my opponent during the Swiss round.
Was that Alex Gomez Bologna?
No, it was an Italian player.
Ah, yes, okay.
I already played against him, so you know my plans, and I have to change something from game one, and he plays so good, he started predicting every turn, and I was in a bad position, and I struggled a lot to be in a really good position and start swiping his team. Since my team is really matchup based, I can do that, but he played better than me. So now I'm really scared for the final, since the matchup, I think that is not on my side, and I know that my opponent is stronger than me, so...
Well, you have an Ursaluna, which I think makes a lot of people scared, to be honest, based on those huge facades that keep coming out. Like, what made you kind of choose that team going into this tournament?
I choose this team since it has a really good matchup against the team that won the World Championship, and also a really good matchup against Tailwind Staff. And the mirror match is on my side, since I have Torkoal that is lower than Ursaluna, and he can kill him with Helping Hand option. So I choose this team since I don't have so many time to prepare for this event, and my World Championship team was so good at the moment. So I need a team that was pretty easy to play and matchup based, if I can say that.
Yeah.
I only have to understand my win con, find a way to position myself in the right moment, and just press the stab and win.
Fantastic, yeah, and you certainly did so far.
Ursaluna, I don't choose the team for Ursaluna. I think that the superstar of the team is Torkoal, not Ursaluna.
A lot of people will be very pleased to hear that, because it's definitely a fan favorite. Now, you're obviously sitting next to somebody who you're going to be seeing for a little bit over the next hour or so. So how are you both feeling going into this final? Eduardo, I'll start with you.
Oh, I don't even know what to expect. I haven't really looked at the team I'm going to be facing. So you know, I'm just excited to be here. Honestly, like going to the tournament, I wasn't expecting much. I didn't have as much time and availability to prepare the way I wanted. I still practiced a lot, but not as effectively as maybe I could have, or I would have under normal circumstances. But unfortunately, I couldn't, and I'm just so happy to be here that I'm just going to do my best and keep doing what I've been doing.
Okay, fantastic. And Marco, yourself?
I'm really excited and also scared. I'm still shaking. Since it's my first stop, this is my second competitive here, and I never thought to be here to play against one of the strongest players in the world. And now, I don't know what to say, but I'm excited. I don't care if I win or if I lose. I'm just happy to be here.
Okay, well, that's a great mindset for you to both be going in. And what would you both say to kind of players who are watching at the moment and kind of aspiring to kind of get to the same level where both of you have got to?
So I think that it's really important to try and, you know, hang out with the people you have around you, the local communities, and you know, make friends, talk to them. You know, try to get more out of the game than just the accomplishments themselves. It's great and all to be to top cut this and that, but in the end, what really matters is you know, the experiences, the memories, and you know, along the way, eventually, even if you don't mean to, you get better just by being exposed to other people playing. Don't be afraid to learn from everyone. You can learn from top players the same way you can learn from weaker players. Everyone has their own mindset, and just because someone is not having accomplishments right now doesn't mean they don't have potential or that they don't have good ideas. It just means that, you know, their specific tournament performances didn't go well, but they can still give you great ideas. So have an open mind and listen to everyone. I think that's the best thing you can do.
And yourself, Marco?
I totally agree with Edu. The first thing is having friends who plays excuse me, who plays this game. Since if you had good friends who play this game, also if the tournament is bad for you, you're gonna have good experience, good memories, and it also helps you as a player since you're gonna talk with them and you're gonna talk about matchups, stuff like that, team, everything about the game, but not only about the game. So you have a group of friends that can help you during the tournament or before the tournament, and you also have a group of friends who are gonna make your travel better and lots of good situation.
Okay, right.
This excuse me.
No,
this also helped me a lot since I have a group of friends, and probably we talk almost every night, just for something like 30 minutes, and we talk about everything and of course about the game, and this helped me a lot to improve in this game. So shout out to all of them.
Yes, and shout outs I will give you too. So Eduardo, I know you've got a few shout outs to give. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I have to give 3 huge shout outs to my mom, my girlfriend, and my grandma who are watching at home, and they've been all of my rocks. I'm lucky I have 3 rocks, not just one. And you know, thank you so much. Obrigado. Amo-vos muito.
And Marco?
I have to shout out to everyone who is supporting me from home. As I said, my teammates and also my friends called Il Server. And I want to shout out again Yanagi, the Japanese player who helped me with the team and with everything for this tournament.
Well, congratulations on making it this far, and both of you, good luck in the final as well. We're going to throw it back to the casters now, and we're in preparation for the final of the Barcelona Special Event. Take it away.
What heartwarming comments and insights from both of those lovely trainers. Well accomplished to be here, of course, for the finals of the 2024 Pokémon Barcelona Special Event. We are here, we are ready, we want to see the action.
We absolutely do, and action there is going to be between these two players. What achievements that they've had to make it here. This tournament with over 300 players has been absolutely stacked. So many players in Europe ready to be involved in this early stage of the 2024 season. Everybody vying for that top spot, and one of these trainers will be walking away with an invitation to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
We'll have the second total invitee, World's caliber player, be able to get their ticket straight through to Honolulu. Not something that a lot of people could say at this early of a stage in comparison to previous seasons. But alas, we are here. But of course, just being finalists themselves, whoever does win or lose, the second place will have a lot of championship points in order to further progress their career into the remainder of just the beginning of this season here in the European region.
2024 season has only just begun. There are so many events left to go, so many regionals. We have all of the international championships to look forward to, but They are for the future. We are in the now, and we are going to be having a look at the journey that these players, our finalists in the Barcelona Special Events, have taken to get to the finals here in Spain.
Indeed. Marco, what a triumphant example of how to guide Hard Trick Room straight through to the finals. Not the first Spanish player to have been able to accomplish this in the new generation of Pokemon within Scarlet and Violet rules. We had Alex Soto being able to do something similar. However, Marco is here to lead the battle for the Spanish community into the finals. 2-0, really impressive against some very solid players too.
The match between Alessio and Marco was a fantastic one to watch. If you didn't catch that on the broadcast earlier, do go back and watch it, because it was an absolute nail-biter start to finish. Game 1 and Game 2 came down to the last Pokemon for Marco in the red. Such fine margins, but Marco had trained his Pokemon perfectly. We didn't get to see Marco's match against Mateo, but winning there, as you can see, 2-0, as well as 2-0 against Alessio, undefeated in the top 8 cut so far.
Yeah, indeed. But of course, we do have his opponent, Eduardo, no stranger at all to the high-level competitive scene of VGC. 2-0 across the board for himself too. So that is very impressive. You already know that both of these trainers from their different regions are already on form. They are ready to battle it out, of course, into the finals, which there's a lot on the line if I'm completely being honest.
Yeah, and Eduardo being able to defeat Simone Sam Vito in the top 8 bracket. Of course, we saw Eduardo and Simone play against each other.
Yep.
Back in round 10, the first round on the broadcast, but Simone won that 2-0, and Eduardo managed to make the necessary adaptations to be able to defeat Simone there. Simone was also our 9-0 player in day 1, just to sort of elevate the level of play that's needed to beat a player that strong. 2-0 in this top 8. We featured Giuseppe versus Eduardo, where Eduardo just absolutely played his Heatran to perfection in that top 8 match.
And sort of, that's one of the Pokemon you really need to rely on. They're so strong going into this meta. Heatran has a plethora of bulk as well as options available to it. It does tend to be a bit of a terrestrialization hog, per se, because you want to be able to heavily weigh up which Pokemon you would likely use the terrestrialization mechanic on. Heatran just has so many applicable sort of scenarios where you can terrestrialize into the Grass Terra, for example, to benefit by having Terra Blast. Assault Vest is what we've seen on Eduardo's side of the field, so you can have that beautiful coverage as well as additional support with an Amoonguss on the side, multiple Pollen Puff plays we have been able to see from himself across the weekend.
That was definitely the story of the top 4 match against Giuseppe for Eduardo. Pollen Puff, the Heatran takes a little bit of damage. Pollen Puff it all the way back up. It really was a masterful display of Pokemon, but another Pokemon that Eduardo's been using very well is that Amoonguss that we've seen rise in popularity. Looking at the day 1 usage statistics versus the day 2 usage statistics, a lot of these players in day 2 have had to be able to deal with Amoonguss really effectively, and there's no wonder it's such high in popularity, because it's been doing very, very well today.
It really has, and I think Amoonguss just generally is always one of those staple Pokemon that finds success wherever it goes, as long as the format allows it to take part, because it's just so good, especially when it got the additional Pollen Puff buff added to it. It's such a great utility, not only of just breaking focus sashes or any sort of multi-scale abilities, but being able to offer that support to your partner automatically increases its stocks, per se.
Absolutely, and you know, it's going to be one of the Pokemon that's going to be impacting the finals, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
And as these trainers get set up, I want to talk a little bit about the mindset going into this event. We heard from them just a moment ago, and I was really impressed to hear their mindsets going in. Both of them just absolutely ecstatic to be there. This means a lot to both of these trainers, of course. I'm sure they are, in their own way, very nervous about what they're about to undertake, but I'm sure, looking at the way, especially Eduardo, he's been at this sort of situation before, many finals along the way, and you can see him there, a look of quiet concentration on his face.
Yeah, and I think you need to be able to find that spot in your mind where you can go into this mode of, okay, I'm just going to block out everything that is going on around me. I am purely going to focus on what is right in front of me. And that is something that is very hard to be able to attain and even practice with, because maybe some people have a natural sort of skill to be able to go and just go into that mode, go out of that mode, where dependent on what the situation is. But most players have to sort of get that trained into them through their own experiences at this sort of high-level major events.
And the thing that's going to make that a little bit easier for Marco is that Marco's using a team, and he said it himself, that doesn't take as much brain power, so to speak, to be able to find that win condition. It's very, very much more clear what the win condition is. You can see the crowd getting excited here for our finals. They are ready for it to begin.
Hello, lovely people. I'm sure that you are all ready, as we are as well, to get into this finals. But I think you touched on a really nice point there. It's sort of excitable nerves at this point, and I think is the way to describe it, that these trainers must both be feeling. But it's already such a great accomplishment to be able to reach any finals at all. But this is the final stage, quite literally. You have the moment right now to just play your heart out and try to gain that beautiful win.
Yeah, once those ear defenders go on, you know, you can't really hear anything. You've just got to be getting into the zone, as both players are. We've talked about them a little bit already, but let's recap the achievements of these players in the finals. Eduardo on the left, Marco on the right.
Indeed, and Eduardo is the 2022 London World Champion, alongside being not only a Oceania International finalist, he's also won a title of his own back in 2019, and of course, World's top 4 all the way back in 2016, of which I believe Wolf did get his own World Championship title. Moving over to Marco, Worlds Day 2 competitor, spoke a bit about his team already at Worlds, which was quite nice of an insight there, as well as being able to accomplish Day 2 of the Bochum Regional Championships.
So some recent achievements there for Marco, and Eduardo's spread out a little bit over the years, and of course Eduardo had been playing before 2016 as well. So a little bit of a newer player versus one that's a little bit more of experience over several different formats. But of course, we have to call it out. You know, they were in different rule sets, different Pokemon were allowed. It was a different stage of the game. What matters is right now, as these two players face each other down. Have a look at their team sheets as Eduardo. You can see him there deep in for, as we look at Eduardo's team that he's going to be bringing to this finals.
Indeed, and we've gone through it before. I think one of the Pokemon that Eduardo really does rely on a bit is the Heatran, sort of like a central point to his team, obviously, depending on matchup. But it's the fact that it's got so much longevity added to it with that additional benefit of the Assault Vest. And if you're able to parlay that on so alongside an Amoonguss or any sort of additional support, it really goes far, as we've seen. However, there's also the Flutter Mane to take into consideration. We know why it's been at the top of usage statistics
absolutely
for so long. It's just a power to be reckoned with. Choice specs as well, with the option of having Thunderbolt to cover a bit of those annoyances of which we've seen Eduardo actually pick up some very surprising KOs on opposing Tornaduses.
Yeah, Tornadus is definitely a Pokemon that Thunderbolt is for there. And kind of rounding out the team with a Choice Scarf Landorus, present way back in the day, back in 2015 was where it was really the most prevalent, maybe a little bit of 2018, but Eduardo bringing it back, bringing something that he's comfortable with. But here is Marco's team, the Fluttermane crowd favorite Torkoal, Amoonguss, Iron Hands, Cresselia, and the first Ursaluna that I've been able to see on the broadcast this weekend.
I mean, the first, and it's in the finals for you then. But of course, we did see Marco earlier on as well, being able to sort of position himself quite nicely versus Alessio in the top 8, being able to take out all of the firepower, quite literally, with the Torkoal alongside the Ursaluna. It's really about positioning. You do have the Fluttermane to sort of act as a mode outside of Trick Room, where naturally it benefits from the sun being set on the field. You've got Protosynthesis, additional firepower as well, accompanied by the Fairy Terrestrialization. We know how powerful this is.
Firepower in the form of mystical fire on that Fluttermane there. What a great way to add coverage for the Fluttermane, though, to deal with those Pokemon like Amoonguss that Fluttermane really doesn't like to deal with. So I love that choice there on Marco's side of the field. When you're running these kind of Trick Room orientated teams, you really want to be doing damage, and I think that's why we see also the Sludge Bomb and the Leaf Storm onto Amoonguss on Marco's side of the field, because you know, when you're in that Trick Room environment, it's kind of like the little mushroom that really wants to be doing damage as well, and I really like that adaptation to make sure that every component of your team is helping progress the board state for you.
Indeed, and I think something that we haven't seen for a long time, I believe, is the Amoonguss actually carrying the Focus Sash as an item. It sort of acts as a fail-safe if, for whatever reason, your Cresselia is likely to go down, at least, or let's say if there's a double up, somehow there's a way to take out the Amoonguss, and the second partner of your opponent can focus down on preventing Trick Room being set up for the Cresselia. It works in that capacity very well, as long as there's no safety goggles on the other side of the field.
Right, it allows you to take 2 hits guaranteed on that Amoonguss, which is really important when you're trying to redirect attacks away from those Trick Room setters. So as these players get set up and get going, we'll have to see. Really, I think the matchup is whether or not Marco will be able to get up Trick Room and execute his strategies. We'll have to see as Game 1 gets kicked off in this finals of the Barcelona Special Event. Cresselia and Fluttermane, and it's Fluttermane and Landorus for Eduardo.
So, double Fluttermanes, one on either side of the field. I like this offensive pressure coming out from Marco's side. You know that you're likely going to be able to guarantee a Trick Room being set up, but you don't want to be too passive. You want to be able to take advantage of burst availability to yourself and threaten Eduardo's side.
Well, Eduardo's not going to be threatening anything this turn with that Fluttermane. Just switching out into the Amoonguss, maybe seeing that he's not going to be able to knock out the Cresselia this turn. U-turn coming out into that Cresselia, doing a good chunk of damage with that U-turn, and going to be able to pivot out into that Heatran that we've seen Eduardo use to such great success this weekend.
Yeah, this pairing is deadly from Eduardo's side. Shadow Ball just barely missing the 2-hit KO range, but guess what? The special defense drop will allow it, if it is subject to another Shadow Ball, to likely go down. But Trick Room has been set up right now. Not exactly to Eduardo's disadvantage, though.
Not at all, and this is what I really love about what Eduardo's decided to do in this turn. Knowing that he's not likely to be able to knock out the Cresselia, or at least Marco's not going to be able to let him knock out the Cresselia. So Marco getting the Trick Room up, that's what his strategy is going for. Eduardo instead, though, not taking any knockouts, not allowing any momentum for Eduardo's side of the field, and instead getting that Amoonguss in the Trick Room environment. Not going to be able to do anything to that safety goggles on the Cresselia, but is going to be able to act first in this turn.
Oh, let's see if there's going to be any potential read coming out from Eduardo's side because of that Ursaluna switching in. It's sort of a risky play from Marco's side. You may be subject to a Spore if there's any sort of read going into it. However, you do have the potential of having the Flame Orb already activated. Ursaluna is already available for dishing out a lot of damage the following turn.
It is, as Amoonguss goes for that Protect, just making sure that it's not going to be taking anything this turn. Terra Blast, though, coming out from the Heatran, is going to be going into that Ursaluna on the switch in. It doesn't do enough to pick up the knockout, but that Lunar Blessing finishing off the turn. Cresselia doing what it does best in the Trick Room environment, just helping Ursaluna stay on the field for another turn.
That is a great sort of availability of being able to take into consideration. Likely the slot is going to be targeted into. It's a good play from both trainers, in all honesty, but Marco actually being able to capitalize off of that a bit more. It was a perfect coverage for any potential sleeps going into that slot.
And it would be a sleep going into that slot, but that Lunar Blessing on the Cresselia was so clever from Marco. Would have woken the Ursaluna up, and then it would have got burnt at the end of the turn with that Flame Orb. So just managing that Amoonguss on the field, making sure that Ursaluna was always able to act.
Exactly, so very good position and analysis of this current board state. But we see Eduardo trying to change that up with the Landorus. You want to be able to start the cycling of the Intimidate. We've got Ursaluna, we know it's got Guts boosted Facade. Let's see what sort of damage this does.
Oh, hanging on,
bringing it down to 46 hit points. But let's see if it can hang on from this Grass Terra Blast. It cannot. It is out for the count. However, we know with Marco, we've seen it before, this is maybe a perfect opportunity to get a Torkoal sweep underway.
And it's the Lunar Blessing that finishes off the turn. That's a big impact for the speed ordering of this turn. Eduardo's Heatran can go before that Cresselia. That's a massive change in the way this matchup plays out, where if the Lunar Blessing comes out from that Cresselia first, it probably heals its way out of being able to get knocked out by that grass-type Terra Blast. And so, yeah, Eduardo manages to get the KO on that Ursaluna, remove probably the biggest threat on Marco's team, especially since that Flash Fire on the Heatran is going to be stopping anything coming out from the Torkoal.
Oh, but we're about to see a very cool play. Helping Hand, Sludge Bomb into the Heatran. Wow, that's an Assault Vest Heatran, by the way. That's a lot of damage. Heatwave, not quite enough to pick up the KO, and neither is the double up of the U-turn. Amoonguss just able to survive with a slither of health.
And is Eduardo going to be getting that Landorus out and Amoonguss back into the field? That Focus Sash on the Amoonguss allowing Marco to get some more offensive training in there, and a really impressive Amoonguss damage there onto that Assault Vest Heatran. Looking like it's in a position where Eduardo's in a great spot, but there is that Fluttermane in the back for Marco, and if Marco's able to get out of Trick Room, maybe position the Fluttermane in a position where the Heatran on Eduardo's side of the field is a little bit lower health, maybe he's going to be able to get that little bit of extra damage that he needs off onto that Heatran to knock it out.
Ooh, but here comes the Sludge Bomb. It's actually not going into the Heatran slot, goes into the Amoonguss, maybe anticipating the Pollen Puff support once again coming out, wanting to identify, you need to get rid of that additional support over on Eduardo's side, but the Amoonguss is now out of game one for Marco. The Fluttermane remains in the back, but perfectly well timed to be able to just come in as Trick Room does expire.
Certainly perfect timing there from Marco. That Fluttermane's coming in when it matters the most. But with that Amoonguss on the field and the Fluttermane on Marco's side of the field, carrying that choice specs, Marco's got a big decision to make. Looking at the Pokemon that Eduardo has brought to the match, I'd be seeing a Shadow Ball being the move of choice for Marco, locking into that damage-dealing move that's going to hit pretty much everything that Eduardo has left on the field, but it's not going to be able to protect from that Flash Cannon.
It really will not be. So once again, Eduardo being able to position this Heatran so optimally in this matchup where it's not really being threatened by having the Assault Vest. However, we've got the Helping Hand, Choice Specs, Dazzling Gleam, so no focus of the Moonblast in case there's any redirection.
Oh, the Amoonguss hangs on with just a sliver, 15 HP remaining. The Flash Cannon comes into that Fluttermane. It's picking up a one-hit knockout, and it's only Cresselia left on Marco's side of the field.
It is indeed. Poor little Cresselia right now, normally being so good at supporting. However, in this current situation, not so on the offensive side. It looks like Eduardo really nailed down the strategy versus Marco in that game one.
Really, really good information going into Game 2. But before we go and talk about Game 2, let's talk a little bit more in detail about Game 1, because really what it came down to, I think, in many ways, was that Heatran speed training between the Heatran and the Ursaluna. And it's really unusual to see a Heatran not in a Trick Room focused team, not even in a team that has any Trick Room availability, being slower than a Cresselia there in Trick Room and being able to get that Terror Blast off before the Cresselia was able to act.
I mean, that's a very good call out there, Ben, because normally you would expect minimal speed availability on, let's say, Marco. When it comes to the training, you want to be able to utilize that scenario under Trick Room conditions, be able to train your Pokemon more in the bulk. But Heatran, at least with what it looks like over on Eduardo's side, it seems like it's sort of a deterrent when it comes to Trick Room matchups or certain types, because you want to be able to at least function well under Trick Room, and that mode really seems to be shouting out to be the Heatran and that Amoonguss.
Oh, you called it out in team preview, Costa, that the Heatran is really what holds this team together on Eduardo's side of the field, and he used that to spectacular effect there. And I think if that Cresselia was able to get that Lunar Blessing off in that turn, Marco, I think, expected it to go off in that turn as well, and it would have been a completely different game. The Ursaluna was the main damage-dealing solution that Marco had aside from the Flutter Mane. When you bring Amoonguss and Cresselia to a game, usually they're not the ones to be dealing damage, although that Amoonguss on Marco's side certainly could do some damage. But yeah, it was really that interaction between those two Pokemon. I think Marco's going to have to adjust going into Game 2.
Oh, most definitely. And I feel like, is there any room for Iron Hands to come out over on Marco's side? You're able to have fake out pressure. Maybe if you have a terrestrialization of Heatran, you could try to dish out a tiny bit more damage. You've got the Assault Vest on the Iron Hands, maybe be able to sponge up more damage over on Marco's side. However, yes, we do actually see it come out in the lead with that Cresselia. You got fake out pressure. You know that you can at least set up Trick Room, but have another option when it comes to your offensive pressure.
Instead of that Amoonguss to have it to work really hard with that Sludge Bomb. Landorus and Flutter Mane coming out from Eduardo, the same as Game 1, and I really like this adaptation for Marco. You called it out perfectly there, Costa, where the Iron Hands is going to be able to do a lot of damage. It has Heavy Slam rather than Volt Switch, so he's going to be able to threaten this Flutter Mane that Eduardo wants to use to his favor. That's also going to do a little bit more of a chunk of damage to the Heatran if it does go for that Grass Terror. Drain Punch would probably be the optimal play there, but certainly if you wanted to call a switch, it's one of those moves that you can certainly rely on.
It really, really can be, as we're going to have the immediate switching right here. This could be a very nice play. It depends, actually, what this Flutter Mane opts to do. Does it try to focus down on that Cresselia or on the Ursaluna? Ursaluna is going to be able to actually get a burn set up for itself. It could go for immediate damage, which is quite nicely what Marco's been looking for.
It's the Shadow Ball coming into that Cresselia, and it's enough to pick up the one-hit knockout. Cresselia taking the U-turn, Cresselia taking the Shadow Ball there, getting knocked out. No Trick Room whatsoever for Marco. Eduardo making the read perfectly.
This is so decisive of a turn, as we're going to have the U-turn and Shadow Ball combination enough to pick up the KO on Cresselia. I think we've actually seen very similar plays hosted in Pittsburgh Regionals last weekend. I definitely seen a KO of a similar fashion, but once again, right now, I feel like Marco's in a very awkward position. You no longer have that Trick Room mode set up.
You don't have that Trick Room mode. What you do have is an Ursaluna on the field, as well as an Iron Hands that's going to be able to get a little bit of fake out going on there, and not intimidated by the Landorus, which, you know, probably a little bit of a spoiler alert, is going to be coming in here for the Flutter Mane. You've still got a lot of damage on your side of the field, so I think Marco's definitely not taken the best turn one ever, but has the opportunity to pull it back.
And it's quite tough, because I feel if you were to go for the Cresselia terrestrialization, it would be near guaranteed to get that Trick Room set up over on Marco's side. Maybe he didn't want to commit just yet. However, Facade, similar to game one, doesn't quite pick up the KO on that Landorus at -1 of its attack.
But that Landorus was a Flutter main previously, so Marco really making the reads here, taking every advantage of what he needs to do. You have to, after taking a key or having a key knockout taken against you early in the game, you have to commit to those plays. You have to make the most out of every opportunity that you have, and he's really done that with getting that Facade damage onto the Landorus, because if Intimidate gets removed from play, Marco is going to have a much better time.
Ooh, as the terrestrialization of the Fairy typing coming out on this Iron Hands. A very, very niche choice of Terra here that we don't commonly see. Stomping Tantrum going into that Ursaluna, not dealing that much damage. Oh! And Heavy Slam, not quite enough to pick up the KO. Facade focuses on the Amoonguss, does have to actually take a bit of recoil damage through from that Rocky Helmet and a Spore into the Iron Hands.
Amoonguss doing what Amoonguss does best in this position, and yeah, getting that sleep onto the Iron Hands. That's going to be big for Marco's damage output. We don't know what Marco yet has in the back to support that Iron Hand and Ursaluna, but at the moment it's looking like the Ursaluna is going to have to pull a lot of weight in this position.
It really, really has to, whilst avoiding all types of damage. Stomping Tantrum, once again, not quite enough, but the following attack will likely be so. We're going to see the Iron Hands going ahead and, of course, still being asleep. Facade does pick up the KO, but at the cost of the Rocky Helmet recoil. Very tough scenario, likely to actually go down now due to the burn.
And due to that Rocky Helmet chip as well. Yeah, really kind of a even trade there, I think, overall. You look at the Ursaluna, it's got the Facade on the Landorus on the switch, it's got the knockout onto the Amoonguss on Eduardo's side of the field, and that's a big part of the damage dealing here. I was expecting the Flutter main actually in the back for Marco, but now the Amoonguss is coming in, Heatran coming in from Eduardo, and you see how much of an issue that Cresselia was going down in turn one. Marco made a read, didn't have to terrestrialize on turn one, and that really, he really got punished for that, bringing only slower Pokemon to the match.
And it sort of puts Iron Hand's Fairy typing of the terrestrial mechanic in an awkward position, because sure, you get to lose the weakness to ground types, but you're allowing Heatran to actually get off its same type attack bonus of a Steel typing into the Iron Hand. So a bit of a precarious situation for Marco, no doubt about it. However, Stomping Tantrum is going to focus down on the Amoonguss in combination with the Flash Cannon. Not quite enough to pick up the KO. The real question is, could the Iron Hands wake up? And it could not.
Not this turn, maybe a little bit later on. Sludge Bomb going into the Landorus is enough to pick up the knockout critical hit, definitely not making an impact in this turn whatsoever. And I love the way that Eduardo is playing this end game, going for the Flash Cannon and not going for the Heat Wave. Heat Wave does have an opportunity to miss, and that Iron Hands is going to be threatened heavily by this Choice Specs Flutter main that has come in to greet the field.
And you want to put yourself, if you're Eduardo, put the situation on the Amoonguss where it gets knocked out from the immediate follow-up of a Flutter main to allow the Iron Hands to be on its lonesome self right now, hoping to wake up, hoping to not take a lot of damage, and this is going to be tough. It does wake up, however, it's not going to be able to do as much as...
Heavy Slam into the Flutter main, and it's surviving on just 2 hit points. This Iron Hands has not managed to make it through, and it will be Eduardo Cunha who will be the Barcelona Special Event champion in 2024.
And what a way to achieve this. We have your second Masters trainer who has now received the invite straight through to the 2024 World Championships that's going to be hosted next year in Honolulu.
And what a Pokemon trainer to be representing Portugal in that World Championships. Congratulations once again to Eduardo Cunha, showing why he is a master of the game, why he was capable of winning the World Championships back in 2022, International Championships, now a major event, a special event winner. He's got a lot of achievements to his name, Costa.
I'm sure this major event has a special place in his heart, as it is such a triumphant victory to be able to claim and put under your belt. I feel like Eduardo has done incredibly well in sort of trying to bring any sort of losses back up. He's a very strategic player that overanalyzes what the correct plays may or may not be, and he's able to actually bring and execute those actions and make them come into fruition, essentially.
That's what makes him such a consistent player throughout all of his tournament experience, all of his VGC career. He's always a player that I look at, and when I'm watching him on the broadcast, I'm always looking at what he's doing, how he's doing it, and he's a player that really does make few mistakes, really doesn't allow his opponent a window into the game, and that's what makes him so successful, so consistent in VGC, that he's able to build these teams where he always has an option, always has a switch out, can choose whether he takes a knockout or not, and that's what really makes him tick, and I love watching him battle up against any trainer that he comes up against.
And he was up against a very tough opponent. Marco was doing so well, and unfortunately just goes to show that one pivotal moment, that one turn that may go wrong, may go ahead and throw your entire strategy out of the window and really limit you to forcing yourself to have your back against the wall. You need to try to go for the reads like you identified earlier. It was an absolutely spectacular read going into the slot that was previously Fluttermane. It became a Landorus Therian.
Yep.
You called it out. It was such a great move, but you're forced to make those plays. You don't feel comfortable. You're on the back heel trying to bring it back.
And you've got to give any player that's in that position credit, right?
Yep.
You're sitting down in the finals. You're sitting against a player like Eduardo that we've known for many, many years. You know that he's a great trainer. You know he's not going to give you too many windows. So you have to take those opportunities that you get, and you have to make those reads. You have to play confidently. You know you've been playing your game all the way through the tournament. That's why you're in the finals, and Marco showing that he's not afraid to make those calls and really do his best no matter what the result.
So, Heatran, too good. Unfortunately, I was able to outshine the other favorite fire type in my heart, the Torkoal, of course. But just going to show that Assault Vest Heatran, I feel like it's something that hasn't been as popular as maybe Leftovers, recovery sort of sets, maybe even Life Orb. I started noticing Life Orb started becoming more of a thing. But Assault Vest, being able to have that additional bolt. You can start, even though you lose, let's say, the Steel typing by going for Grass Terrestrialization against, let's say, a Fluttermane, you still have that additional bulk to waver your way through into maybe perhaps positioning yourself to have a Pollen Puff recovery on the side. And I think Eduardo did present that very consistent strategy that honestly just adds so much more longevity in order to just out-bulk and out-damage your opponent over time.
We've said so many times on the stream that Eduardo's played up against all of these Tornadus-based teams where they've got lots of speed control, they've got lots of ways to make sure that they're going to be going first. Trick Room in the finals, of course, as well. And Eduardo's team is like that. I'm not going to go for that. I'm going to just stay strong, stay consistent, make sure that I can trade really, really effectively, and showing why those speed control options that have become so popular in Regulation Set D aren't necessarily the only ways to play.
And I think that also provides further context about how Eduardo is as a player. You know, you decide to bring a very consistent team that could have multiple answers across most of what the meta has to offer. But then you've got that consistency in the player. You feel more confident in being able to have responses and adapt to your opponent's strategies as best as possible and say, right, okay, I am going to try, I'm going to respect your strategies, but I'm still going to bring my own. And I know that if I make the right plays and the right moves at the right time, I'm going to win. And that is exactly what we saw.
And he's also taking advantage, certainly with Eduardo's team that he was using in that Heatran specifically, trying to take advantage of what players are using at the moment. We saw Assault Vest, the same set, in fact, on Michelle Kelsch, the world's runner-up from this year, using that Terra Blast on Terra Grass Heatran there. That's a little bit of a tongue twister, but the grass type coverage is really, really effective, both against Pokemon that are top of the usage charts like that Urshifu Rapid Strike, but also the multitude of Pokemon that like to go for Terra Water.
And it's sort of what we're talking about. Heatran is one of those Pokemon that tend to really want to go for the terrestrialization option because there are just so many benefits to it. You're able to just completely ignore, because of its ability, any fire-type moves going into that slot. If there's a Chi-Yu on the other side, you have to think twice if you want to click Heat Wave, because you know that Heatran is more than ready to go in for a free switch.
It's so effective, and yeah, congratulations for Eduardo showing us all how to pilot it. We're going to take a quick look back at the final bracket of your top 8 of the Barcelona special event. Just remind ourselves, for those just tuning in, what the journey that Eduardo Cunha, the champion of the Barcelona special event, went through to get to this stage. And there it is on the screen there, Eduardo Cunha defeating Marco Marras in the finals of the match. What a way to do that. 2-0 and undefeated in the entirety of the Top Cup bracket.
Indeed. And what a journey. Like you mentioned, of course, we're going to be seeing Eduardo being able to finish up on the top. And Marco honestly went through a plethora of tough opponents, but I do really want to give that a special shout out to Eduardo being able to be at a point where we saw earlier on in the day, he was defeated 2-0 from Simone Sam Vito, and he was able to actually go ahead and respond quite similarly in the top 8, where it was super crucial to be able to do so. So I am very curious to see how he was able to actually adapt a bit better to be able to overcome who was our undefeated player of day 1.
It was a pretty convincing way that Simone was able to defeat Eduardo in round 10 of the Swiss earlier today. So to see that result kind of flip itself on its head is really great to see, and the mark of a truly great Pokemon trainer. We saw the broadcast with Eduardo versus Giuseppe, and another masterclass in how Heatran was going to be positioned and used to such great effect. That Pollen Puff that you mentioned earlier there, Costa, playing absolute dividends for Eduardo, keeping that Heatran on the field. I think U-Turn and Pollen Puff knocked out about 2.5 Heatrans through the game 2 of that set between these two great trainers, and that was a marvel to see.
It really, really was. And I think just being able to, like we mentioned multiple times, just have those options of staying on the field as much as possible just naturally does kind of mean that you're going to be able to outlast your opponents, right? Unless you can pick up a critical one-hit KO onto it or some sort of double up. I think that's why we've seen a lot of times how Chien Pao has been very useful when it comes up to going against the Heatrans. You've got Sacred Sword coverage. Of course, you do have either of the Icicle, the Ice Spinner, or should I say the Icicle Crash.
There's two moves that are really great, and a kind of choice depending on what is in the format at the moment as to which one is the most effective. Some players run both, but the Chien Pao is actually the Pokemon on Eduardo's team that we really didn't see on the broadcast, at least, him use. I'm sure it had a perfect place within the team, and it was used in various stages in day 1 and day 2, but it was that sort of more standard set, just being there usually a lot of the times either at the early game to put that offensive pressure on, or at the late game to kind of clean up with all of that coverage options, the Sacred Sword, the Sucker Punch, that it does so well. And that's why it's the most used Treasure of Ruin in Regulation Set D right now.
I mean, yeah, there's no doubt about it. We already know that Chien-Pao is a champion, and being able to once again accomplish this just goes to show why it's such a useful Pokemon. Obviously, I think we mentioned it didn't come up in this particular matchup, but being able to have it available to go ahead and just deal the crucial damage that it needs to, and maybe even have, I think, a Focus Sash available to itself, allows it the availability of surviving one critical hit that, you know, like, not critical hit, but a crucial hit that would have likely been able to pick up the KO, and it can further extend that afterwards. You can even have Sucker Punch priority. We already know how powerful of a Pokemon it is, right?
We certainly do. We're going to be getting together with Eduardo and our other finalist, Marco, in just a moment. Before then, we've got a little video to show you of everything that's been happening kind of day 1, day 2 in the event. If you're thinking of getting involved in the special event, stay tuned for this and see what goes on at the Barcelona special event.
This is the biggest Pokemon tournament Australia's ever had in any game, so that's really exciting.
I think it's really interesting to meet everyone from all over the world.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite tournaments, so just playing the game, you know, I think this format is really fun and I'm really enjoying it. So
it's good just to see everyone and do live events again.
I've made so many friends from it, and it's just a one-of-a-kind game that I'm hooked on.
It gets you together to meet people, to hang out, to socialise, to have fun, have a good time, be in each other's company, and it's just a really great game.
Be resisted, but it looks like that is a knockout. Yakovic is your first ever Oceania International Champion.
Yako with the clean sweep here at OCIC, making history on this stage, defeating his friend and local fish on a heater to win the championship here.
Just has to pass, and Remy just announces Melodious Echo, and Remy will become the Oceania International Champion for the junior division in the trading card game. As well, Zigzagoon KOing Comfey, and the Super Zap Cannon gets rid of that Cramorant, and Polaris has won the Oceania International Championship.
And then we see the retreat, we see the damage counter drop on the Zero Aura, and Azul Garcia Griego is your two-time international champion.
Little bit of hope here as Kiara is actually just going to go ahead and finish up this game with the Icy Wind.
There we go, Kiara is your 2023 Oceania International Champion of the Junior Division. Huge congratulations, well fought battle 2-0.
Draco Meteor going to connect onto Glamora as well. That's just going to be enough for the knockout here. And Benjamin becomes your Senior Division Oceania International Champion.
Wave crash from Palafin into Corviknight. That is a knockout, and Gavin's California dreaming has become a reality here down under. Gavin Michaels is your BGC 2023 Oceania International Champion.
I never expected this, so I'm still just like flabbergasted. Haven't even processed it towards excited.
Like, honestly, no words to describe it. Like, this experience has just been absolutely amazing.
It feels great because I've been working up to this point for a very long time.
It feels really good. It means a lot. It's really big, as I've never really won a large event before.
I feel like really happy and excited that I'm going to Yokohama, Japan.
Winning OCIC has made me want to play this game more. Winning Worlds will just want me to go full on into this.
Winning Worlds would be great. Obviously, it's the biggest tournament in the Pokemon TCG.
Winning Worlds would be the culmination of everything that I've worked for in the past 12 years of playing BGC.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the closing ceremony of the Barcelona Special Event here. My name is David Partington, but I am far from the most important people here, for we have had so many players who've done so well across this entire weekend. Now, without further ado, let's introduce our runner-up here, who needs no introduction. He's done absolutely incredible well to come this far, having only been his second season playing in the Pokemon video game competition. It is Marras. Welcome and congratulations for getting this far. Sorry it couldn't be right towards the end, but I think you've done incredibly well. How are you feeling after that match?
I just have to realize it. I'm still scared and I don't know why I'm there. I do my best and I never thought that I will be there one day. So I'm so excited at the moment.
Excellent, and you really should be as well. You've done a fantastic job. So is there anybody that you want to thank?
I already said I want to shout out and say thank you to everyone who is supporting me, my friends, Il Server, and as I already said, Yanaji who helped me, and I don't know, everyone who is supporting me there from home and just it.
Excellent, thank you so much for that, Marco. Give it up for our finalist, Marras. And now, for our finalist, and someone who's got a little bit further this time into that champion position, someone who is already a world champion, an international champion, and now a special event champion. Give it up for Eduardo Cunha! Eduardo, welcome. Congratulations, you have done incredibly well to get here again. It seems like Pokemon is something that you are just incredibly good at and nothing seems to stop you at the moment. How are you feeling now having won the Barcelona Special Event?
It feels great. I actually, as I said before, I wasn't expecting much going to this tournament. After 2 really rough tournaments and not a lot of time to prepare the way I wanted, I wasn't too confident on the team, but my family and my friends really, they really pushed for me, and I knew I could do it thanks to them.
Awesome, but let's get into that match actually that we just had. So in a 2-game set, a convincing win as well. How are you feeling going into a matchup which had that kind of Ursaluna-Cresselia duo that we haven't seen actually too much of this weekend?
It was actually, the rest of the team was pretty scary because usually I like having Chien-Pao and Urshifu as a pin against Ursaluna. Since if they don't Terra, I have the Surging Strikes or the Aqua Jet, and if they do Terra, I have the Sucker Punch. And even then, I have the Oscal Crash. Like, Chien-Pao is just so good into it. And I did win in Swiss of day 1 against an Ursaluna thanks to the duo, but I wasn't really able to bring any of them. Heatran was just really good against everything else that wasn't necessarily Ursaluna, even though he was pretty good against Ursaluna. So I ended up kind of giving up on firepower to really handle the Ursaluna and relying on just slowly chipping away at it in exchange of having a very solid support core that could help Heatran win out against a team that didn't seem to have a lot of options against it.
And it seems like a lot of your Pokemon just seem to survive any attack that got thrown at it. Not only on this stream, but also on the previous matches that we had you on as well. Moongus living on a sliver of health, Landorus living on a sliver of health, and your Fluttermane as well. What's your Pokemon secret?
Well, something that is really important to do is just when you're practicing, taking note of like certain moves that you think, you know, it KO'd me, but maybe it shouldn't, or I could make it not. And I've done that before with a multitude of moves, and they came out like perfectly there. For example, just you know, the way I took the Sludge Bomb, I kind of like knew my calcs as well, like getting used to them is really important. And I like the way my Landorus took the Facade is because I have a lot of physical investment, so I can take other Salunas. This one didn't seem to be too invested in attack, but still, like I was able to take it much more safely because I had all the physical defense investment. And it's spending a lot of time in the damage calc and trying to figure out the best EV spreads. Actually, EV spreads were the thing that fascinated me the most about VGC is how everything is so calculated calculated, so detailed, and you can really like plan things out in like beforehand without even. There's so much that goes into the game without even playing it that fascinated me. So I always try and spend as much time as I can fine-tuning those EV spreads, and I think we got to see how well that came out.
Yeah, we did so many times. So excellently well put together team. Now, what do you think the highlight moment of your finalist match here?
I think being able to get rid of the Cresselia right away was really important. I wasn't sure if the Shadow Ball was going to get the Cresselia, but I saw it was really physically defensive. He took the U-turn really well, so I figured he wouldn't have too much special defense, and it was very likely he could KO with the Shadow Ball. I was actually gunning for that knockout from game one, from team preview. I was considering, if I lead these two, I just know that I want Heatran eventually on the field, but I don't necessarily want it as a lead. So might as well try and then force or pressure a knockout on the Cresselia, and I don't lose much even if I don't get to use it. Like for example, game one he led Flutter Mane. I couldn't really Shadow Ball U-turn very safely, so it's fine. I'll just reposition. I have the options. I have the backbone in the with Heatran and Amoonguss to really do that. So I get to lead the offense and turn things around with my back Pokemon.
Yeah, and it sounds like you really put together like a really good game plan. And you were telling me earlier as well how there wasn't really like. You didn't really know much about the team kind of going in at all, but like yet you were able to kind of work all of that out in like the significant short period of time that Team Preview gives you and be able to execute that game plan to great effect. So congratulations, Eddie. And have you got any shout outs that you want to give? I know you shouted out to your parents and your grandma as well, so hi to them. Anybody else, and or your parents just again?
Yeah, no, I have to shout out my friends who've supported me and kept me in good spirits, despite sometimes me feeling very down. So shout outs to Gaspacho and all the Portuguese crew. And again, this win actually I'd like to dedicate to my grandma especially, but also my mom and my girlfriend, because like we've had, as I said, like now the third time, we've been having rough times, and I really want this win. I want them to know that this win was thanks to them 100%. Also special shout out to my sister-in-law. It was her birthday and I missed it because I was here, so happy birthday, and I'm sorry.
Happy birthday. And where is next for you from here? Because you've been a champion of so many different types of events now, and so many great moments, and you're a world champion, of course. So, yeah, next goals, plans?
I just want to find consistency. I think I ended up gunning so much for that first place that I ended up having very volatile results and not finding as much consistency as I had, for example, in 2018 or 2017. And I want to go back to that. Now I've accomplished all the wins I really wanted. So now I'm gunning for just like getting consistent results, getting to play at the highest level, and experience all kinds of events. So that's my goal.
Are you going to any more events this season?
Well, I'm already registered for Lille, so I'm going to that. I'm definitely going to at least EUIC. I don't know about any others, but those are my plans for now.
Well, something that you have obviously earned, but you haven't really touched on, is you've just gotten a Worlds invite. So how are you feeling about that?
I felt great. I for the first time since, very early 2019, or no, very late 2019, around the 2020 season. I didn't have an invite, and it only lasted about a month since, because of the pandemic. I got my invite back in 2020 for the 2022 season, and then I got my invite by winning Worlds, and then I got nothing because I completely bombed Worlds again in 2023. So I had to start from zero, and it's nice that I managed to get it so quickly. I wasn't expecting it. I'm just so relieved and happy that I get to play Worlds again.
Yeah, excellent. I'm sure we'll be very happy to see you there as well. So give it up for our champion of the Barcelona Special Event, Eduardo Cunha. So that is all from us so far in the closing ceremony at the moment. But we are going to throw it to a short video, but we'll be back with the casters after that to round up the ceremony and give a bit of a recap of what's happened here this weekend at Barcelona. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the couch here. And I am joined by my fellow casters here, Jamie Boyd, Costa Dynamos, and Ben Kiriakou. What a finals, guys, and what a tournament here. Jamie, how are you feeling?
That was such a great way to start off the season for sure. Just a fantastic finals. Of course, now a trifecta champion in Eduardo Cunha. World champion, international champion. Now we got the special event champion as well.
I mean, exactly. I couldn't put it any better. We've just been able to have so many moments of greatness coming out and being produced from this event. I mean, Eduardo just going ahead and wrapping it all up in the way that we've seen Eduardo do it multiple times in the past against a very fierce opponent, but it seems like Eduardo was able to push it through.
Ben, what do you think?
Yeah, definitely one of the best finals that I've seen in the video game championships. Eduardo being able to just win in commanding fashion. And he's always a player that I really love to watch, especially when he has to navigate those difficult situations like he did, those hard trick room teams where he's going up against a strategy that's so well established in what it wants to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it was kind of no surprise, really, that we have a world champion here, and then he ended up winning. I think it was just any kind of safe kind of guesses as to who might win, it was probably going to be him. So, like, well played to Eduardo Cunha, obviously. But commiserations to Marco Marras as well, who relatively is quite a newer player, and actually did consistently well across the whole set. And going into top cut, I think it was like first seed as well, I think, going in.
Yeah, he was. He overtook Sam Vito, who was doing so well as well. 12-2 is a absolutely fantastic record. He mentioned in his interview it was the second season that he's been competing. He managed to make day 2 of the World Championships in his first season competing, which is a very, very fantastic feat as well. But second place in your second season competing, absolutely brilliant.
It's pretty impressive. And I mean, with a hard trick room team as well, that we weren't actually expecting to make it all the way through to the finals in the fashion that it did too. It was very, very strong showing in the top 8, being able to just pick up 2-0 victories along the way up until the finals, where unfortunately it just didn't seem like you're able to have a lot of resources available, given the fact that Eduardo really approached it comprehensively well, actually.
Yeah, that top 8 game against Alessio was such a nail-biter all the way through. It really did come down to the training of Marco's Pokemon, being able to take attacks right in the end game, live them on just a sliver with HP in the red twice in a row, a testament to how well Marco was prepared for this tournament coming in.
So we're going to have a look at our standings now of the finals of today. So as you can see, right at the top there, number 1, Eduardo Cunha. And look at those players there. Some really big names here, but also great to see some like other players who've not been so well known here, but are pretty much going to be after this weekend.
Absolutely. I'm pleased to get a tiny bit of validation with that Roaring Moon that did manage to make it into the top 4. At least one of my picks made it somewhat far into the tournament. No Basket Legion in sight. That's not a concern. Roaring Moon getting the top 4, very, very happy indeed.
Oh, exactly. I mean, Roaring Moon is one of the Pokemon where we know that it already has a European International Championship title under its belt, so it's no complete surprises out here. You just need to be able to better position it. But I would just say very quickly, I did really love the Volcarona set that Alex Gomez did bring, had the Quiver Dance set up, something that we really were not expecting to make an appearance at all. Nevertheless, a top 8 in this special event.
And another team we weren't really expecting to do so well going into this was that of Salvatore, using that Dondozo Tatsugiri combination to such great effect, and being able to get Glimora into that top 8 as well as a little bit of an extra bonus for Salvatore. Really piloted that well and made such an excellent metagame call.
And looking at the rest of that team, as generally as a whole, obviously we can see a lot of Fluttermane at the start of those lists there of Pokemon. Iron Hands has made it up there too, it looks like. We've got Urshifu, obviously, but maybe not in as high numbers as we'd expected, actually. Jamie, what do you think has been like maybe the reason, or maybe some reasons why people might not want to actually go for Urshifu?
Yeah, well, there's other water types available, like we said. I think Dondozo was way more prevalent than we expected going into this tournament. it was, I would say, fringe usage going into Regulation D. Very dominant back in the previous regulations, but Urshifu just really overtook that, but it seemed like there was some kind of resurgence towards Dondozo and Tatsugiri at this tournament.
I mean, I feel like there was a bit of a lack of its appearance that maybe promoted it to make a comeback, especially because you weren't trying to cover and train your team necessarily to counter Dondozo. Sure, there are Leaf Storms that take into consideration unaware Dondozos. However, we saw pretty much all of the Dondozos from this weekend were oblivious. And that was so you can have that immunity to any sort of intimidate cycles.
And the Rocky Helmet being the other item that got used on that Dondozo. You can see there the top 12 Pokemon of Day 2 teams where Dondozo was able to sneak in alongside that Hisuian Arcanine in the top 12. Pokemon we haven't talked about too much already is that Golden Go that's made an appearance in the top 12 Pokemon in the Day 2 teams, and it's really made an impact there where, it's sitting in front of Pokemon like Fluttermane, Chien-Pao, and Tornadus, and really liking the control that Tornadus, the speed control that Tornadus has on its side as well to be able to dish out all of that damage.
Yeah, there's plenty of Pokemon there that we're definitely not surprised to see, but plenty that have been. Let us know what you think has been common or something that you were hoping to see or something that you're really glad you saw. Personally, I'd love to see Dondozo back again because it was such a focus of some previous regulations, and it's great to see it back again with its little buddy Tatsugiri. Now, looking at the rest of that bracket there, is there any kind of inspirations, any specific Pokemon that you think should have been on here that you would have liked to see? Maybe some of those caster predictions actually we made a little bit earlier.
Well, I've already mentioned about my ones. I'm just content there was one, but I think I would say the single strike Urshifu, I would say, probably is one I would have expected to see a little bit more. Obviously, we mentioned about the Rapid Strike. That's definitely the more common variant, but usually single strike's up there as well. Not to the extent, but usually in the top 12. I think most of the time it is also top 12, but apparently not in this tournament. Below even Hisuian Arcanine and Dondozo. Very impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of hoping for Wo Chien and Ting Lu to make an appearance, but somehow they unfortunately didn't. I mean, still having hopes for them, but I think going into this event, there's just so much of various power levels to take into consideration. Fluttermane always being on top. Single Strike Urshifu is a really good shout out to what we could have likely expected going into this final event, but honestly, I was just happy to see a Volcarona, if I'm honest.
Yeah, Volcarona and that Screamtail that Alex is running as well. For me, the emission that I was, of the Pokemon that I was expecting to see was that Cresselia. We saw so many of them in the top 8 at the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and with only a week between Pittsburgh and Barcelona, I was expecting to see trainers take inspiration from that, maybe use the same sort of team compositions like Riley Factura, who won the Pittsburgh Regional Championships, and apply that to the Barcelona special event. But it looked like trainers were trying a little bit more to counter the Pokemon that they saw or just use the strategies that they were comfortable with instead.
Yeah, and we saw plenty of players using some of those teams that you mentioned, Ben, from Pittsburgh too. Like Marcus Stadter using the Riley Factura's winning team, and even went up against the Wolf Glitz team that Giovanni Piccatelli ended up using in day 1 as well. So we literally had the same match. And Marcus almost made it as well, but not quite. Picked at the post in the very later rounds of our day 2 here, unfortunately. But some of the cast predictions I was kind of hoping to see was like a Farigiraf. Didn't get to see that, unfortunately. Wo Chien, didn't get to see that, unfortunately. So I feel like if there's anything that, even if we were doing prizes here, I don't think I'm winning anything here. Jamie, Roaring Moon, that's definitely a big one. You've obviously got that one there. We did see Hisuian Gudra there, but Brute Bonnet, what's going on there?
Brute Bonnet is an alternative to Amoonguss, but Amoonguss still proving its worth completely, it would seem. Even the slight variation that Marco did bringing the Sludge, we don't really see Sludge Bomb at all on Amoonguss, and that managed to reach the finals of this tournament as well. So yeah, not quite there with the Basculegion and the Brute Bonnet, but I'm content enough. I saw the Hisuian Gudra, and it was doing some good work, not quite able to take the win. And Roaring Moon, that's good enough. Top 4, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Costa, what's your opinion on your Gastrodon pick there?
Oh, well, I mean, it's the correct Gastrodon first off. But second of all, unfortunately, didn't see any sort of appearance. I'm quite a bit saddened by that. I was having hopes out for Iron Bundle. I felt like it's really well placed in the meta currently, especially I think Chopper Cross actually featured it in Pittsburgh last weekend and really pushed it through past the limits of being able to have that additional advantage of speed versus Flutter mains outside of Tailwind setups. But I'm pretty content with 2 of my first top picks reaching the finals.
And finally, Ben, fair enough.
Yes. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Played it safe.
You know what? You're absolutely right, Jamie. I played it safe and predicted the Pokemon that would be, I was expecting to see based on what's good in the format right now, what we saw in Pittsburgh. Fluttermane Chien-Pao and the Heatran were on Eduardo's team. Cresselia was on Marco's team, the runner-up. So, definitely going to be taking that. And, for me, no surprise that these really good Pokemon are finding their place in these later stages of the regulation set D, because we've established why they're so good and we've been seeing that all weekend long.
It sounds like you should have played it with it, like here instead of casting, Ben.
And maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Oh, well, maybe we'll see. Yeah, okay, I like that. Okay, well, at the moment, we've obviously concluded a lot of what's been going on here in Barcelona, and we've had a lot of Carlos predictions and stuff, but now that is kind of the final regulation set D event of the European season. So we're kind of looking a little bit ahead now to the regulation set E. Now, we don't know officially kind of what Pokemon are going to be allowed in this series, but we know we're going to have it for October, November, December, and up until January. So in terms of like the new DLC Pokemon that we've seen around who might be available, we don't know for sure. Is there any kind of highlights that we've kind of thought of there, Jamie? Any from you there?
I'm very much looking forward to Monkey Dory, if that is going to be available. I also want to give a shout out to Empoleon, because that has had access to Defiant as its hidden ability, but this generation, it is a special attacker, finally it's got competitive now, which is much more beneficial, and I'm looking forward to using that one a lot.
I think I'd probably have to go for Ogerpon. I think it's a big topic of conversation online of how powerful and potentially influential it may be going into Regulation Set E. Having redirection, having an insane amount of multiple power-up boosts to be able to force it straight through to just picking up KOs on Pokemon that are known to be super bulky. Yeah, it's a bit scary, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I think we could probably have like a whole half an hour talking about Ogerpon, I think.
Yeah.
So, Ben, what do you think?
Well, I've yet to play the Teal Mask yet. That's what I'm going to be doing on the way home from Barcelona and getting myself right into that DLC and finding out a little bit more about the new Pokemon. For me, the thing I'm looking forward to is some of the Pokemon that are going to be coming back. And I'm kind of excited for Komodo. Is one of the things that I didn't get to use too much when it was allowed a few seasons ago. But the other Pokemon that I'm really looking forward to coming back is that Milotic, because we've been crying out for lots of different water types to be, coming up against Pokemon like Urshifu and, providing a different type of niche. And I'm looking forward, as using Milotic before in previous seasons, to bringing it back and maybe having a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, but surely, Ben, don't we think that it may be outshined by Empoleon?
Yeah. My Empoleon versus your Milotic,
right.
Who's going to win?
We shall see, Jamie. We shall see. Once the Teal Mask comes out, we'll have to have a battle. We'll find out.
All right, we won't get too competitive over it.
Yes, we will.
Yes, we will.
Settle down. Okay, it's just a Barcelona. Yeah. So, well, you can always follow us along here after the Barcelona Special Event. Let us know what you thought of some of the situations and some of the battles that went on down here. If you'd been here, what would you have used? What are you going to use at your next tournament? Let us know. You can let us know on #PlayPokemon on X. You can also follow us on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. Also with that #Pokemon as well. So that is where we're going to be leaving it from the socials for there. But we're now going to have a look at what is next to come in the next few months over the 2024 season. Now, as we can see, after Barcelona, in Europe, we have the Lille regionals in France in October, and that is going to be that Regulation Set E event.
And always a new format coming out, always incredibly exciting to see because we don't have a meta established at this point. The Regulation D format, of course, the World Championships was the first one for that format, and that was an incredibly exciting tournament to see. Lille, I'm sure, is going to be absolutely brilliant as well, seeing what is going to be coming out as what people think are going to be strong into a new format.
Yeah, and I think that's just going to be able to sink in quite nicely to the subsequent events that will be building their way up to January, of course. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to actually seeing a lot of familiar faces trying to do the best that they can to essentially reach every single event, because we're going to be having multiple world invitees through these events. So I'm really looking forward to seeing who's going to make it out on top.
I'm looking forward to the Latin American International Championships as well. Not only a bigger event and one with a lot more championship points on the line, but also the players from the Latin American region tend to be some of the more creative players, and in the early stages of Regulation Set E, I think they're going to give us all a lot to look out for in what we can bring to all of these tournaments in the European region as well.
Well, I think next we are going to see, if you're following us on the socials, as we mentioned, you'll probably next see the Pokemon action next at Peoria over in America. But in EU, obviously, it is that Lille regional. There you go, October 21st to the 22nd. If you've got a ticket, excellent. We shall see you there. And there is Peoria in early October as well, where it'll be interesting to see how the metagame really gets set in that event before Lille then can react to that and give us our own EU spice to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be very, very exciting to see. I'm going to be competing in Lille myself. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm raring to go, and I'm going to be diving in to see what I think is going to be really strong in the Regulation E, and I'm sure I'm going to come up with something very, very fun indeed.
And I'll be stealing Jamie's team going into that as
You
well.
heard it here
as
first.
I will be competing too. But I think being able to see how the meta is actually going to be formed from Peoria and how Lille is going to try to adapt to it is basically what mirrors the current situation with Pittsburgh last weekend going into Barcelona this weekend. I'm really keen to actually see how it changes, what sort of teams people decide to go ahead and bring, and generally that's a part of the meta development and evolution I find highly intriguing and very interesting now.
Those usage charts are going to be something to behold in Regulation Set E. And going back and comparing the usage for Regulation Set A to B to C to D, you see changes every single time. We're going to shout out, though, the winners from each division here. Eduardo Cunha, our Masters Division champion at Barcelona.
And we've, of course, the seniors champion, Teddy French of the UK, and the juniors champion, Elliot Baku of Belgium as well. So big congratulations to all of those players who've been competing here at the Barcelona Special Event. Now, that's all we've got time for here this weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in if you've been watching at any point during over this weekend. And please let us know if you are attending any future events. We hope to see you there. Thank you from all of us here, and good night.